I am Xiaoyu, born in the 2000s, and I died at 30. I didn't get the chance to date, marry, or have kids. After working hard to build my career, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness. Being an orphan, I donated all my savings and left with nothing. Then, something miraculous happened. I woke up in a new life. The good news? I'm now 18 again. The bad news? I'm already married and have 2 stepchildren. My husband had died less than a month ago, and the kids aren't biologically mine. The original owner of this body had a tough life, neglected by her parents, sold as a child bride at 16, and later married to a widower with 2 young sons. Over time, she grew close to her husband and the kids. But tragedy struck when her husband died saving others during a famine, leaving her alone with the boys. She fought to survive, only to die in a house fire caused by arson. That's when I took over her body. When I arrived, the situation was dire. The house was on fire and I couldn't even cry for help. A strong man, Zhou Zhan, rescued me and the kids. He's a soldier, and though he saved us out of duty, rumors spread, pressuring us to marry. Zhou has 3 children of his own to care for and asked me to help raise them, promising not to take in any more. I agreed to the marriage. Zhou is honest, responsible, and practical, a rare find in this era. I admired his straightforwardness, and since I had nothing left, no home, no money, and 2 kids to care for, it was better to face the challenges together. On the second day after agreeing to marry him, something even stranger happened. A mysterious space appeared. I was born with a special space that only I can access. It's infinite inside, time doesn't move there, and anything stored comes out the same. There's also a mysterious black box that can copy food every 24 hours, but it only works with real-world food. This ability helped me in my previous life, and now it's here with me. After agreeing to marry Zhou Zhan, he left on a military mission, but not before setting things right for me. He exposed my eldest brother-in-law as the arsonist who caused the fire that killed the original owner of this body. The authorities dealt with him, and I got back the compensation money and my late husband's pension. I moved with my 2 stepchildren to Zhou's family home. His mother welcomed us warmly, which I found odd considering my circumstances. It made me suspect even more that Zhou might have a hidden condition, but I didn't dwell on it. I had plans. Using my space, I needed to prepare supplies for when I joined Zhou in the military. My eldest stepson, Dawei, was nervous when I told him I'd leave him and his brother with Zhou's family temporarily. I reassured him that I'd never abandon them. To prove it, I gave him most of the compensation money for safekeeping. If something happened to me, they'd have something to rely on. Before leaving, I used part of the money to buy essentials like rice and salt from the black market. Prices were outrageous due to the famine, but I managed to get a little. Anything I bought, I stored in the space's black box for later use. I also left money with Zhou's mother and my late husband's production team to repay their kindness. Back home, I asked Zhou's mother to help prepare the rice into an easy-to-carry form for the journey. Despite the hardships, I felt secure knowing I had my space. No matter what challenges lay ahead, I was determined to protect the kids and build a stable future. With Zhou's name and my space, I had the tools to survive in this harsh world. I stayed polite but skeptical when Zhou's mother insisted I treat their home as my own. There's no such thing as kindness without reason, especially in complicated relationships like in-laws. My mind wandered again. Was Zhou's condition so serious that I'd end up in another lonely marriage? Still, he did save my life, so I chose to go along with it for now. Zhou's mother roasted and ground the rice I brought back, making a fine powder for easier meals during travel. I thanked her and stored it in my special space, where it could stay fresh indefinitely. Later, I snuck off to the hills to gather wild vegetables since the fields nearby were already picked clean. I knew it was risky, but I needed to stock up for the kids and myself. Back home, Zhou's sister-in-law was surprised by the haul of greens I brought back. I asked her to cook half into veggie cakes for travel and use the rest for dinner. At the meal, I made sure to give the kids extra food, earning approving looks from Zhou's mother, though I could tell the older generation was grappling with their own survival guilt. After dinner, Joe's mother pulled me aside and gave me a glimpse of their savings, money, and tickets Joe sent home from his military pay. She promised to send some to me once my marriage was official. It was clear she wanted me to help cover for Joe's rumored issues. I played along, assuring her I trusted him, and she softened, even calling it part of my dowry. Later, Joe's sister-in-law brought over the veggie cakes and quietly wondered if my kindness at dinner was an act. Let them wonder. I wasn't here to prove anything to anyone, just to survive, protect the kids, and use my space to keep us afloat. Life is tough, but I've found ways to make it work. Early in the morning, I indulged in a boiled egg from my special space, finally enjoying a bit of protein. Later, I ventured to the black market in search of food. Though prices were outrageous, I struck gold, managing to buy rabbits, eggs, and kudzu powder. With my special ability to replicate food, these would last much longer than anyone would expect. Back at Joe's family home, I noticed my eldest stepson, Dae, had stayed up worrying about me. His concern warmed my heart, but I reassured him and sent him to bed. Seeing him so tense reminded me of my responsibility. I couldn't let these kids feel abandoned. The next day, I started cooking with the replicated food. I stewed rabbit and prepared kudzu powder as a hearty meal for everyone. Joe's mother noticed right away and asked about the cost of the meat, offering to pay me back. I gently declined, reminding her of the care she's shown my boys. The kitchen's meager supplies made me grateful for my space's ability to multiply food. I know Joe's family is trying their best, but I'm determined to stay self-reliant. With more food in my space and the boys settled, I feel less anxious about what's ahead. I'll continue to use my wits and my space to keep us afloat in these harsh times. I've learned to adapt quickly to this new life, balancing survival with managing relationships in Joe's family. Joe's mother and sister-in-law had their doubts about me at first, especially since I brought 2 stepchildren and hadn't officially married Joe. But I knew actions spoke louder than words, and with my special space, I had the resources to make myself useful. Every day, I ventured into the deep mountains, gathering wild vegetables and even managing to find wild chicken eggs. I shared everything with the family, ensuring they saw my efforts. Slowly, attitudes shifted. Joe's sister-in-law, who was skeptical, began defending me to gossipy neighbors. Even Joe's mother started to see me as a dependable addition to the family. However, trouble came when my late husband's sister-in-law and my greedy family showed up. They wanted to take my stepchildren away and suggested I abandon them to remarry for my own benefit. Their shouting and accusations drew a crowd, but I wasn't intimidated. Instead, I climbed onto a ladder with a bucket of waste and gave them a smile that froze everyone in their tracks. I made it clear I wasn't someone to mess with. My appearance and determination caught people off guard. Even the onlookers, who had doubted me, were impressed. They began to understand why Joe, with all his options, chose someone like me. I may have come with baggage, but I also brought courage, resourcefulness, and a fierce loyalty to the kids I vowed to protect. The original owner was a bad person before she got married, but she had a good foundation and was very skillful. So many people wanted to marry her. The late husband married the original owner for 2 years and only let her stay at home. Her skin became white. She looked stunning at first glance, but she was thin and weak, and she looked pale. Now Xiao Yu is here. She looked at her family, and none of them looked like the original owner. Thinking about it again, the Qiao family had given birth to daughters before, but they didn't abuse them like the original owner. According to the TV shows and novels she had watched, the Qiao family either deliberately took the wrong daughter or was fooled by a fortune teller. For example, the original owner was a relative unlucky person? She felt that the former was very likely. Who knows if the original owner's true identity was the real daughter of a compound? She didn't think about finding the truth. Even if the guess was true, how could the biological parents not develop feelings after raising each other's daughter for more than 10 years? She went to recognize her relatives, but she was also a control group. Xiao Yu. It was the original owner's mother. The look in her eyes was not the longing of a mother who had not seen her daughter for 2 years, but a look full of calculation and resentment. Oh no! Could it be that they were really taken away by mistake? Xiaoyu smiled and said and when the other party was not paying attention, she poured a bucket of manure water on the group of people. Puff soon, a foul smell spread outside the yard. Except for the Qiao family and Mrs. Zhang, everyone else hid far away, and no innocent people were harmed. When Xiaoyu finished pouring the manure on the villain, his face instantly became gloomy. He wanted to say to Mrs. Zhang first, "What are you planning in your heart? Do I need to point it out?
We all know it."
When your husband set the fire, did he consider that Dawei and Xiaonong are Zhang family members? Do you want to raise them or poison them? You fat woman with a black heart, you have eaten so much in a famine. You are as fat as a sow that is about to be slaughtered, and you are still vicious. If you dare to touch Dawei and Xiaoyong, I will go to the police to make trouble. How can you be completely unaware of your husband's bad deeds? There are two kinds of people sleeping in the same quilt. Maybe it was you who came up with the idea of your husband setting fire to the three of us, mother and children. Mrs. Zhang's pupils shrank slightly, and she didn't know if she was right or what. She took a half step back on her heels. He has a tendency to run away from the battlefield. Oh my goodness! How come Xiaoyu has become so eloquent after having been through the gates of Hades? Xiaoyu directed his attack at the Qiao family again. Oh, Mom and Dad are here too? You spent all the money from selling me the first time, right? Now you come to my house. Are you planning to sell me again? Before, I could only blame myself for not knowing how to read and write, and I didn't know how to seek justice after being sold. If it weren't for old Zhang's kindness, I would have been tortured to death by now, and how could I have the chance to see Mom and Dad? Mom and Dad are here. Let's go to the Women's Federation or the Public Security Comrades to ask if the bride price is several hundred yuan, which is equivalent to the feudal remnant of selling daughters. Is this practice illegal? If so, I will not ignore the interests of the country for the sake of family affection. On the contrary, I am a good member who abides by the laws and regulations. A good citizen. I can sacrifice family affection for the country and bear the responsibility of being the evil person who sued my parents. Hey, Mom and Dad, don't go. Who will you introduce to me from the meat processing plant this time? Let me find out first. Old accounts and new accounts. Oh, no. I have to abide by the law together. I will not tolerate it. Even the members who were watching were stunned by Xiaoyu's words. They thought that Xiaoyu was an introverted and quiet daughter-in-law in the past few days in Zhou's house, but they didn't expect her to be a hot pepper. If this hot pepper went to the military compound, wouldn't it be exciting? Unfortunately, they were far away and couldn't see the excitement. Not only the Qiao family members ran away, but also Mrs. Zhang disappeared without a trace. Mrs. Zhang was in the wrong for asking Dawei and Xiaoyong to go, otherwise she wouldn't have called Xiaoyu's family. If she doesn't run away now, will she wait for Xiaoyu to make a surprise attack and get herself into the fenced yard? What about her children? The Qiao family members were also muttering, "Master, are you just going to let it go? Otherwise, what else do you want to do?"
That's too cheap for that witch. Just think about it.
The more she is raised, the less she looks like a member of our Qiao family.
Plus, what we did to her before she got married.
If she marries far away, people won't see through her or associate her with anything. Hearing this, Qiao's mother fell silent. When Xiaoyu was sweeping the floor, Zhou's mother didn't even have time to put down her trouser legs. She was panting in embarrassment, and her heels were covered with mud. She anxiously hugged her shoulders and looked around. Are you not hurt? This. Why is it so smelly outside the yard? I'm fine, mother. They came to make trouble, and I splashed them with feces. Xiaoyu didn't think about anything, but the two families dared to target her again. It happened that her body was almost recovered, and it was time to get a fortune. To avenge the original owner's childhood torture and death. It's all right, it's all right. Zhou's mother breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You are now the daughter-in-law of our Zhou family. Dawei and Xiaoyong will follow the Zhou family surname in the future." The Zhang family and the Qiao family can't have any plans against you and your 2 children. Yes, I understand, mother. Xiao Yu's eyebrows softened. Is it time to cook? I'll help you. It just so happens that I picked up another rabbit. You kid, don't run to the mountains anymore. Seeing that Zhou's mother was distressed about her reckless behavior and wanted to lecture her, she just ignored it. At night, Xiao Yu opened her eyelids and was about to turn over and get out of bed, but her clothes were grabbed. She turned her head and saw that Dawei, who should have been breathing evenly, was startled and sat up at this moment, looking at her through the sleeping Xiaoyong. She could only whisper, Dawei, you also know that your aunt and my family came during the day, right? Dawei thought about it and nodded. I'm not trying to run away, but to teach them a lesson, at least so that they don't have time to bother us before they set out to join the army. Dawei hesitated and finally let go of his hand.
Mom.
You should come back earlier. His voice was cautious and uneasy. Xiao Yu rubbed the ends of his hair. No wonder the child was silent when she slept. It turned out that she was a light sleeper. She was afraid that she would run away. Xiao Yu, Dawei, since I have decided to take you with me, I will not run away. If I really had that idea, I should have run away when your father got into trouble, instead of waiting until I broke up with your uncle and others.
I am sorry, Mom.
Sorry for what? Sorry that he underestimated the original owner's integrity and sense of responsibility. Xiao Yu didn't say anything, just said, You sleep well. I will be back before dawn. The Zhou family has a bicycle, but it is rarely used. She put the bicycle parked in the yard into the space, walked quickly for more than 10 minutes, took out the bicycle, pedaled, and rushed to the brigade, where the Zhang family was like a hot wheel. When she was near the brigade, she put the bicycle into the space, found Zhang Deseo's yard, took out the bamboo ladder from the space, climbed up the wall, put it into the space again, turned around, took out the bamboo ladder again and landed in the yard. Just like that, quietly, she went to Zhang Deseo's house first. In her previous life, she had a strong ability to learn by herself. After knowing that she had cancer, she refused to believe it at first. She taught herself Chinese medicine for a period of time and found that she had a talent in this area. Later, when she was terminally ill, she donated all the property and the things she had stored in the space. If she had known that she would wear it, she would have left a little for herself. She pushed open the door lightly and covered Zhang Deseo's mouth and nose with a wet handkerchief. She was not afraid that Zhang Deseo would see her with her eyes wide open. After all, her skin was blackened, and she also smeared her face with juice squeezed from some plants. Except for a pair of eyes, no one could associate her with Qiao Yu now. Seeing that Zhang Deseo fell asleep, she began to search the house. She used violence to split the bedside table, not afraid that the children in other rooms would hear the noise. After all, Zhang Deseo's children had been sleeping soundly since they were young, the kind that could not be shaken by thunder. There was a tin box in the bedside table, filled with bills. She put all of them into the space and knocked on the cracks in the wall, and really knocked out loose bricks and found some money. She went to the kitchen to search for food, and left less than 20 kilograms of coarse grains. Considering that the grain would be distributed after the busy farming season, these 20 kilograms were enough for Zhang Deseo's family to eat, as long as they didn't starve to death. Zhang Deseo's family also had a lot of bacon and sausages. No wonder they were fat. She went to the front and backyards to dig again, and after not finding anything, she rode her bicycle to the production team where the Qiao family was. The Qiao family's daughters were all married, and there was only one son at home. Why did the Qiao family target Qiao Yu this time? It was because the only son had grown up and needed to find a wife. But who in the surrounding area didn't know the situation of the Qiao family? They were so poor that they raised their son with the money from selling their youngest daughter for so many years, and they had already emptied the family's assets. If you marry your daughter to the Qiao family, wouldn't that mean you have to eat coarse food? There are also families who are almost unable to eat and want to push their daughters to the Qiao family, but the Qiao family has high standards, and they don't look down on them. Qiao Yu poked a small hole in the window covered with newspapers and blew the incense into the house. This is the herb she found in the mountains specially made. Because there is not much, She was reluctant to use it in the Zhang family. After the Qiao family fell into a deep sleep, she searched every room for things. The Qiao family is indeed poor. The money from selling the original owner was used up 2 years ago, but it did not prevent her from finding food and bacon in the kitchen. In addition, she also found a jade pendant of excellent quality with the word "you" engraved on it. Xiao Yu raised her eyebrows slightly and put the jade pendant into the space. Finally, she rode away on a bicycle. She walked on the road without the shadow of wheels and only took out the bicycle on the road with wheels. The purpose of doing this is naturally to confuse the police officers in investigating the case. Even if Mrs. Zhang and the Qiao family came to Zhou's house to make trouble the day before, and things from the two families were stolen that night, there is no evidence to prove that she did it. After all, the footprints don't match, and the bicycle marks don't match. Even the drugs used to knock them out. Xiaoyu has never bought any drugs in the town or county pharmacy. Moreover, in addition to food and money, she also collected other things in her space, such as cotton, boxes, and pots and pans. These things are not easy to take. If they are taken away from the main door, it must be several people who commit the crime together, right? How can Xiaoyu do it alone? If it is suspected that the Zhou family helped to commit the crime, then where are the things? Where did the things go? When Xiaoyu came back on tiptoe, she ran into Zhou's mother, who was going to the toilet. The latter was obviously stunned for a few seconds, and then she looked straight ahead and went towards the toilet.
Pretend not to see anything.
Pretend not to see anything. Xiaoyu was also stunned for a few seconds, and back in a room, Dawei sat up in shock again when he heard the noise. She yawned and said, "Okay, go to bed." Dawei's heart, which had been uneasy for half the night, finally calmed down. Soon, he also fell asleep with Xiaoyu. Breakfast was made by Zhou's mother. Glancing at Dawei and Xiaoyong, Zhou's wife asked, "Mom, why don't you eat with me?" Zhou's mother, "Take care of yourself." Zhou's wife was a little dissatisfied, but she didn't say anything. When he went to get the farm tools, Zhou Ziguo whispered, "You are too uninformed. My sister-in-law's family and her late husband's sister-in-law came to the house yesterday, but were thrown away by my sister-in-law with a bucket of manure." Zhou's wife was shocked. "Xiaoyu is so bold. I didn't see it. No wonder there was a smell of manure at the gate of the yard. I was puzzled." As expected, the Qiao family and Zhang's wife reported to the police. The two groups met at the police station. At first, they didn't think of Xiaoyu, but now they guessed it was Xiaoyu. They didn't even have time to eat lunch. In the afternoon, the police came to the production team, where the Zhou family was. Xiaoyu was still alone at home. This time, Mrs. Zhang and the Qiao family did not make a scene. Xiaoyu heard the knock on the door, opened the courtyard door, stuck her head out, and saw Xiaoyu in police uniform, smiling. "Comrade from the police? What's up?" These days, ordinary people are subconsciously alert when they see the police, wondering if they have made a mistake. In short, everyone is afraid of the police. It's rare for someone to greet them with such a warm face as Xiaoyu. Don't hit a smiling person. Even though they knew that Xiaoyu's reaction was unnatural for ordinary people, their stern faces eased a little and they said, "Are you free to talk? We want to inquire about 2 theft cases." Xiaoyu looked around and was about to go to work, but the members surrounded her, walked out of the yard, and said, "Let's talk at the door." The 2 public security comrades looked at each other, and before they asked, Mrs. Zhang asked anxiously, "Did you steal my food and money?" "What a coincidence. I picked a fight with you during the day, and then something went missing at night." Xiao's mother, "Yes, it was our 2 families that lost things." Xiaoyu sneered, "I said you were fat and strong, and you had a lot of money and food hidden at home. Which family can still afford to eat these days? You 2 are the only ones who are strong. Isn't it normal for someone to have bad intentions?" Then, Xiaoyu said to the public security comrade, "I'm just an ordinary woman. I have to take my children to follow the army in a few days. How can I bring bad luck to my family? How can I bring bad luck to my man? Why should I get involved with them when I can't enjoy my good life?" Public security comrades, you have to investigate thoroughly. Never let a bad guy go, and never wrongly accuse a good guy. You are wronged. What are you wronged about? I think you stole the things. If you don't return them today, I will use Zhou's things to pay for it. The public security comrades immediately went to stop her, fearing that Mrs. Zhang would act impulsively. Mrs. Zhang had this idea, and so did the Qiao family. They thought that this theft was mysterious, but they could not prove that it was Qiaoyu who did it. If they couldn't find the thief, who would compensate? Isn't this a forced crime? Even if they couldn't take Zhou's things, they could smash some things to vent their anger. After all, he was just splashed with feces yesterday. Qiaoyu had expected this, so he chose to talk at the gate of the courtyard and closed the gate. Seeing that the Qiao family wanted to make a dirty move, Qiaoyu took the broom next to him and swept the ground fiercely, sweeping up a cloud of dust. The whole person was like a door god, and her words were sonorous and powerful, with a deterrent effect. As she said, "Let's see who dares." She was domineering like a demon. That fearless look really scared the Qiao family. The Qiao family and Mrs. Zhang couldn't help but think of the miserable appearance of being splashed with feces yesterday. "Qiaoyu," I said, "if you don't give me a way to live, then we will die together. Anyway, I have died once, so why do I care about these?" The public security comrade didn't care about Mrs. Zhang and hurriedly advised, "Comrade Qiao, calm down.
Calm down.
We are just here to inquire about things. Whether this theft case has anything to do with you is still under investigation. If they smashed, stole, or took things from the Zhou family during the period, they must compensate at the original price. Even if they don't have money, they can advance money from the production team to compensate, and work points will be deducted later. They will not do stupid things that harm others and themselves." As soon as the public security comrade said this, Mrs. Zhang and the Qiao family instantly stopped. There is not much food at home, and the money and coupons are gone. After the autumn harvest, food will be distributed according to work points. This is a drought year, and it is uncertain how much food can be distributed. No matter what, they can't kill themselves. If they really rush into Zhou's house and do those bad things, they will be the ones who suffer. Qiaoyu grinned and showed a sincere smile. "Comrades in the Public Security Bureau are sensible. You are educated and know the twists and turns here. Look at me, a countrywoman who only knows how to fight with these people, but you are different. You know how to control their lifeblood. Comrades in the Public Security Bureau are really smart. Others." The onlookers couldn't react in time to the speed of changing their faces. The public security comrade coughed twice and asked in a businesslike manner, "Comrade Qiao, where were you last night?" "Qiaoyu, where?" "I was sleeping at home. Where else could I go?" "You have dark circles under your eyes." Qiaoyu touched his cheek and said, "Oh, you are talking about this. Didn't they come to cause trouble yesterday? I thought about the experience before. I was almost burned to death." Comrade public security, if a person had not died once and continued to be submissive like before, not knowing how to resist, I don't know what I would be like. Whether I can support the 2 children of the Zhang family, whether I can get away from my natal family and the eldest sister-in-law of the Zhang family, are all unknown. What kind of life did I live before I got married? Even after I got married, my natal family took a few hundred yuan from Zhang and sold me. You say, "You have sold me. How can you have the nerve to come to my house and say that you are doing it for my own good and finding a good marriage for me?" Even a stupid pig wouldn't believe this. And what about life after marrying Lao Zhang? My elder brother and his wife kicked Lao Zhang out of the house, but they didn't share anything and severed their relationship. Later, it was the brigade that made the decision so that Lao Zhang didn't starve to death. Over the years, my elder brother and his wife were also allowed to take advantage of me. As soon as Lao Zhang died, my elder brother and his wife didn't care about their old feelings at all. They wanted to burn me and the 2 children to death for that little bit of pension. Yesterday, my elder sister-in-law came to me and made a scene, saying that Dawei and Xiaoyong were the offspring of the Zhang family, and she should raise them. Public security comrade, she is the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, and her husband is living in the yard. I am also the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. Now that her husband has passed away, how can she be a member of the Zhang family and I am not? Can I raise the 2 children? Her husband is living in the yard now, and she happens to want the 2 children back. So can I guess that she just wants the 2 children back and tortures them to death? Is that right? Public security comrade. You have to interrogate this person's intentions. Xiaoyu felt that the 2 families did not take his warning yesterday to heart at all, so he ignored Mrs. Zhang's jumping up and down and directed his spearhead at the Qiao family again. Oh, by the way, public security comrades, if you didn't come, I actually wanted to find you. You probably all heard about the days before I got married. If you haven't heard it, then let me repeat it again. The 2 public security comrades shook their heads quickly.
No.
You are the only one who can talk, and there is no place for us to use our skills. Xiaoyu's tears came suddenly, but there was no sobbing tone at all. She spoke clearly and logically. It's not like my parents haven't given birth to daughters before. I have several sisters before me, but they didn't have the good treatment that I had of being treated like slaves. Even when they got married, the bride price given by the man was no more than 10 yuan. Why am I different? When I was a child, I really believed what my mother said outside, that she almost lost her life giving birth to me, and that I was unlucky for her. Later, I was raised in the Zhang family for 2 years. My parents came to visit yesterday, and I realized that I looked completely different from the Qiao family. Public security comrades. They must know who my parents are, and they tortured me to death on purpose. Maybe they kidnapped me on purpose. Human trafficking is illegal, right? Can they be locked up and sentenced after the investigation? My biological parents may still be looking for my whereabouts. I'm so pitiful. This is also the real reason why I thought about it all night and didn't sleep all night. The public security comrades originally thought that what she said was nonsense, but when they saw the guilty look on the faces of the 2 elders of the Qiao family and the fact that Xiaoyu looked similar to the Qiao family members in every way, for some reason they had the urge to investigate the truth. Xiaoyu pretended to cry twice, as if she had figured it out, and said in a loud voice, "Public security comrades, I'm going to sue them. Sue them for stealing children. I'm definitely not their biological child." The Qiao family members were instantly panicked. "Xiaoyu, how can you talk like that? You're trying to upset your parents. We raised you with all our hard work, and this is how you repay us."
Xiaoyu,
You're a heartless person. You're actually going to sue your parents. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Xiaoyu's eyes were cold, like a knife sweeping over. If the truth is what I said, you should be struck by lightning, not me. At this moment, both sides no longer cared about feudal superstitions. The Qiao family used moral kidnapping on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu talked about the matter and told about all the things that were wrong and the pain she had before getting married. For a time, the 2 theft cases turned into human trafficking cases. Xiaoyu was a suspect in the theft case, but there was no evidence. The Qiao family was also a suspect in the human trafficking case, but there was no evidence either. Both sides gritted their teeth and rebuked each other, not giving in at all. But in the end, Xiaoyu had the upper hand. It was because he was too good at talking. Xiaoyu went to the county town with the police and said, "Let's check the blood type. See what the blood type is. If it's not right, plus the torture they have put on me over the years, it's enough to sentence me, right?" Xiao's mother, "No.
can't check."
Absolutely can't check." "Oh no." She confessed without being beaten. The police handcuffed Xiao's mother and father on the spot, but Xiaoyu still followed them to the county to check her blood type. Mrs. Zhang was dumbfounded. What's going on? Isn't it a theft case? How did it involve human trafficking? Both the elders of the Qiao family have type O blood, so they couldn't give birth to Xiaoyu, who is type AB blood. Xiaoyu cried in grief, scratching the faces of the elders with her nails, looking like she had lost her mind. "How have I let you down? You already had 5 daughters before me, so why did you want to lure me to your Qiao family? You can lure me, but why did you torture me all these years?
Why?
Where are my biological parents? Tell me, tell me." The loss of control was fake, but the attack was real. If I don't draw some blood from these 2 cancerous tumors to vent my anger, I will really let down the suffering of the original owner in the past. The public security comrades also felt sorry for her. They pretended to stop them twice and then let them go. After she calmed down, she said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Public security comrades. I will sue them for human trafficking. I will make them spend the rest of their lives in prison." Xiao's mother's face was scratched and her hair was messy. Hearing this, she quickly raised her head and said, "We can't sue. We can't sue." Xiao's father also reacted from the fact that the truth was revealed and he was doomed. He quickly said, "Public security comrades, we are really not human traffickers. Really not. We took the wrong child at the beginning, really took the wrong child." Xiao Yu's voice was sinister. "So, when did you find out that I was not a child of the Qiao family? Where are my real parents?" Xiao Yu came out of the Public Security Bureau and glanced at the sky in a trance. After she retracted her gaze, she saw Mrs. Zhang hiding like a mouse seeing a cat, as if she didn't dare to provoke her. She snorted proudly and prepared to hitchhike back to the brigade. She didn't get a ride, so she walked back. If she had known that on the way to the county town, she would ride Zhou's bicycle and let the public security comrades chase her from behind, so as to avoid the pain of walking back to the brigade. When Zhou's mother saw her coming back, her heart finally settled down. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Your sister-in-law rolled a bowl of noodles for you and laid an egg. You should eat it quickly and go to sleep." "Well, thank you, Mother." Mother Zhou didn't ask anything, and Xiao Yu didn't say anything either. She was indeed a little tired. She had a dreamless night. After waking up, she couldn't help but think back to what Xiao's parents had said. The original owner's mother was from Beijing. What family was she from? I heard that her background was not simple. The reason why the wrong baby was taken away was that, first, the Qiao family and the other girl were born on the same day and in the same ward. Second, the original owner was a premature baby and was almost the same as the Qiao family's youngest daughter, who was truly malnourished. How did the Qiao family find out that Xiao Yu was not their biological daughter? There was a plum blossom mark on her buttocks, which the Qiao family's biological daughter did not have. When she thought about what was going on, Qiao's mother would certainly not make it public and only told her bedmate. Since their biological daughter was enjoying herself, they would definitely not expose the matter, so they kept it secret for 18 years. The Public Security Bureau is already investigating the list of mothers who gave birth in the county hospital that year. In fact, it is very easy to find. After all, there is only one mother who came from Beijing and has an extraordinary family background. As for the attitude of the original owner's relatives, we have to wait until the Public Security Bureau is contacted before we can give Qiao Yu a reply. Doesn't this make Qiao Yu feel troubled? Although Zhou Zhan looks good and the Zhou family is easy to get along with, but Zhou Zhan is not good enough. The original owner's relatives are from Beijing and their family background is not ordinary. If they treat her better, then she doesn't have to marry Zhou Zhan. It's just a pity for that face that grows on her heart. The matter of her life experience could not be concealed in the Public Security Bureau. Not to mention the public security comrades, even the daughter of the Qiao family who had been married for many years, and the fat son also came to the Zhou family to make trouble. The two elders of the Qiao family went to squat in the fenced yard. Even if the daughters had already married, it would have an impact on the children. The mother-in-law could not tolerate a daughter-in-law whose family had someone in jail. "Ayu, why are you so cruel? Your parents raised you," Xiao Yu said sarcastically. "Then I should thank them. I could have lived a life of luxury without having to worry about food and clothing. I didn't have to cut grass for pigs at the age of 2, cook for the whole family at the age of 3, run around the production team after being beaten at the age of 5 and almost lost my life, work in the fields at the age of 10, and not be sold to a divorced man with 2 children at the age of 16. All these are thanks to them. They're the ones who raised me. I really want to thank them. Ayu, even if your parents are sorry for you, how can we be sorry for you? What should we do if you sue your parents? How can you be so selfish?" Xiao Yu. "Oh, I'm selfish, but you're not. When your parents were torturing me, didn't you think that with me as a punching bag, your parents wouldn't hit you? Weren't you relieved? Why didn't you help me out of our sisterhood? You say I'm selfish? Didn't I learn that from you, the Qiao family? Let's not let the eldest brother talk about the second brother. I have good genes after all, and my parents may be highly educated. But you're different and you are rotten from the root. You say I am selfish? Xiao Yu. Has our sisterhood for so many years been fake? Do you really not want to be related by blood? Do you think your biological parents can accept you when they see you like this? Don't dream. You have been married once and you have two burdens. Xiao Yu interrupted. Stop, I don't need them to recognize you, or not. If they can distinguish the facts and know that their biological children have been maliciously replaced and their biological children have suffered since childhood, they should know what to do. They still keep that fake one, which is disrespectful to me. Then why should I go back? I have suffered so much for so many years, and I have to see that the superior life and parental love that originally belonged to me were replaced by the daughter of my enemy? Is it to make things difficult for myself? I can endure hardships, but I will not suffer losses. If they can't handle it well, then in my eyes, they are no different from you, the enemies who are just watching coldly. Well, go back to where you came from. I will definitely sue your parents. You didn't help me back then, so how can you have the nerve to ask me not to sue them? If you had helped me, I wouldn't be so selfish. Xiao Yu said it with great irony. Seeing that they were still making a scene and disturbing the peace of the Zhou family, Xiao Yu ran to the Public Security Bureau without saying a word, taking some dry food and eating and sleeping in front of the Public Security Bureau. Dare to make trouble in the Zhou family? She, Xiao Yu, is not afraid of causing trouble to the public security comrades. Divert the trouble to others. The daughters of the Qiao family disturbed the peace of the Zhou family, so she went to the Public Security Bureau to seek justice and see which family member of the perpetrator was qualified to harass the victim. The public security comrades not only had never seen a member who was not afraid of them, but also had never met a member who lived and ate at the door of the Public Security Bureau. Because of this matter, the county was in an uproar, and the public security comrades could only visit the in-laws of the daughters of the Qiao family one by one, implying that if they interfered with official business again, they could not blame them for inviting these people to the police station for a few days of tea. The daughters of the Qiao family had to settle down. After all, a daughter who is married is like water spilled. When they were young, they were only slightly better than Xiao Yu, and they didn't have much affection for their natal family. If they were not worried about having a hard time in their in-laws' home and people around them gossiping, they would not have bothered to take the lead. After being warned by the public security comrades, they shrank their heads like turtles and dared not to make trouble at Zhou's house again. But in this way, life in the husband's family will be more difficult. Only when I become a mother-in-law, maybe things will get better. There is no follow-up with the daughters of the Qiao family. The only son doesn't care much about his parents, but asks where the real little sister is. Not long after Xiao Yu knew about this, he got news about his real parents. It was the public security comrades who came to the door. After seeing the other party's hesitation, Xiao Yu first poured them a cup of hot water soaked with fruit candies in an enamel pot, and then took the initiative to speak. Comrades of the public security, you help me run around and do justice for me. No matter what the final situation is, I will not vent my anger on any innocent people. My approach is a bit extreme, but it is only aimed at those who persecuted me. The real Xiao Yu died in the Qiao family, the cannibalistic den. So you don't have to worry about my emotions. Not to mention that the family only gave birth to me, and I haven't even met them. Feelings need time to cultivate. Since I have no feelings for them, no matter what choices and decisions they make, they can't hurt me. The reason why I am still sitting here is just to hear the result. Xiao Yu said this because she had observed the behavior of the public security comrades and guessed what answer the original owner's biological parents would give. Although she was born in the 2000s, she was not tactful in dealing with things. How did she save up all that property? She always leaves a way out for everything, except for the very bad ones. She doesn't indulge those very bad ones and likes to give them a taste of their own medicine. They don't let her have an easy life, and she doesn't let them have a good time either. The two public security comrades who came here heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. Having seen this female comrade coming to the Public Security Bureau to eat and live, they thought she was a thorn in the side and had an unforgiving temper. They were wrong. Although she has a hot temper, She is against the matter, not the person. All of a sudden, the two public security comrades felt more sympathetic towards Xiaoyu. If they had encountered these injustices, they would probably have made even more noise. Since you said so, we have nothing to hide. Comrade Xiao, you must stay calm after listening to this. Xiaoyu smiled. Okay. Inwardly, Xiaoyu had prepared for the worst. Sure enough, he heard two police comrades speaking and supplementing one by one, completing the original appearance of the original owner's relatives. Comrade Xiao, what they mean is that they can recognize you, but they cannot accept your late husband's two children. After all, they have no blood relationship with you.
And
the matter of your adoptive parents, they hope you can withdraw the lawsuit. After all, your adoptive parents raised you up.
let you.
Not be too heartless. Seeing that Xiaoyu's face was getting worse and worse, the police comrade supplemented. They will give you a few thousand yuan in child support. Xiaoyu asked, Public security comrade, I have lived in the countryside since I was a child, and I don't understand many national laws, so I want to ask. If I don't accept their several thousand yuan in child support compensation, is it equivalent to them not raising me up and I won't have to support them in the future? The two police officers looked at each other and one of them nodded. In theory, that's the case. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Okay, please ask the public security comrades to help me reply to them. First, I will definitely raise my ex-husband's two children. But their family? I don't want to go back. Who cares about the few $1,000s? It's my life that has been ruined. Can money make up for it? Not to mention that they didn't know that their daughter was replaced. Even what they're doing now is no different from being an accomplice. If I go back, can I compare with the fake child they have raised for many years? Don't joke. After saying this with personal emotions, full of irony, when seeing the two police officers looking at each other, Xiaoyu adjusted his state and continued with a faint smile. Second, I must sue this adoptive parents who have abused me for many years. I don't care what others think of me. I only know that every beating was for me. Others have been hungry and sour in the past few years, but this state is what I have experienced since I was a child.
I'm used to it.
It can be said that before I got married, I was in a state of famine every year, every month, and every day. How old was I at that time? I had to finish the work of the whole family and find food for myself. Otherwise, she will starve to death. Xiaoyu closed her eyes, feeling sorry for the original owner. Sorry, I'm too excited. The two public security comrades didn't say anything. It was rare to refuse a few thousand yuan, and she had to support her late husband's two children. If it were them, they would definitely choose to compromise with the Zhang family in Beijing. As for the two late husband's children, they could find other good families for the children and send some money every month, without worrying that the other party would suffer losses for the children. Xiaoyu chose the most difficult path. In fact, if Xiaoyu didn't have the copy space, she might have done what the public security thought, bowed her head, compromised with the Zhang family, and then turned the Zhang family upside down. What was the most important thing in the 1960s and 1970s? Wasn't it the food in her mouth? She had a copy space in her hand, so she didn't have to worry about food, and she could even hide it and do some business. But I don't know what the rank of her nominal husband is. Will he tolerate her little tricks? Let's see when the time comes. Public security comrade, don't worry, we will convey this message for you. Yes, Comrade Xiao, no one will say anything to you. In today's society, the poorer you are, the more glorious you are, and the spirit is the most admirable. If put in the eyes of future generations, what Xiaoyu did is that she is a fool who does not want money. But in the 1960s, most people paid attention to the spiritual level and praised her behavior. She was not afraid of money, was not corrupted by money, and must fight against the oppression she once had. Isn't this a typical example of the poor overthrowing the landlords and the peasants standing up for themselves? She made a big fuss in the Public Security Bureau at the time, and almost everyone in the county knew about it. So her subsequent actions were also reported to the Revolutionary Committee. Even the director of the Revolutionary Committee nodded after listening to it. She has a strong personality. The director of the Public Security Bureau and Zhou Zhan used to be in the same class, but later retired and returned to his hometown. When Zhou Zhan returned to the team this time, he also entrusted the director to look after his 3 wives and children. The latter felt sorry for his old classmate at first. It was obvious that his old classmate had a bright future in terms of ability, appearance, and figure. If it weren't for an accident, how could he have ended up with such a noisy and divorced shrew? Now it seems that this female comrade is not without merit. At least she can distinguish right from wrong and is not tempted by the few $1,000s. As for her family background, his comrade in arms is marrying up. After listening to the replies from his 2 subordinates, the director of the Public Security Bureau pondered for a while before saying, "Okay, I see. I'll write back to them personally about this matter." Of course, the director did not contact Xiao Yu's biological parents. After he knew their character, he asked someone to check the Zhang family and found out that the real head of the Zhang family was Xiao Yu's grandfather. The Zhang parents had kept Xiao Yu's life experience a secret from Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Zhang held a high position in the capital and had only one son, Zhang's father. Zhang's father gave birth to 2 sons and a little girl. The Zhang family loved the little girl since she was a child and arranged a marriage for her early on. But the little girl was spoiled by the Zhang family and was discovered to be secretly in love with a high school classmate. Now Grandpa Zhang is worried about breaking off the engagement. The Public Security Bureau director picked up the phone, and Grandpa Zhang was refusing the marriage for the sake of his granddaughter, even though he had offended an old man for his granddaughter. Grandpa Zhang was in a trance when the Public Security Bureau director called. "Good guy, the granddaughter is not his own." He couldn't give a reply for the time being and only said, "Please give me a few days to think about how to deal with this matter." Director. "Yes, Chief." Grandpa Zhang asked someone to investigate, and they found out the truth in less than half a day. He spent another half a day to regain his spirit, and thinking of his granddaughter whom he had never met, he called the director of the Public Security Bureau back. "Comrade, please help me delay her. I will handle this matter personally." Hearing him say this, the director breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Okay, Chief." There are pottery jars in the space, which are for her to eat alone. Not only that, there are also kitchen knives, salt, and other things, which are convenient for her to deal with wild boars. Fortunately, the original owner was strong enough to deal with this little wild boar. The internal organs were hollowed out and thrown into the space, and the fat and lean meat were separated. The fat meat was refined into a can of lard, and the lean meat was fried into shredded meat or made into meatball soup, and then put into the black box in the copy space. Shredded meat and meatballs are ready-to-eat foods, which are convenient for her to eat alone. As for the refined lard, it will be added to the lard jar at home in the future so that she can add some meat to the children to nourish their bodies. After that, the remaining few big wild boars were sold to the black market by her, making a small profit and getting a few tickets. After collecting the industrial tickets, she bought an iron pot and returned to Zhou's house before dark. When Zhou's mother saw her, she breathed a sigh of relief, but when she smelled the strong smell of blood on her body, her face frightened. "Are you hurt?" Seeing that Zhou's mother was about to check, she was held down by Xiao Yu, who said, "I'm fine, mother. I killed a wild boar and sold it." The bloody smell is from the wild boar. Zhou's mother gasped. "Wild boar? It's okay, I'm fine, right? Don't go next time, Xiao Yu, if you are short of money and tickets. Just tell mother."
"Okay."
She responded like that, but it is more reassuring to earn money yourself than to use other people's means. Zhou's mother persuaded her a few more times before saying, "Don't you have half a day off today? I'll go to several households in the brigade to exchange some cloth coupons for you, buy some cloth for you, and make a few more clothes." Xiao Yu listened calmly, then responded, "Well, I know, mother." Zhou's mother knew that she was tired, so she changed the subject and said, "Okay, go take a shower and go to bed." "Okay." Xiao Yu returned to the house, glanced at Dawe's sleeping posture, pulled back the quilt, and went to bed. She slept all day long, then she pulled up the wild boar meat that fell into the well and handed it to Zhou Deseo. "Sister-in-law, I found this on my way to the city. I'll add some meat to the family." Originally, Zhou Deseo was dissatisfied with her mother-in-law using money from the brigade to exchange cloth coupons for the new sister-in-law. When she saw that the other party brought back real meat and a lot of fat, Zhou Deseo gave up the idea instantly and greeted her with a smile. Okay, I'll make lard out of the fat for the children and fry the lean meat. It's up to you. Xiaoyu bought cloth before, but she and Dawei and Xiaoyong could only make one set of clothes. Now Zhou's mother gave them cloth coupons, so they can make another set. As for the set she is wearing, she can cut it for other uses. Now that there is no shortage of food in the space, Xiaoyu went to the city, tore off some pieces of cloth and brought them back to sew clothes, and she didn't go out much. The train tickets for her and her 2 children were brought by the director of the Public Security Bureau himself, and they were sleeper berths. The departure time is 5 days later. The Zhou family was not restrained with the director of the Public Security Bureau. After all, they all knew that he had a good relationship with Zhou Zan. After Zhou's mother found an excuse to leave, leaving the space for the director and Xiaoyu to talk, the director said, "Comrade Xiao, the real boss of the Zhang family is your grandfather. The attitude of the Zhang family before did not represent him, and he is on his way now. In view of the fact that he came in person, I hope you will not hate your biological parents for what they did." Xiaoyu was a little surprised. In person? To me? Yes, Comrade Xiao. Xiaoyu calmed down and responded, "Okay, I get it." Finally, she asked about the Zhang family's situation. The director said cryptically, "That person holds an important position in the capital. Your biological father is a university professor, your mother is at home taking care of her husband and children, your eldest son is in the army, and your youngest son is doing academic research. As for Zhang Bauer, the female comrade who was mistakenly adopted by you has just graduated from high school and is preparing to go to secondary technical school." Xiaoyu felt very sarcastic. The original owner lost her husband and was almost killed by her in-laws. She also had to take on the responsibility of raising her late husband's 2 children. But the pampered one is preparing to go to secondary technical school? Well, I see. The director looked at Xiaoyu's face and said, "In fact, Comrade Xiao, returning to the Zhang family is the best choice. With this person protecting you, your future will definitely be easier than marrying into the Zhou family." Xiaoyu smiled and replied, "Thank you, Director." Return to the Zhang family? Even if Grandpa Zhang is the head of the family, so what? The original owner's biological parents don't welcome her, and she has 2 brothers she has never met. Returning to the Zhang family is like walking on thin ice. It is better to marry Zhou Zan, who is not capable of doing it, and be the head of the family in the future, which is better than relying on others for a living. After sending the director away, Xiaoyu began to prepare things for the army. In addition to making a few sets of clothes, there were also preparations for food and money. Seeing that Zhou's mother put a lot of things into the snakeskin bag, Xiaoyu stopped her and said, "Mom, you can buy more things when you get there. I have to hold Xiaoyong and Dawei all the way. How can I spare so many hands?" It was not easy to raise him up, but he encountered a famine and now he can't walk. Zhou's mother sighed a few words when she heard it, and then said, "The youngest son gets a subsidy every month, which contains milk powder tickets. I used to exchange them with other comrades. You should keep them for yourself in the future and slowly nourish Xiaoyong's body." Well, okay. Mrs. Zhou's 2 children are already past the age of drinking milk powder and both eat malted milk to nourish their bodies. Zhou Zan would send back 2 cans of malted milk every month, one for his nephews and nieces, and one specifically for Mother Zhou. When Mrs. Zhou heard what her mother said, she didn't have any objections, especially after she knew that the new sister-in-law really came from an extraordinary family. As Mrs. Zhou thought, before leaving, Xiaoyu's real grandfather came to the production team in a car, which shocked the team members. "Whose relative is this? You don't even know?" "It's the one the youngest son of the Zhou family just married. His biological parents heard that he was from the capital, so they came to recognize him." "Is it true?" "Then it's hard to say who is marrying up in this Zhou family marriage." Because of her son's many military achievements, Mother Zhou had seen the world because she had many officials in the city to take care of her even though she lived in the countryside. But when facing Grandpa Zhang, he still couldn't stretch his hands and feet and felt restrained. Xiaoyu sent Zhou's mother away. "Mom, I'll entertain you here." Zhou's mother breathed a sigh of relief, and just as she went to the kitchen, she heard her eldest daughter-in-law whispered, "Mom, Xiao Yu's family seems to be of extraordinary status. Is she still willing to marry my second brother? And the two children Dawei and Xiaorong. Do your own thing and mind others." Zhou's mother sneered. Zhou's wife couldn't gossip anymore, so she buried her head in her work. The main room. Grandpa Zhang brought a lot of rare things: malted milk powder, fujiang flour, and white rice, as well as some bacon, sausage, cloth, and so on. Xiaoyu took a few more glances at the things that were not in the space, but her emotions didn't fluctuate much, so she retracted her gaze. When there were only the two of them left in the main room, Xiaoyu took the lead to break the silence. "Mr. Zhang, what is the purpose of your visit this time?" Zhou Zan had been on the battlefield, and there was an unconcealable murderous aura on his body, and he looked not easy to provoke. To put it in the words of later generations, no different from a big wolf dog that is not easy to mess with. The man in front of him also has a bit of evil spirit, but his temples are gray, and his face is covered with marks. After years of precipitation, he has restrained that kind of evil spirit very well. He has the majesty of a superior, and he is kind and careful towards the younger generation. This is also the reason why Xiaoyu didn't say anything serious. After all, the things the other party brought and his current performance are enough to show his attitude. "Child, your name is Xiaoyu?" "Yes." "Can you tell me why you are raising your ex-husband's two children?" "As far as I know, those two children have no blood relationship with you." He didn't mention a word about returning to the Zhang family. Old hands are usually good at roundabout tactics. Seeing that he was old and had a good attitude, Xiaoyu also followed his words. "If it weren't for my late husband, I would have been ruined by now. Before I got married, I was a servant of the Qiao family. After I got married, I was a tool for giving birth. I was an illiterate peasant woman who worked in the fields all my life. He gave me the opportunity to straighten my spine and let me know that it was wrong to blindly work like a cow or a horse before, and that foolish filial piety was deformed. It was he who led me out of the darkness and gave me a new life. He passed away, but I know he was concerned about the two children. He was not only my former lover, but also my savior. I can't repay his life-saving grace. I can only grit my teeth and raise his children. No matter what the future holds, I must be worthy of my conscience." This was the original owner's thought before she died. The original owner's thoughts were more straightforward, but it didn't matter. After her processing and packaging, it was enough to move this superior. Of course, she wanted to exaggerate the original owner's past difficulties and attach importance to love and friendship to set off her noble character. Even though there was some fakery involved, she and Grandpa Zhang knew it, but the reality was, as she said, she had never thought of abandoning her late husband's two children. Doing practical things plus spiritual declarations are enough to make the old man in front of him look at her differently. Grandpa Zhang was indeed very surprised. According to the investigation, he originally thought that his granddaughter was spoiled. Even though there was some heartache, it was more based on blood ties and reputation. If she really made such unreasonable demands on Xiaoyu like her son who was stupid because of studying, I am afraid that the enemy family would find a handle. After meeting, he was impressed by the power of genes. She is worthy of being his granddaughter. Even if she was spoiled, her temperament and speaking level are beyond ordinary people. If the Qiao family had not maliciously taken her away, she would definitely be less troublesome than the fake granddaughter in the family now. Seeing that Xiaoyu had the demeanor of his youth in his eyebrows, Grandpa Zhang relaxed his brows and said, "Good child, I believe you. You are right to continue to raise those two children." "Yes." "Child, you don't have to care about their attitude towards you. You can sue the Qiao couple if you want. As for the Zhang family, you don't have to reply if you don't want to. Just one thing, the attitude of my son and daughter-in-law does not represent mine. You are my granddaughter, and I should be good to you. Whatever you want, just ask, and Grandpa will try his best to satisfy you and make it up to you. Xiaoyu, I will not change my surname to Zhang. Your son and daughter-in-law don't recognize me, and there is no need for me to put my face on their cold buttocks." Yes, Grandpa knows. Seeing this, Xiao Yu's face was slightly better, and he said, if you want to make it up to me, I won't ask for anything on my own initiative. It depends on what you are willing to give me. Grandpa Zhang wanted to use this to see the character of his granddaughter, but was counterattacked. Mr. Zhang was not angry at all, and laughed out loud with full energy. After laughing, he said, not bad. Not bad. Xiao Yu smiled but said nothing. Mr. Zhang, tell me why you must marry the second son of the Zhou family. Xiao Yu, it is not easy for a female comrade to be independent in this era, not to mention that I want to raise 2 children, Dawei and Xiaoyong. Zhou Zan was forced to marry me because of rumors before he knew my background, which shows that he values love and friendship. If I abandon everything and leave after knowing my background, what am I? Another thing is that the Zhou family has been poor peasants for 8 generations, and marrying him will be absolutely safe in the future. There were signs in the early 1950s such as fighting and landlords. If these were seen as trends by other members of the Zhang family, Mr. Zhang might not be surprised. After all, the circle is there and more or less, he will hear some rumors. But the farthest place Xiao Yu has been to in more than 10 years is the local county town. Where does her foresight and overall view come from? Old Master Zhang understood why his granddaughter would rather marry Zhou Zan than return to the Zhang family. She would not accept a dishonor. She has guts, courage, and brains. Old Master Zhang, good child. Your grandmother's dowry has always been reserved for the female generation. It was originally intended for Bauer. After you and the Zhou family boy have registered their marriage and are settled, take some time to come to the capital. Xiao Yu, excuse me, how is your wife? The daughter of a big capitalist. When old Master Zhang smiled, he showed a mouthful of yellow teeth, looking as cute as an old naughty boy. Xiao Yu changed his words. Grandma's dowry should be worth a lot, right? Yes, you can only come and get it yourself. Xiao Yu said carefully. Okay, Grandpa. No problem, Grandpa. Old Master Zhang was very moved. In addition to your grandmother's dowry, Grandpa also has several thousand yuan on hand. Xiao Yu was very moved. Especially after Mr. Zhang took out his passbook, a touching scene of grandfather and grandson meeting each other too late, and tears welled up in their eyes, was staged on the spot. Zhou's mother, who was observing the main hall not far away. Is she dazzled? Aren't these two strangely unfamiliar when they first met? How come the scene became so emotional when she just went to the kitchen? In addition to the dowry given by Mr. Zhang, Xiao Yu took the opportunity to make an additional request. Grandpa, my late husband said when he was still alive that I have the conditions to go to school and my achievements are no worse than those of ordinary people. So I think if possible, you can use your connections to let me go to school in the army. If not, a diploma will also be fine. Okay. The grandfather and grandson exchanged a few more pleasantries before Mr. Zhang left. Zhou's mother tried to persuade her to stay for dinner, but was politely rejected by Mr. Zhang. The holiday is only a few days. I have to go back as soon as possible. After Mr. Zhang left, Xiao Yu gave Zhou's mother all the other common items and put the rest, such as malted milk, milk powder, fuqiang flour, and white rice, into the black box in the space. After the black box was full, she only needed to wait for the food to be copied out every day, and she would not have to worry about food in the future. The next day, Xiao Yu went to the county town and took out all the money in her savings and put it in the space. Together with the pension for her deceased husband and the money stolen from the original owner's mother's deceased husband's eldest brother's house, there were more than 5,000 yuan. With a lot of bills collected by Mr. Zhou before he left, she went shopping in the city and left with a backpack. After she no longer had to worry about food and clothing, she asked Zhou's mother about the other 3 adopted sons. Zhou's mother said with a kind look, "Those 3 children are the orphans of the youngest's comrades. Xiaojun is 10 years old, quiet, down to earth, and can help with things. The youngest is not in the army all year round, so you can ask him to do things if you are too busy. Xiaowu and Xiaowen are twins. Although they look alike, their personalities are completely different. They are both 5 years old. The elder brother Xiaowu does things without thinking, and the younger brother Xiaowen talks even less than Xiaojun and doesn't like to talk to people. When it came to this, Zhou's mother sighed. If the youngest hadn't adopted them, there would have been no later events. But if he didn't adopt them, his conscience would be uneasy. After all, those two comrades were his lifelong friends. If it weren't for them, the youngest would have died long ago. Hey, you have to be righteous in life. Xiaoyu comforted her for a while, and then asked Zhou's mother, Mom, what do they like? I just went there, so I have to buy some gifts. Zhou's mother, what can they like? These days, it's good to have some meat to eat. Otherwise, I'll go and exchange some cloth coupons. Can you make clothes for the children? I don't know if this cloth coupon is enough. Xiaoyu, Grandpa gave me a lot of cloth coupons before he left. It should be enough. Mother, tell me the sizes of the 3 children.
Yeah, okay.
After answering, Zhou's mother carefully tested. Ayu, are you really not going back to Zhang's house? Return, of course I have to go back. Grandpa prepared a lot of dowry for me. If I don't go back to Zhang's house in Beijing to get it, wouldn't it be cheap for that fake guy? But I'm not in a hurry. I have to wait until I settle down after joining the army before I can take the time to go back. At this point, Xiaoyu said again, Mother, if the son of the Qiao family comes to trouble you, you can give him the address of the Zhang family. This is what she originally wanted to do. Her parents, whom she had not met yet, used the mouth of the public security comrades to disgust her. If she didn't respond, wouldn't it be unfilial? But this cheap grandfather made her restrained. As long as the Qiao family didn't come to trouble her without knowledge again, she didn't need to care. After all, it was the original owner who was related to them by blood, not her.
Hey, okay.
Zhou's mother responded. The verdict came down to Qiao's parents on the eve of Xiaoyu's departure. Deliberately holding the wrong child and abusing the child was a double felony of child abduction and child abuse, and was sentenced to 15 years. Originally, the sentence would not be so severe, but Mr. Zhang made some adjustments and showed his approval of Xiaoyu, so he emphasized the sentence. Xiaoyu felt that it was too light and that he should be sentenced to death, but when he thought about Qiao's parents being released from prison and still living as re-education through labor prisoners, he smiled and felt happy. The moment the verdict came down, Xiaoyu had already packed up a large bag and stuffed it with gifts for his 3 cheap sons. He held Xiaoyong in one hand and Dawei in the other, and boarded the train with the army. The director of the Public Security Bureau got her a sleeper berth, and there was no ticket or squeeze. After squeezing onto the train, she saw Xiaoyong's big head almost falling back to the ground, so she hurriedly spread her hands to help him. The child still smiled broadly and looked harmless, calling her Mom, Mother. Xiaoyong was very thin, with a big head and a small body. He couldn't walk even at the age of 2, so he had to be held by her. Most people were like this in the 1960s. There was nothing special about it. Who allowed Xiaoyong to live in a lean year? After finding the bed, Xiaoyu stuffed the big bag under the sleeper, rummaged for a green military kettle, filled 2 sips of warm water, breathed, handed it to Dawei, who was watching eagerly, and then looked toward the window with Xiaoyong in his arms. The Zhou family waved to her. Xiaoyu raised Xiaoyong's thin little hand and waved toward the window to say goodbye silently. Rumble, the green train started. She officially embarked on the chapter of joining the army. The departure time was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They and Zhou's family got up and ate before dawn. After arriving in the county seat, they caught the first train to the city. After all this hard work, they were already hungry. The Zhou family estimated that they would have a simple meal in the city before going back. She also took out the enamel jar and chopsticks from her bag, took out 3 large jars, and made hot water for the mother and son's lunch. Stir-fried rice flour plus wild vegetable dumplings are a staple food and vitamin supplement. The wild vegetable dumplings also contain salt. Use chopsticks to stir them together. The mother and son have to make 2 large cups to eat. When it was over, Xiaoyu stuffed Xiaoyong with another egg. The child wolfed down the food as soon as he smelled it and almost choked. Xiaoyu said to Dawei while walking along the child's back, "Bring some water to the enamel jar."
Hey, okay.
Dawei ran very fast after eating. The whole carriage was eaten in the same way as Xiaoyu. Others had fried brown rice in advance, or ground whole grains in shells and stir-fried them. Then they could eat them with some hot water. It was not tasty, not oily, and the portion was not enough, but it was still edible. 3 points full is good. In the lean years across the country, the food is not nutritious. Everyone's face is sallow, there is no spirit, and the slogans are not loud enough. Xiaoyu was different. Even though he was bone-thin, his skin was fair, but his eyes were extraordinarily big, like a sad frog. Anyway, she looked at herself in the mirror once and didn't want to look at herself a second time. After being raised in the Zhang family for a few days, the meat cannot be raised back in just a few days, but the energy has improved, and it is much more pleasing to the eye than when it was first worn. No matter how low-key he was, his mental appearance and the amount of rice that was larger than those around him attracted attention, not to mention the cooked egg. Xiaoyu clearly heard the sound of swallowing all around. Looking up again, some people have bright eyes, while others are embarrassed to look away. But he knew the rules and didn't ask her to share the food. She has read some period novels, in which many cannon fodders ask the protagonist to share their food as soon as they come up. They are really stupid. These days, let alone sharing, even if you buy food, there may not be anyone to sell it. Haven't you seen that the black market food prices are so high? It seems she needs to be more low-key. Don't feed the children too much in the military compound. Otherwise, if you are not careful and the children spill the beans, how much trouble will it bring to you and your current wife? I can only eat alone. Dawei soon came back with an enamel jar. Xiaoyu blew on the hot water and slowly fed Xiaoyong to drink. They had to eat quickly. If they were slow, they would be robbed. Nothing happened on the green train, except that after riding for a few days and nights, my face looked a little pale. Xiaoyu also has to take care of the package and 2 children. After getting off the train, you have to take a shuttle bus. She was about to ask for directions when she saw a young man in military green holding a sign with her name Xiaoyu on it. The young man hesitated. Xiaoyu?
Yes.
Xiaoyu pointed to the 2 children, my son, Dawei Xiaoyong. Dawei Xiaoyong, call me brother. Dawei, hello brother. Yong only glanced at the young man and continued to bury his head in Xiaoyu's chest. The young man scratched his head and said, hello, sister-in-law, I am sent by the regiment commander to pick you up. The car is outside, let's go. Xiaoyu knew that joining the army requires a military rank above the battalion level. How old is Zhou Zayan? You became the group leader so quickly? Judging from the situation at home, is he relying on his own abilities? That's quite capable. Unexpectedly, her husband in name is still a potential stock. I pushed the idea of keeping a low profile on the train. The regiment-level salary was about 150, which was more than enough to feed 5 children, but the receipts were difficult to obtain. As a military wife, it's not easy for her to go to the black market. Oh, isn't this an excuse for being a cheap grandpa? Stable. Xiaoyu calmed down after getting in the car. This was not the first time for the young soldier to come to the station to pick up his military wife. He came to pick her up since he was shopping on the island. In the past, no matter how well educated the sister-in-law was, she would be secretly surprised when she saw the car he drove. But this military wife had no expression at all.
And
the little soldier secretly glanced at the rearview mirror and thought that Captain Zhou's second wife was not as bad as the rumors. He's long, he's pretty good-looking, and he looks young. Quiet and easy to get along with? The car drove for several hours, then stopped and took a boat to the island, and then took a long car ride on the island.
Stop it.
The little soldier also felt uncomfortable. Roll down the windows for ventilation. Seeing that Dawei didn't have that idea, Xiaoyu said to the little warrior again, I'll let this kid clean the car for you later. The little warrior quickly shook his head. No, sister-in-law, I will do it myself. You and the 2 children, I just arrived and I still need to tidy up the house, so I won't bother you. Xiaoyu thought about it and stopped insisting. But an apology must be given. She reached out and dug in her bag. She actually reached out in the space and took out a raw egg. Then consider this an apology. Please wash the car. The little soldier was driving and couldn't spare any time to refuse. Xiaoyu then stuffed the raw eggs into the small pocket on his chest and said, take it, go back and boil it, and you can eat it. There were cooked eggs in her space, but if the cooked eggs were left for a long time, the surface of the yolk would turn green. She put these eggs in space after they were boiled and kept them as they were when they were freshly cooked. It was okay to fool the children, but she had to be more careful in the army. In addition to avoiding space exposure, there is no need to be careful or uncomfortable at other times. The little soldier couldn't refuse, so he chatted with Xiaoyu. Sister-in-law, have you not crushed the raw eggs along the way? Many military wives cooked them and put them in their bags. Even if they were squeezed, they would not break. Nothing to eat. Xiaoyu chuckled. I was careful all the way. That's troublesome. It's all for the children so they can eat fresh food. Dawei and Xiaoyong lost their mother when they were young and lost their father some time ago. As a stepmother, I will treat them badly. If something happens to them, how can I explain it to their underground father? Anyway, in this era, parents are reluctant to eat or clothe, all for the sake of their children. She can totally handle this excuse. The little soldier also heard that the 2 children brought by Captain Zhou's second wife were not biological. There was a lot of discussion in the military compound because of this matter. He had heard those gossips. Some are sarcastic and some are admiring. But he felt that this sister-in-law was as upright and responsible as Captain Zhou. It's just right to be paired with team leader Zhou. After chatting all the way, we finally arrived at the army. The green environment of the army is average, with sparse trees on the island and the 2 soldiers at the army gate, who are as straight as pine trees, salute when they see people. Later, when more people come in and out, the superiors exempt them from the rules of saluting when they see people with high rank. The officers remained the same. The car drove all the way to the entrance of the military compound. Because the houses inside were close together and the road was narrow, bicycles could come and go freely. This kind of car was not suitable, so Xiaoyu and the others were put down. It was dinner time, and a row of soldiers rushed to the canteen. Seeing that Feng Hui's figure was one of his friends, the little soldier called out his name and then shouted, "Carry my sister-in-law's luggage." The man was a little reluctant, but after knowing who the little soldier was picking up today, he glanced at Xiaoyu and gave a standard military salute. "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hey, they are all good soldiers of the motherland, people. What a good comrade." Xiaoyu followed the instructions. How could he be like the fashionable post-aughts generation in later generations? Completely confused with this era. When Xiaoyu said this, the little comrade felt more at ease. He picked up the big and small bags and showed Xiaoyu the way. "Sister-in-law, come with me."
Hey.
"Little comrade, do you know whose family member I am?" "Young comrade, I know. Xiao Zhao went to pick you up today, the family member of Captain Zhou." "Yeah, that's right. I'm glad to know. I was afraid that you would take me the wrong way." Seeing that she spoke readily, the young comrade let go of some of the tension in his body and chatted with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu also learned about the general situation here. In the 60 years of famine, the whole country was affected, but the troops needed supplies in the first place. This is an island with no shortage of marine life, so the people here are in better condition than other places. The military compound is still being improved. In addition, the ultraviolet rays on the island are strong, which causes people's skin to be generally darker. When Xiaoyu came, not to mention that her eyes bulged out from hunger, her fair skin became a beautiful scenery along the way. "Sister-in-law, this is it." Immediately, the young comrade shouted inside, "Zhou Jun, is Xiao Jun here? Here I come." It was a boy's voice with a hint of childishness. While the person inside ran to open the door, the young comrade explained to Xiaoyu, "Sister-in-law, Zhou Tuan lived in a building before, and you have 2 children to take care of here, right? Afraid that it was not big enough, you applied for this courtyard. Most of the things are ready. If you need anything, just tell Xiao Zhao. He will help you buy it, and Zhou Tuan will give you the money when he comes back." Xiaoyu smiled. "When I came, my grandfather gave me a lot of money, so why should I trouble other people so much? I won't cause trouble for the organization. I still have to thank the young comrade and come to my house another day." "Okay, then I'll go to the cafeteria." "Did I delay your meal?" "Take it on the way and eat it as a sweet treat." Xiaoyu grabbed 4 or 5 fruit candies and stuffed them into the other party. The young comrade did not refuse and grinned at Xiaoyu with a row of white teeth. Okay. Then I won't be polite to sister-in-law. Goodbye, sister-in-law.
Goodbye.
After the people left, Xiaoyu turned her head and looked at the courtyard door that was slightly opened. The boy looked 7 or 8 years old, but Zhou's mother said that Zhou Zhan's eldest adopted son was 10 years old. He must have looked younger because he didn't have enough to eat during the famine. The boy looked at her warily. Who are you looking for? Xiaoyu, hello, little comrade. I am Xiaoyu, a revolutionary comrade of Captain Zhou. I came to the island specially to follow the army. My full name is Xiaoyu. Zhou Jun opened his mouth, but he felt awkward and didn't say mom. Most country children call their parents dad and mom, but the children on the island followed the city people and called them mom and dad. Zhou Tuan's 3 adopted sons all called Zhou Zhan dad. Xiaoyu seemed to see his awkwardness and took the initiative to say, "You can call me aunt. This body is only 18 years old, and it's awkward to be called mother. Especially since it's only 8 years older than Zhou Jun in front of her. In the future, there are also sister-brother relationships with a difference of more than 10 years. Not only is he awkward, but she is too. If it wasn't for the seniority, she wouldn't like to hear the name aunt, as it made her sound old.
Aunt.
Please come in." Zhou Jun made way. The yard is not big, with 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. There is a piece of land in the front yard that can be turned into a private plot. Make a chicken coop and raise a chicken? Xiaoyu put Xiaoyong on a stool in the living room, freed his hands, let Dawei look at Xiaoyong, and then pulled up his sleeves to look at Zhou Jun. Only then did he realize that there were 2 little ones following Zhou Jun, Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu. Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu are twins. Zhou Wen is the older brother and looks more quiet. Although Zhou Wu is the younger brother, he is taller, his eyes are very smart, and he looks very lively. Xiaoyu, have you eaten? Is there anything to eat in the kitchen? I'll cook some food. Do you want to eat? Zhou Jun, you must be tired on the way. I'll go to the canteen to get food, right? Dad paid the canteen with money when he left. Your dad paid the canteen with money before he went back to the countryside, right? He suddenly went on a mission and won't be back for a few months. Is that money enough for you to eat? How much is left? Zhou Jun hesitated and said, You can put it in the account. Dad will make up for it when he comes back. The more he spoke, the smaller his voice became, and he was very unsure. Xiaoyu waved her hand. Just eat at home. From the station to here, I slept with Xiaoyong in my arms. There were little soldiers in the army who helped me carry my luggage, so I have recovered a long time ago. I'll cook. It was mainly because she cooked that she could add some food, which was much better than eating in the canteen. Then I'll make a fire. Xiaoyu, okay. The yard still used an earthen stove, and she really didn't know how to make a fire. Seeing that the 2 little ones were about to follow Zhou Jun, she stopped them. Your names are Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu, right? Just stay in this room, get acquainted with Dawei and Xiaoyong, and let your eldest brother help me. Zhou Wu. Okay, auntie. Zhou Wen looked at Xiaoyu and said nothing. Xiaoyu didn't care either. She picked up the biggest bag and went to the kitchen. One child made a fire while she cooked, which made it convenient for her to add things. There was nothing in the kitchen. Before she came, the 4 men in Zhou Tuan all ate in the cafeteria, but they had the habit of boiling water for bathing. There was firewood piled up in the corner, as well as a few small sweet potatoes. The children must have been very hungry and cooked a few things to eat. Seeing that there was nothing to eat in the kitchen, Xiaoyu decisively took out a piece of bacon and 2 pheasant eggs from the big bag. Zhou Jun, who hadn't started to make a fire yet, stared at the 2 things his stepmother took out. That's meat. He couldn't remember the last time he had meat. There was no shortage of seafood in the cafeteria, but there was a difference between eating too much and meat. His throat rolled due to excessive saliva secretion. Xiaoyu scraped the black surface of the bacon before saying, What are you looking at? Make a fire. Yeah, okay. Put the bacon in cold water and blanch it. While blanching, she washed a few sweet potatoes and was about to peel them, but she thought that people now eat tree bark and dig grass roots, so it would be too extravagant for her to peel them. So she cut them into pieces with the skin on and cut the bacon into thin slices after the chopsticks were inserted. Put the thinly sliced bacon and sweet potato into the washed pot and add water to boil. Put them on a wooden steaming rack Beat 2 pheasant eggs in a bowl, add a lot of water, add salt and stir, and finally put them on the steaming rack, cover the pot, and wait for it to be ready. The taste must not be very good, but the point is that there is meat and eggs. As soon as the fire was turned on, the aroma of meat spread 10 miles, and almost all the neighbors knew it. Zhou Tuan's second wife from the countryside who followed the army. Eat meat. There are quotas for grain in the countryside. Aren't they all transported to the city? There are more people starving to death in the countryside than in the city. Where does the meat come from in the countryside? Many people were suspicious, and Xiaoyu covered the pot and explained to Zhou Jun, life was not easy in our village either. Some people even starved to death. My family in my mother's house saw that my husband had died. Oh, not your father, but my previous husband. They came and made a fuss and exposed my life story. Good man, I was deliberately taken away by mistake. I was supposed to live in a compound in Beijing, but I recognized my grandfather as my relative before I came to join the army. So, I had money on hand, right? I bought some nice things at a high price. Zhou Jun had fantasized about all kinds of stepmothers. There were also stepmothers in military compounds. They were either harsh to their stepchildren, or treated them coldly, or were sweet-mouthed but cruel. But there was no such person. She chatted with her stepson as soon as she came, as if they were the same age. He thought calling someone aunt was too old, and should she call her sister? Xiaoyu's mouth was restless. In the era without mobile phones, he could only pass the time by chatting. Look, while they were chatting, the meal was ready, right?
Hey.
It's ready. Let's go. Clear the table and serve the meal. This impetuous temperament made the anxious Zhou Jun feel a little relieved. What if he was not relieved? He and Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu were adopted. He couldn't let Zhou's father be single for the rest of his life, right? The steamed egg was for Xiaoyong, but everyone had a spoonful, and the last half bowl of vegetables was for Xiaoyong. In addition, she also took out milk powder. The black box was so small, she scooped a spoonful of precious things and put them in one by one, replicating new ones every day. Of course, it was for her own body. This body was only 18 years old and still had a long way to grow. Xiaoyu made a spoonful of milk powder for Xiaoyong, stirred it, and then explained to Zhou Jun. This is also given by my grandfather. There is only one can. It will be gone after Xiaoyong finishes drinking it. There are a few cans of malted milk. When you are hungry, tell your aunt, and she will make it for you. Zhou Jun, no need, aunt. Dad bought us malted milk. It's just not much, just one bowl a week, and the three brothers drink it together. Xiaoyu. Okay, aunt got it. Let's eat. These days, it's not easy to get some oil and water, and you have to fight for food. But today is the first time both parties have met, so they are polite. There is no other way. Xiaoyu had to divide the bacon and sweet potato rice into everyone's bowl. Divide it very evenly. After eating, Zhou Jun's three children rushed to wash the dishes, and Xiaoyu did not stop them. After washing the dishes, Xiaoyu asked, "Did you three go to school?" So-yun, yes. Didn't you go to school today? School is on holiday. Today is the weekend. Xiaoyu patted his head. Hey, I forgot about this. Then, Xiaoyu said, then did you know that there is a supply and marketing cooperative in the army? It just so happens that I am going to buy some things and there is no food at home. Is there a grain store on the island? I know. There is a grain store on the island, but there is no food in the grain store. There is no food in the grain store? Before, a military wife used the national grain coupons to buy food in the army and resold it to the people at a high price. After being discovered, it was found that the national grain coupons were obtained from her uncle, the station master of the city grain station. Openly speculating in the army. She is so bold. How did she get dealt with in the end? She was demoted to the farm, and the uncle, who was the station master, was also removed from his position. The grain store on the island is temporarily out of food, and all the food is directly delivered to the canteen from other places, and then strictly controlled. Money and coupons cannot buy it. What's the matter with a few sweet potatoes in the kitchen? Dig them from the private plot. Private plot? Well, it's not in the military compound, but it's also on the island. Every family has a private plot of land, either growing high-yield crops like sweet potatoes and corn or vegetables. The economy is bad this year, so everyone is growing grain. My dad is often on missions, and I'm the one taking care of the private plots, but I also have to go to school, so the sweet potatoes are not as big as those grown by other aunts. After chatting for a while, Xiaoyu took Zhou Jun out to the supply and marketing cooperative, leaving Dawei to look after the 3 children. There are much more things in the military supply and marketing cooperative than in small places. She has no shortage of money and tickets, so she buys whatever she sees. The Zhou family doesn't cook, and they don't even have soy sauce and vinegar. She started by targeting seasonings and bought even the bottles. Enamel basins, towels, toothbrushes, and toothpaste. Malted milk? Buy. Cloth coupons and cotton? Buy. Shoes and socks? Buy. Aluminum lunch boxes. Seeing this, Zhou Jun quickly stopped them. Aunt, we don't lack aluminum lunch boxes at home. Xiaoyu withdrew her hand and walked towards the cabinet of high-end items. Watches? Clam oil? Vanishing cream? Buy.
So Younes browsed through it.
Seeing that his aunt even wanted to try out watches, he spoke again. Aunt, the watches here are not as diverse as those in the city mall. How about we go to the city mall next time?
Oh.
Xiaoyu withdrew her hand. In her previous life, she had a lot of money and bought all kinds of luxury goods without blinking an eye, so she had a slight shopping addiction. She hasn't changed her bad habits in this era. Xiaoyu smiled at Zhou Jun and said, Fortunately, you reminded me. Then I will go to the city mall tomorrow to have a look and see if there is any food for sale. If not, I will make up the money and tickets and everyone will eat in the cafeteria together. Yeah, okay. There were a lot of things and a big and a small, couldn't take them back by themselves. The supply and marketing cooperative staff smiled at Xiaoyu. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll have someone bring it to your house later. Is it Zhou Tuan's? Oh, yes. Thank you for your help.
No.
Buying these hundreds of items is almost as much as her monthly performance for several months, and she gets commissions for all of this. Her smile to Xiaoyu became much more sincere. However, Xiaoyu cooked meat as soon as she arrived at the military compound and went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy hundreds of items. It is said that there is a piece of ready-made clothing that has been hanging for a long time, and no one has sold it. This extravagant spirit does not look like a country girl at all. How can she be short of money after marrying Zhou Tuan? She just worked hard in the fields and became a landlord overnight.
Can't she control it?
It would be fine if she could stop the car, but if she can't. Zhou Tuan is the unlucky one, marrying a spendthrift woman for his second marriage. Someone said so. Xiaoyu paid no attention to the gossip outside. She was packing her things. There are 3 bedrooms. Apart from the one she and Zhou Tuan shared, the other 2 were for Zhou Jun, Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu, and for Dawei and Xiaoyong. Zhou Jun used to live in a small room alone, but now he vacated the room for Dawei and Xiaoyong. She also brought a gift for Zhou Jun and his 3 brothers. She handed over the clothes. Here, a gift. I don't know your sizes, and I can't make clothes. Mother Zhou made them, and I just spent some money. Zhou Jun was incredulous. We have new clothes? It's a gift, keep it. Yeah, okay, thank you, Aunt. Zhou Wu. Thank you, Aunt. Zhou Wen still didn't say anything. Zhou Jun and Zhou Wu tried the new clothes on themselves, and when they found that they fit well, Zhou Wu tried for his brother. Everything was fine. After Xiaoyu packed up her things, she closed the door of the master bedroom, rolled up her sleeves to boil water, and washed it with wild vegetable dumplings and rice flour, and ate it as a perfunctory dinner. Although it was perfunctory, every child ate with relish. Especially Zhou Wu. After licking the bottom of his own bowl, he saw that his brother didn't lick the bottom of the bowl after eating, so he snatched his brother's bowl and continued to lick it. Xiaoyu turned a blind eye. She just came, so it's better not to raise any opinions, lest the cheap sons think she is difficult to get along with, and wait until they get used to each other. The dishes and chopsticks were still washed by Zhou Jun and his 3 brothers. After resting for a while, they boiled water to wipe their bodies. Dawei could wipe it himself, and Xiaoyong had to rely on Dawei for help. At night, The mother and her 2 children finally slept well. Zhou Jun, however, tossed and turned in bed and couldn't sleep. Zhou Wu's voice suddenly came. Brother can't sleep? Zhou Jun was startled, but quickly calmed down. Aren't you unable to sleep either? Brother, are you thinking about Aunt?
Well,
Aunt looks very special. Zhou Wu hesitated and expressed his inner thoughts. I feel that what Dad married back was not a stepmother, but a sister. That's right. That's the feeling. Zhou Jun tilted his head and saw the quiet Zhou when staring at Zhou Wu. Obviously, the 3 brothers had the same idea. The next day, early in the morning, Xiaoyu took out a can of malted milk and milk powder and gave them to Zhou Jun. You're the oldest in the family. You can do whatever you want. Make milk powder for Xiaoyong and a few spoonfuls of malted milk for each brother to eat for breakfast. At noon, you can go to the cafeteria, and Aunt will see if you can make it back in the evening. She ate a cooked egg from the space in the room early in the morning. Xiaoyu was in a hurry. After talking to Zhou Jun, she picked up the backpack and went out. Originally, she wanted to walk to the dock, but just after leaving the military compound, she ran into Xiao Zhao's car. Sister-in-law, get in the car. Xiaoyu opened the car door and got in without saying a word. Before she could even sit down, she realized there was someone else in the car. She nodded with a smile, as a way of saying hello to the stranger. Xiao Zhao asked sister-in-law, where are you going? Isn't it inconvenient to check the time since you are in our compound? I wanted to buy a watch at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative yesterday, but Zhou Jun said there were many styles of watches in the city's shopping malls, so I went to have a look. Comrade Xiao Zhao, are you on your way? Xiao Zhao was about to say something when the woman next to Xiaoyu sneered. Xiaoyu listened. Did that laughter carry a bit of contempt from a superior person? Business people are the best at judging people. Knowing that the other party is full of malice, the smile on Xiaoyu's face disappeared immediately. What are you laughing at? But her skin was in good condition, so she shouldn't be very old. Zhang Tsuehua said sarcastically, Captain Zhou's family is different. They have the authority, and they don't even allow people to laugh. Xiaoyu said coldly, Oh, you dare to laugh, but you don't dare to take it. If you look down on my behavior, just say it directly, and you put the hat of authority on me. How long have I been in the military family compound? In just one day, how do you have time to show off your authority? Are you bullying me, the newcomer, and I am ignorant? Or do you think I am young, thin-skinned, and don't know how to deal with things? Who are you calling auntie? Xiaoyu was surprised. My mother-in-law is the same age as you. I call my mother-in-law mother, so it's right to call you auntie, right? What are you angry about? Or is it that the military family compound is based on first come, first served, and whoever comes first can get a military rank like a soldier in the army, and can point fingers at the military family who comes later? Annie, how much do you make a month? What level of clerk are you? Seeing your status, should I call you director? I come from the countryside. I have little knowledge. Hello, director. Director, you can laugh at me, I don't mind. As he spoke, Xiaoyu held the other person's hand and shook him up and down in excitement, making the people in the car dizzy, and it took a while to wake up.
Wow.
I thought he was an uneducated person, but who knew he was so eloquent? Zhang Tsuehua is just a dishwasher in the kitchen. Xiaoyu labeled her as the director, and he also said, whoever comes first will be able to get a military rank like a soldier in the army and can point at the military dependents who come later and give them a hard time. Isn't it a blatant compliment? This is a problem of work style. The last military wife with a problem with work style was the one who took advantage of the army. Not only did she cause her husband to retire early, her uncle was dismissed, and she also got divorced and had nowhere to go. If there is another one, she might be caught, as an example, by the army leaders. Zhang Tsuehua quickly shook off Xiaoyu's hand and stopped shouting as she did at the beginning. She was a little flustered and said, You don't talk nonsense.
I didn't.
Xiaoyu, aren't you the director? I'm not. Oh, then what were you laughing at just now? Back to the original question. Zhang Tsuehua realized how terrifying Zhou Tuan's second wife was. Zhang Tsuehua gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and said boldly, It has spread in the military compound that you spent Zhou Tuan's money. You ate meat and bought clam oil vanishing cream as soon as you arrived yesterday, and bought a watch today. That's a big item. You are a country girl, and your true nature is exposed as soon as you marry Zhou Tuan. You are extravagant, and don't know how to live. What will happen to the children in the future? I didn't spend Zhou Tuan's money. Xiao Yu blinked. My family gave me money, and I spent it however I wanted. Did I make a mistake? Did I break the law? Zhang Suihua forgot the pain after the scar healed, and couldn't help but sneered. Don't be funny. You are a country girl. How can you have so much money? It's all Zhou Tuan's money? Xiao Yu, look at my memory. This matter has only spread among us, and no one in the military compound knows about it. Then let me clear my name first so that you don't maliciously exclude me. Who maliciously excluded you? Xiao Yu pretended not to hear the other party's rebuttal. As for me, I was supposed to grow up in a large compound in the capital. My grandfather also held a high position, and my father was a university professor. But I was maliciously swapped by my adoptive parents. Kidnapping is a serious crime, so I sent my adoptive parents to a fenced courtyard and came to join the army. This money note is the compensation my grandfather gave me. He said that he owed me for not raising me for so many years. If you don't believe it, you can go and ask about my story. It's been passed on by word of mouth, and it's very lively. I didn't say I don't believe it. Then now, am I wrong to spend my own grandfather's money?
No.
Was it wrong for you to laugh at me at the beginning?
Wrong.
I didn't know at the beginning either. Xiao Yu ignored the second half of the sentence and said, Since you know you are wrong, please apologize to me, Auntie. Don't worry, Auntie, I won't forgive you just because you are old. As the old saying goes, the emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people. In our new era, the military and the people are one family, and everyone has equal status. There is no distinction between noble and humble, and no distinction between age. If someone makes a mistake, he should apologize. Get your attitude right. After saying that, Xiao Yu waited obediently. Who said that the wives of soldiers in the countryside are honest and dutiful? Even if there are a few fierce ones, they all solve problems by throwing a tantrum? Do they become unreasonable when they are right? Look at this one. She has a loud voice, and every sentence is logical. Every word is so sharp that you dare not refute. Even if she doesn't throw a tantrum, she can still talk to you. How can Zhou Tuan's second marriage wife not graduate from elementary school? She is no different from the thorny head who has culture and attended military academy in the army. If this were a man, the one who would have a headache would be her leader. Zhang Suihua swallowed her saliva, and for a moment she really couldn't find a word to refute. Even if she did, she didn't have the confidence. Zhang Suihua, who had backed down, had a vague feeling that if she didn't implement this apology now, she would be beaten by her man's superior. Zhang Suihua, yes, I'm sorry. Xiao Yu smiled. I like to hear what you said, Andy. By the way, there is one more point I want to correct. Without the country people working hard in the fields, there would be no commercial grain for city people to eat. Auntie, you keep calling them country people. What's the matter? Do you look down on country people? Do you want to keep the manners of a capitalist? I don't. I am a descendant of the working class. How can I have capitalist manners? Don't talk nonsense. Although she is 60 years old now, there are subtle signs in the army. Even the director of the Women's Federation asked the military wives in their compound to be cautious in their words and deeds, so as not to be caught by the Revolutionary Committee and ruin their future.
Oh, then.
Sorry, I won't do it next time. Xiao Yu looked like he was doing it for her own good, and said, The military and the people are one family, and we are from the same military compound. If you keep doing this for a long time, sooner or later someone will find fault with you. We are family, and I saw your shortcomings in advance, helped you correct them, and avoided trouble. Shouldn't you thank me? The needle dropped. Not only did the military wives in the back seat dare not speak, but even Xiao Zhao in the driver's seat held his breath. Good guy. Not only do you want people to apologize, but you also want them to thank you? Zhang Suihua was obviously insulted, and just as she was about to choke, she was grabbed by the arm by her companions. She finally calmed down, bit her back teeth, and said, Thank you. Hey, you're welcome, Auntie. These days, we still have to urge each other to open up a new era with new ideas. Annie, I will always keep an eye on you, pull you, and keep up with the changes in the new era. Others. After speaking, Xiao Yu, who is not embarrassed at all, started chatting with Xiao Zhao in a hurry. They talked about the problem of being on the way, what the mall has, and whether there are any discounts. Unfortunately, it's not on the way. There are no discounts. Xiao Zhao. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, my car needs to go somewhere else, but there are buses in the city and the buses go directly to the mall, which is convenient for the military dependents on the island to buy things. It sounds like this bus is specially opened for military dependents. Well, okay. Thank you, Comrade Xiao Zhao. Oh, by the way, is there any discount for military dependents like me to take the bus? Just bring your marriage certificate.
Okay.
Really not. The marriage certificate is in Zhou Zhan's hands and has not been given to her yet. I can only pay honestly. But the bus fare is not expensive, just a few cents. The coastal cities are still under construction and are much more dilapidated than many inland cities, but the malls are full of things. Food and drinks are on the first floor, and luxury goods and large items such as ready-made clothes, watches, radios, sewing machines, bicycles, cigarettes, and alcohol on the second floor. Some things even require foreign exchange bills. Xiao Yu has no shortage of money and bills in his hands, so he buys whatever he sees on the first floor. Malted milk, milk powder, matches, soybean oil, soap. Buy. And red dates? This is a good thing. Xiao Yu did not stop. In the famine years, most people spent their money on food, and few people were like Xiao Yu, who spent money on these things that could not fill their stomachs. Xiao Yu was wearing a blue shirt and wide leg pants today. The lack of a patch was enough to prove that his family was not bad. The store clerk did not say anything, but just helped him pack the things. After putting them into the backpack, Xiao Yu put the heavy ones into the space. For example, she put a spoonful of milk powder and malted milk in the black box for daily replication, and put 2 red dates in the black box. She bought some cigarettes and alcohol on the second floor. Although she did not smoke or drink, it was also very face-saving to do favors. As for bicycles, sewing machines, etc., she did not have tickets for the time being. She had tickets for watches, but the nice ones required foreign exchange bills and the ordinary ones. Forget it, just use them. The big backpack was full, so she covered it tightly with a cloth and put some light things in it. Then she went to the state-owned restaurant. The state-owned restaurant had much more abundant supplies than the county, and she arrived just in time for dinner. Hello, comrade. I want a hairy crab, 2 big meat buns, a bowl of porridge, and a fried dough stick. There is no stir-fried dish on the menu today. It's very strange. After sitting down with the prepared dishes and eating the big meat buns in the state-owned restaurant, Xiao Yu knew the reason. The flour was made of 2-coat flour, and the amount of meat was very small, mostly vermicelli and cabbage because the supplies were too scarce. The fried dough sticks were crispy, and the hairy were not bad. The porridge was mixed with grains.
She didn't finish it.
The meat buns, a fried dough stick, and a hairy crab were put into an aluminum lunchbox, which was actually put into a black box for replication. After eating and drinking, she put on the big backpack and set off on her way home. The bus arrived at the point where they separated from Xiao Zhao. No one was there and they didn't know when Xiao Zhao would be back, so they hitchhiked back to the dock. After landing on the island, they walked back to the military compound before dark. After Xiao Yu left, Zhou Jun took his 2 younger brothers to school. Before leaving, he said to Dawei, who he didn't know very well, "It's time for dinner. You and Xiaoyong should come to our school early, and we'll go to the cafeteria together. Our school is not far from here, just near the compound. If you don't know, you can ask around." Dawei nodded. As soon as the 3 strange children left, Dawei peeled a piece of fruit candy from his pocket and stuffed it into Xiaoyong's mouth. "Is it sweet?" Xiaoyong smiled and waved at his brother. "Sweet, sweet. Brother will eat." Dawei smacked his lips and said, "Brother won't eat. Xiaoyong will eat." Xiaoyong seemed to understand and pouted his lips, as if he would cry if he didn't eat. Dawei quickly said, Okay, brother will eat too, brother will eat too." Each person got half a piece of fruit candy. Everything was quiet. Dawei looked at the unfamiliar environment and said dazedly, Xiaoyong, Mom won't abandon us, and the brothers seem to get along well. I just don't know what stepfather is like. But Mom won't let us down. Mom is so good. He even regretted his ignorance when he was young, and he excluded his mother when she just got married. I shouldn't have done that before. Dawei took his brother and left for the school Zhou Jun mentioned in advance. They asked around and saw unfamiliar faces along the way. Because it is a military compound, there will be no trafficking. It's just, are these the two children brought by Zhou Tuan's second wife? It seems so. Oh, you ate meat and bought so many things yesterday, and today you left the child and ran away? That woman doesn't look like she can live a normal life. What kind of person did Zhou Tuan marry? Keep your voice down. What does it have to do with you what others do? I just feel sorry for Zhou Tuan. The one he married later must not be as good as the one from the art troupe. Do you know you're done? It's their business, don't get involved. Don't you dare talk about my mother. Dawei stared at the aunt who was talking nonsense, his eyes red. Seeing that the little brat was getting angry with her, the aunt pointed at his forehead and cursed. I'm telling the truth. What's the matter? You still dare to get angry with your aunt? What did your parents teach you? You're uneducated. The people around hurried to stop him. You're fine, he is still a child. What's wrong with the child? He is the stepson of that woman anyway. No matter how good she is to her stepson, she can't stand up for him for such a small matter, right? Who knows, maybe she took advantage of this boy, pretending to be kind and responsible so that Zhou Tuan took a fancy to her. She is very cunning at such a young age. Dawei couldn't help it, and he hit him with his iron head. Don't talk about my mom. I will fight you. He didn't even care about his brother. Without his brother's hand, Xiaoyong fell to the ground, and then he saw his brother being beaten after bumping into someone, and he burst into tears. Brother. Woo woo woo. Brother. A group of people came to stop them. Seeing Dawei suffer a great loss, they managed to stop him. But this place is not far from the school. Zhou Jun has not seen his two new brothers for a long time, so he took Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu to walk towards home, and happened to run into the miserable situation of the two new brothers. The stepmother is very good, and the two new brothers seem easy to get along with. If it were any other stepmother, such as the one my father married before, would they still have a good life? Besides, how many stepmothers can take out meat and eggs to take care of them in a famine? Deep down in his heart, he had already planned to keep the stepmother in his own yard. The two new brothers were brought by the stepmother, so naturally, he had to protect her. Otherwise, how would he explain to the stepmother when she comes back? He didn't expect to be bullied on the first day. Zhou Jun rolled up his sleeves and sprinted. Let go of my brother. Zhou Wu grinned at his brother. Brother, keep an eye on my brother's bags. I'll go to help. Knowing that his younger brother was better at fighting than his older brother, Zhou Wen did not stop him. Instead, he put two more bags on his shoulders and walked towards his new youngest brother. The new brother was crying breathlessly in Aunt Zhaodi's arms. Zhou Wen looked at him, said nothing, and accompanied him silently. Soon, the situation reversed, and the three boys of the Zhou family gained the upper hand, and those who tried to stop the fight could not stop. Seeing that things were about to get out of hand, the director of the Women's Federation was invited. What are you doing?
Stop it.
Stop it. When the director of the Women's Federation saw the person being beaten, her anger soared instantly. Yang Hongxia. It's you again. It's okay to have conflicts with other military wives before, but why are you taking the children so seriously? Yang Hongxia stopped when she saw that it was the director of the Women's Federation, but the young man who was pressing on her did not stop. Yang Hongxia, who was punched several times in vain, stood up and spat at the boys of the Zhou family. Did I say anything wrong? Zhou Tuan is so unlucky to be entangled by a second married woman from the countryside. And he has to support 5 children that are not his own. This is not a sucker. Yang Hongxia? Shut up. The director of the Women's Federation was so angry that her chest heaved violently. Seeing the director of the Women's Federation like this, Yang Hongxia was really afraid of angering her, so she didn't say anything. Come to the office with me, director. It's time for lunch.
What?
My words are useless? Yang Hongxia hung her head and followed the director of the Women's Federation. When she left, she also gave a fierce look to the boys of the Zhou family. You wait for me. Zhou Jun looked at Zhou Wu and Dawei, who were not seriously injured. They smiled at each other and formed this brotherhood. There is very little oil and water in the cafeteria, but every time it is accompanied by shrimp, crab, fish, and other things, it is much better than other places. The taste is not good, but Dawei and Xiaoyong ate it for the first time and felt it was quite fresh. Fish and shrimp are boiled together with coarse grains, which not only makes the grain throat hoarse, but also has a fishy smell. You already eat in the canteen, and you are still asking for it. If you really can't get used to it, go home and eat it by yourself. Next one. Zhou Jun took 2 bites, glanced at his 2 new brothers, and said, How is it? Are you used to it? If you are really not full, you 2 can drink some malted milk later. Dawei, I am used to it, not bad. That's good. Back in the yard, Zhou Jun dug out the iodine at home and wiped the broken skin wounds of Zhou Wu and Dawei. Seeing that Zhou Wu and Zhou Jun had other wounds on their bodies, Dawei hesitated and asked, Are you often bullied? Zhou Jun, they were just minor fights at school. It's better now. My second brother and I followed Dad to get up early in the morning to run and practice boxing. We are quite skilled and won't be bullied at school. When you go to school, Zhou Wu and I will protect you. Dawei said nothing. It was rare for a stepmother in the village to provide food and clothing for her stepson and to raise him well, and even send him to school. He didn't dare to think about it. Besides, including him and his younger brother, the Zhou family had a total of 5 children, all of them grown-ups. The little brat was eating their father out of money. It would be good if he could grow up smoothly, and he didn't ask for anything else. After a short rest, the 3 Zhou Jun brothers went to school again. Xiaoyu came back with things on her back. At first, she didn't notice anything, Dawei. Come and give me a hand. Dawei helped Xiaoyu carry the backpack and put it down. She put the things in a room where she slept, and just as she was about to pull up her sleeves to make dinner for the night, she saw red and swollen marks on Dawei's face, and the smell of iodine on his body could not be covered. What's wrong with you, Dawei? Dawei wanted to hide. Mom, I'm fine. Let me see. As she said that, Xiaoyu went to pull off the child's clothes. Dawei hurriedly stopped her. Mom, I'm fine. The mother and son were in a stalemate, and then they heard a voice outside the yard saying, Is anyone home? Xiaoyu was unsure who it was, so he let the guy go for the time being and ran to open the door. Xiaoyu looked at the person who came. Who are you? Sister Qiao? My name is Wang Zhaodi. At noon, your child had a fight with Yang Hongxia. The director of the Women's Federation, asked me to bring medicine to see the child. What's going on? You don't know yet? Wang Zhaodi was a little surprised. She glanced at Dawei, who was shushing her, and told her the whole story without hiding anything. Xiaoyu. So that's how it is. Thank you, Sister Wang. I've accepted the medicine. May I ask if Yang Hongxia is with the director of the Women's Federation now, or? She went back. Oh. How did the director of the Women's Federation punish Yang Hongxia? Wang Zhaodi's embarrassed gaze moved down and landed on the medicine that Xiaoyu took over. Xiaoyu chuckled. Before she even saw the director of the Women's Federation, she knew that she was a peacemaker. Thank you, Sister Wang. Let me ask a few more questions. Where is Yang Hongxia's home? Where are you going, Sister Qiao? Do anything stupid. It is true that Yang Hongxia was wrong this time, but if 2 military wives fight and things get out of hand, it will have an impact on your men. So, she has to swallow her anger? Xiaoyu smiled. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I won't make a big deal out of it. I'm just going to get to know the house and see what Yang Hongxia looks like, so I can avoid her in the future. Avoid? That's impossible. Trap. Oh no, it was to ask about Yang Hongxia's address. After the other party left, Xiaoyu's smile faded instantly, and with a gloomy face, she told Dawei a few words. Just stay at home and watch over your brother. Don't open the door for anyone to come, unless it's Zhou Jun and his men. Mom, where are you going? In fact, with the help of my eldest brother and third brother, I didn't lose out. Instead, Yang Hongxia was beaten more badly by us. I even pulled a handful of her hair down. Why are you going? Anyway, your mother, won't suffer any loss. Don't worry, things won't get out of hand. Xiao Yu, who was furious, didn't notice that Dawei had already accepted Zhou Jun and the others because of the change in address.
But
Listen to your mother. Seeing that Xiao Yu was about to lose her temper, Dawei fell silent. Xiao Yu closed the door and rushed in a certain direction. Dare to beat her child. Does she, Yang Hongxia, is the only shameless person in the world? She is also shameless and has no bottom line. When she came to the gate of Yang's house, she saw several children playing with stones. The older ones were leading the younger ones, and they were all boys. Xiao Yu raised her eyebrows, took out a candy to greet them. Hey, kids, ask a few questions, and the candy will be yours. Candy. The children swallowed their saliva. They nodded quickly. Ask, ask, ask. Ask all you want. Why didn't you go to school? My mother was beaten and is lying in bed. I asked for leave from school. Your mother?
Yang Hongxia?
Yes. She only has you as her son? Yes. You don't have any brothers or sisters. I have 3 sisters. Then who are these children? They are all my cousins. Cousins. You are the only one who likes to show off. The candy is gone. I thought the candy would definitely go to Yang Longbiao, but the next second, Xiao Yu's face changed slightly, and he retracted his hand and put the candy back into his pocket. I'm looking for you. You little brat. Your mother dared to hit my son. I'm going to beat her son so hard that his parents won't recognize him.
Ah. Ouch.
It hurts. Help. Good guy. Yang Longbiao was beaten unilaterally. Yang Longbiao was already 10 years old and could take a beating, so Xiao Yu didn't hold back at all and beat him to death. As a doctor, she naturally knew how to not leave obvious marks and still make the other person scream in pain. Beat him to cause internal injuries. Soon, people came from all directions. Who is this? Who beat Longbiao? I don't know. Should we stop them? She's crazy. That woman looks cruel. What if she hurts us? Let's call the director of the Women's Federation. Yes. Notify the director of the Women's Federation immediately. The director of the Women's Federation had just finished half a cup of tea when she was tripped by something and hurried over. She didn't know Xiao Yu, but she guessed whose family this new face belonged to. Zhou Zhang's family. Stop it now. Xiao Yu then stood up and spat in the direction of Yang Longbiao. Yang Hongxia came out early after hearing the noise, but she was in pain after being beaten and didn't dare to step forward. When the director of the Women's Federation came, she hugged her only son and burst into tears. Director, you have to make the decision for me. The woman Zhou Tuan married is a lunatic. How could she beat a little kid? My son is in pain. You must compensate. Xiao Yu didn't have time to say a few words to the director of the Women's Federation. When she heard Yang Hongxia's threat, her voice was louder than Yang Hongxia's. What lunatic? I am a lunatic if I beat the child, but I am not crazy if you beat my son. You are the first to hit my son, so I'm retaliating. To be honest, I have my reasons, and it's understandable. What about you? You are just a disrespectful lunatic. Your son is in pain, but my son is not. You also want compensation. Okay, you beat my son, and you will compensate me with some medicine. I will go buy medicine to compensate you now. If you continue to make trouble, you just want to make a big deal out of it. You are disregarding the harmony of the military rear. You are a troublemaker in the military compound. Why don't you get up? You still want to make trouble? I have reasonable reasons to suspect that you are an enemy spy from another side. You have penetrated into the military and destroyed the indestructible harmony of the military rear. Before the war begins, you are the first to destroy our thoughts, willpower, and cohesion. Suddenly being accused of such a big hat, Yang Hongxia jumped up from the ground. Don't talk nonsense. I just asked you to pay compensation. How did you get involved with the enemy's spy? Xiao Yu sneered twice and did not look at Yang Hongxia again. Instead, he said to the director of the Women's Federation, Director, you are the director of the Women's Federation. You are in charge of the military compound, And you know the principle of turning big things into small things. So after Comrade Yang Hongxia beat up my son, she brought medicine and made a scene. Similarly, if I accidentally beat up her son, should I also deal with it in the same way? Or, as the director of the Women's Federation, are you going to favor Comrade Yang Hongxia and force me to compensate her? In this case, I doubt the fairness of the director of the Women's Federation. Do you have any improper relationship with Comrade Yang Hongxia in private? The director of the Women's Federation twitched her brows. Listen.
Listen to what this young comrade said.
Yang Hongxia beat your son hard, and you beat her son carelessly? She didn't say anything, but she was accused of favoritism and improper relationship. Director of the Women's Federation. Okay, go buy some medicine for Yang Hongxia, and let's just forget about it. Xiao Yu, who was indignant and righteous just now, grinned and changed her face. The director is so fair. He doesn't favor either side. I am narrow-minded. I apologize to you in front of the crowd. I hope you can forgive me and don't take my misunderstanding of you to heart. Oh, a thorn in their military compound has come. Yang Hongxia stamped her feet in anger. Director, just let him go.
Comrade Yang Hongxia.
The director of the Women's Federation interrupted sternly. Don't think that you can be an accomplice to the evildoer just because you reported Tian Fong and won honors in the army. What is this place? It's the army. It's not your one-man show. When you beat up other people's children, why didn't you think that they would beat your son back? You have to bear the trouble you caused yourself. After that, the director of the Women's Federation said to Xiao Yu, "Come with me to get the medicine." "Yes, okay, director." Xiao Yu said obediently. After the people left, the rest of the people began to talk. Zhou Tuan's second wife looks young, but she has a hot temper. She is the kind of person who will not suffer any loss. If you want to blame someone, blame Yang Hongxia. Why did she provoke Zhou Tuan when there are so many people to provoke? Isn't she afraid that Zhou Tuan will come back and make things difficult for her husband? Even if the child is not Zhou Tuan's biological child, he is still the son of her benefactor. How can she tolerate her upside down and abuse by an outsider? Xiao Yu and the director of the Women's Federation came to the office. The director of the Women's Federation knocked the enamel pot, her face gloomy. "You are really a good person. You just came to the army and you made trouble for me. Your grandfather asked me to take care of you. Well, why do you need my care? With your temper, not to mention suffering losses, I also have to prevent others from being bullied by you." Her grandfather? Xiao Yu understood. It turned out that it was not her words that made the director of the Women's Federation change sides. She said earnestly, "I was wondering why the director didn't rebuke me just now. I thought I really convinced a big shot like you, but I didn't expect it was because of my grandfather. Director, don't worry, I will never cause trouble for the organization unless I am angry."
Sit down.
Yeah, okay. The director of the Women's Federation pinched her eyebrows, took out medicine from the cabinet, and handed it to her, saying, "Did you know about Tian Fong reselling grain from the army grain store?" Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. Why did he suddenly bring up this matter?
I know.
This matter is quite a big deal. I heard about it when I just got here. It was Yang Hongxia who reported Tian Fong. Yang Hongxia was honored by the army for this. Now she is in the limelight and the army is on her side, so you better stop messing with her. Xiao Yu was a little dissatisfied, but when she saw the director of the Women's Federation was obviously angry, she muttered, "She didn't mess with me, and I'm not bored and looking for trouble with strangers. I just came to follow the army. I didn't even know who she was before. I have no grudges or hatred. What are you mumbling about?" Xiao Yu fell silent. Director of the Women's Federation. "After you settle down, call your grandfather." "Oh, I see, Director. Do you want to eat in the cafeteria, or go home and eat by yourself?" "Eat by yourself. You can add some things when you cook by yourself. What's the profit in the cafeteria? Just look at the mental state of these people in the military compound, and you will know."
Okay.
"Come with me to the cafeteria to get food later." Xiao Yu was not curious about anything else, but responded crisply, "Yeah, okay, Director." The director of the Women's Federation was dazzled by the other party's smile. If she hadn't just seen her fighting skills, she would have really thought that this was a harmless little white flower. Director of the Women's Federation, I heard from your grandfather that you also want to get a diploma? Yes, you must have a good diploma to arrange a job in the military compound, right? She didn't want to do hard work. The director of the Women's Federation nodded. It's good that you have this ideological awareness. How about this? You go to literacy classes for a few days first, and then I will see if I can give you a place in junior high school and high school. You don't have to go to school as long as you pass the exam. You can get a diploma. So good. Xiao Yu was touched and said, Director, you are my second parents. Stop. Go back and get the money and tickets and we will meet in the cafeteria. Okay, Director. After saying that, Xiao Yu's feet were like a wind wheel, and he rolled back home. Dawei, Mom, are you okay? Xiao Yu didn't even look at her son. She pretended to go back to the main house, took the money and tickets from the space, and hurried out. Dawei? Xiao Yu opened her mouth and asked all the way to the cafeteria door. It was dinner time now, but the cafeteria made more watery soup at night and not many people could get excited. Only Xiao Yu looked thin, but her spirits were the best among them. Director. Her voice was loud. The director of the Women's Federation felt that her eardrums were about to be broken. Not only her, but the people around her all fell on Xiao Yu because of this voice. Xiao Yu was used to being the center of attention. He ignored the stares and walked towards her with a heroic and confident look. Xiao Yu's eyes were particularly prominent, but they were sparkling, rippling with the vitality of youth. Director, I'm here. Let's go move the food. The canteen is busy now, and we can't spare any time. You hand over the money, and I'll have someone deliver it to your yard tomorrow. Okay, Director. You are really thoughtful. The director of the Women's Federation took her to the back kitchen. The director of the Women's Federation had a good reputation. The fireman who had taken a short break stood up quickly when he saw her coming and said in a sonorous voice, Director, why are you here? This is Zhou Tuan's family member, Xiao Yu. Sister-in-law Xiao. Sister-in-law Xiao. The firemen said in unison. Xiao Yu. She really didn't like being called sister-in-law, especially when some of them looked much older than her. The director of the Women's Federation, Xiao Yu, came to follow the army, and she will cook at home in the future. Give her her share of food.
But,
Director, there is also a shortage of food in the back of the canteen. The director of the Women's Federation. Well, I won't make it difficult for you. I will give you 2 months' supply first, and we'll talk about the future later. Okay. Xiao Yu paid 2 months' worth of food tickets, as well as the food tickets for her 3 cheap stepsons, before saying goodbye. Director, I still have to go home to cook, so I'm leaving first. Okay, good, come to me if you have anything. Go to the literacy class by yourself first. Okay. Sorry to bother you, Director. Xiao Yu ran very fast without any delay. The director of the Women's Federation had a serious expression at first, but when Xiao Yu's back disappeared from her sight, she smiled. This child. She liked her very much. After the director of the Women's Federation had finished her meal and had just laid down, she received a call. It was Chief Zhang. The director of the Women's Federation smiled and briefly told Chief Zhang what happened in the afternoon. After the latter hung up the phone, he applauded. This is his granddaughter. The right medicine for the disease. Decisive to kill. No merci. Unlike the one at home, who is not outstanding and likes to make small moves. It's really different because it's not our own. Although the food in the canteen will not arrive until tomorrow, it will not delay her cooking. When she got home and saw that several children were there, she greeted them. Oh, you are all back. After finishing, she went to the kitchen to pick up a basin and went back to the room, space, to get food. There was taro in the space, which she had dug from the mountain in the production team until now. The amount copied was enough for a family of 6 to have a meal. If it was not enough, she would sprinkle some rice flour and wild vegetable dumplings in it. As soon as the things were brought out, Xiao Yu instructed, Zhou Jun, make a fire. Yeah, okay, Aunt. Xiao Yu, who had finished cooking. She only asked for a small half bowl, and the rest was evenly divided among the children. Only Xiaoyong got a small share, and he drank it with pureria powder. Dawei looked at the amount Xiao Yu ate, and was hesitant to speak. Zhou Jun. Aunt, you eat too little. Xiao Yu. I'm not hungry. You are still growing. Eat more. Children. Annie/mom is so kind. Seeing Zhou Jun standing up and wanting to push the full food in his bowl into the bottom of her bowl, Xiao Yu picked up the bowl and chopsticks and ran to the bedroom. She wanted to eat alone, and the children wanted her to eat enough. She felt guilty. If she didn't want to face the sensational scenes, running away was the best option. The door closed. She took out the meatballs from the space and threw them into the pig food. With the smell of meat, it tasted good enough to swallow. Outside the door, Zhou Wu was speechless and finally persuaded Zhou Jun. Brother, sit back. We should not let Auntie down.
So Yun nodded heavily. Yes.
Back to their seats, the children ate noisily and even slurped up the soup. It was indeed a time for the boys to grow, but knowing their background, in order not to cause trouble for Zhou Zan, even when they were extremely hungry, the three brothers Zhou Jun drank water to fill their stomachs. In the past, they could only eat until they were 50% full. Don't underestimate this 50% fullness. The poor little ones who were fostered by no one were lucky enough to eat 30% full in their relatives' homes, and they had to go up the mountains and down the rivers to find food. Now they're 60% full, and that's because of such a sumptuous dinner. The meal at noon yesterday. Thinking of the smell of meat, they had hallucinations when washing the dishes, thinking that there was a smell of meat in their aunt's dishes. It must be an illusion. Before nightfall, the military families like to get together and chat. The one who gossips the most is Zhou Tuan's current wife, the one named Xiao Yu. I heard that Xiao Yu beat up Yang Hongxia's son? So powerful? Can she cure Yang Hongxia? It is said that Zhang Suihua, who was always looking for trouble and many people suffered from her, also bowed her head to Xiao Yu and said she apologized and thanked her. Oh my, what a hot pepper. She knocked down the two most difficult shrews in the military compound as soon as she came. Awesome. Hey, what do you think of Xiao Yu's background? Didn't she say that? She has a grandfather from a large compound in Beijing. I guess she has an extraordinary status. Then, is she trying to get close to Zhou Tuan, or is Zhou Tuan trying to get close to her? Who knows? Since she has an extraordinary grandfather, why did she marry Zhou Tuan?
Zhou Tuan.
Didn't she bring two cheap stepsons? Even if she marries again, can she find someone as capable as Zhou Tuan? That's true. But Zhou Tuan has a good record in the outside world and a high military rank, but he is not very useful in bed. If it were me, I would rather marry a battalion commander who is married twice. Ha ha ha, if it were you, Zhou Tuan would not fancy you either.
Ha ha ha.
Last night, Xiao Yu just wiped her body and fell asleep on the bed. Today, she plans to rub the mud thoroughly. After boiling water, she will make herself happy first and then boil water for the children. There is a faucet in the courtyard, so it is convenient to use water. She takes a bath in the kitchen, and the children don't have to worry about taking a bath, as they can take a bath in the front yard. Their families are poor and have no cloth coupons. It is difficult to get enough pants, so the children take turns wearing a pair of pants. It is long past the stage of sty, and now she can face it calmly. She wanted to wash the youngest Xiaoyong by hand, but was stopped by Dawei. Mom, let me do it. Dawei also responded. Yes, Auntie, you went to the city today. You must be tired. Let's help the little brother wash. Xiao Yu nodded when she saw this. Okay, you can do it. After the sincere encounter, the children quickly became friends, and their friendship deepened. After getting dressed and coming to the main room, they saw 5 bowls on the table. Xiao Yu, you are at the stage of growing up. If you don't have enough food, drink more malted milk to supplement it. There is no shortage of malted milk at home, so just drink as much as you want. She made milk powder for Xiaoyong. The malted milk made by Xiao Yu is much richer than the ones made by the children themselves. After watching the children finish drinking, Xiao Yu said, Go, brush your teeth, wash your face, and go to bed. My stomach was originally 6/10 full, but after drinking the sweet malted milk, it was actually 7/10 full. I couldn't sleep because I was hungry, but as soon as I felt a little full, I felt tired and fell asleep. Early in the morning, food from the canteen was delivered. There were less than 60 kilograms of coarse grains for 6 people, and they were mainly sweet potatoes and potatoes. Xiaoyu slept like a dead pig in bed and had long forgotten about this matter. How many people born in the 2000s don't stay in bed? It was Zhou Jun who opened the door. Seeing the weight of food, he thought it was normal and thanked him after taking it. Xiaoyu slept until noon and got up. Seeing Dawei at home, he yawned with guilt. Dawei, have you and your brothers eaten? Yes, there is malted milk and milk powder put by mother in the kitchen. We have all eaten. Oh, that's good. Mom, the people from the canteen brought the food and put it in the kitchen. Yeah, okay. 60 kilograms of coarse grains. After looking at it, Xiaoyu went back to the house and took out the taro that she copied last night and threw a handful of copied candies into the pot to cook together. Fruit candies and milk candies can be copied, but candy wrappers cannot. She was worried about how to consume them. It was just right to throw them into the pot to make sweet coarse grain porridge. The sweetness can replenish some energy for the human body. Adding malted milk, it is much better than eating only dry food. So, when Zhou Jun came back, he smelled a sweet smell coming from the kitchen. Xiaoyu heard the noise and shouted to the yard. Zhou Jun is back. Wash the dishes. Serve the rice. The sweet smell in the air came from Zhou Tuan's yard. People nearby started cursing, and there were children crying for food and being beaten and scolded by adults. Xiaoyu didn't scoop much from the bottom of her bowl. The space would copy meat buns, fried dough sticks, harry, fried shredded pork, and meatballs every day. It was enough for her to eat alone. There was no need to compete with the half-grown children for that little food. Xiaoyu explained the meal she was cooking. How can those sweet potatoes and potatoes be enough? Sweet potatoes and potatoes cause heartburn if eaten too much, so I decided to add fruit candies. Eat quickly, there's a lot to do today. But being busy didn't stop her from sleeping until noon. After eating, while the 3 Zhou Jun brothers were washing the dishes, Xiaoyu mentioned school to Dawei. Dawei, Mom, I don't want to go to school. I don't like going to school. Xiaoyu, you make it sound like I love going to school. Dawei. Xiaoyu smiled and said, Tell me why you don't want to go to school. I don't like it. Xiaoyu raised her hand to stop him. Don't say that you don't like going to school. I don't like to hear it. When Lao Zhang was still alive, you didn't show any expression of aversion to school. Dawei hesitated and said, Mom, the cost of schooling is too high. How is it high? It's only a few dollars a month. I can afford it. But Xiaoyu raised her hand to stop him. If it weren't for Lao Zhang, I might have married that domestic violence widower, and I would have been buried in the ground by now. Lao Zhang saved me, and I can't repay him for saving my life, and now he is gone. Shouldn't I repay him to you and Xiaoyong? Seems there is some truth. Xiaoyu, if I don't have the ability, will I force you to go to school? Our family is not short of money. Your father's pension and my grandfather's child support are more than enough to support you, and even find you a wife. Mom, I'm still young. Okay, let's get back to the point. Even if Zhou Tuan is here, he can't interfere with my determination to support you and Xiaoyong to go to school. I spend my own money. He has no right to control it. You don't have to worry about looking at his face after going to school. Just go to school with peace of mind. Don't expect anything else. Then, will the family be in trouble? What kind of difficulty? If I have no money, I'll ask my grandfather for it. Xiaoyu was relieved for her child and revealed generously, Your great-grandfather is a senior official in the military compound in Beijing. He has a lot of supplies and a lot of money every month. When things are settled here, I have to go to Beijing to get your great-grandmother's dowry. That's all left for me. It has nothing to do with that fake. Dawei didn't know what to say, but his heart seemed to be relieved. Dawei knelt down on the spot and kowtowed to Xiaoyu 3 times. Xiaoyu straightened her body, jumped up, and hurried to help Dawei. What are you doing? Hurry up and get up. Mom, Xiaoyong and I are not your responsibility. You think so much about us because you are kind and righteous. You have sacrificed too much for us. I know you said these words so that I can eat and go to school with peace of mind, but I will definitely provide for you in your old age in the future. Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Don't make empty promises to me. How old am I? I'm already thinking about the issue of old age. I should be working hard at my age. What's the point of not providing for my old age? Forget it. What do you mean by relying on your children for your old age? It's better to save more money on your own. Money is better than anything else. Okay, get up quickly, pack up. I'll take you to the school to see if you can sign up now. Your relationship should have been transferred to the army, right? Xiao Yu thought for a moment, and then said, "Let's go find the director of the Women's Federation." The director of the Women's Federation looked at Xiao Yu holding Xiaoyong, with Dawei beside him, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "It's transferred, and the marriage certificate has been issued. You came at the right time. It's better to come at the right time than to come early." After handing the household registration and marriage book to Xiao Yu, the director of the Women's Federation said, "Just take the household registration to the principal to have a look." The surnames of Dawei and Xiaonong on the household registration were changed to Zhou. "Oh, okay, director. Thank you very much." Seeing this, the director of the Women's Federation laughed angrily and said, "Have you called your grandfather to report that you are safe?" "Xiao Yu, I'll go after I send Dawei to school." Not only the old man in Beijing, but also Zhou's mother had to send a telegram to report that they were safe. The director of the Women's Federation waved her hand. Okay, hurry up. Then I'm leaving, director." The military school was very simple at first, but most of the students were children of soldiers on the island, and they were afraid that it would be unsafe if there was a natural disaster, so the higher-ups gave permission, asking the soldiers on leave to work hard, and I would pay for it, and little by little the school was built to its current size. It's a brick and tile building, and it looks more imposing than the military compound. Xiao Yu found the principal. The principal was an elderly man wearing glasses. After hearing the noise, he exhaled, wiped the lenses with his sleeves, and said, "Come in." "Hello, principal. I am a family member who just came to accompany the army for Zhou Tuan. This is my son Dawei. He is old enough to go to school. I have brought my household registration and marriage certificate. Can you help me with the admission?" Xiao Yu said in one breath. The principal poured her a glass of water, and seeing that she was still breathing slightly, he said, "Is it urgent? I just got here, and I have a lot of things to do. I haven't reported my safety to my family yet. I want to go after I settle the child's enrollment." "Is that so? How is his academic performance?" "Just like his biological father, very smart." "Oh, his biological father is a high school student. He grew up eating at many people's homes. He is grateful for the kindness of the members and has been contributing to the production team." Hearing this, the principal sighed. He is a good comrade. Because it was a military marriage, Xiao Yu had to investigate everything in her life. In addition to the weird adoptive parents, her late husband was also investigated. The higher-ups tacitly allowed her to bring Dawei and Xiaoyong with the army. After all, they were both good comrades with good character. You pay the tuition first and then let him take the preschool test tomorrow to see what class he will be assigned to. Not enrolling today? He can enroll today. Xiao Yu thought about it and didn't think it was a bad idea. He would let Dawei take care of Xiaoyong when he called later, which would be more convenient for him. "Okay. Thank you, principal." After leaving the school, Xiao Yu took the two children to the post and telecommunications booth. In addition to writing letters and sending telegrams, you can also make phone calls. There was an ant in the family compound guarding it. "Xiao Yu, hello, comrade, I'm calling Beijing. Here's the phone number." He handed over the folded paper. The ant looked at Xiao Yu and said, "Wait." The ant dialed the phone. As soon as the call was connected, the ant went to the side to knit a sweater. Dawei and Xiaoyong were also playing under the shade of a tree not far away. After 2 rings, the other side was connected. "Hello, Grandpa. I've arrived at the island safely." "Oh, it's Xiao Yu. How is life on the island? Are you used to the food and accommodation? Do you have enough money?" Xiao Yu is suspicious. "Grandpa, do you still have money?" "I don't have any. I can ask your parents." Then those evil creatures. Xiao Yu was not very happy. "Grandpa, I don't want to have anything to do with them." "How can I ask you to have anything to do with them? I'm old enough. It's time for them to take care of me in my old age. Shouldn't I give them some money for my old age?" "Oh, that makes sense. Then you can ask for more." My Sharon loves to drink milk powder, and the 4 children also like to drink malted milk. It's just that food is hard to get. There are 6 of us, and we only have 60 kilograms of food for 2 months. And it's all sweet potatoes and potatoes. I get heartburn if I eat too much. Grandpa Zhang was silent for a while and said, "Wait, Grandpa will find a way for you." "Hey, I know that Grandpa treats me the best." "Grandpa, what are you going to do?"
Secret.
"Okay, then I won't say any more to you. I still have to send a telegram to my mother-in-law."
Goodbye, Grandpa. Click.
He hung up. Grandpa Zhang looked at the beeping phone and laughed out of anger. Telegrams are charged by word, 1 dime per word. Xiaoyu has money on hand, but there is no need to be too detailed in the telegram, right? So she only wrote 8 short words. "Already arrived on the island. Safe, don't worry." The telegram cost $1 and 1 dime. When collecting the money, Xiaoyu realized that symbols also cost money. Regret. If I had known earlier, I would have saved the commas and periods and just let it be understood. She wrote another letter, which was very eloquent, explaining the specific situation on the island. It was estimated that it would be a month before the letter was sent to the production team. The phone call, the stamps, paper and envelope for the letter, and the telegram cost a total of $2.50. Xiaoyu, it's too expensive. $2.50 is enough to buy a lot of things. After all the trouble, Xiaoyu went home with her 2 children. Seeing that it was still early, Xiaoyu said to Dawei, "You look after my brother. I'll go see if I can exchange some fresh vegetables." Eating only sweet potatoes and potatoes is not enough. She had not visited any other people since she came to the compound. The only people she had met were the director of the Women's Federation, and that, Wang Zhaodi. She asked where Wang Zhaodi lived, and she found out that she lived a few doors away in the yard. She knocked on the door. "Is Sister Wang there?" Wang Zhaodi had just finished removing insects from the vegetable garden. When she heard the knock, she washed her hands and ran to open the door. "I'm coming. Who is it?"
Ah.
"Sister Chiao?" "Sister Wang, I just came to the compound and haven't packed up my things yet. My house won't feel good without fresh vegetables, so I want to exchange these candies for a cabbage. Do you think it's okay?" There are 3 candies. Fruit candies are sold at 1 cent each in the supply and marketing cooperative, so 3 pieces cost 3 cents. A pound of cabbage costs only 1 cent. The cabbages in her family are not big, so 1 piece weighs only 2 pounds. To exchange for 3 fruit candies, you need a candy ticket to buy the fruit candies. After all, she got a bargain. Even though food was precious in a famine year, Wang Zhaodi managed to pick 2 cabbages. "Don't mind that the cabbages are small." "Okay, thank you, Sister Wang. I will come to visit you after I'm done with my work."
Okay.
When you visit someone, you have to give them something. Food is precious now. You can't just give something to everyone you visit, right? So Xiaoyu only planned to visit the director of the Women's Federation and Wang Zhaodi. When she got home with 2 cabbages, it was time for dinner. "Xiaoyu, watch my brother. I'll go cook." "Okay." It was still potatoes and sweet potatoes chopped into pieces, and the cabbage was washed and cut. Pour soybean oil into the pot. The soybean oil was bought from the city mall, generally less than a pound, and she kept it in a black box. The oil can was taken out at this time and placed on the stove, along with soy sauce, vinegar, and salt. When the oil was hot, put the cabbage in and stir-fry it slightly, then add water, and then throw in the sweet potato and potato pieces, and finally grab a handful of rice powder that had been starved. In order to taste better, some soy sauce, vinegar, and salt were also added. Although it still looks like rotten water.
Ugh.
But at least it can be swallowed. When Zhou Jun's 3 children came back, they smelled the fragrance from the kitchen and swallowed their saliva. "So-yun, serve the meal." Xiaoyu's voice came from the kitchen, and the children ran very fast. It verified the contemporary slogan, "If you are not active in eating, there is something wrong with your brain." After taking a bite, the children's eyes lit up. Zhou was the first to lose his temper. "Annie, did you add oil to the pot?" "Well, it's soybean oil. Otherwise the soup would be watery and tasteless." "That's great. It's either bacon or sweet porridge, and soybean oil was added to the pot today." tasting the rich aroma of oil. It's definitely not the amount of oil that other people use chopsticks to scrub the bottom of the pot. Xiaoyu poured a lot of water on the bottom of the pot at noon, but most of the boys in the family drank it all up. Fortunately, she has space and her grandfather is a person with a background. Otherwise, how can she support so many boys? Xiaoyu ordered Dawei to wash the dishes. Take turns to wash, and let your eldest brother take care of Xiaoyong and show your affection. Look at what she does as a stepmother, how fair it is. Dawei was a little hesitant at first. After his father died, he was afraid that his stepmother would run away and that he would be bullied by his uncle and aunt, so his younger brother could not leave his sight. But since his stepmother remarried and took them 2 brothers to join the army and then registered for school, the worries in his heart were gone, and he relaxed a little. He no longer had the consciousness of supporting a family. He wanted to honor his mother and provide for her in the future. He also wanted to get along well with his 3 brothers.
So,
Dawei looked at his 3 brothers, said nothing, and finally went to the kitchen. Xiaoyu said, "You 3 brothers are grown up now. You and Dawei will take turns washing dishes in the future. It's up to you how to distribute it. Oh, and there's also sweeping the floor and changing the sheets. Forget it, take turns sweeping the floor first. Zhou Jun, follow me to learn how to wash and hang clothes." Zhou Jun, "Aunt, I can wash and hang clothes." "You can?" "Well, I was the one who washed and hung clothes when Dad was not around." Xiaoyu was very touched. It's not easy for you to wash clothes for the whole family at such a young age. How about this? I'll give you 3 cents for each wash so that people won't think I'm exploiting you if it gets out. "Aunt, no need. I'll wash clothes for the whole family even if you don't come." Xiaoyu raised her hand to stop her. "That's different. I, your aunt, also want a good reputation. If you want to think about your aunt's reputation, don't refuse your aunt."
okay.
Zhou looked at Xiaoyu, then lowered his head in a daze. "Xiaoyu, okay, go boil water and take a bath." Zhou resisted a little. "Aunt, didn't we just wash yesterday? The weather is so hot, and you sweat every day. If you don't take a hot bath, won't you feel smelly? You must wash. Otherwise, if the sheets are smoked yellow, your eldest brother will suffer when he washes the sheets." Okay. In order to reduce the number of times his elder brother washes the sheets, Zhou Wu did it reluctantly. After taking a shower, he had a bowl of rich malted milk as usual. After drinking it and rinsing his own bowl, Zhou Wu couldn't help but smack his lips. "Aunt, what are we going to eat tomorrow? There's nothing at home. What can we eat?" "Oh, are we going to eat sweet or salty?" Xiaoyu found that this little black charcoal was quite good at language and culture and smiled. "Eat potatoes. Except potatoes. Nothing else," Xiaoyu said in a sonorous and powerful voice. Zhou Wu was a little disappointed and returned to the bedroom with his head down. Because of Xiaoyu's words, Zhou Wu couldn't sleep and asked his elder brother sideways, "Brother, do you think Aunt just came and wanted to leave a good impression on us so she's so lavish? Will we live the same as before? I don't know. Is there anything you don't know? Don't you have a good relationship with Aunt? Otherwise, you can ask Aunt." Zhou Jun's eyelids twitched violently. "You and I have known Aunt on the same day. How can we have a good relationship?" The 2 were about to argue when a voice interrupted. "She is teasing you." This was said to the silly younger brother. For a moment, there was silence. Zhou Wu said in disbelief, "Brother, pinch me. Did my brother speak just now?" Zhou Jun rolled his eyes. "No pinch. You heard it right, your brother just spoke." Zhou Wu said in disbelief, "It's so strange. When our father died in the war and Mom ran away with the money, my brother never spoke or cried. When he was bullied by those relatives, my brother never said a word. Even when he was called dumb by those rascals, my brother didn't move at all. When Aunt came, my brother could speak. A medical miracle. I think not only your brother should have his throat checked, you should also check his brain." "What do you mean?" "Brother, you said I'm stupid? That's not right. I have a very smart brain, and the teachers all praise me for learning quickly. Big brother, you are not allowed to fall asleep. Speak clearly." Zhou Jun's head hurt because of the noise, so he had to say, "How about you think back to what your brother said just now?"
She was teasing you.
Zhou Jun successfully shifted the blame, and Zhou Wu directed his spearhead at his own brother. Brother, what did you mean by that just now? Aunt was teasing me? So, what Aunt said doesn't count? Can we still eat well in the future? Zhou Wen ignored him and fell asleep quickly. Xiaoyu slept until noon as usual. In the morning, Dawei wanted to go to school with her, so when Xiaoyu was sleeping soundly, he stuffed Xiaoyong into her bed. Xiaoyong was also well-behaved. He sat beside Xiaoyu's pillow, playing with his fingers and the sheets. When Xiaoyu was half asleep and half awake, did she seem to have agreed to something? When she woke up, she was startled by the thin and dry shadow beside the pillow. Oh my God! It turned out to be Xiaoyong. The other person smiled at the one who just woke up. Xiaoyu picked him up and said, "It's so dark. When did you go to mother's bed?" Xiaoyong said happily, "Mom, mother." Looking at his cute appearance, Xiaoyu patted the child's face happily. "You are so easy to take care of, so good." After holding Xiaoyong to wash up, Xiaoyu began to make lunch. 2 potatoes and sweet potatoes were copied from the space. The black box could not fit them at all. The copied sweet potatoes and potatoes were added to the grain bag. What to make for lunch today? Sweet potatoes, taro and cabbage stewed with soybean oil, soy sauce, vinegar, and salt. The children came back on time. As usual, he ate half a bowl to pretend. When Zhou went to clean up the dishes, Xiaoyu asked Dawei, "How is school? Is the teacher serious? Can you understand what he teaches? Are the classmates easy to get along with?" The teacher is not serious, the teaching is understandable, and the classmates are easy to get along with. Xiaoyu nodded and asked Zhou Jun, "I have to check on my private plot in the afternoon, and I also have to make something to visit the director of the Women's Federation and Mrs. Wang's house. Can you take Xiaoyong to school and take care of him for half a day? Otherwise, I won't be able to spare the time." Zhou Jun did not hesitate. "And there are often students in our class who bring their younger brothers and sisters to class. As long as the younger brothers and sisters don't make trouble, the teachers will turn a blind eye. Little Yong is a very good kid, he'll be fine." "Okay, then I'll trouble you to take care of him." No trouble, auntie. There was only so much land on the island that could be planted. Although Zhou Zan had a high military rank, the private plot allocated was calculated based on the number of people in the family. Xiaoyu took a look and found that the area of her own private plot was not small compared to other families. With her, Dawei and Xiaoyong joining in, the private plot could be expanded. Well, I can mention this when I go to the director of the Women's Federation later. Her own private plot was still empty.
Seeds?
Someone helped her plant seeds? Oh my God. Why didn't you get struck to death by a thunderbolt? I was the only one caught. Those are my seeds. You pay for it. Hearing this familiar voice, Xiaoyu turned his head expressionlessly and looked. Sure enough, it was Yang Hongxia. Standing next to Yang Hongxia? Yes, also an acquaintance, Zhang Suihua. Zhang Suihua is much smarter than Yang Hongxia. When she met Xiaoyu's gaze, her shoulders shrank. She didn't dare to speak, and even kept a distance from Yang Hongxia, who was traveling with her, to avoid being implicated. Louder! Call all the comrades around. Listen to your futile remarks, auntie. What nonsense are you talking about? Yang Hongxia screamed in response. Xiaoyu, it's God again, and it's lightning again. If this is not futile thinking, what is it? Now is the era of materialism. We must believe in science. Embrace science. But auntie, you do it again and again. Stop. What do you want? The corners of Yang Hongxia's eyes twitched violently. Xiaoyu picked his ears and said, "Apologize. Apologize to me. Apologize to the people. Apologize to the new era of thought and consciousness. Say that you will make progress, will actively correct. Stay true to yourself." Yang Hongxia's face turned red. Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes. "Auntie, you can't say it? Do you think from the bottom of your heart?" Yang Hongxia hurriedly said, "I apologize to you. Apologize to the people. Apologize to the new era of thought and consciousness. I will make progress, will actively correct. Stay true to myself." Okay. Xiao Yu nodded. Okay. Yang Hongxia gritted her teeth in hatred. As your turn. You destroyed my seeds. Tell me what to do. Xiao Yu sighed. It turned out that you helped us plant the land, and I said you would come to plant seeds. Thank you, Auntie. I didn't help you. Those were the seeds I bought for our own consumption. Oh, but the land belongs to our Zhou family. What? Do you want to learn from the landlords and seize other people's land? I don't have it.
No.
Thank you for helping me farm. Xiaoyu smiled like a fox that had succeeded. Yang Hongxia bit her back teeth, wondering whether to come and destroy the seeds on this land at night, or wait for the crops to mature and then steal them herself. Xiaoyu seemed to see through Yang Hongxia's thoughts and said, Auntie, don't think about it. If I lose a penny from my land, I will pick the crops from your land when they are ripe in the future.
Why? Why?
Because I only have a grudge against you now. If you didn't destroy my land and stop me from eating, who else would be disgusting? I am not living a good life, and of course I won't let you live a good life. If the matter is reported to the director of the Women's Federation, it will be you who learned from the landlords and seized my private land first. You are the first to be unreasonable. Justice always stands on the side of fairness. You deserve to be replaced. You deserve to stay in the countryside for more than 10 years. Why don't you stay in the countryside for the rest of your life? Why aren't you tortured to death by your adoptive parents? You ungrateful wolf. Your adoptive parents raised you to this age, and you sued them and put them in jail. How could you be so capable? People like you will get into trouble sooner or later. You will implicate Zhou Tuan. You are a scourge. You are a troublemaker. The second half of the sentence suddenly changed. Yang Hongxia saw someone coming, and her unreasonable and cruel words turned into a rebuke to Xiaoyu. Hearing Yang Hongxia's curses, some military wives came forward to gossip. What's going on? The one in Zhou Tuan's family now has sent the parents who raised her to jail? That's right. I have a relative who lives near that production team. I asked someone to inquire about her, and only then did I know her character. How dare she be so arrogant in the army? Sooner or later, she will get her retribution. She will implicate Zhou Tuan. Zhou Tuan will definitely regret marrying her. I heard that her adoptive parents deliberately took her away by mistake and tortured her for more than 10 years. Yang Hongxia immediately brought up Zhang Cuihua. That's what she said herself. How credible can her words be? Cuihua was there at the time, right, Cuihua? She was the only one talking to herself at the time, so she must have embellished her actions. Zhang Cuihua. To be honest, she didn't want to get involved. This was the first time in her life that she had suffered a setback because of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked young, but he was very eloquent when he spoke and was also very fierce in a fight. She couldn't afford to offend him. After Xiaoyu returned home, she prepared to make something for the family. She used the sweet potatoes at home. Sweet potatoes have white cores, not to mention being soft. They are not sweet and can burn the heart, unlike the improved varieties of later generations. It doesn't matter if they are not sweet, you can add some sugar. Peel the sweet potatoes and steam them directly in the pot. Don't waste the sweet potato skins, save them for the children to eat in the evening. Put the steamed sweet potatoes in a bowl and mash them into a paste with a spoon. During the process, sugar and milk powder are added to it to keep the sweetness and milk flavor. Sweet potato powder alone is not enough to set the shape, so she put some rice powder and water in it and then kneaded into shape. It's a pity that she hasn't seen white flour and refined rice since she came here. Otherwise, it would be better to use white flour instead of rice flour. After kneading it into shape, it was steamed in a pot and then packed in an aluminum lunchbox. She made a lot, so she kept 7 and put the rest in the aluminum lunchbox. 6 were for her and the children, and 1 was put in the black box in the space. After everything is ready, go visit. The first door to visit is Wang Zhaodi's house. Knock, knock, knock. Is Sister Wang there?
I'm Qiao Yigreku.
Wang Zhaodi opened the door and was a little surprised to see Qiaoyu. Sister Qiao? Sister Wang, please make a plate for the sweet potato cakes I made. I just moved to the compound, and I still need your care. This is a gift for meeting you. You can taste it later and see if you like it. Well, okay. People these days have a keen sense of smell. Wang Xiaodi smelled a strong milky and sweet aroma from the sweet potato cake. She was sure it was good stuff and ran to the kitchen at a fast pace. When she came back, she plucked a cabbage and handed it over. Sister Qiao, take it and eat it. Don't be polite to your sister-in-law. Yeah. It just so happens that our family is short of fresh vegetables. Thank you, Sister Wang. I won't say much now. I still have to go to the director of the Women's Federation to talk about the private plot. Okay, then I won't send it off. After closing the gate, Wang Xiaodi took a small bite of the sweet potato cake. A sweet and milky aroma really spread in her mouth, which aroused her appetite. When she realized it, she had finished a piece of sweet potato cake. Why couldn't she control her mouth? She fanned herself lightly and was glad that her mother-in-law and the children were not at home. There was one less sweet potato cake on the plate, and no one noticed. The director of the Women's Federation was sitting in the office at this time. Seeing Xiao Yu coming, she poured her a cup of hot water. Why are you here? Is there something you are not used to? I made sweet potato pancakes to thank the director for taking care of me. No need, I still have to give your grandfather some face. Grandpa is grandpa. I am me. Director, don't be polite to me. Accept it. Xiao Yu is very familiar with the social etiquette here. Grandpa asked the director to take care of her. That is the friendship between Grandpa and the director. If she wants to establish a friendship with the director, she has to take the initiative and the relationship can be established. If you just accept other people's kindness. Oh, people only treat her as the granddaughter of the leader. When the leader dies, what will they recognize you for? They are not your parents. Why should they treat you well in every way? Okay, then I won't be polite to you, and I'll ask the kid at home to return the aluminum lunchbox to you later. Okay, director. By the way, director, I also want to ask about the private plot this time. Private plot? What's the matter? The area of the private plot is divided according to the number of people in the family, right? Now that I have brought my 2 children to follow the army, can I get more private land? Yes, that's right. I'll have someone allocate some more land to you later. That's great, director. You are really my benefactor. I can always go to you when I have problems. The flatter director of the Women's Federation. That's just the beginning. I feel relieved when you say that. There is one more thing. Director of the Women's Federation. You tell me. It's the yard that my husband Joe got. The front yard is so big. I wonder if I can grow some vegetables myself? Sure, you decide. I also want to raise 2 chickens. Director, do you know where I can sell chicks? These days, old hens refuse to lay eggs, so they are slaughtered and eaten by their families. Not many families can afford to raise hens. You have asked the right person. Director of the Women's Federation. When my hens hatch, I will give you a few. Why not just 2? Because the survival rate of chicks is very low. Okay. Thank you very much, Director. Xiao Yu raised his hand and looked at his watch. Director, I'm going back first. I still have to cook for the children. They are about to finish school. You go. After returning home, Xiao Yu did not turn on the stove except for the sweet potato cakes. He used hot water to rinse the rice flour and wild vegetable dumplings. Wash the sweet potato skins cooked in the afternoon, cut them into pieces, and throw them in to stir them after cooking. The 2-pound cabbage. There is really no place to put it in the black box of the space. Seeing that a lot of rabbits and bacon have been copied, but there is no reason to take them out and cook, I will temporarily make room for the cabbage. Copy the cabbage for a few days first. After the children came back, they saw that the food was already on the table. Just as they were about to start, Xiao Yu hit the back of their hands. Wash your hands first. The children did not ask why, and went to wash their hands one by one. After washing, they came to eat. When asked about the sweet potato cakes, Xiao Yucai said, I want to visit someone this afternoon. I can't go empty-handed, can I? I made extra. You guys can have a taste. After eating, the children smacked their lips. The sweet potato cakes are delicious, and as for the hodgepodge of sweet potato skins mixed with rice flour and wild vegetable dumplings, it's filling. Zhou Wu is the most friendly among the children, and he asked what the children were thinking. Aunt, when can we eat these sweet potato cakes again next time? Xiao Yu was making malted milk to top them up. Hearing this, she laughed angrily. You wish. There is sugar and milk powder in it. How can it withstand what you make? Hurry up and finish the malted milk and go to bed.
Oh,
That's a pity. Zhou had just finished washing the dishes when Yan, the director of the Women's Federation, came to the door with a clean aluminum lunchbox and also 2 corns. Aunt, my grandma said thank you for the sweet potato cakes and asked you not to spend money next time and save them for your brothers to nourish their bodies. Yan is a girl, the same age as Zhou Jun, dark, but with a good complexion. Maybe because she ran here, her face is red. Xiao Yu liked it very much, so he took out 2 fruit candies and stuffed them into her mouth. Hey, okay. Thank you. You keep these candies sweet in your mouth. By the way, what's your name? Aunt, my nickname is Yaden.
good.
Good name. Easy to raise. Xiao Yu praised her for her beautiful eyebrows and good complexion. Yaden felt embarrassed by the praise and left with messy steps.
Corn.
Well, one was stuffed into the black box, and the other was placed in the master bedroom. A night passed. Xiaoyu slept until noon again. When she woke up, she saw Xiaoyong sitting by the pillow playing with his fingers as usual. Without the shock of the first time, she picked up Xiaoyong and washed him familiarly. She weighed Xiaoyong and asked, Boy, have you gained some weight? Xiaoyong nodded and laughed. I have. After washing up and checking her watch, she was about to cook when there was a knock on the door. She was suspicious and went to open the door with Xiaoyong in her arms. It was Wang Zhaodi. Sister Qiao, I'm going to take a boat to leave the island tomorrow to exchange some things with the members of the nearby production team. Do you want to go? Exchange? What for? Exchange some seafood with money. Don't worry, those seafood are cheap. Private ownership was not allowed in 1960, and everyone spoke carefully. Exchange money for things was to avoid being criticized. In a few years, there will be crackdowns, and by then, no one will dare to mention exchange money for things. Forget about it. She is in the coastal area, and she is not short of seafood. Okay. Sister Wang, call me tomorrow, and we'll go together. Okay. Then I'll go back first. I still have to cook for the children. I won't see you off. Wang Zhaodi waved her hand. Xiao Yu carried a small stool and put Xiaoyong in the kitchen, away from the stove, and then went to the main house to get things through the space. The meals cooked for the children are all copied from the black box. Today's lunch: corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and a cabbage stewed in a big pot. Put some soybean oil in it as usual. Oil provides fat. Anyway, some will be copied every day. Don't you eat it and save it for the new year? As for cured meat, save it for half a month for the children to have meat. After the famine is over, give the children meat once a week. Zhou Jun's children used to run to the cafeteria after class. They ran very fast, for fear that if they were slow, there would be only some soup left in the cafeteria. Now they eat at home and they run fast, mainly because they are greedy. The food at home is much better than the cafeteria. After dinner, while Dawei was washing the dishes, Qiao Yu asked Zhou Jun, I want to save the corn cobs and grind them for the chickens at home. Do you know where to grind them into flour? We have to go to the canteen where there is a stone mill. But how much labor fee do we have to pay to the canteen if we let others grind? I don't know. You have to ask her yourself. Oh, okay. Qiao Yu thought for a while and said, Take Xiaorong to school in the afternoon. The director has allocated a few more plots of land for the family. I have to go and see. Tomorrow I have to leave the island with Wang Xiaozi and exchange some dried seafood with the members of the nearby production team. Zhou Jun nodded without saying anything. The director of the Women's Federation, do you have seeds? Qiao Yu. Oh, she didn't have seeds. She said something was wrong. This can't be blamed on her. As a post-aughts, she is spoiled by everyone. Well, since her net worth has skyrocketed, she has long forgotten how she got through the hard times. She didn't suffer much since she came here. At Zhou Zhan's house, Zhou's sister-in-law and Zhou's mother cooked, and she was busy getting supplies. After joining the army, she was only responsible for cooking. Xiaoyong was stuffed to Zhou Jun every other day, so she didn't have to wash the dishes or clothes herself. I guess she will only wash her own underwear in the future? You can understand it, right? Seeing this, the director of the Women's Federation pinched her eyebrows and said, What do you want to grow? Grow vegetables in the front yard of my house and corn in my private plot. Let's go to my house to get seeds.
Hey,
Director. After coming here, I realized that there are still many good people. Director, you must be healthy and live a long life. Shut up.
okay.
Xiao Yu said obediently. The director of the Women's Federation not only gave her seeds, but also showed her the plots of land and helped her carry water for irrigation. What a nice person. Xiao Yu was so moved. Director, your kindness. Shut up. She didn't want to be the director, to work hard and produce seeds, and then have to listen to this little girl's nonsense in the end. Okay. Xiao Yu said obediently again. Seeing her like this, the director of the Women's Federation sneered in her heart. She is an expert at pretending to be obedient. This is it. Xiao Yu praised the director of the Women's Federation all the way to her own yard, and the two of them worked together to cultivate the front yard and plant seeds. The director of the Women's Federation, who finished her work. Shouldn't she be in the office holding an enamel pot and occasionally brewing 2 tea leaves to relieve her boredom? Why was she fooled by this girl to come to work? She was old and weak, and she felt the pain in her body only after finishing the work. The pleasure of chatting with Xiao Yu before was gone. When Xiao Yu saw the director of the Women's Federation come back to her senses, she did not feel guilty, but just felt sorry. Director, why don't you stay for a meal? No need. These days, no family has enough food. You can keep it for yourself. The familiar spirit came, and Xiao Yu followed with a sonorous and powerful voice. With a leader like the director, the Women's Federation will surely go further and further in the future. Set a good example for the Women's Federation, and also a role model for the people. The director of the Women's Federation was very moved. When she was discharged from the hospital and saw that the sun was still shining, she returned to the office and called Mr. Zhang. Chief, your granddaughter is amazing. Xiao Yu made rice flour and vegetable dumplings for dinner, let the children take a bath, and then made a bowl of malted milk. There was no shortage of malted milk in the past 3 months. She bought several bottles and placed them in the master bedroom. She also copied a spoonful of it every day in the space. She would add the copied spoonful to the malted milk. After a month, it was equivalent to 1 more bottle. What was originally only enough for 2.5 months can now be eaten for 3 months. If there weren't so many kids in the family, so many cans would last an ordinary family at least 2 years. After sleeping all night, Xiao Yu didn't stay in bed and got up early in the morning. The children were still sleeping. She packed up and put the money and bills in the space, then went to find Wang Zhaodi with a big backpack. The backpack was covered with a dark black cloth to prevent people from peeping along the way and to make it easier for her to move the things she had exchanged to the space. The dark black cloth was made from the rags of the original owner. Wang Zhaodi happened to be out and bumped into Xiao Yu. I was just about to look for you. Xiao Yu smiled. What a coincidence. Xiao Zhao was not leaving the island today, so they didn't have a ride and could only walk to the dock. After walking for an hour or two, they finally saw the boat. The dock was also heavily guarded. After looking at Xiao Yu and the others' IDs, the soldiers saluted in a standard military salute. Hello, sister-in-law. Wang Zhaodi didn't say anything, as if she was used to it. Xiao Yu smiled and said, Hello, comrades, you have worked hard. After boarding the boat, Wang Zhaodi said, The way you behaved. Xiao Yu pretended to be nervous. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Is there something wrong? The guy before me told me that I must not be stage frightened anywhere, otherwise I will be looked down upon. Sister-in-law, you also know that I am from the country. Well, so if there is anything wrong, please tell me. What could Wang Zhaodi say? She could only shake her head. Xiao Yu certainly did nothing wrong. It's just that she, a military wife, behaved like a leader, which made those soldiers feel awkward. Before the founding of the People's Republic of China, fishermen along the coast made a living by fishing. Although private business is not allowed now, fishermen rely on money for things to run legal markets. Coastal cities were key development points in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, especially in the 1980s, when time passed like a flash and people living there could best feel the changes from bungalows to high-rise buildings. Xiao Yu followed Wang Zhaodi for an unknown period of time before they arrived at the so-called market. What are the benefits of living along the coast? You won't have nothing to eat in a famine. But food is still expensive. Seafood is cheap. Dried kelp, dried shrimp, dried squid, dried scallops. The price is still very cheap, especially dried kelp and dried shrimp, which can be bought for a few cents per pound. Dried squid, dried scallops, and dried abalone are rare and more expensive, a few yuan per pound. No one cares about the expensive ones, but Xiao Yu is the least short of money. Wang Zhaodi saw that she was generous and said, "I'll go check out other places. There's fresh produce over there. Let's meet at the entrance of the market after we finish shopping?" "Yes, sure, auntie." The dry goods were bought by the pound, and there was another street around the corner. She emptied her backpack, pretending that she hadn't bought anything before, and went on a shopping spree again. There were many people in the market, and everyone was in a hurry. No one looked at each other, so Xiao Yu acted bolder. When she arrived at the fresh produce market, she saw hairy, live shrimps and sea fish. Xiao Yu swallowed her saliva. I can't take this away." The stall owner saw her dress and green eyes, and knew there was something fishy going on, and hurriedly pushed his own goods. "Are you the wife of a soldier who just came to join the army?" Xiao Yu was a little surprised. "Is it obvious?"
Hey,
The wives of soldiers here all have this kind of temperament. The stall owner gave a thumbs up. In his heart, he was actually thinking, she is superior and looks down on ordinary people. But the girl in front of him did not have that kind of arrogance. Her eyes were clear and her manners were generous. She was not like an ordinary person, nor like an ordinary military wife. Xiao Yu just listened to what the stall owner said and said, "I like your things, but it is a big problem that I can't take them away." "How much do you want?" "I want them all." All?
yeah.
"Well, if you want a lot of things, I can ask my son to help send them to the island, but they can only be sent to the gate of the army. They can't get in, so you have to ask someone to carry them." "Okay, it's settled." Xiao Yu was not worried that someone would go back on their word these days, especially when the other party offered to pay half first, and the remaining half after the goods were delivered. Xiao Yu carried the things to the market entrance to meet Wang Zhaodi. Wang Zhaodi took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off her face. "It's already this late. If we rush back, we'll have to cook a new meal. Why don't we go to the state-owned restaurant and have a bowl of seafood noodles?" Xiao Yu had no problem. Seafood noodles don't even require a ticket. Xiao Yu felt very happy, and after paying AA with Wang Zhaodi, he ate a bowl of hot seafood noodles and replenished the energy he had consumed in the morning. The chef at the state-owned restaurant cooks delicious food. "Mine tastes like pig food, but luckily the kids don't dislike me." "No, the sweet potato cakes you brought over are delicious." Xiao Yu, "Of course they taste better with sugar and milk powder. As for making sweet potato cakes alone, I guarantee that my skills are definitely not as good as yours, sister-in-law." Wang Zhaodi felt relieved after listening to this, and she became more talkative with Xiao Yu on the way back. After landing on the island and returning to the army, Xiao Yu put the dried seafood in the space, but not in the black box. There was not enough space in the black box to copy the scarce supplies, and it would be redundant to copy these seafood that could be bought everywhere. She had no shortage of money, so it was more cost-effective to buy than to copy. At noon, she cut potatoes and sweet potatoes and steamed them, which became the staple food. The dish was a large cabbage, which was stir-fried with oil, added to hot water to make it milky white, and then thrown in a few handfuls of washed shrimp skins, and it became a pot of delicious cabbage and shrimp skin soup. When the children came back, Xiao Yu yelled at them, "Wash your hands." Several children went to the faucet to wash their hands, and then came to serve the dishes. Seeing that there were dried shrimps in the soup, Zhou Jun's 3 children's faces changed slightly. Seeing that Dawei was eating with relish and Xiaorong was also drinking the soup, they tried it. It tastes quite good? It tastes very delicious?" Zhou Wu couldn't help asking. "Aunt, what did you add to the soup? Why is it milky white? And this soup with dried shrimps is not fishy at all, but very fresh. What did you add? Too much oil." "Okay, just pretend he didn't ask. Eat quickly. Wash the dishes after eating." In the afternoon, When the children went to school, Xiao Yu's baskets of seafood arrived. The sentry came to report the news. Sister-in-law, the fresh seafood you exchanged with the members of the nearby production team has arrived. Really? Let's go and take a look. On the way, she ran into Xiao Zhao, and seeing that Xiao Zhao had nothing to do, Xiao Yu took him with her. Xiao Zhao. At the gate of the army were 3 dark-skinned farm men and a row of 6 large plastic barrels filled with seafood. Sister, can you take a look and see if this is what you want? Xiao Yu walked around and nodded. Yes, it's what I want. That's good. Sister, we have to take this plastic barrel back. Yeah, okay, I got it. I'll carry the things home and return them to you when there's room. Comrade Xiao Zhao. Help me move it. Okay, sister-in-law. Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao moved 3 times and made room for the empty plastic barrels before she paid the remaining money. Xiao Yu smiled and walked with Xiao Zhao. Comrade Xiao Zhao, we'll invite you to have a simple meal when our old Zhou comes back. I'm busy at home now, and I really can't spare any time. Yeah, sister-in-law, I understand. The main reason is that there is no man at the wife's house, and it is not convenient for him, a single soldier, to go to someone else's house. It would be embarrassing if it got out. Xiao Yu returned home and started to pack up. She put a lot of sea fish into the space. Because she put them in the master bedroom with the door closed, Xiao Zhao didn't know how she emptied the plastic bucket, so she felt at ease to pack up the space. The fish died as soon as they entered the space, so they had to be cleaned out in time. The water tanks and large wooden basins at home were filled with fresh hairy and live shrimps, so she could only put the dead sea fish in the pot. Cut open the belly, remove the gills, and pull out the fish tendons, which are the fishy lines. Apply salt, string the fish mouth with dry straw that was twisted into a twist on the spot, and hang it in the yard where clothes are dried. She packed up slowly, and the salt was almost gone, and the children just came back. Xiao Yu washed her hands and paid a few dollars. Zhou Jun. Go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some salt. Buy as much as you can. So Yun. Hey, Auntie. After finishing, Xiao Yu turned her head and looked at the remaining children. Leave one of you to look after Xiaoyong, and the other 2 will help your aunt to process the fish. Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu accompanied Xiao Yu to process the fish. The 2 children only knew how to scrape the scales of the fish, and they didn't know how to remove the gills and pull out the fish tendons. When Zhou Jun came back, the child understood it immediately and quickly found the position of the fish tendons and removed the blush cleanly. Xiao Yu freed up the hairy and asked the 3 children to process the fish in the bucket, rubbing salt on them and drying them. No matter whether the salted fish processed by the children tasted good or not, they thought it was not delicious anyway, and they would adjust and rectify it themselves in the future. She planned to make crab oil and eat crab meat for dinner. Of course, the crab oil had to be added in sufficient amount, and she poured the remaining half can of soybean oil into the bottom of the pot. Xiao Yu didn't borrow it for free, but exchanged it for a few fruit candies. Back at home in the kitchen, the oil temperature came up, and the crab roe was put in to simmer slowly. Seeing Xiao Yu buy so many, Zhou Wu muttered softly, "This thing is fishy." When he saw Xiao Yu put in half a can of soybean oil, his voice stopped abruptly. No matter how fishy it is, it must be delicious with so much oil poured in it. Boil the crab roe on low heat until it bubbles, then put it in an empty can. The crab meat is steamed, the potatoes and sweet potatoes are cooked and mashed, added to the crab meat, and half a spoonful of crab roe is placed in each person's bowl. Everyone, another delicious meal. After taking a shower and drinking malted milk, Xiao Yu was about to talk to Zhou Jun. "So Yun, ents. Take care of Xiaoyong." Xiao Yu smiled like a loving elder. "Zhou Jun, you still need to be at home. Otherwise, Auntie really can't take care of it. As for what to do tomorrow morning, those shrimps need to be processed. Half of them are used for raw pickling, and the other half are cooked on the same day. And the oil at home is used up. I have to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to see if there is any soybean oil for sale." Xiao Yu, Andy will go to the supply and marketing cooperative on the island tomorrow. If there is no soybean oil, I will have to leave the island and go to the mall to have a look. Auntie will give you the money first. If Annie doesn't come back, you can go to the cafeteria to eat. Xiaoyong still needs you to take care of him. I'll put the milk powder and malted milk in the kitchen for you. It's really not enough. There are also potatoes and sweet potatoes. You can steam them and mash them into a paste. Xiaoyong can also eat them. Well, Auntie, I know. The next day, without Wang Zhaodi's company, Xiao Yu first exchanged half of the shrimps with sugar for enough ingredients to pickle them. Even so, the ingredients for raw pickling were not enough, but they could be eaten. She put the remaining half of the shrimps into the space, fearing that the shrimps would have died for a long time and would not be fresh when she came back. She went to the supply and marketing cooperative, but there was no soybean oil to sell, so she had to go to the mall with an empty backpack.
School.
Zhou Jun saw that his younger brother Xiaoyong was very well behaved. He lowered his head to play with his fingers, or bit his sleeves to play, quietly, and did not say a word. When the teacher came, his younger brother Xiaoyong also looked up, then lowered his head to play by himself. He then concentrated on listening to the class. After class, holding the stumbling Xiaoyong brother's hand, he saw that there was another dispute at the school gate. It was Yang Longbiao who brought his younger brothers to find a place with Dawei. Coincidentally, the twins Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu came out. Zhou Jun pushed Xiaoyong to Zhou Wen, watched the younger brother. After that, he took off his shoulder bag and threw it to the ground and rushed over. Yang Longbiao, how dare you bully my brother? Zhou Wu, brother. I'll go help my eldest brother. He threw the satchel to the ground and rushed over. Zhou Wen. He silently slung the two satchels on his shoulders, held Xiaoyong's hand, and stayed away from the battlefield to avoid harming innocent people. Slug came to Zhou Wen's side to watch the fun and gossiped with Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen, I heard that your stepmother made delicious food for you again yesterday. Zhou Wen didn't say anything. Slug. My mother smelled it, and she must have put a lot of oil in it. Your stepmother's fingers are really big. How can she live in the future? Zhou Wen tilted his head and glanced at the slug. The two snots flowed into his mouth through his nostrils. The slug tasted it twice. Zhou Wen got goosebumps all over the floor and pulled Xiaoyong back half a step. The slug didn't understand. Why are you hiding? Seeing the other party approaching again, Zhou Wen took 2 steps back.
Ha.
Ha ha ha. While humming, the snot and saliva sprayed over. Zhou Wen dodged and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Zhou Wu came back from the fight, took his shoulder bag and put his arm on the slug's shoulder. What are you talking about? Brother Wu, your brother dislikes me. Zhou Wu said, this is not normal. By the way, what delicious food did your stepmother make for you yesterday? My aunt. She made crab oil and poured half a can of soybean oil into it. Slurp Zhou. Wu slurped his saliva. Zhou Wen retreated faster, and seeing that his eldest brother also came over, he hurriedly pulled his eldest brother and the younger brother away from the 2 sloppy kings. Zhou Wu didn't care much about his brother's reaction, but described it vividly. The slug also felt yearning after listening. Zhou Wu. Half a can of soybean oil went down, and the fishy smell was not tasted at all. Anyway, it was delicious. But my aunt said that this amount of crab oil is only enough for a few meals. There is no soybean oil at home, so we have to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy it. The supply and marketing cooperative has no soybean oil either. How do you know? My mother said it yesterday, and she also said that soybean oil is hard to buy now. Zhou Wu immediately said to Zhou Jun in front of him, Brother, the supply and marketing cooperative has no soybean oil, and my aunt will definitely not be at home at noon. Let's go to the cafeteria. Zhou Jun paused, handed Xiaoyong to Zhou Wen, and then said, You go to the cafeteria to get food first. I will go home to confirm. Zhou Wen nodded, which was considered an agreement. They really ate in the cafeteria at noon. Zhou Wu took a few sips of the watery soup and felt a little listless. Slug. What's wrong, Brother Wu? You don't want to eat? If you don't want to eat, give it to me. Zhou Wu quickly blocked it with his hand. Just kidding. Who doesn't want to eat? I eat. After eating, Zhou Wu sighed. It's still my aunt who is willing to put oil, sugar, and so on. Does your stepmother put sugar in her cooking? Yes. The fruit candy melted in the multi-grain porridge has a sweet taste. My aunt also gave each of us a bowl of malted milk every night, saying it is good for the body. Slug. Then your stepmother is better than my biological mother. Slug wanted to cry. The last time I ate malted milk was last month, and it's no longer available at home. My mom said there was a famine in our hometown and we had to save money and send it back. We no longer had money to buy malted milk. My aunt's grandfather on her mother's side was very capable, so we ate good food too. I will definitely be nice to my aunt and her grandfather in the future, Zhou said in a sonorous and powerful voice. In the city, in the mall, Xiaoyu made a lot of purchases again. Seeing that there was still cotton, her hands did not hesitate at all, and she started buying. There were only 3 pounds of soybean oil in the mall. She bought all 3 pounds. Seeing that there was nothing else, she thought of going to the black market. She asked a stranger, a kind and easy-to-talk person, Annie, the children at home are really hungry. I want to ask you where I can exchange things nearby, no matter how expensive the things are. After hearing this, she understood Xiaoyu's thoughts. There was no open crackdown on the black market across the country. After all, it was a famine year, and the people had to survive. The old aunt pointed out a way for Xiaoyu. There was a special person guarding the dark alley. Seeing her crouching over, he just said, "Buy or sell?"
Buy.
3 cents. Are the entrance tickets so expensive? Robbery. Absolutely robbed. Xiaoyu still paid the money honestly. She dared to fight only in her own territory. In places like this where there are local tyrants, she should be low-key, do things according to other people's rules, and avoid trouble. There is nothing good in the black market. It's all dried seafood and some defective products that cannot be eaten. No tickets are required, and the price is not much higher than that in the mall. Who is Xiaoyu? A little money-worshipping expert. She can't stop spending money. She always thinks these things are useful. Even if they're not, it's still 20 years away from the 1980s. By then, the children will grow up, and they will have to buy these things, right? At that time, there will be no shortage of food during the famine, and things will definitely require tickets. Defective products also need connections. It's better to prepare them there now. 2 thermoses are in her hands. Enamel pots are hung on both sides of the backpack, and soap, sandals, cloth. Whatever she wants. Finally, she saw Fuqiang fans. She cried with joy. It's the first time I've seen Fuqiang fans in such a long time. Xiaoyu was about to speak when the other party raised his hand. Exchange it for meat. Fuqiang flour weighed only about 5 catties, and he wanted to exchange it for 2 catties of meat. No matter what kind of meat it was, he would exchange it if he had meat. According to the prices before the famine, flour cost 30 cents per catty, so 5 catties was $1.50. Meat cost 80 cents per catty, so 2 catties was $1.60. The exchange rate of Fuqiang flour and meat during the famine was about the same. He was at a disadvantage, but it was Fuqiang flour. Although it was not as white as the flours of later generations, it was so delicate that Xiaoyu was as excited as if he had been hungry for many years and finally saw meat. He was so impulsive that he forgot to think. He copied a lot of meat in the space and exchanged it for wild rabbit meat. Xiaoyu took out a skinned rabbit from his backpack and weighed it with a smile. This wild rabbit weighed more than 2 catties. What a coincidence, uncle. I just caught it today. It's still fresh. I wanted to exchange it for some food. I didn't expect to run into you here. The old man weighed it, hesitated, and scooped another pound of coarse grains for Xiaoyu. I won't take advantage of you. Xiaoyu didn't ask the other party why she exchanged meat, and the other party didn't specifically ask Xiaoyu where the rabbit meat came from. After the transaction, they went their separate ways. After putting the things in the space, she ran very fast, for fear that the people in the black market would follow her. The enamel basins hanging on both sides of the backpack jingled, attracting the attention of passers-by. After running for an unknown period of time, Xiaoyu finally found a secluded place and put all the things into the space. The cabbage in the black box was taken out, and 5 pounds of Fuqiang flour was put in. Finding that there was no room, she made room for the rice flour in the black box for a pound of coarse grains. There is no need to worry about staple food and meat in the future. Xiaoyu went to the state-owned restaurant again. It was afternoon, and there was no one in the state-owned restaurant. The receptionist glanced at Xiao Yu lazily. It's past time. We can't entertain people. Xiao Yu opened the backpack, revealing 2 freshly skinned rabbits. I'll give you money and food coupons, and the chef will cook these 2 rabbits as you see fit. They're freshly caught, and half of the rabbit meat is the chef's reward for his hard work. The receptionist's eyes widened when she saw the 2 rabbits.
Wait.
After a while, the receptionist greeted her with a smile. What do you want to eat? Is there anything you don't like? I don't have any dietary restrictions. I want to eat something spicy. Okay. I'll ask the chef to make it for you. Thank you, sister. She paid the bill and sat down. After a while, the double pepper diced rabbit came out of the pot. The portion was enough for 1 person, but she put half in an aluminum lunchbox and ate the other half on the spot. When she met the receptionist's gaze, Xiao Yu explained, I want to take it back for the children to try. No way. She wanted to eat it all by herself. The black box had to make room for the double pepper diced rabbit. The receptionist sighed. You look quite young. I didn't expect you already have a child. How old are the children? Not only does she have children, but she is 5, and the oldest one is 8 years older than her. Are you surprised? Xiao Yu, child? 2 years old. From the production team, right? People in the production team get married early. Xiao Yu praised, Sister, what's wrong with your brain? You guessed this, you're amazing. The receptionist was also amused by her. Okay, eat quickly, I won't disturb you. Hey, okay, sister. After eating and drinking, Xiao Yu set out on her way home. The children had not come back yet, and Xiao Yu planned to copy 5 pounds of fujian flour to eat tomorrow. So, in the evening, she cooked corn, sweet potatoes, and the remaining half of the shrimp, but did not add soybean oil. She made room in the black box to put the soybean oil in, and it would not be too late to copy it tomorrow to eat. They had lunch in the cafeteria, and there was no oil, for dinner. But there was malted milk, and the children were still happy. As usual, Xiao Yu talked with Zhou Jun. At the beginning, Zhou Jun, tomorrow, Aunt, can I take care of Xiaoyong? He and I are familiar with each other. Xiao Yu is grateful. Zhou Jun, it is my blessing to have you, and you have worked hard, child. I have decided to give you 50 cents a month for childcare fees. No need, Aunt. What do you mean, no need? If I push Xiaoyong to you to take care of, who knows how it will spread outside. For the sake of my reputation, Zhou Jun, you should accept him.
Okay.
After waking up from a nap, she found that the space had copied a lot of good things, among which her favorite was 5 caddies of fujian flour, 1 caddy of coarse grains, and the double pepper rabbit from the state-owned restaurant. Looking at the time on the watch, Xiao Yu got up to cook. What to do with such good fujian flour? Make dumplings. Boiled dumplings don't have much smell. As long as the kitchen doors and windows are closed tightly, no smell will come out. When making noodles, adding meat to the noodles will make them smell too strong. There is fresh wild boar meat in the room. Cut some fat and lean meat, chop it up, and add a Chinese cabbage to season it. After the flour is mixed, let it rise for a while before wrapping the stuffing. Close the doors and windows tightly and boil the dumplings in water. 5 pounds of flour can only make about 130 dumplings. Xiaoyong is small and can't eat much, so she only eats 2 or 3 to taste. She puts 5 dumplings in the black box and puts the remaining 120 dumplings in the bowl. She only eats a few herself, and the remaining dumplings are spread out at the bottom of the children's bowls, which is 23 dumplings. The dumplings are big, thin-skinned, and have a lot of stuffing. Oil is added when the stuffing is mixed, which is enough for the children to eat. When Zhou Jun came back with his brothers, he vaguely smelled something wrong in the yard. Zhou Wu sniffed the dog's nose hard. Brother, I seem to smell the smell of dumplings? Zhou Jun's face changed, and he quickly called his brothers in and quickly closed the yard door. The voice of his aunt came from the kitchen. Zhou Jun, bring your brothers to the kitchen to help. As soon as Zhou Jun entered the kitchen, Xiao Yu looked at the front yard with a sly look, then looked at the wall yard, and closed the kitchen door tightly. Eat quickly. She lowered her voice and said. Zhou Wu saw the bowls of white ingot-like dumplings on the kitchen stove, and almost cried. Why are you standing there? Eat quickly. Xiao Yu patted Zhou Wu on the shoulder. Even Xiaoyong was held in Xiao Yu's arms, chewing a dumpling. Zhou Wu tasted the meat inside and the white flour taste of the dumpling skin, and really cried. It's delicious, so delicious. No one asked, just worked hard. After finishing the work, Xiao Yu explained to the eldest. I went to the city yesterday. It was a coincidence. I asked the aunt for directions and ran into someone selling fujiang flour, coarse grains, and wild boar meat in that area. And did you buy it with money? Xiao Yu. I bought it with food money. His family probably needs it urgently. The wild boar meat was probably hunted by the people inside suddenly.
So Yun understood.
The people inside, that area, the black market. The other children were also listening, but didn't say anything. Before going to class in the afternoon, the children washed up carefully to avoid being smelled by their classmates. Slug came and linked shoulders with Zhou Wu. As soon as their shoulders were linked, he smelled a different smell. What's the smell on you? It seems to be meat, dumplings, cabbage, and pork stuffing. Otherwise, why do people in this era have sensitive noses? They walked around the house for a long time and washed up, but they still smelled a little bit of smell. Zhou Wu pushed Slug away awkwardly. No, you smelled it wrong. Zhou Wen glanced at Slug and said, Aunt has only been on the island for a few days. She cooks meat for us every day. Where does so much meat come from? Slug, I'm afraid you want to eat meat yourself? You are hallucinating. Zhou Wu nodded. Go and check your nose. Slug hung his head. All the money from my family has been sent back home, and the taste of birds' food is almost gone from my mouth. But he didn't mention the smell of meat on them. Xiao Yu went to a literacy class in the afternoon. There were very few people in the literacy class. Most of them were soldiers who were not on duty. If they wanted to move up, they had to learn more knowledge. Even if they were demobilized in the future, it would be easier to assign a job with some knowledge. A military wife who came to the literacy class? She was the only military wife. Several soldiers looked at her curiously, and when the teacher coughed, they focused on the blackboard again. The literacy class mainly teaches people to read. A few words are assigned every day, and as many as they can recognize are the best. Xiao Yu listened for a while and returned home before dinner. The meal was simple in the evening, yesterday's raw pickled shrimp and a pot of grain porridge. The grain porridge is added with sweet potatoes and coarse grains, and you can eat it by mixing it. Xiao Yu adapted quickly on the island. The family was arranged properly, and he was busy outside. Because of the nutrition, he finally grew some meat on his face in a month. Xiao Yu's skin is natural, and it becomes whiter with the sun. How can he look like a country girl? How could she be a second marriage military wife? If she was told that she was a married woman from a big city who ate commercial grain, people would believe her. She was not Zhou Jun's stepmother, but more like a sister. Soldiers who didn't know Xiao Yu blushed when they saw her and asked around for news about her. When they found out that she was Zhou Tuan's fierce second marriage wife, they immediately beat Yang Hongxia and Zhang Cuihua down. They immediately backed down and had no more ideas. Xiao Yu adapted to life on the island and was called to the office by the director of the Women's Federation. She was asked when she would go to Beijing to see Grandpa Zhang. Xiao Yu, let's talk about it when old Zhou comes back. We can't just leave the children here and let them fend for themselves, right? Besides, I don't know how long it will take for me to come back after a trip to Beijing. That's true. Seeing that the director of the Women's Federation had something to say, Xiao Yu took the initiative to say, Director, tell me whatever you want. I am so successful here, isn't it your credit? It just so happens that I was born by a father but not raised by a mother, so you are no different from my second parents.
You.
Okay, stop talking. I understand. Xiao Yu pretended to be puzzled. What's wrong, Director? Stop. The director of the Women's Federation could see that this girl was young, but she was not a good person at all. She hadn't said anything yet, but the other party brought up the topic of born by a father but not raised by a mother. Isn't this just hearing some rumors? Xiao Yu did hear rumors. The grain approved for the island was transported by officers from the capital with guns. There was a shortage of food throughout the country. If the grain was transported by train, It would definitely be stopped when passing through a province or a city. It would be more convenient if the officers from the capital were to lead the team with the approval documents. Coincidentally, the officer's surname was Zhang. Thinking about it again when she arrived on the island, what was there for Xiaoyu to not understand about the strange treatment of other people in the military compound towards her? Even a pig could guess it. It should be the original owner's eldest brother. The original owner had two brothers. One was an officer in the capital, and the other was doing academic research somewhere that even Grandpa Zhang didn't know. The eldest brother seemed to be called Zhang Zhan. The director of the Women's Federation asked her to come, and it was probably Grandpa Zhang's idea. Xiaoyu didn't want to acknowledge her relatives at all, especially after the original owner's parents' manipulation. If it wasn't for the profit in Grandpa Zhang, she wouldn't even like Grandpa Zhang. Xiaoyu smiled. Director, do you have any other questions? Xiaoyu is a little impatient. Director, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Just after leaving the office of the director of the Women's Federation, a thin and tall figure came towards him. The other party had a stern face and was somewhat similar to the original owner. The other party was a little surprised to see him. It didn't seem like an act.
Well,
it was a coincidence. Even a pig could guess that this was a trap set by the director of the Women's Federation. The director of the Women's Federation, who chased out, turned pale and blue when she saw Zhang Zhan. Maybe she felt that this trap was too fake. She secretly exposed it on the front foot and then ran into this big brother on the back foot, so she looked so weird. When Xiaoyu was looking at Zhang Zhan, the other party was also looking at him. After a long time, Zhang Zhan said, "Can I talk to you for a moment?" This time, Xiaoyu did not refuse. Zhang Zhan habitually took out a pack of cigarettes and was about to take out a cigarette, but when he met Xiaoyu's gaze, he forced himself to hold back and put it back in his pocket. It was Zhang Zhan who spoke first. "Grandpa misses you."
oh,
I didn't understand at first, but now I understand. It is obvious that Bauer is the one who has been with them for more than 10 years. Why would Grandpa pay attention to Xiaoyu, whom he has only met once? This is what he thought before coming here. It is a very strange feeling to really see his biological sister. It is probably the bond of blood. His love for Zhang Bauer since childhood was based on the instructions of his parents and the orders of his grandfather. In fact, looking back, when he was young and ignorant, he quite disliked Zhang Bauer's character of crying and snatching things. Love is a habit, a feeling that is cultivated over time. But at one glance at the girl in front of him, he felt that his comrades in arms said that his cold and hard heart would miraculously soften. He wanted to reply to them at this moment. It was different from the instructions of his parents and the orders of his grandfather. The first time he saw Xiaoyu, he wanted to take out all the good things on him and give them to this sister. It seemed that he felt sorry for her experience, and it seemed to make up for the lack of love from his brother for many years, but it was more of a willingness, subconscious impulse, and behavior. Xiaoyu did not respond, but looked at this eldest brother again. "Xiaoyu, Grandpa gave me a lot of things, his savings book and the pension he got from his son and daughter-in-law. What about you? What practical actions do you have to prove what you said?" Zhang Zhan smiled. This was the first time someone had shown his desire in front of him and did not shy away from it. Unlike Zhang Bauer, when she was a child, she was domineering and unreasonable. When she was older, she would be roundabout in front of her elders and him to get what she wanted. He didn't like her straightforward personality. He liked to be straightforward and was too lazy to guess what others meant. "My savings book is not less than Grandpa's. I will send it to you later." After saying that, he also reported the password. Xiaoyu blinked and then laughed like a trembling flower on a branch. Her voice was crisp. "Brother." "Ha ha ha."
hey,
Zhang Zhan laughed heartily this time. He patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder. "This is the real little sister of our Zhang family. Even if she was maliciously swapped, her temperament is not much worse. Xiaoyu, big brother, you must live up to the title. I am a petty person. I have been tortured by that enemy couple for so many years, and I am still concerned about their daughter's well-being. If you knew the truth and still treated her as well as your parents, then I'm sorry. Not only will the family affection bought with the passbook be gone, but I will not return it. Speaking of cruel topics in an innocent tone, perhaps only the little sister in front of her would be so bold. Don't worry, my parents are confused, but Grandpa and I won't. Zhang Zhan chatted with Xiaoyu for a few more sentences. For example, life in the production team and life on the island. Finally, Zhang Zhan said, I'm leaving in a few days. Do you want to go to the capital with me? Xiaoyu shook her head. Let's talk about it when my old Zhou comes back. Zhang Zhan's eyes twitched.
Lao Zu?
Only the old ladies in the army call their lovers like that. His sister is only 18, and she already calls her Lao Zhou. But Zhou Zayan is indeed old. Not only is he married for the second time, but he also has 3 children of his comrades. Zhang Zhan. Military marriages are not easy to divorce, but Xiuyu, if you are wronged, just tell your family, and we will help you settle it. I will introduce you to a few young officers who are getting married for the first time, and you can live together in Beijing. Xiaoyu waved her hand. Zhou Zayan has done me a favor. If you really can't live with me, you don't have to help. I can settle it myself. Besides, I am also studying hard, and when I have a diploma, I can find a job anywhere. A young officer getting married for the first time? Would he be interested in me? A woman getting married for the 3rd time with a baby? Even if he is interested, would his family be able to look down on me? It would be a lot of trivial matters if I got married there. After parting with Zhang Zhan, Xiaoyu thought about what to eat for lunch. The family's food consumption was serious, and this was under the condition that the space copied the food to supplement it. Because of the addition of rich flour, the children's mental outlook was much better than when they came, and Xiaoyong could walk on the ground. She was still the one who ate the least on the surface. The dishes she usually ate alone were fried shredded pork, meatballs, double pepper rabbit, and wild boar meat dumplings. If you get up early, you can also have meat buns, fried dough sticks, harry, and sweet potato cakes. Mix with milk powder or malted milk. No wonder the flesh on her face is no longer sunken but fuller, and her body is also getting slimmer. Xiaoyu made cabbage dumpling soup at noon. The dumplings were made of 2 kinds of flour, and there was fuqiang flour in it. It was better than what other people had, not to mention that she used to put half a spoonful of soybean oil in it when she fried the cabbage. After dinner, Xiaoyu said, the food at home is almost gone. It just so happens that the grain store has transferred grain from the capital. I will go to see if I can buy some back in the afternoon. The children naturally didn't make any sense. When they arrived at the door of the grain store, there were soldiers guarding with guns. The people from the canteen came to get a certain amount of food. When they saw Xiaoyu, they all politely called her sister-in-law. Zhang Zhan waved to her, Xiuyu, this way. As soon as Xiaoyu went over, a lot of money was stuffed into her arms. This time we came out in an emergency. How much money do we bring? This is collected from our comrades, you take it. I heard from the director of the Women's Federation that you like to cook by yourself, right? Put the money and follow me. She followed him into the grain store. Once the money and notes were paid, the children had a guaranteed half-year ration. Zhang Zhan. The whole country is in trouble now, and the grain shipped to the islands is led by officers from the capital. It's either me or a comrade I know. If you want to buy, remember to prepare the money and notes early. As long as it's not too much, you can buy grain for half a year or a year. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and asked, I remember there was a big incident of reselling grain on the island. It should have been difficult for Beijing to get approval, right? Is it Grandpa's credit that the grain was shipped here so quickly? The grain should have been approved, but the higher-ups delayed it again and again in order to teach them a lesson. Grandpa came forward to save face for those old guys and give them a way out. This is a fortress after all, and the food won't be stuck for too long. Xiaoyu nodded. That being said, with Grandpa Zhang's help, the island doesn't have to worry about food for the time being, and life on the island is better. If word gets out, won't she have some credit for this? Even if they dare not say it openly, it is estimated that the news is spread almost universally in private, and they will give her some face in everything in the future, maybe even give her the green light all the way. Zhang Zhan and his teammates helped carry the food back. Xiaoyu, brother, when I go to the capital later, I will bring gifts for you and Grandpa. The implication is, I won't keep you for dinner now. Zhang Zhan smiled, said nothing, and left with his comrades. A few days later, something happened in Beijing, and Zhang Zhan led the team to leave the island. Xiao Yu did not go to see them off. After all, the other party left suddenly, and she was still fishing at the time. She and Wang Zhaodi carried a plastic bucket and a small shovel, and after the tide receded, they dug kelp and pried oysters. Occasionally, they took off their shoes and socks and touched some scallops and other marine creatures in the light-colored area of the beach. The sun was very strong, and Xiao Yu's little face was tanned red. She was not the only military wife on the beach. Almost half of the military compound came. There was not enough porridge and many people, and in the end Xiao Yu only got less than a quarter of it. Her face was also sunburned. She went home angrily and smashed the bucket to the ground. What a loss! After smashing it, she thought that it was a pity to just throw it away because she had worked so hard to fish out, pick and pry it. She bent down silently to pick it up again. She ran to the kitchen to wash it. There would be seafood soup for lunch. Other things? She was too lazy to make it. When the children came back from school and saw the pot of seafood soup, they looked at each other. It was the eldest Zhou Jun who hesitated and asked, "Aunt, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy?" Xiao Yu was not like other adults. If she was really unhappy, the children would step forward to ask tremblingly, and she would be sarcastic. Did she have a bucket standing there, or did she deliver it to the door on her own initiative? The aggrieved anger in her heart could not stop pouring out. It's because of this broken wall, see. Half of the sisters-in-law in the military compound followed. We didn't get much, and our skins were so sunburned that it was very uncomfortable. It's better to go to the production team to exchange some seafood. It's only a few cents or a pound. We can get a lot of good stuff, and we won't suffer. What do you think the sisters-in-law on the island think? My family doesn't have much money, and I have to take care of my husband and children and my parents back home, and I have to put myself in a difficult position. Since I came here, I have only had a few days of good life. They can just stare at me with envy. Xiao Yu is indeed an outlier in the compound, so much so that after knowing how tough she is, no one dares to get close to her. Now, only Wang Zhaodi is familiar with the director of the Women's Federation. Knowing that this beach hunting is a semi-collective activity, Xiao Yu came along, one to catch some seafood and the other to chat with others. Who knew that after a while, her skin was hot from the sun, and her heart also felt hot. How could she have the mood to chat? The sister-in-law, who has no money in her hands to earn food for the family, naturally works hard and doesn't want to chat with her. Finally, Xiao Yu concluded, whoever wants to have a relationship can do whatever they want. Let's not commit this crime.
Eat.
Children. It's true. They only ate staple food for a month and occasionally had a pot of seafood porridge. Zhou Jun and the other two finally stopped changing color at the smell of seafood. After eating, it was Zhou Wen's turn to wash the dishes. Zhou Jun dragged the cow tendon basin to the faucet in the yard, collected water to put the clothes in, with the soap beans to make bubbles, and stepped on the clothes with his feet. The cow tendon basin had cracked several times and was repaired several times, but it can still be used repeatedly. Passers-by greeted Zhou Jun. "Jun boy, are you washing clothes again?" Jun boy is really capable.
So Yun smiled shyly.
After walking away, the group of people changed their faces and talked about Xiao Yu. A stepmother is a stepmother. Jun boy is so pitiful. He has to take care of the little one and wash clothes for the whole family. This is endless work. Xiao Yu thought that everyone in the military compound kept their distance from her because of her tough personality, but she didn't know that her abuse of her stepson was widely known in the compound. In fact, it can't be called abuse after all, which family doesn't let their children do work? But as a stepmother, her behavior is always malicious. It proves the saying, it's hard to be a stepmother. I heard that that person is coming?
Ah?
Who? The one in front of Zhou Tuan.
She?
Didn't she go back to her hometown to teach? But she can hook up with other officers in our army. They have been exchanging letters for several months, right? The military marriage has been approved, and she is coming to join the army. No way. She can also join the army? Didn't she slander the soldiers? She didn't say it explicitly, and the army only advised her to go back to her hometown after investigating. There is no record in the file, so why can't she marry a soldier? I say, Yang Hongxia, who is Baiyu to you? Is it worth it for you to speak for such a woman with a bad record? Aren't you afraid of dragging down the guy in your family? Yang Hongxia immediately got angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Baiyu is a good person. It's not what you think at all. If you want to blame someone, blame others for misunderstanding. Yes, we misunderstood. If you have the guts, go to Zhou Tuan's house and make a fuss. Let's see if Qiao Yu will cut you off. Oh, or do you think that with Baiyu here, someone will be on the same side with you? Can you trip up Qiao Yu? Although I don't like Qiao Yu ordering her stepsons to do housework, but she has suffered a lot from her stepsons. Look at Zhou Jun's children. Not only have they grown taller, but they have also gained weight on their faces. She is a competent stepmother, right? Compared to Baiyu, I really like Qiao Yu. Yang Hongxia was so angry that her face turned blue and red. Seeing that no one around spoke for her, Zhang Tsuehua also shrank her neck. She stamped her feet and left quickly. The ant spat at Yang Hongxia's back. What a thing. Your mind is not clear. Be careful that Baiyu will use you as a gun in the future. On the other side, the director of the Women's Federation didn't know about Qiao Yu's reputation in the compound, and Wang Zhaodi rarely took the initiative to provoke people. Until today, she vaguely heard the news. She wanted to remind Qiao Yu, but felt that she couldn't say it too clearly, so she pulled 2 radishes in her own field and left. Qiao Yu was a little surprised to see Wang Zhaodi, sister-in-law. Why are you here? Sister Qiao, there is something I want to remind you. What to remind? That's it. The one in front of Zhou Tuan is here to join the army. Qiao Yu was stunned for a few seconds and suddenly remembered. Oh, Lao Zhou was also married for the second time. He was thinking about food, tidying up the space, and copying food every day, and he forgot that he still had a man in name. Before coming, she was worried that the one in front of Lao Zhou was a difficult character, and there were a lot of gossips in the compound. After coming, I was really tripped up by the literacy class, food, and children, and I didn't have any extra thoughts at all. Qiao Yu blinked and smiled. Sister-in-law, are you tired? Come in and sit down. I'll make you some sugar water. Wang Zhaodi couldn't figure out her thoughts and refused. No, I'll. Qiao Yu forcibly pulled her into the main room, soaked a few fruit candies without wrapping paper in hot water, and finally handed the enamel pot to the other party. Sister-in-law, try it. Is it sweet? Wang Zhaodi wanted to refuse, but she estimated that there were at least 5 pieces of fruit candies thrown in it. Sister Qiao didn't even blink. She swallowed her saliva, couldn't resist the temptation, drank 2 sips, and responded happily. Sweet. It's good if it's sweet. It's good if it's sweet. Drank a few more sips. After Wang Zhaodi drank a few more sips, Qiao Yu inquired, Sister-in-law, what was the name of the one before Lao Zhou? What was the feud with Lao Zhou? How did they get divorced? What is her attitude towards Lao Zhou now? Wang Zhaodi. Instantly, she felt that the water in the enamel jar was no longer sweet. She really didn't want to get involved in other people's family affairs, so she said in embarrassment, How about I'll bring you some steamed buns later? All of them are worth these candies. Qiao Yu, sister-in-law, the people on this island know me thoroughly, but I know nothing about the one in front of Lao Zhou. He is standing in front of me, saying something to me, planning something, and I might even laugh at him. There is a saying in the army, don't fight a battle without preparation. I am not prepared at all, and they are well prepared, so I have lost from the beginning, right? This is not only a failure for me, but also a shame for us Lao Zhou. If I lose face, I will never be able to raise my head in front of him for the rest of my life. Sister-in-law, do you understand my situation? Wang Zhaodi hesitated. Sister Qiao, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that this is your family's business, and the more other people get involved. Qiao Yu was shocked. Isn't that Lao Zhou's ex-wife? Is Lao Zhou still involved with her? Lao Zhou wouldn't have contact with her behind my back, right? No, how is that possible? Why do you think so? Wang Zhaodi was even more shocked than her. No contact? They are divorced and have no contact, so what kind of family are they? If they're not a family, what kind of business is it to my family? This is clearly a contest between two women. Sister Wang, please don't make it a family matter. It will embarrass our Lao Zhou and her current lover. After hearing this, Wang Zhaodi really felt that it made some sense. After a while of awkwardness, she explained Baiyu's past and her relationship with Lao Zhou. Baiyu used to be the mainstay of the art troupe. Not only was she tall, but she also had a good temperament and appearance. In the army, she was a figure that even the new recruits couldn't help blushing.
Oh.
In this regard, she is similar to Qiao Yu now. Wang Zhaodi secretly glanced at Qiao Yu and felt that Sister Qiao was much prettier than Baiyu. If they were not married, she couldn't help but introduce a good match to Sister Qiao. As for some people saying that Sister Qiao is tough. As a military wife, the officers are away from home for a long time. If they are not tough, can they protect the family? Can they protect the children? Wang Zhaodi thinks that being fierce is an advantage rather than a disadvantage. Let's talk about Baiyu again. Baiyu and Zhou Zhan were brought together by the brigade commander, who knew that Zhou Zhan was assigned a mission right after they got married, and he came back to lead the Zhou army. Baiyu quarreled with Zhou Zhan for as long as he stayed at home. Later, he went on a mission again and brought Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu back. Baiyu completely exploded and spread rumors everywhere. If she was the kind of brainless person who tarnished the image of soldiers, she would have been recorded in the file long ago, and she would not have been qualified to marry an officer for the second time. Qiao Yu asked curiously, "So, what did Baiyu say exactly?" She said that her marriage with Zhou Tuan was impossible. They were either quarreling or quarreling. They slept in separate rooms as soon as they got married, and she also adopted 3 half-grown boys. It's not like she can't have children herself. It's not like I can't have children. Is this a veiled innuendo? Qiao Yu paused for a moment, and then listened to Wang Zhaodi's next words to confirm her thoughts. At that time, the military wives in the compound all advised her that Zhou Tuan had a high rank and could make a lot of money a month. She was also in the art troupe and had a good salary. Having 3 children would not be a problem for her. She could just wait until she had her own child. Then she kept crying and didn't say a word. She let the sisters-in-law in the compound speculate wildly. What are you guessing? Are you guessing whether Zhou Tuan despises her? But when the brigade commander was trying to bring them together, Zhou Tuan didn't refuse. So, is there another reason? Considering that Zhou Tuan adopted 3 comrades' children and didn't want to touch her. Is there something wrong? The news that Zhou Tuan had a hidden illness spread throughout the army. When the news reached the brigade commander, he gave Zhou Tuan and Baiyu a good scolding. When Baiyu mentioned divorce again, Zhou Tuan agreed, without any hesitation. Just like the sisters-in-law in the compound said, Baiyu has a salary and her husband is the regiment commander. It's not a big deal to raise 3 children. There's no need to get divorced, right? Baiyu's initiative to make a fuss seemed to testify to the sisters-in-law's guess. Even if they didn't say anything openly, who wouldn't feel sorry for Baiyu? You say that Zhou Tuan is such a responsible man outside, but because he concealed his own situation, he delayed the first marriage of the pillar of the art troupe. What a matter. The man that Baiyu married this time is a battalion commander who also worked his way up from the countryside. He had the opportunity to study in a military academy, but he lost it because of marrying Baiyu. Qiao Yu smiled and saw that Wang's wife finished a jar of sweet water, so she added another jar and sprinkled some unpackaged fruit candies in it. Anyway, this fruit candy is reproduced every day. She doesn't like to eat it, and the most common thing she gives to the children is malted milk. So that's how it is. So the situation of us, Zhou, was interpreted by the sisters-in-law from Baiyu's crying and behavior. This. Wang Zhaodi couldn't comment and didn't want to comment. She thought for a moment and whispered again. Sister Qiao, I see that you have a good personality, and you have nothing to say to your stepchildren. Sister-in-law has something to say in my heart for a long time.
Sister-in-law, just say it. Hey.
Sister-in-law likes your straightforward personality. Your family is reliable. You should listen to my advice. In marriage, men still have to have a strong waist. Otherwise, what's the difference between being a widow? Find someone who is practical and capable. Sister-in-law, you are wrong. Xiao Yu still had that smiling look. In marriage, men must be capable or able to earn. Lao Zhou belongs to the latter. As long as the money is in place and I give him enough face, I don't have to swallow my anger when I am bullied on this island, because I have to consider whether his superiors will make things difficult for him because of his low military rank. Whether he comes home or not, and whether his waist is strong or not, it doesn't affect me. In this era, men and women also have to consider the issue of style, so they rarely go out to cheat. In the future, a man with money and power? She married this kind of man, watching him hugging beautiful women every day, and she couldn't say anything because of the power. Wouldn't she be suffocated to death? Wang Zhaodi was dumbfounded for a moment, thinking for a long time, and didn't know how to persuade. It seems that what Sister Qiao said makes sense. So as long as the money is in place and he can protect her, it doesn't matter whether the man is capable or not. Besides, giving birth is painful, and it is easy to deform the body. Xiao Yu blinked and said something very rebellious. Actually, think about it from another angle. Old Zhou is really not good enough. He has been honest all his life. I feel at ease with such a person. Wang Zhaodi. After walking out of Zhou's yard, Wang Zhaodi took 2 steps and looked back, and saw Sister Qiao standing at the gate of the yard, smiling and waving at her. I felt that my run and due meridians were unblocked. I can understand it. There is nothing wrong with Zhou Tuan's behavior. After Wang Zhaodi figured out, she hurried back to cook. Xiao Yu rubbed her chin and prepared to make dumpling soup for the children in the evening. Zhou Jun, who had finished the dumpling soup happily, was called to Xiao Yu again. Junwazi. Zhou Jun, who was suddenly called like this. Xiao Yu smiled and said, I heard that the sisters-in-law in the compound all call you that. You shouldn't mind if I call you that, right?
So Yun nodded.
The one in front of Lao Zhou is coming to join the army. Do you still remember her features? I'll remember it so that I don't recognize the wrong person and avoid indiscriminate attacks. From Wang Zhaodi's words, it can be seen that Bai Yu is not a good person. In order to whitewash herself, she discredited Lao Zhou, and she can get away with it in the end? She and Bai Yu collided? I guess the whole compound is waiting to see the show. The stage is set, so she naturally has to prepare first. As long as the other party doesn't dance in front of her, she will think everything is fine. Just pretend you don't know such a person exists. If you dare to step on her and improve your image, she will let the other party know that nothing is absolute. If the green tea method encounters a tough guy like her, it will only be torn to pieces.
And
she is coming to join the army? Zhou Jun couldn't believe it. Xiao Yu pulled the corner of her lip and said, Yeah, you also think it's strange. She married the regiment commander in the first marriage and the battalion commander of the same unit in the second marriage. I don't know what the superiors think, their brains. Facing Zhou Jun's gaze, Xiao Yu swallowed the words back.
She
is about the same height as Aunt. Xiao Yu is 1.6 meters tall, and Bai Yu from Zhang Art Troop is only 1.6 meters tall. Then he thought about the lack of oil and food these days, and it is difficult to grow tall if the nutrition is not sufficient. What else?
And
she looks white, but not as white as Aunt. Got it, it's easy to identify in the compound. Zhou Jun saw Xiao Yu thinking and said, She has a mole on the wing of her nose. As for other features, big eyes, thick lips, etc., they are too general and not considered features at all. After chatting with Zhou Jun, Xiao Yu continued her life as usual, waiting for the fish to swim to her. What a joke! She had only met Lao Zhou once and had no feelings for him, so how could she have any emotional ups and downs towards his ex-wife? She went to find faults, no matter what the reason. She would always lose the upper hand. It was different when the other party attacked. She could shoot the other party to death. Finally, one day when they were fishing in the sea, yes, Xiao Yu said in her heart that she was at a loss, and she said that who else could bear this hardship, but when it came to fishing in the sea, she did not fall behind. They were all fresh and good things, who would complain about not having enough. Now that the whole country could not eat, she still complained about the hardship and tiredness. Did she have the awareness of being a military wife? Being reported by people who disliked her was a sure thing. She didn't want her good life to be disrupted. Bai bumped into her like this. A woman was digging when she stumbled over a reef. Her calf was scratched and bleeding. How did Xiaoyu know that this woman was Bai? The mole on her nose was so well-shaped, neither too big nor too small, neither too high nor too low. This is just right, and it adds a touch of charm. Bai stretched out her hand. Sister-in-law, can you help me? Xiaoyu looked around. He was so absorbed in digging that he didn't notice that he was a little further away from the crowd, so he didn't even know when the woman caught up with him.
Who are you?
Why did you follow me here? Xiaoyu threw a pathfinder stone and said, Sister-in-law, anyone can take this road, right? You haven't answered me yet. Who are you? How come I've never seen you before? Sister-in-law, you've just been with the army for a short time, right? It's normal that you don't know me. So, you mean you have been with the army for a long time? Yes, sister-in-law, I've been with the army for 3 years. Xiaoyu judged the other party's attributes. The newcomer has bad intentions. Xiaoyu's face became serious. Bai, didn't you just pass the military marriage review? 3 years with the army? You're so lucky to say that. Even if you marry our Lao Zhou, it's less than half a year, right? Bai's pitiful expression froze slightly. Just when she was about to change her plan and shout at the top of her voice, she saw Xiaoyu coming forward. What are you doing? Xiaoyu took her hand and looked at it carefully. Just when Bai didn't understand, Xiaoyu's body was pushed by an invisible force. The whole person leaned back. Xiaoyu looked at Bai in shock. Bai's heart tightened, and she felt that this scene was very familiar. She seemed to have noticed something, and when she turned her head, she saw a group of military wives looking at them in surprise. From the position of the military wives, it seemed like she had pushed Xiaoyu. Bai shook her head quickly. No, it's not what you saw. Xiaoyu fell on her ace. The flesh on her ace was thick, so this little fall didn't really hurt, as long as the effect was achieved. Green tea doesn't distinguish between men and women, and she had seen a lot of them in the business world in her previous life. It's unreasonable to treat this kind of person with a hard head. First, give them a taste of their own medicine, and then be tough. There will definitely be unexpected results. Xiaoyu opened her throat and pointed at Bai and cursed. What's wrong with you? I felt sorry for you, and suddenly fell down. I pulled you up out of kindness, but you pushed me back? What's the grudge? Are you crazy? A voice came teasingly. Sister Qiao, this is Bai, the one in front of your Lao Zhou. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and fired again. Oh, you are the Bai who slandered our Lao Zhou, didn't record the file, and was able to marry our island for the second time and come to follow the army. At first I didn't understand how you could make a mistake and start over again. This is a disciplined army. Now I understand that you rely on this method of being vague, confusing, and muddying the water. You have tried it many times and it works, and you use it on me? If it weren't for these sisters-in-law who are sharp-eyed, I don't know if I would be framed by you and be the murderer who caused your calf to bleed. I'm curious. We haven't even met each other. Why do you hate me so much that you use this method? I'm afraid you are targeting our Lao Zhou. You want to embarrass Lao Zhou's current lover, no matter if this lover is me or someone else. You want to embarrass him so that you can elevate yourself, right? After today, will there be rumors in the compound that Lao Zhou is blind, divorcing you and marrying me? My calligraphy is not as good as yours in every way. Bai was dumbfounded, and after a moment, he said in disbelief, How can you think of me like this? What should I think? Isn't this what you did? Why, when you approached me, didn't you ask Yang Hongxia, Zhang Xuehua, and others who I was? Since you knew who I was, didn't you avoid suspicion? Why did you have to get close to me? You have ulterior motives. Everyone else was listening to Xiaoyu's non-stop chattering, leaving Bai speechless. Usually Bai cried, relying on people around her to guess what she had encountered and what harm she had suffered. When she met Xiaoyu, who was so stubborn, Bai didn't even have a chance to explain. The best effect she had achieved before by being hesitant to speak has now become a key point of disadvantage.
What do you mean by me?
If the sisters-in-law were not present and saw through your tricks, would I still have a good reputation in the compound? It's because of your bad behavior and your scheming against me and Lao Zhou. Don't you think we deserve to be schemed against? We have a bad reputation. I can't get along in the compound. Lao Zhou's career is hindered, and you can walk sideways in the compound, right? After scheming against us, who's next? Yang Hongxia or Zhang Cuihua? People like you are terrible. You scheme against whoever is close to you. You're not hesitant to sacrifice your own marriage. Could it be that your current lover is also a stepping stone? Will it be not long before you cry and sleep in separate rooms with your lover in the compound again? Which decent girl would make such a private matter so much of a fuss? Couples do quarrel, but sleeping in separate rooms. Not many people would bring it up. They were there to watch the show, to see what sparks Zhou Tuan and his ex-husband could create. Unexpectedly, the current one is even better. No one believed everything Xiaoyu said. After all, in this situation, they all framed each other and tried to clear up their grudges to avoid getting into trouble. But some of Xiaoyu's words really touched some people's hearts. For example, Zhang Cuihua. The reason why she had a preconceived idea and disliked Xiaoyu at first sight was because she had a good relationship with Yang Hongxia. And Yang Hongxia was a supporter of Baiyu. Although she didn't know why Yang Hongxia protected Baiyu, she had heard Yang Hongxia say good things about Baiyu. In addition, Xiaoyu was from the countryside, and her impression of Zhou Tuan was marrying a pillar of the art troupe in the front and a girl from the countryside in the back. Was Zhou Tuan threatened? Otherwise, how could there be such a big difference? Isn't Zhou Tuan lowering his own standards? Isn't this embarrassing for Baiyu? Is an absurd idea. After fighting with Xiaoyu and being reminded by other people around her, she realized it. Although no one in the compound is optimistic about the couple Zhou Tuan and Xiaoyu, many people who realize it later are even less optimistic about Baiyu than Zhou Tuan and his wife. The fact that Baiyu joined the army again proved this speculation. Apart from her and Yang Hongxia, who does Baiyu want to be friends with? Difficult. Difficult as climbing to the sky. The military wives in the compound are either from the countryside or young sisters-in-law from the city. Unless they are simple and ignorant of the world, who doesn't know who? Zhang Cuihua's scalp numbed, and she felt that after this time, she would never wade into this muddy water again, lest she implicate her own man and end up like Tianfang. Xiaoyu saw that Baiyu was dumbfounded and had no time to react. She guessed that the other party was more shocked by how every word he said was so sharp and true. Xiaoyu reminded the other party, "Okay, it's your turn. You should be cunning. Oh, explain why you didn't follow the ants Yang Hongxia and Zhang Cuihua, who are your good friends, but followed me secretly. Yang Hongxia, Zhang Cuihua. You are the ant." Baiyu's face turned pale, especially when she saw the obvious mocking smile on Xiaoyu's face, and the people around her started to talk. Her mind was buzzing, and she forgot her usual methods. What were they talking about? Were they talking about how vicious she was and how clumsy her methods were? Or were they talking about her past great achievements? Zhou Zhan was wrong to marry her, and Lu Hongjun was blind to marry her? No. These stigmas should fall on the woman in front of her. But she was too confident, so she didn't ask about Xiaoyu's background before taking action. She thought that a country girl would not be able to see through her methods and would be overwhelmed. Like the women she met before, she was easily defeated by her calculations. She underestimated her opponent. Second, she didn't expect that a woman who looked better than herself, the pillar of the art troupe, would be so fierce. She spoke without hesitation. She made her speechless and revealed all her plans to be implemented. She turned the tables. That's right. Her plan was to fall down, see blood, and then cry, letting the military wives in the compound guess at will, and then Yang Hongxia would charge. She didn't have to do anything more. After today, most of the voices in the compound must be heard. Xiaoyu is so vicious. What is Zhou Tuan like about her? Divorced by you, Zhou Tuan married her. He was really blind. It's still Captain Liu, who knows pearls. Too scary. I have to stay away from Xiaoyu in the future. Even if such rumors are only exaggerated in a small part, they can expand over time and even affect Zhou Zhan's career. Soldiers can make a big fuss in the rear. How many people of this era have been affected by marrying rural peasant women? Because of his loyalty, he was influenced by his original wife to change his career? Bai didn't expect that Zhou Zhan's second wife was from the countryside, but she had a grandfather who was in power in Beijing. She thought Xiao Yu had been in the countryside for more than 10 years and had been spoiled by illiterate adoptive parents. The consequence of being self-righteous and underestimating the enemy, her trick full of mistakes was exposed on the spot, and she didn't even have a chance to defend herself. Yes, explanation is defense. Otherwise, how to explain why she didn't follow the military wife she was on good terms with, but came to join in the fun behind Xiao Yu, Zhou Zhan's current lover? She was walking behind Xiao Yu at the time, and many people saw it. She insisted that she didn't follow Xiao Yu and had no other intentions. Who would believe it? There was no other way, so she could only use her trump card. Bai Yu rolled her eyes and fainted. Yang Hongxia slapped her thigh. Not good. She has heat stroke. I'll carry Xiao Yu to the hospital first.
What are you looking at?
How far is it from the hospital? If you carry her there, the daylily will be cold. I'll do it. Xiao Yu forcibly pulled Yang Hongxia away and began to pinch Bai Yu's philtrum. He pinched very hard, until blood came out of her philtrum, and Bai Yu screamed. Xiao Yu thought this person was quite patient, and turned to Yang Hongxia and said, "Look, isn't it okay now?" Yang Hongxia saw blood coming out of Bai Yu's philtrum, pointed at that place and spit at Xiao Yu. "Is it okay now? There's bleeding here." Xiao Yu looked leisurely. "Oh, so according to what you said, should I let you carry her to the hospital? Regardless of whether there is a delay in the middle, will the person die on your back?" Why, a brave man, have to say sorry to her, the person who was rescued. Yang Hongxia, are you kidding me? You don't know the priority, right? Bai Yu is your daughter or your sister. Why are you protecting her like this? You don't know right from wrong, right? You. Yang Hongxia was so angry that her face turned red. What bad luck. How could she carry a dead person on her back? Bai Yu patted Yang Hongxia's legs, and after being weakly helped up, he said to Xiao Yu faintly, "Thank you." Xiao Yu's angry face turned into a smile. "You re-welcome. Now that you're awake, you should also tell me why you followed me? So many people are waiting for the answer. This is relentless pursuit." Bai Yu bit her lower lip and looked around awkwardly. But everyone did not sympathize with her. Instead, they were eager to try and waited for the answer. Bai Yu's face froze, and then she said to Xiao Yu, "You misunderstood me. No, before today, I didn't even know what you looked like. Look, the eyes of the masses are sharp. Everyone can tell at a glance that you are Bai Yu, the one in front of my old Zhou. I don't even know you. What misunderstanding do I have about you? Don't make random accusations. Don't you recognize her yet? Didn't she recognize her when others came to watch the fun?" Bai Yu knew that even if she exposed Xiao Yu's true identity, not many people would believe it. After all, there was no witness or evidence, and others would think that she was throwing dirty water on Xiao Yu. This was the first time in Bai Yu's life that she had fallen into such a big pit. She could only swallow this loss. How could she feel happy? But she had to fall into the trap dug by the other party. Bai Yu, I actually wanted to see what the lover Zhou Tuan married looks like. Oh, what do you want to see me like? What, do you still have feelings for old Zhou? Do you still want to take advantage of old Zhou? Comrade Bai, you are not kind. You are greedy while eating from the bowl. Of course not. Finding that her decibel was a little high, Bai Yu coughed twice, lowered her voice, tried to put herself in a weak position, and said, "Before, I was the one who proposed the divorce. When I think about it, I feel sorry for Zhou Tuan, so I hope he can be happy in the future. Let's not talk about whether you are happy or not." You used the word "also" very cleverly. Are you saying that Lao Zhou wronged you first, and that's why you filed for divorce? Come on, tell me in detail. How did he wrong you?
I am his lover now.
If he uses the same method on me as he used on you, wouldn't I be at a great disadvantage? Senior Bai, please tell me in detail so that I can accumulate experience and be fully prepared. The voice of Senior Bai was extremely ironic. Bai Yu didn't expect that the other party had such sharp ears, and was so good at catching words. These are all cultural loopholes and the art of language. She could get away with it in the past, but now she has suffered a disadvantage again in front of this person. She underestimated him again. By you, this isn't too good? After all, it is a family and private matter, and it is not good to publicize it everywhere. Why don't I talk to you alone? Oh, she found a flaw again. Xiao Yu thought so. Xiao Yu said righteously. What family matter? What private matter? Didn't you divorce Lao Zhou? You and Lao Zhou are no longer a family. How can this be considered a family matter? Is there anything that can't be made clear in front of everyone? If you don't make it clear now, are you trying to discredit Lao Zhou in private? Before I came to join the army, I told you to get away with it. Lao Zhou is a good-tempered person and didn't bother with you. Now that you are here, you must give an explanation. Otherwise, don't even think about letting it go. Baiyu began to feel dizzy. He really wanted to faint right now. Xiao Yu's eyes were sinister, and he kept chasing her. Comrade Baiyu, don't think about pretending to faint again. We are not blind, nor are we stupid. Baiyu is weakly supported by Yang Hongxia. She glanced at the people present. The way everyone looked at her was strange. Seeing through, despising, watching the show, sizing. But no one supported her. Baiyu closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she knew that today would not end well, and said, "It's nothing." The fundamental reason why I divorced Zhou Tuan was that he used his money to support the children of several comrades in arms and didn't plan to have a spare tire. So, he didn't give you a penny of his salary. He gave it to you. How much? Xiaoyu was worried that the other party would gossip again, and said with a smile, "Comrade Baiyu, don't make up stories. Not only does Lao Zhou know about this, but the children at home probably know about it as well. I'll ask the 3 Junwazi later to see if they can confront you." He gave it all. After the divorce, did you take away Lao Zhou's salary for several months? Comrade Xiao, why are you asking this? Xiao Yu straightened his back. Of course I have to take you as an example, senior. If Lao Zhou treats you better than me, there's no point in living this marriage. The last sentence is serious. If Baiyu said less, her lie would be exposed as soon as Zhou Zhan came back. If she said too much, if Zhou Zhan was not so good to Xiao Yu, the two of them would definitely have a quarrel, and then this woman would definitely find her out. If she became a troublemaker in the couple's marriage, how would several people in the compound look at herself and Lu Hongjun? Baiyu closed her eyes and had to tell the truth. I gave it all, including the allowance. You and Lao Zhou have been married for 5 months, and your salary is 150 yuan, which means you should have 750 yuan, right? Zhou Zhan's salary is more than 150 yuan. With the allowance, I'm afraid he has 1,000 yuan. How much money did Baiyu spend on her 3 children? Just look at the clothes and skinny appearance of the 3 children before, and you will know. Therefore, Zhou Zhan spent 1,000 yuan to buy the position of Baiyu's first marriage. The person was not touched at all. The last question. Xiao Yu's eyes were sharp, like a knife, placed on Baiyu's neck. As long as the other party dared to lie, slander, or exaggerate, she would definitely kill him and make him bleed to pieces. Xiao Yu, when you say you don't plan to have a backup, does it mean Zhou Zhan doesn't want to? Or is it your request? If Zhou Zhan doesn't want to, is it because he doesn't have the ability, or is it because he has the ability and wants to see your attitude towards Junwazi and the others first? If it's your request, is it because you don't want to live with Lao Zhou, or is there another reason?
Why?
All the reasons were provided to Baiyu, but the latter just felt her scalp tingling. All the retreat routes were blocked, so how could she choose? If she chose Zhou Zhan doesn't want to, no matter whether his reputation of being incompetent was confirmed or not, she would be the one who would suffer in the end. The marriage was divorced, her innocence was saved, the money was taken, and Zhou Jun's children were withheld. How bad would her reputation be? In fact, this matter was deliberately discredited by her. Zhou Zhan was not incompetent, he just didn't want to touch her. Not wanting to touch her. How funny, she is a pillar of the art troupe, no matter her appearance, figure, or temperament. She is unique. How embarrassed would she be if the real situation got out? But after weighing it again and again, she could only be forced to choose the second one. Baiyu. It's me. I don't plan to be a spare tire. Reason. Baiyu gritted her teeth. 3 children who are not related by blood and children of your own. Which one is more important? Everyone can understand it, right? Zhou Jun's children look pitiful now. If there is a conflict with my children in the future, who will Zhou Tuan protect? I don't want my children to suffer, so I gave Zhou Tuan several choices. Either send them away, and we'll be backup. Or they stay in Zhou's house, and I'll leave. We can't be revolutionary lovers because of different ideas. Am I right? Qiao Yu nodded.
You rewrite.
Baiyu just breathed a sigh of relief when Qiao Yu stabbed him again. But Zhou is so righteous. How many soldiers took in their comrades, children, and sent them back? He would rather divorce than give up his children. That's righteousness. He and I both value friendship and have a common goal, to adopt and raise the children of our benefactors, so we can be revolutionary partners. The blood instantly drained from Baiyu's face. Was this a disguised way of saying that she had no sense of justice and was petty? Baiyu could predict that after today, the military compound would talk about the relationship between the two families with great relish. Sure enough. Then there were faint rumors in the compound, saying that not only was her ideological awareness not as high as Qiao Yu's, but she was also cunning. Lu Hongjun came back from training and heard rumors in recent days. It was a pity that he had a bright career, but was ruined by a woman with low ideological awareness. It also originated from her finding fault with everything and taking the initiative to find Zhou Tuan's current boyfriend when she went to the sea. Lu Hongjun returned home, changed into a military uniform, and had a quarrel with her. First, he whispered and tortured her on the bed. Are you still thinking about Zhou Tuan? Do you regret marrying me because you think I'm just a battalion commander? Baiyu wiped her tears. What do you mean by thinking about him? How can he be as powerful as you? In his eyes, there are only those 3 children who are not related to him. You are different. You only have me in your eyes. If I dislike you, would I give you my innocent body? Lu Hongjun, you have no conscience. Then why did you go looking for trouble with Zhou Tuan's lover? I'm sorry for him. Hongjun, please be reasonable. I just want to live in peace with Qiao Yu. Who knew it would be spread like this? That Qiao Yu is not a good person. He slanders people. Don't listen to what outsiders say about me. I was wronged. Don't contact them next time. I wanna, but we are all from the same compound. Feeling his waist sink, Baiyu groaned. After finishing the job, Lu Hongjun had no thoughts. He put on his shorts and sat on the bed smoking and in a daze. In her heart, Baiyu cursed the stinky man who didn't know how to cherish women, but her slender arms still wrapped around his strong waist from behind. Her voice was charming, like a hook fishing by the river, and she could catch big fat fish without bait. Hongjun, since I'm marrying you and giving you my body, naturally, I want to live a good life. Since you don't like my contact with them, I will just avoid them in the future. I won't be a burden to you. I am a solid fortress in your rear. Otherwise, how can people say that Baiyu has a way? Even if she was persuaded to leave the army, she could still marry again and follow the army with her ability. Lu Hongjun took a deep puff of cigarette. There was no romance at this moment. Baiyu, you will never know what I have lost for you. If you dare to let me down, you're dead.
How could it be?
She would never let him down. Also, don't touch the money that Zhou Tuan gave you. You are only allowed to use my salary.
Okay.
Baiyu responded sweetly. Practical? She didn't plan to use it. That was her own private money, which she used to support herself. Usually, Lu Hongjuan's salary was enough for her. After Baiyu's incident, Qiao Yu's reputation in the compound was better. And then there was Zhou Jun's incident. She was completely established in the military compound. What happened to Zhou Jun? It was his classmates who saw him taking his non-blood-related brother to and from school, and then there were the comments of the adults at home, so they looked at Zhou Jun with pity. So Yun? I always feel something is weird. Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu were treated the same way, but Zhou Wu's silence was different from that of his 2 brothers. He caught the slug and got to the bottom of it. What's wrong with you? I always feel that something is wrong with you. If you have something to say, say it. Don't look at me with that look. Otherwise, look at my fist. Knowing that Zhou Wu was a martial artist, Slug quickly sniffed his nose and said, I just heard about it recently. After all, Slug was famous for being sloppy in the class, and few people were willing to play with him, except Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu felt that it was okay for a man to be sloppy, and the most important thing was to have backbone and loyalty. He treated everyone equally.
Speak.
They all said that your stepmother abused you, especially your eldest brother. Your stepmother not only made him take care of the children, but also made him wash clothes. Hearing this, Zhou Wu's anger faded, and his back teeth were almost sour. I want to take care of the children and wash clothes, but my aunt won't let me do it.
Ah?
Are you serious? Zhou Wu. Do I sound like I'm kidding you? Do you know how much money my aunt gives my eldest brother every month for taking care of the children? Washing clothes is not included. The slug who's—
Ah?
Are you serious? Zhou Wu. Do I sound like I'm kidding you? Do you know how much money my aunt gives my eldest brother every month for taking care of the children? Washing clothes is not included. The slug who saw this operation for the first time. Mom. He also wants a stepmother like this. All of a sudden, the news spread. Even though there were a few voices that felt that Xiao Yu was extravagant, then Xiao Yu became famous in the compound. When she went out, some people would take the initiative to say hello to her and even approach her. At first she was puzzled, but she accepted everyone who came. Later she knew the reason. Fortunately, she had foresight and did not forget to give a date while using child labor. Now, the dating market is open. After the military family compound came into contact with Xiao Yu, they were quickly attracted by her personality. She is straightforward and speaks her mind. No need to be on guard. She is also a smart person and will not be fooled by others. She knows how to deal with things and knows how to relax and work at a moderate level. She adheres to the principle of not offending others if they don't offend me. If anyone dares to provoke her, she will not be polite. It's so easy to get along with. In less than 6 months since she came to the army, she has already become friends with the sisters-in-law in the compound. Zhang Tsuehua has already left the golden triangle of Bai Yu and Yang Hongxia. If she continues to hang out with those two, she will become an invisible figure in the compound. Even her own man will scold her. Did Yang Hongxia drug you? Or did Bai Yu give you some benefits? Is it worth it for you to offend everyone in the compound and only get along with them? Why are you so stubborn? Zhang Tsuehua muttered. When I first came here, Yang Hongxia did a lot for me. Otherwise, how could I get by in this compound? She has stood up for you. Didn't the director of the Women's Federation? Didn't the other sisters-in-law do the same? You only remember her, Yang Hongxia, don't you? Even if you don't think about me, your man, you think about your children. They are in school because they are your children, Zhang Tsuehua, and because you, Zhang Tsuehua, are good friends with Yang Hongxia and Bai Yu, the other children are willing to pay attention to them. You don't want the children to continue like this, do you? You should be more careful. Yang Hongxia and Bai Yu think you are the target of ganging up. It's obvious that they are not quiet. Have you forgotten the Tianfeng that Yang Hongxia reported? She and Yang Hongxia got along so well at the beginning. You should be more careful. It's okay to implicate me, but be careful that the children will not recognize you in the future. Zhang Tsuehua's heart skipped a beat, and finally, she quietly left Yang Hongxia. Even if the other party took the initiative to find her, she would let her mother-in-law send her away. She wanted to get along well with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu is so capable now. He gets along well with everyone. If there's a little wind in the compound, he will run away very quickly. Not only can he get a lot of good things, but the children will also become the envy of other children in school. Some people said privately before that Xiao Yu is uneducated and could only show off verbally. As a result, he got a junior high school diploma in half a year and was already studying high school textbooks. Some people went to the school to make trouble, thinking that the principal was enriching himself. As a result, the principal posted Xiao Yu's test paper on the bulletin board. The handwriting proved that it was Xiao Yu's handwriting, and there were other teachers from the same school present at the time, so Xiao Yu was not suspected of cheating. As for whether Xiao Yu knew the test questions in advance, The content of the exam was much more advanced than the junior high school entrance exam and was close to the high school entrance exam questions. The teachers of each class found them from the previous year's exams the day before. Except for some particularly biased questions, everyone answered them correctly. Therefore, the junior high school diploma was well-deserved. Xiao Yu became a role model for the wives of soldiers in the countryside. These wives followed Xiao Yu's example and joined the literacy class. The director of the Women's Federation also verbally praised Xiao Yu. The wives of soldiers in the city also saw Xiao Yu's enterprising spirit and were willing to get along with her. If she got along well with Xiao Yu, would she still be isolated in the future? So this time when she left the island, seeing Xiao Yu on the same boat as her, Zhang Xuehua couldn't wait to get close to her. "Sister Qiao, I have some candy here. Do you want to eat it?" Xiao Yu was a little surprised to see Zhang Xuehua. Zhang Zhan's passbook was sent a few months ago. After seeing the 1,000 yuan on it, she quietly accepted it and wrote a reply letter on the spot. So there were large and small packages sent every month afterwards. Food sent would be intercepted, but tickets for cloth, cotton, bicycles, and radios were all there. What surprised Xiao Yu was the foreign exchange bills. She saw the true feelings of the original owner's elder brother, so she wrote several pages of paper as if it was free. It just so happened that she was looking at watches in the city mall, but she had not been able to buy them because of foreign exchange bills. This time she got them. There were also bicycles, radios. Xiao Yu bought 4 major items, except for the sewing machine. The watch was also replaced with an exquisite women's watch. There were a few jealous people in the compound, but no one dared to say anything after knowing her family background. This time, Zhang Zhan's package arrived in the city. Looking at the milk candy offered by Zhang Xuehua. "Oh, it's not fruit candy, it's milk candy. It's a big investment." Xiao Yu's face clearly showed that those who are attentive to others for no reason are either treacherous or thieves. "What are you doing, Aunt Zhang? I won't accept any bribes. I want to ensure the reputation of Lao Zhou's rear. I can't hold him back." "Lao Zhu, Lao Zhu, Lao Zhu. If you hadn't just gotten married, you would have only met once. You keep saying Lao Zhou every day. I thought you had been married for decades." Zhang Xuehua was so blocked that she rolled her eyes in her heart, but she still looked attentive. "Is there something I need from you? We are from the same compound. You should be able to help with this small favor." "Oh, a small favor? Then tell me what small favor it is. I'm sure I can do my best." Zhang Xuehua cursed in her heart and said, "I know that you passed the junior high school entrance examination not long after attending the literacy class. I want to ask if you have any shortcuts? Do you have any books to refer to? I also want to get a better diploma so that the brats at home won't say that I don't have a high diploma and I am not good enough, so why should I force them to get good grades?" Xiao Yu raised his voice. "Auntie Zhang, there is no shortcut to studying. Either you take one step at a time, or it's a matter of talent. You should also consider the actual situation when you show off and brag in front of your child, right? This is not a small favor. You have to dig open your head and replace it with a smart brain or reincarnate. Otherwise, I really can't help you." "Auntie Zhang, you're asking me for a shortcut? Is this what a down-to-earth person would say? As women of the new era, we should take one step at a time. Why do we always think of taking shortcuts to achieve success overnight?" "Aunt Zhang, your thoughts are not good." Zhang Xuehua was embarrassed by the gazes around her, and her head was almost buried in the ground. When she looked at Xiao Yu again, as soon as the boat stopped at the shore, she plunged into the crowd and left in disgrace. Xiao Yu looked at the other party's embarrassed back and walked towards the bus stop. "Xiao Yu, are you going to get the package again?" Xiao Yu said to the military wife in the compound who took the initiative to say hello. "Let's go to the mall on the way. The boys at home eat a lot, and they can't buy food. They can buy some malted milk to supplement their diet. Then you are very good to the children. They are all in the same household registration book, and they call me aunt. I can't treat them badly." After Xiao Yu left, they chatted. Xiao Yu is very good to those children who are not related by blood.
What's good about that?
Wasn't there a baby girl left to her door a few days ago? She didn't take care of her and even sent her back to the director of the Women's Federation. It can be said that in the past 6 months, no one has made trouble with Bai Yu and Yang Hongxia, and the military wives have gradually forgotten Xiao Yu's tough appearance. After all, she is polite to everyone and is very good at dealing with people, which makes her look easy to talk to. There were rumors in the compound that since Xiao Yu could raise 5 unrelated children, even if Zhou Tuan didn't come back, and he went to the city every few days to collect packages and go shopping, why didn't he raise a few more children from other families? This was heard by Shuringsai's mother. Shur's mother and daughter-in-law were pregnant with another baby girl, so they should throw it away. In the countryside, there were cases of throwing away baby girls, especially in famine years, but in the army, the idea of favoring boys over girls would affect her son's career, so Shur's mother threw the baby girl at the gate of Xiao Yu's compound. She thought Xiao Yu would pinch her nose and admit it. Shur's mother thought that since Xiao Yu liked children so much, raising 5 sons, she would definitely cherish this only girl. It was a beautiful imagination. The baby girl was thrown at the gate of Zhou Tuan's compound. When Xiao Yu came back from her private plot, she saw the baby girl and turned around and threw it to the director of the Women's Federation. The director of the Women's Federation checked which family in the compound had given birth in the past 2 days, and then verified these families to see who didn't have a newborn baby, and found the Shur family. The director of the Women's Federation scolded Shuringsai. After all, without Shuringsai's acquiescence, Shur's mother couldn't do such a thing. Shuringsai had to bow his head and apologize repeatedly, and also scolded his biological mother in front of the director of the Women's Federation.
Mom.
How many times have I said it? It doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl. They are all my children. What are you doing? You have to break up this family, right? If you do this again, my wife won't need you to take care of her. You pack up and go back. Shur's mother is also used to pretending. I was wrong. Director, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. My son didn't know about this at all. Don't affect his career. I will go to Zhou Tuan's family to apologize later. Seeing that the director of the Women's Federation didn't express his opinion, Shur's mother slapped herself twice. The director of the Women's Federation saw that she was still like this at her age. Even though he knew that Shuringsai was inseparable from this matter, he still felt sad for it. Okay, don't do this next time. This matter caused quite a stir in the military compound. Because everyone knew that it was the Shur family's fault, Shur's mother and Shuringsai had been avoiding people when they went out recently. Why did this person make it seem like Xiao Yu was at fault?
This.
If you can't stand it, go and take the little girl from the Shur family to raise.
Me?
Why should I? I can't even take care of my own children, so why do I raise someone else's girl? Oh. As if realizing what he had said, the man began to explain and find fault with Xiao Yu. The one from Zhou Tuan's family has money on hand, and there is a precedent of raising other people's children. What's wrong with raising one more? It's not a big problem, right? But Xiao Yu sent the baby girl to the director of the Women's Federation. Isn't this embarrassing for the Shur family? She is just young and doesn't know how to behave. This man's surname is Liu, and he has a good relationship with the Shur family. Some of the sisters-in-law who were traveling with them couldn't stand it anymore and said, how can the nature be the same? Zhou Dawei, Zhou Xiaoyong, and Zhou Jun's parents are all gone. Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu only have a mother left, and she ran away with someone. Raising them around can help them develop feelings, and there won't be any worries. The parents of the Shur family are still alive, and they are in the same army, so why should they be left to Zhou Tuan to raise? It was Shuring who saved Zhou Tuan's life and helped Xiao Yu. Sister-in-law Liu, you are really something. You just say whatever you want, forget about your brain, and you treat us as fools. Sister-in-law Liu's face turned pale and blue. I didn't treat you as fools. Why are you making up stories? The man rolled his eyes. Whatever you say, I'm leaving. Are you leaving or not? The other sisters-in-law looked at each other and hurried to follow. On the other side, Xiao Yu didn't know that someone was gossiping about her behind her back, and someone else stood up for her. She weighed the package, thanked the people at the post office, walked into the empty alley, put the package into the space, wrapped her face round, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed, and went to the black market. In the past 6 months, the space has copied a lot of food. Her cheeks have become fuller and her height has obviously increased, approaching 1.7 meters. In addition to reading textbooks, tidying up the house, and private plots, she also uses food to exchange for more useful things. Not to mention, the 5 boys in the family have caught up with the nutrition and they are growing fast, so there are not enough clothes to wear. Usually Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu pick up Zhou Jun's old clothes to wear, and Zhou Dawei and Zhou Xiaoyong pick up the twins. What about the new year? She had to give the children a whole new set of clothes. So cloth was the most useless thing in the house. The black box in the space couldn't copy cloth, so she had to either wait for the old man in Beijing and Zhangzhan to send cloth coupons, or go to the black market to trade. In addition to cloth, there were also daily necessities and consumables. Buying with money was her second choice, and the first choice was to exchange grain for coupons and money. The grain could also be exchanged for some gold and old items. Because she didn't come here often and there was a famine and the suppression of the black market was relaxed, she was at ease. After trading in the black market, she went to the market to buy some dry goods. When she was putting the things into the backpack and preparing to go home, she heard a miserable voice saying, "Catch the thief." Thief? Where is it? Xiao Yu wanted to watch the fun, but she saw a black shadow rushing towards her, shouting, "Get out of the way." Others who reacted quickly made way, and those who didn't react, like Xiao Yu, were knocked down and scratched. Xiao Yu cursed, asked a familiar seller to watch over her backpack, and rushed forward as fast as a rocket. There is a road to heaven but you don't go, and there is no door to the underworld but you break in. Everyone saw another figure chasing after him. Xiao Yu was tall in the famine-stricken north, with a golden ratio figure and naturally long legs. In addition, the original owner had been working hard for many years, so he was strong and could run fast. With overwhelming force, he rushed to the thief's back. The other party screamed "ah," and then, with a plop, the thief ate a mouthful of dust. Just as he was about to get up and fight back, Xiao Yu broke the other party's arm with both hands. The creaking sound made the onlookers' scalps numb. Xiao Yu heard the thief's wailing, and she hit the other party's head a few times. The knock on the other party's head was a clang. The thief was unlucky enough to run into the king of Hades. A mouthful of teeth fell out, and his mouth was full of blood. Not to mention that he had a reaction. He didn't faint on the spot. All because of the thief's strong physical fitness. Seeing several police comrades in uniforms following, Xiao Yu stopped torturing him, stood up, and spat at the back of the thief's head. "You do and have a brain. Do you think everyone is easy to bully and bump into? You are unlucky to bump into me. You're great lady."
Pa.
There was an endless stream of applause all around. Xiao Yucai shouted embarrassedly, "It's all for the service of the people." Why embarrassed? Oh, she didn't intend to be a hero who bravely did what was right. It was the thief who was blind and bumped into her. She couldn't swallow this breath. She returned to her starting position like a victorious rooster, facing the applause. She saw that the buyer had already run away, and the one guarding her backpack was a strange yet familiar tall figure. Wearing a military uniform, his back was like a pine tree, his temperament was upright, and he stood tall there, standing out from the crowd. Ordinary people became the background board in the hastily fast-forwarded movie, but he was a slow-motion shot, slowly turning around and meeting her gaze. This glance was a glance that lasted for a lifetime. The things in that backpack were all carried by Lao Zhou.
Chu-chan.
After half a year, she saw this cheap husband again and almost didn't recognize him. His back and temperament were good-looking, but his face was really unkempt. It's not that he was ugly. On the contrary, the man had deep eyes, sword-like eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and even his lips. Ahem. His handsome appearance was obscured by such sloppiness. Xiao Yu was a community bull. After confirming that the sloppy man was Lao Zhou, he gave an order. "Carry it, go home." Zhou Zan. And did it silently. After walking 2 steps, Xiao Yu finally reacted and asked again. "Are you busy with other things? Are you going somewhere else? Do you have any mission?" Zhou Zan shook his head. Xiao Yu felt relieved. Along the way, Xiao Yu realized that Comrade Zhou was a silent person, so they talked and he occasionally answered. She mentioned the recent situation of her 5 children and that she now had a junior high school diploma and wanted to get a high school diploma based on her ability, the land at home, and the chickens she raised, etc. After landing on the island, Xiao Yu felt dry mouth. Zhou Zhan heard her abrupt pause, glanced at her chapped lips, took off the military canteen from his waist, and handed it to her. After Xiao Yu took it, she casually said, "Thank you." After that, she poured water through the mouth of the military canteen. The water was warm and the heat preservation effect seemed good. When she was no longer thirsty, Xiao Yu looked at the military canteen. "How many of these things do you have?" "There is only one military canteen at home, but there are 3 beds. The wind is strong at the seaside, so I plan to get 2 more and fill them with hot water to warm the quilt before going to bed. It's a pity that I have never had anyway." Zhou Zhan finally said the longest sentence since they met. "I'll do it." Xiao Yu smiled. "Okay. Thank you. I'll give you the money later." Who needs her money? When they arrived at the compound, many people were surprised to see Zhou Zhan and Xiao Yu walking together. After the surprise, they greeted each other warmly. Arrived at the gate of the courtyard where they lived. The front of the gate was swept clean. The chickens were fed with corn cores ground into powder from Xiao Yu's space, and they were already laying eggs. Every time Xiao Yu went to touch them, she would find 4 eggs from the butts of the 2 chickens in a day. The director of the Women's Federation caught 5 chicks and only raised 2 of them. Fortunately, it met the indicators of each family, otherwise the extra ones would have to be sold out. These were what Xiao Yu said to Zhou Zhan after arriving at the compound. The household items were neatly arranged, and the floor and table were spotless. Zhou Zhan just thought that this woman was quick and nimble, and the latter found the dusty razor and a complete set of toiletries and threw them into the enamel basin, handed it over, and said, "Oh, by the way, old Zhou, the housekeeping and laundry are all done by June's kid. Of course, I didn't let him work in vain. I give him money every month and let him keep it himself. I don't ask how he uses it. The children in the family take turns washing dishes. By the way, he also mentioned that Xiaoyong was taken to school by Zhou Jun." Old Zhou. The man rubbed his chin, said took the enamel basin, and walked towards the faucet. There was a wooden rack next to the faucet, on which there were many enamel basins, and each basin had toiletries. Words were engraved on the enamel basin with a knife. Yun, Ven, Vu, Wei, Yong, Yu. Zhou Zhan glanced at his enamel basin, which was smooth and flawless. Xiao Yu followed his line of sight. So many enamel basins and toiletries, all of which were his great achievements. In exchange for the food copied from the space, Xiao Yu made up. As for the hygiene issue, it's better for everyone to use things separately. Didn't I happen to recognize my relatives? My grandfather and eldest brother are good people. They send a lot of things and money every month, so I decided to buy these for the children." Zhou Zhan didn't say anything. After all, he was brushing his teeth, and his mouth was full of foam. Xiao Yu watched. He was too careless when brushing his teeth. Others brushed their teeth very gently, afraid of hurting their gums and bleeding, but he was so noisy, as if he was brushing pig hair. Xiao Yu reasonably suspected that in a short time, the bristles of his toothbrush would be like trampled lawns, falling all over. But she didn't stop him or say anything. They are all adults, and they have developed habits for decades. Can they change them? When she saw that the children did something wrong with their teeth brushing, she would point it out on the spot and let them correct it. Comrade Zhou turned a blind eye. The man spit, rinsed his mouth with water, and then soaped his chin with a few thin layers of soap. He rubbed foam with his hands before shaving with a razor. After shaving, the man said, "You are the boss at home." Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried about marrying a man who didn't go home for years and who kept complaining when he came home. So, the other party was a perfect marriage partner. Perfect to perfect. Okay. Oh, by the way, how long will you stay this time? 2 months. Xiao Yu. That's enough. That's enough. Seeing this, the man asked, "What's the matter?" "I'm waiting for you to come back." The man's body stiffened slightly, and he heard the woman's mouth opening and closing, and then said, "I have to go to the capital to get my grandmother's dowry. Before you were not at home, the children had no one to take care of them. Now that you are back, I have time to spare." Zhou Zhan thought about it, nodded, and said, "Of course, I can, but before I leave, I have to treat my comrades to a meal." This meal is of course not just a meal, but a banquet to confirm the relationship between the two. The famine years were not as strict as the turbulent years, but the army tacitly agreed not to be too extravagant, so the banquet was only for superiors and comrades with good relationships and their families. Of course, I can be so smooth, but I still rely on the help of many people in the army. Especially the director of the Women's Federation, Xiao Zhao, who drove, and Wang Zhaodi, Wang's wife. The man nodded and said, "I'll go to hand over the work and come back later. Don't you want to eat at noon?" "Well, I'll be back in the evening." "Okay," Xiao Yu said neatly. Zhou Zhan went straight to the brigade commander, who laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "Okay, Zhan, you completed the mission well this time. There is a reward from the top. You should have a good rest at home." "Yes." "Oh, by the way, your wife is doing well in the army and has taught the children well.
You have a good vision this time."
As he spoke, the brigade commander told him about Xiao Yu's great achievements in the 6 months he was on duty. The director of the Women's Federation is the brigade commander's wife, and he has watched the girl get along well step by step. The brigade commander patted his shoulder again with a serious tone. "I am finally relieved that you can marry such a good woman." Zhou Zhan did not respond, but said, "Brigade commander, my family will host a party in a few days. You and the director remember to come." Remember, I will definitely remember." On the other side, Zhou Jun took Xiaoyong home first. When he smelled the familiar fragrance, he knew that his aunt was back. Xiaoyong has grown stronger in the past 6 months. At least he is not big-headed and small-bodied anymore, and he needs someone to hold him all the time.
"Aunt. Hey.
Soldier boy, are you back? Wash your hands and serve the meal." "Good." Zhou Jun was very quick and not only washed his own hands, but also held his younger brother's hand and rubbed it under the faucet. Before he tightened the faucet, he heard a noisy voice. "Brother, don't turn it off. I want to wash too." Zhou Jun turned on the faucet. After Zhou Wu and Slug discussed where to pick up shells at noon, they saw that the faucet was turned off when they entered the yard. "Brother, didn't I say I wanted to use water too? Why did you turn it off?" Zhou Jun replied, "Aunt said we should save water." There was a famine everywhere, and even though there was no shortage of fresh water on the island, Xiao Yu also asked the children to save water.
"Oh."
Zhou Wu died down. While eating, Xiao Yu mentioned Zhou Zhan. Zhou Wu clicked his chopsticks. "What? Aunt, are you saying Dad is back?" "Zhou Zhan is back, and the things in the space have to be vacated." Xiao Yu has been taking food from the bedroom in front of the children, but in fact she is taking food from the space. As soon as Zhou Zhan comes back, the food can only be placed in the bedroom. The master bedroom is larger than the 2 secondary bedrooms, but there is only a dozen square meters of space. How much can be placed? Coarse grains and flour are all placed under the bed, and raw eggs are placed in a jar with straw to prevent them from breaking. As the temperature on the island drops, there is no need to worry about the eggs going bad, so they are covered with a wooden lid and placed in the corner. In addition to the bottom of the bed, there are several wooden boxes accumulated next to the wardrobe. The boxes were originally used to hold cloth, malted milk, sugar, and the like. She put things other than food in the space and replaced the empty space with food. With Zhou Zhan around, cooking can only be done through Minglu. In the evening, Zhou Zhan finally came back. She asked, "Old Zhou, what do you want to eat in the evening?" He was not so shocked even when his superiors, comrades, and even the drill soldiers who were insubordinate called him Lao Zhou. Zhou Zhan was silent for a moment and said, "Is there enough food at home?" Xiao Yu whispered, "You don't know yet, but in the past few months, I went to the black market in the nearby city and ran into an extraordinary person. Would you believe that she dared to exchange food for banknotes? Anyway, my bedroom is full of high-priced food, which our production team can't even buy." I went to the city quite often in the name of picking up packages, but I actually went to buy high-priced food. Otherwise, how could I feed the soldiers so well with malted milk and those snacks alone? Xiaoyu whispered, "You don't know yet, but in the past few months, I went to the black market in the nearby city and ran into an extraordinary person. Would you believe that she dared to exchange food for banknotes? Anyway, my bedroom is full of high-priced food, which is what our production team can't even buy. I went to the city quite often in the name of picking up packages, but I actually went to buy high-priced food. Otherwise, how could I feed the soldiers so well with malted milk and those snacks?" Xiao, unacceptable characters, you remained calm and praised herself.
Oh,
The whole country is suffering from famine. Where did he get the food? TSK. As expected of a soldier, he could hear something wrong in her words and got to the bottom of it. She simulated this conversation many times in her mind. The children below could be fooled, but the one in front of her was a high-ranking leader at a young age. How could he be so easy to fool? Before he came back, she had made up stories in her mind about how to fool him, such as the food was the wasteland reclaimed by the unusual figures in the black market, and that they were an industrial chain, etc. She overturned them all. She had never met Zhou Zhan. What if he was an upright person? People in this era have a more rigid mind and can't turn around. If Zhou Zhan is such a person, she will tell a lie, and the other party will definitely predict that she has had deep contact with the unusual figure. At that time, what if Zhou Zhan wants to eradicate this cancer and needs her to cooperate? Does he really want her to help him eradicate himself? Telling a lie requires countless lies to cover it up. In this case, perfunctory is the best result. Xiaoyu said directly, "How would I know? In the black market, no one asks where the food comes from. I am afraid that the other party will not sell it. One hand pays the other hand, and the goods are taken and left. In this day and age, it is good to have food to sell. It is better to have less trouble than more." Is he selling food at the same place? Yes, we have to hurry up. When he sold food for the first few times, others found few. Later, even if someone was there the night before, I sold it all in the morning. Fortunately, I had foresight and stocked up a lot. Is he still selling? Xiaoyu shook her head. I don't know. I guess he changed the place. After all, it is too conspicuous to sell food in this day and age.
yeah.
By the way, what do you want to eat tonight? Whatever. Maybe others don't like to give casual answers, but Xiaoyu is different. Whatever equals, decide for yourself. What if the other party is not satisfied with the things she makes? It doesn't matter. She can make the other party doubt his life. You've given me everything, and you still want me to make abalone and shark fin. She followed the principle of proximity, pulled out a bag of grain from under the bed, scooped out a full bowl of coarse grains, and picked up 5 raw eggs. Zhou Zhan saw her move and knew that she was a generous and informal female comrade. Zhou Zhan lit the fire. Xiaoyu mixed the noodles with cold water, cut the cabbage and added a spoonful of oil to the bottom of the pot, stir-fried the cabbage and added water, and then added the coarse grains that were mixed into lumps after boiling, and finally beat 5 eggs into the soup. It was another simple meal. Zhou Jun's children came back, ran to wash their hands first, and then each brought their own bowl to the table. Dawei held his own bowl, and because he was secretly glancing at Zhou Zhan, the lump soup overflowed to his palm. He held the bowl with one hand, licked the palm of his other hand, and then looked over and met Zhou Zhan's deep black eyes. Dawei was so scared that his face turned pale. Pa Xiaoyu slapped Zhou Zhan's back hard and said, "You scared the child. Go and get your own bowl."
Yeah.
Zhou Zhan said in a low voice. Xiaoyu grinned at Dawei, showing his teeth. "Don't be afraid, Dawei. Your Uncle Zhou only looks fierce, but he is actually easy to get along with. If he treats you badly, tell Mom, and I will definitely beat him so hard that his parents won't recognize him. Don't worry, Mom can beat him." Others. Zhou Zhan staggered and almost ruined the dumpling soup in his hand. "I've heard of people beating people, but rarely heard of women beating men."
She
Wants to abuse him? After dinner, Zhou Zhan asked the children to rest and went to wash the pots and bowls. When he came out, he saw a bowl of leftover malted milk. He said he was washing the dishes, But why did the children come to wash the dishes again? Xiao Yu, have you finished washing? Come, drink this bowl of malted milk and then take a hot bath. The man hesitated and discussed with her. Can I not wash? Xiao Yu's expression was slightly stiff, and she asked patiently. Why? Too tired.
No.
Xiao Yu rejected it. The sheets in the master bedroom are new and must be washed. Otherwise, ask the children to see who is willing to put up with you for one night. Zhou Zhan's eyes fell on Zhou Jun's children. It was because he had never met Dawei and Xiaoyong, and the children were naturally sensitive to their stepfather. So they skipped Dawei and Xiaoyong. Zhou Wen turned his head away. Zhou Jun looked at the sky, and Zhou Wu spoke, but not as Zhou Zhan wished. Dad, Annie taught us to pay attention to hygiene no matter how tired or hard it was after joining the army. Your Annie taught us the right thing. Zhou Zhan still wanted to refuse malted milk. Xiao Yu, you are the pillar of the family. You are too thin. You can't fall down. If you really don't want to drink it and think that the family is consuming too much, then stop giving the children malted milk. Children? Xiao Yu, if you want to drink it together. If you don't want to drink it, don't drink it together. This is called sharing happiness and suffering. We are a family, no worse than the soldiers who are twisted into a donut on the battlefield to defend their country. Military kids Zhou Wen, Zhou Wu, Dawei, and Xiaoyong, don't you think so? The children's enthusiasm was immediately aroused. The children said in unison, yes. Zhou Zhan drank the bowl of malted milk silently. There is no need to do this. While Zhou Zhan was carrying the enamel pot to the kitchen, Xiao Yu shouted at his back, bring the soap. Rub the mud off your body. Others. Zhou Zhan returned to the master bedroom and saw the woman wearing a coat and 5-point cotton pants, with a corner of the quilt symbolically draped over her belly. The white legs were thin and evenly straight, making people unable to look away at first sight. Especially when one of her feet was placed on the knee of the other leg, the relaxation was revealed with an indescribable desire. His Adam's apple rolled. Xiao Yu heard the movement and turned his head to look over. This look is consistent with the temperament and back at the first sight. Sure enough, handsome guys still have to be clean to be handsome. Especially this man looks quiet, but his temperament is full of wildness that is almost unsuppressed. The blue meridians protrude slightly on the biceps, and the texture of the flesh that cannot be concealed by the thin home shirt gives Xiao Yu a red warning light, danger, danger. She retracted her gaze, and suddenly felt the heat and thirst. You finished washing so quickly?
Yeah.
You didn't rub the mud well, did you? No. I have to check it carefully, otherwise you can't get on the bed. Xiao Yu said this because he was annoyed that the newly changed sheets had to be changed after being soiled by a dusty man.
But, check. Go to bed.
It was too imaginative, especially when she knelt up and moved her knees to the bed. She knelt on the bed and lifted up his clothes to check. When he lowered his head, he could see her soft black hair, smooth forehead, white and straight nose, round and cute nose, and that. Obviously, she was dressed properly, but it was very hot, very. Especially when her cold fingertips accidentally scratched him. He held her hand, and his low voice was a little hoarse. Wash it clean. Xiao Yu, who was a little slow, seemed to realize that the atmosphere was not right. After pulling his hand back abruptly, he felt something was wrong the more he thought about it. Hey, what is she afraid of? Is Aunt Old Zhou not good enough? It's so safe to be in the same room with a bad man. Xiao Yu rolled around on the bed, making half of the bed available, and patted the empty space, saying, Okay, I believe you this time. Let's get on the bed. Zhou Zhan.
So bold?
Yes, both of them are remarried. She should be familiar with this. He is a man, even if he has never eaten pork. He knows how pork runs. He was thinking about it, but as soon as he got into bed, he heard the other party talking about the main topic in the night. How many tables should we set up for the banquet? 5 tables. Will it be enough?
Yes.
Then I can't handle it alone. You can invite people you know. Xiao Yu clapped his hands, then invite Sister Wang and the director. The director of the Women's Federation is also old. You should invite a younger sister-in-law. Xiaoyu recalled the appearance of the director of the Women's Federation and felt that it was the same, and then said, "Then, what dishes are you going to cook?" "Fish, shrimp. Do you have bacon at home?"
Yes.
"Well, that's it. Just like this?" This is a bit too shabby. But when he thought about the fact that we are still in a famine, Xiaoyu was relieved. The food supply in the army is so tight, not to mention other places. Xiaoyu sighed softly and felt that his arm was poked by something hard.
What is it?
The family passbook. Xiaoyu jumped over him and went to pull the electric light. The room was instantly bright. The island had electricity, and people of Zhou Zhan's level had no restrictions on electricity and time. Of course, even the head of a group rarely wasted money on turning on lights these days. Xiaoyu looked at the number on the passbook. 5,000.
Huh.
She suddenly became a millionaire. This was still the 1960s. Xiaoyu just turned around and saw Zhou Zhan rummaging through the closet. After a while, he handed her a stack of banknotes. "This is pocket money, keep it." Xiaoyu smiled. "Don't worry. Our revolutionary friendship will last forever. I will definitely help you take care of the children." Zhou Zhan always felt that her words were strange, but he couldn't tell what was wrong, so he just said, "I completed this mission very well, and there will be rewards from the higher-ups. Do you want anything?" Xiaoyu thought about it and shook her head. "No, we don't need anything at home." She wanted air conditioners, refrigerators, and mobile phones. Are they available in this era?
No.
Xiaoyu no desire. No demand you. Seeing that he was silent, Xiaoyu added, "If it really doesn't work, you need money or more malted milk, cloth, etc. Children grow up quickly and cloth, malted milk, etc. are quite useless." Zhou Zhan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay." After the chat, Xiaoyu turned off the light, groped in the dark, and the two climbed back to bed tacitly. The bed sheet was big enough so that she didn't have to fight with him for the quilt. In a daze, she heard Zhou Zhan say, "I will give you my monthly salary and allowance in the future." She forgot whether she agreed or not and fell asleep. The next day, there was no one by the bed, and the children went to school. Not only was there a note on the table, but also breakfast. "Zhou Zhan, by ingredients you rest." So concise. I guess it was practiced by typing too many telegrams. Xiaoyu finished eating the steamed bun, turned around and went back to bed to sleep. When she woke up, she smelled the fragrance of rice wafting from the kitchen. She went to the faucet to wash up, muttering in her heart, "Zhou Zhan's cooking smells pretty good. At least it smells better than the foolish rice she made." Thinking of the rice. She has to eat with the children now and can't eat alone. People's noses are so sensitive nowadays. As long as the cooked food she copied from the space is meat or has a slightly strong smell of oil, the children at home will smell it.
Oh.
How long did Lao Zhou say he would rest? The longer he rests, the harder her life will be. Xiaoyu counted on her fingers. It would be better to kick this man to go on a few more missions. After spitting out foam and coming to the kitchen, Xiaoyu greeted Zhou Zhan, who was cooking enthusiastically. "Morning. It's not early." It doesn't matter, just consider it as you got up early." Zhou Zhan pondered for a moment, did not refute, and continued with the process at hand. Xiaoyu tiptoed to see. "Wow, fresh chicken. Where did you get this chicken?" "Fish hunted." "Did you hunt it yourself?"
Yeah.
Xiaoyu gave a thumbs up. "Old Zhou is awesome." "He is not that old, is he?" Xiaoyu really thinks he is awesome. She has the copy space, so she has no shortage of meat. Look at her. She doesn't have a golden finger, but she can hunt and bring back a pheasant. Xiaoyu asked, "What did you buy this morning?" "Fresh fish and shrimp." "Xiaoyu, you only hunted one pheasant?" "Yeah, it was not easy to hunt. This one was so skinny." Xiaoyu stood on tiptoe and patted his shoulder, saying encouragingly, "Not bad, old Zhou. Keep the good stuff at home first." This is a high level of ideological awareness. She didn't know how to respond. Xiaoyu didn't care and started chatting casually. "Who did you learn this cooking skill from?" "I did it myself." "You have a talent."
Yeah.
Then when you are on vacation in the future, the kitchen work at home will be handed over to you. You don't know how tiring it is to cook for so many boys.
Okay.
Xiaoyu glanced at him and smiled. Men of this era are all chauvinistic, and there is a set of broken rules that men don't go into the kitchen. It would be fine if he didn't refuse, but he agreed so quickly. Xiaoyu, aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? Oh, she even knew to ask back. Not bad. She didn't marry a robot. Xiaoyu, I asked you to cook. You have to make money to support the family, and you have to go to the kitchen on your days off. Which man would marry a lazy woman like me?
Look at how considerate she is.
In order to provide him with something to be angry about, she also belittled herself. It depends on how this man reacts. You are very good.
Oh, I'm Fine?
Am I not lazy?
No.
But I sleep until noon. I get up early. This time it was her turn to be silent.
He knew how to use her words to fight back.
Then tell me, what's good about me? You raise your ex-husband's children. Xiaoyu nodded. This is indeed an advantage. What else? The rice is almost burnt. Xiaoyu did not insist, but smiled and said, Okay, then you cook well, and think about what other advantages I have and what's good about me, and I'll do a sample survey. Zhou Zhan's scalp tingled. Did he marry a superior? He didn't quite understand the personalities of other female comrades. Marrying Baiyu was a plot. He didn't get along with Baiyu for long and had never even touched her hand.
Well,
they slept in the same bed, but she didn't have that intention at all. Did she believe the rumors in the army? He has always let the rumors go and did nothing. He adhered to the principle of those who are innocent will be cleared. If she really misunderstood, he would find a time to make it clear. Zhou Jun was the first to come back, pulling Xiao Yong. After washing his hands, he saw Xiaoyu eating melon seeds in the main room, and he called out, Aunt, be good, go and serve the meal, and bring it to Anne as well.
Hey.
The meal Zhou Zhan cooked was indeed good. Even though the ingredients were scarce, it tasted much better than the pig food she cooked. After dinner, Zhou Zhan washed the dishes, and Dawei swept the floor. Xiaoyu lay down in the master bedroom and breathed a sigh of relief. After eating on the table, she lay on the bed, without touching worldly affairs. If there were also mobile phones and air conditioners. Oh, don't think about it. People should be content. When Zhou Zhan returned to the master bedroom, he saw that she had fallen asleep. Didn't you sleep enough this morning? Are all women so sleepy? Zhou Zhan lay down on the bed with suspicion. She was no different from the first time they met, except that she was a little whiter and fatter. Her eyes were still clear and bright. As soon as Zhou Zhan came back, the work of taking care of the private plot, feeding the chickens, and cooking all fell on his shoulders. She was responsible for eating and sleeping and occasionally reading a book. Her life was like a paradise. As soon as the ingredients were gathered, Xiaoyu invited Wang Xiaozi and Zhou Xiaozi to help in the kitchen. Zhou Xiaozi was the second person who had spent the most time with Xiaoyu in the past 6 months. It was also the last time when she heard Lu Xiaozi saying bad things about Xiaoyu behind her back after Xiaoyu left, and she helped to squeeze Lu Xiaozi. Between Wang Xiaodi and Zhou Xiaozi's cooking skills were better. Wang Xiaodi was born and she grew up in a patriarchal family. Although she had been helping with housework since she was young, her cooking skills were mediocre and only slightly better than Xiaoyu's. It was different for Mrs. Zhou. It was said that her father had been in contact with the imperial kitchen before and was now a chef in a state-owned restaurant. Her mother's family lived in the neighboring city. Although Mrs. Zhou did not inherit her father's legacy, she was much better than Wang Xiaodi and Xiaoyu. There was sweet and sour fish made from fish and boiled shrimps. Zhou Zhan also hunted 2 pheasants and made potato and chicken nuggets, as well as a piece of bacon and stir-fried vegetables. Finally, there was egg drop soup and vegetarian dishes. Because there were 5 tables, it was so busy that even Zhou Jun came to help. Seeing Zhou Jun's knife skills, which were not weaker than hers who had been holding a knife all year round, Mrs. Zhou took the time to take a look and couldn't help but be surprised. Jun, you still have this skill. Zhou Jun smiled shyly and worked more seriously. After the dishes were cooked and everyone was almost there, Xiao Yu and her two sisters-in-law took Zhou Jun to meet the guests. No weirdos were seen, so the banquet was of course a great success. Bai Yu naturally wanted to go. If she wasn't invited, couldn't she take the initiative to go? If she went, the other party wouldn't kick her out for face. Bai Yu was mainly unconvinced. This was the first time in so many years that she had fallen flat on her face, and it happened to Zhou Zan's current wife, who was a remarried peasant woman. Especially the changes in Xiao Yu in the past 6 months, she often saw them. Not only herself, but other sisters-in-law in the compound also secretly compared her with Xiao Yu. If Xiao Yu used herself as a comparison object, it would be fine and she wouldn't be so indignant. But she managed to live her own life behind closed doors. She didn't care about her, the ex-wife who took most of Zhou Zan's savings. How could she not be angry about this? She warned herself in her heart to be patient, to be patient. Soon, it will be Xiao Yu who will cry, who made Xiao Yu unlucky to marry a short-lived guy. But she couldn't bear it anymore amid the gossip, so she went to Lu Hongjun to explain her thoughts. Immediately, Lu Hongjun's face darkened, and he looked at her without patience. Are you still thinking about Zhou Tuan? Meeting his gaze, Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat. She didn't care about anything else and wiped her tears to defend herself. I don't care what others think of me. Don't you know me? Hongjun, I just feel guilty. If you want both families to live in peace, just be quiet and give up your idea. But Hongjun, okay. Mom will be here in a few days. You should take good care of the baby and don't think about anything else. Bai Yu then stopped crying and responded softly. Well, she is pregnant. The reaction during pregnancy is very intense. Not only is her face swollen, but her waist is also rounder. She was confused for a moment, and a trace of regret arose in her heart. But she resisted it. She will not regret it. Marrying Lu Hongjun is the best choice. Her future will only be glorious. As long as she gives birth to this baby, her marriage with Lu Hongjun will be stable. As for reputation and having no job, what's reputation? Lu Hongjun will earn merits as long as he climbs high enough. No one dares to say anything to her. No job? Not only does she have the savings from her divorce with Zhou Zan, she also sold her previous job in the city, so she has enough to lie down comfortably. Xiao Yu greeted people with a smile, toasted and said polite words, but after sending people away, her face was stiff with a smile. Looking at the mess on the table, Wang Zhaodi and Zhou Shaozi wanted to help, but she politely sent them away. As soon as she turned around, she met Zhou Zan's gaze. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Yu was half relieved. It's okay. Leave the dishes there, I'll wash them tomorrow. Xiao Yu was completely relieved, then I'll trouble Comrade Zhou. She watched the children wash and brush their teeth every day, paying attention to hygiene. When it was her turn, she was exhausted. She lay down on the bed like a salted fish and didn't want to turn over. Double standards. Xiao Yu despised herself, but continued to lie down with peace of mind. It's fun to live a bad life. Do you want me to massage you? A voice brought her back to her senses. Xiao Yu immediately changed from lying down to lying prone and said, Please massage my waist, it hurts. Oh, and my arms.
Yeah.
Comrade Zhou looked at the tall and strong man, with calluses all over his fingertips, which made her clothes rustle, but his skills were no worse than those of later technicians. She was afraid that the material would be scratched, so she lifted the hem of her clothes with her arms and tied it under her chest. Her movements were skillful and not at all seductive. Zhou Zan's breath was held, and his movements paused, but his fingertips continued to press on the skin like mutton fat jade. Xiao Yu's face and arms may need nutrients and time to restore their original skin color due to years of labor and sun exposure, but the skin on her body is like jade all year round, even if it was skin and bones before.
Well.
It's okay, Comrade Zhou. Well, have you ever pressed Comrade Bai Yu like this? She was not testing him, but treating Zhou Zan as an ordinary chat partner. Zhou Zan paused, restrained his movements, and lay on the other side. Comrade Zhou? Why is it gone? It's over.
What?
It's over so soon?
Yeah.
That's not right. Go to sleep. Xiao Yu looked at his face and didn't think there was anything taboo about the topic of ex-wife. Today, the king of the world is here, and he has to talk about it. Otherwise, people who don't know will think that Comrade Zhou still has feelings for Bai Yu.
Why?
Can I talk about it? Comrade Zhou is still thinking about the ex. The man in the dark suddenly opened his eyes. Why do you think so? So, what is there to talk about? It's not right to discuss the right and wrong of the ex. Xiao Yu snorted coldly. Then your moral standards are quite high. Are you unhappy? How can I be happy? Revolutionary comrades have other female comrades in their hearts. Oh, our eldest brother doesn't talk about the second brother. After all, I am also a second marriage. Does she mean that she has that ex-husband in her heart? Zhou Zhan's heart dulled. Not painful, but depressed and a little uncomfortable. There's nothing between her and me. Don't get me wrong. Don't you have her in your heart?
No.
Xiao Yu then broke the ice with a smile. Have you never massaged her?
No.
Then how come your movements are so familiar? I've helped my comrades. Oh, it turns out to be my comrades. Xiao Yu didn't pursue the matter any further. In fact, Zhou Zhan also wanted to ask about that ex-husband. But when he heard the familiar light snoring in his ears, he gave up the idea, closed his eyes, and fell into a light sleep after a long time. It was noon when Xiao Yu woke up. A familiar fragrance came from the kitchen, and the mess in the yard last night was cleaned up. Xiao Yu came to the kitchen without anything happening and said happily, "What are we having for lunch? Last night was heavy with oil and meat. Let's have something light today." The treat yesterday was too sumptuous, and everyone knew Zhou Zhan's level and Xiao Yu's current background. No one said anything but just worked hard. In the end, there was not a drop of oil left. In previous years, when there was a banquet, the host family had leftovers to heat up the next day, but their family didn't even have leftovers. Is that so? Any plans for the afternoon? I have to call Grandpa and prepare to go to Beijing. Zhou Zhan paused. Is it so urgent? Xiao Yu rubbed her hands. Isn't there a popular saying in your army? If you are not active in eating, there is something wrong with your brain. For me, if I am not active in taking such wealth, there is also something wrong with my brain. She vaguely guessed that this man wanted to cultivate feelings with her. What kind of feelings? Is feelings more important than money? They are all living together. Who doesn't know who? Zhou Zhan. I will buy you a sleeper berth? Xiao Yu raised her eyebrows. Do you still have money?
No.
Then how are you going to buy it? Borrow from my comrades and pay them back when the allowance comes down. Forget it. Come with me to the house, and I'll give you the money. Zhou Zhan didn't think there was anything wrong with a man asking for money, and nodded. Okay. He covered the pot and followed her to the master bedroom. Xiao Yu walked and kept muttering. In the future, if you want to buy something, just tell me directly. When you borrow money from others to buy things, is it just a matter of borrowing money? You have to rely on favors, which is not cost-effective. Don't be embarrassed to ask me for money.
No. Huh? What?
I won't be embarrassed to ask. This time it was Xiao Yu's turn to be stunned, as if she felt something was wrong, but subconsciously replied, "Oh, okay." It seemed that if she was a little slow, she would fall behind. She has been very strong all her life. After giving the money, Xiao Yu waited for dinner on the table. As soon as the children came back, Xiao Yu felt that Zhou Jun was unhappy. She took the initiative to ask, "Jun, what's wrong with you? You look unhappy?" Hearing this, Zhou Zhan looked at his eldest son. How did she know that her son was unhappy? Why did he feel that Zhou Jun was no different from usual? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Wu said, "Aunt, you didn't touch the chicken's ace this morning. You don't know how unlucky your brother is. He only touched 2 eggs out of 2 chicken butts." Zhou Jun's face turned red and he retorted, "You only touched 1 last time." Zhou Wu said, "What's the big deal? 1 is also 1. You are so shameless. Hey, if you are thick-skinned, you won't feel pain when you get beaten." Xiao Yu. Just sitting and watching elementary school kids quarreling. She even enjoyed the meal with gusto. Oh no, except for the good meal last night. How long has it been since she last ate alone since Comrade Zhou came back? No wonder she enjoyed this bland meal with gusto. In the afternoon, Zhou Zian went to deal with sleeper tickets, while Qiao Yu went to the post and telecommunications booth. After the call was connected, it was Grandpa Zhang's voice, and Qiao Yu briefly explained the situation. Grandpa Zhang hesitated and said, "Isn't it inappropriate for you and your wife to separate just after you got together?" Qiao Yu raised her eyebrows and said, "Something happened over there, Grandpa. That person's younger brother went to the capital." Old Master Zhang was not surprised at all that the other party knew this. It was Zhou's mother who said in the letter that Xiao Yaozu would go to the capital. How happy was Xiao Yaozu's life before? Except for the original owner, all the married sisters were brothers supporting demons, emptying their in-laws' house to subsidize their own family. Xiao Yaozu didn't even have to work on the land, and he was wandering around the city all day long. When his parents got into trouble, his sisters were controlled by their in-laws, and their belongings were emptied at home. Xiao Yaozu had no choice but to secretly go to the capital. Without a letter of introduction, Xiao Yaozu didn't know how long he had been walking. After arriving in the capital, he was like a rotten citizen. As for why he knew the location of the Zhang family, oh, it was her. It was her, this extremely smart person. Didn't she throw a note to Xiao Yaozu before leaving the production team? The note also reminded him not to ask the production team for a letter of introduction. Otherwise, he would definitely be tripped up by the Zhang family and be kept under surveillance. By then, don't even think about going to the capital to enjoy the good life with your sister. It would be great if you don't starve to death. Qiao Yu was also surprised by Xiao Yaozu's explosive power. Look at how durable the fat man is. All that fat is not accumulated in vain. The fact that he can persist in walking to the capital is ironclad evidence. You told him, right? Old Master Zhang pointed out. Qiao Yu also suppressed his smile. Why? Grandpa thinks that what I did is inappropriate. Grandpa Zhang was silent for a moment, and then heard Qiao Yu's sinister smile. Grandpa, I have been tortured by that couple for so many years. At least let that fake taste the pain I have suffered, right? They are squatting in the fenced yard. Don't they still have their son? By the way, let your son and daughter-in-law sober up and think about the consequences of continuing to recognize the daughter of their enemy. Or do you think that my actions have disturbed your peace? What peace or not? I don't live with them. Then just turn a blind eye. After chatting for a few more sentences, Grandpa Zhang sighed and hung up the phone. An old man came to him, and seeing his behavior, he said, "Is it your granddaughter?" "What? Did she offend you?" "Grandpa Zhang, she is courageous and resourceful. She can risk everything in such a dangerous situation. Zhang Zhan also thinks highly of her. It's a pity that something like that happened. It made her angry." "Why, is there something wrong?" "Not really. Who wouldn't go crazy in such an environment? I'm just worried that the child will go astray. The head of the group she married is capable. If you help to raise her, she will have a good life." Grandpa Zhang glanced at the old man dimly. "My granddaughter is coming to Beijing." "So soon?" The old man seemed to have thought of something, paused, and said, "I remember that the dove's brother is here. Wouldn't that be exciting?" The old fellow's words were quite euphemistic.
What do you mean by coming?
He made a big fuss as soon as he came, forcing Professor Zhangfu to accept it with a pinch of his nose and give him a place to rest. Xiao Yaozu was also a capable person. Following the paper instructions given by Qiao Yu, he was not in a hurry to go to Zhangfu's residence when he came to the capital, fearing that someone like him would be secretly dealt with by such a noble family. He first inquired about the university where Zhangfu taught, and chose the time when there were the most people going to school, and shouted at the top of his voice, "Zhangfu, your dear daughter has sued my parents. My dear parents are squatting in the fenced yard, and my sisters are afraid that their in-laws will despise me and ignore me. The house was also robbed. I have nowhere to go. Either you return my dear sister Bauer to me, or you compensate me on behalf of your dear daughter. Otherwise, I will not stop until I die." Didn't this incident expose the fact that Zhang Bauer was a real daughter? Originally, Zhang Fu and her mother knew the truth and wanted to recognize Qiao Yu as Zhang Bauer's biological sister. They really loved Zhang Bauer to the core and were afraid that the news would spread and affect her. Unexpectedly, Qiao Yaozu came to the capital and exposed Zhang Bauer's identity. Zhang Bauer's original marriage was ruined, and the person she was secretly dating treated her worse than before. Even her former classmates began to distance themselves from her. She stayed in her room for 3 days without eating or drinking. On that day, she almost cried her eyes out. Zhang's mother and Zhang Fu took turns to coax him, and they even rented a few square meters of house for Qiao Yaozu in the same courtyard. Originally, there was a son and a daughter who often came back home. After the eldest son Zhang Zhan knew what his parents had done, he moved to the army and ran away to his grandfather. As a result, Zhang Fu and Zhang's mother are now left with only a fake daughter and Qiao Yaozu, who comes to ask for money from time to time. Qiao Yaozu's behavior was brought from the production team to the capital. Who in the courtyard would like it? So the whole courtyard began to talk about the confusion of Zhang Fu and his wife. What are they trying to do? Not only do they not raise their own son by their side, but they also alienated their eldest son for an outsider? Who knows what's in their heads? Professors are really different from us. Really stupid, whispered a voice. One person stroked his lips towards a voice. They saw Zhang Fu's hurriedly leaving figure, and they didn't know how long they had listened to their words. Zhang Fu was in a difficult situation. He wanted to go to the military compound to find his biological father to discuss countermeasures. Grandpa Zhang didn't want to see this brainless son, who could only teach.
Who understands?
The father and son live in the same sky and the same city, but they communicate by phone. Grandpa Zhang heard the obvious fatigue in his son's voice, but what is the main purpose of your call? Zhang Fu hesitated for a long time before saying, I want to send Qiao Yaozu away, but his arrival made everyone know about it, and it's difficult for me to keep a low profile. So, you still want to keep Zhang Bauer by your side? Zhang Fu's silence was a response. Grandpa Zhang smiled sarcastically. I can't help you. Keeping her by your side is equivalent to taking over the trouble of Qiao Yaozu. Since you don't care about blood relatives, reality will teach you the importance of blood relatives and genes. After saying that, he hung up. The old man had nothing to say to his son, who was confused. Zhang Fu called again, but the old man refused to answer. What can you do? Just accept it. Unlike the chaos in the Zhang family in Beijing, Qiaoyu has boarded the green train to Beijing. She carried a backpack and set off lightly. In fact, she put all her things into the space, as well as the letter of introduction. The sleeper area is much worse than the sitting area. As soon as Qiaoyu got on the train, all kinds of foot odors mixed together, which made people sour. Zhou Zhan hugged Xiaoyong and waved outside the window. Xiaoyong shouted, Mom.
Mom.
Come back early. Qiaoyu waved her hand and said to Zhou Zhan, Go back quickly. It's too late to cook for the children. Zhou Zhan. Other people's eyes also fell on Qiaoyu. In this day and age, are there still women who let their men cook for their children? Those who can buy sleeper berths are all from wealthy families. The girl wearing Dacron leather shoes sitting opposite Qiaoyu kept looking at her. In the end, Qiaoyu couldn't help but said, Comrade, why do you keep looking at me? Is there something wrong with my face? The female comrade was very young, and her thin skin immediately blushed after being asked by Qiaoyu.
No.
Then why? You really let your wife cook? This matter. Qiaoyu paused and said, I'm going to Beijing to visit relatives. He is the only man at home. He either eats in the cafeteria or cooks for himself. There is not much oil in the cafeteria. It's best to cook by yourself. This, are you assured? What's there to worry about? The female comrade seemed to recall some bad memories. Her face looked a little bad, and she said, Every time my father cooked for us, Let's not talk about it. Comrade, are you going to Jingshi too? You are going to Jingshi too? What a coincidence. The two of us female comrades can take care of each other along the way. My name is Qiaoyu, what's yours? My name is LV Shaowen, please give me your guidance. With a female comrade here, the chat won't be boring. Qiaoyu treated the other party to melon seeds, and Lu Shaowen treated her to dried sweet potatoes. The two didn't eat much, but the content of the chat was all over the place, and there was no dull moment. Even the aunt who was taking care of the children on the upper bunk saw the two chatting enthusiastically, grabbed a handful of peanuts, and joined the battle. Because the three people's family backgrounds didn't seem to be bad, and they were all women, they didn't have many grudges in their hearts. In addition, the children didn't ask for the peanuts, melon seeds, and dried sweet potatoes on the small table, but went to play in the corridor. The three people were more determined that they were all well fed and not afraid of being taken advantage of. When the dining car was pushed over, the three people realized that it was time for dinner. The dining car on the train originally did not use food coupons and meat coupons, but in special years of famine, food coupons and meat coupons were also required on the train. Many people came for this meal, and they were not afraid of paying money and tickets, but they were afraid of not having anything to eat. The passengers who wanted to buy more suddenly fell when they knew that the quantity was limited. It was Xiao Yu and her friend's turn on the sleeper berth, and there were only 2 boxes of food left. Xiao Yu waved his hand indifferently. "No, I brought some food." Lu Shaowen and Aunt Miao Fong breathed a sigh of relief and took the last 2 boxes of lunch without hesitation. The lunch boxes were topped with meat and vegetables, but there were only 2 or 3 slices of meat. Those who had nothing to eat looked on eagerly. There weren't many dishes, they were all limp, and the rice was brown rice. It didn't taste that good, but for people who were starving, it was a delicacy. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, put out a can of crab oil and took out 2 aluminum lunch boxes, one of which contained shredded potatoes and pork, and the other was not so exaggerated, also brown rice. Compared with the box lunches on the train, Xiao Yu's meal was quite luxurious. Especially the aroma of meat. If there weren't many families in the whole carriage who bought box lunches, she would have been too conspicuous. After eating quickly, Xiao Yu went to wash the lunchbox and came back to chat with the 2. 3 women can make a drama, except at night. Their mouths are not idle during the day. Lu Shaowen was originally a gentle girl, but when she got off the train, Xiao Yu and Aunt Miao Fong brought out a little accent. Lu Shaowen smiled with curved eyebrows. "It would be great if I could meet you 2 every time I take the train, so I wouldn't feel bored on this journey."
See you again, if we are destined to.
Okay, we'll see you again, if we are destined to. Xiao Yu hadn't even left the station when she saw someone holding a sign with her name on it. Xiao Yu walked up to the other person with her bag on her back. "Comrade, were you sent by Grandpa?" The other person saluted her and said, "You're Comrade Xiao Yu, right?" She nodded and got into the car with the man. The man drove all the way to the military compound in the city, and after filling out the entry and exit certificate, he drove the car to a small courtyard with a 2-story building. "Comrade Xiao, we're here. The leader won't get off work for a while, and only Aunt Wang is at home, so please make yourself at home." "Okay, thank you very much, comrade." Aunt Wang was the aunt invited by the higher-ups to take care of Mr. Zhang, and she was very warm to Xiao Yu. "Comrade Xiao, you must be tired from the journey? Would you like tea or water? I'll pour it for you." "Water is fine, thank you, Aunt Wang." Auntie Wang couldn't help but have a good impression of her when she heard her call so sweetly. While Auntie Wang entered the kitchen, Xiao Yu looked around the first floor. The floor was made of terrazzo, and the walls were also painted white. There were framed photos hanging on the walls, a refrigerator, a TV, and a TV cabinet. The tables and chairs were made of iron, and the sofas were made of leather, and they were decorated with white cloth. It was much more luxurious than the decoration of Jose's courtyard. Auntie Wang poured out a glass of water and followed Xiao Yu's line of sight to look at the photos on the wall. She thought that there was a photo of the fake daughter hanging on the wall before, and the old man specifically asked her to take it down. In the end, no words. After all, in the old times, there was a principle that servants did not discuss the affairs of the master's family. She was very satisfied with this job and was afraid that it would be thrown away if she added unnecessary details, so she didn't say much. Old man Zhang dragged his tired body back near dusk, and when he saw Xiao Yu, he was much more energetic. "Xiao Yu, I finally got you here. Come and sit down, Auntie Wang. Is the food I asked for ready?" Aunt Wang poked her head out of the kitchen. "Okay, just heat it up and you can eat." While Aunt Wang was heating the dishes, Xiao Yu took out the gifts from her bag one by one. "This is the crab oil I made. I put a lot of oil in it. You can cook some noodles, drain them, then add some in, and mix them. It will taste great. These are dried shrimps and kelp. The dried shrimps can be directly put into the soup, and the kelp needs to be soaked for a few hours before making soup. Grandpa Zhang watched her little mouth opening and closing without stopping. I exchanged these with members in the coastal areas. They are not expensive, and I wanted something new. If food sent by mail had not been confiscated these days, I would have sent them to you a long time ago. Grandpa Zhang finally had time to interrupt. Why do you speak with a Beijing accent? I chatted with them for several days and nights, so they have an accent. So that's how it is. The food was heated up, but Aunt Wang didn't come to the table. She let the grandfather and grandson chat while she ate in the kitchen. Grandpa Zhang, come, drink soda. You kids like to drink this. I asked Aunt Wang to ice it for you. Although the temperature has dropped, Xiao Yu is still interested in cold things. She took a sip and shook her head. It's so refreshing. Grandpa Zhang looked at her and smiled all the time. Xiao Yu said bluntly, Grandpa, are there any popsicles in the refrigerator? You want to eat?
Sure.
Grandpa will prepare it for you tomorrow. You are so capable, Grandpa. Xiao Yu gave a thumbs up. After chatting for a few more sentences, they talked about Zhang Zhan. Grandpa, when will Big Brother come back? Your big brother. He has something to do in the army recently. How long do you plan to stay? Anyway, there's nothing to do when you go back, so just stay a few more days. You can't just come here and run away without even seeing Big Brother, right? I can be sorry for Big Brother, but I have to be worthy of the passbook he gave me, right? Haha, that's right, that's right. Grandpa Zhang didn't think Xiao Yu was materialistic. On the contrary, it was rare for her to be so open and frank, especially when she was born in such an environment. He admired his granddaughter more and more, and at the same time, he was impressed by the strength of her genes. She is worthy of being a child of their Zhang family. Xiao Yu's bedroom was cleaned up early. On the second floor, there is also a separate bathroom with not only a flush toilet, but also a shower. Isn't this much more convenient than boiling water for a bath on the island? How is it? Do you like it? Grandpa Zhang asked with a smile when he saw her enter the room to appreciate the bathroom first. Xiao Yu's fair cheeks were flushed with excitement. I like it very much. Flush toilet and shower, it's too convenient. Grandpa, will this bedroom be mine from now on? Of course, whether you come to Beijing or not. I will ask Aunt Wang to clean this room from time to time so that it is convenient for you to live in. Which room did that faker live in before? Old Master Zhang smiled and said, This room used to be my son, daughter-in-law, and her room. After I knew you were replaced and what they did, I ordered people to connect the two rooms and leave it for you to live in. If her impression of old Master Zhang was initially based on the passbook and his attitude towards her, after listening to his words, she finally called him sincerely, Grandpa.
Huh?
What's the matter? Grandpa, you are so good to me. From then on, she called him Grandpa sincerely and really treated him as a relative. After all, it was not Grandpa Zhang's fault to swap the baby. Grandpa Zhang was also hurt, and he's been making amends since he learned the truth, even at the cost of falling out with his son and daughter-in-law. If she were to lie and pretend to be hypocritical to such an old and sensible person, it would be inhumane. Xiao Yu lay on the Simmons mattress, which was too soft and made her feel uncomfortable. But the train ride was too tiring, and she fell asleep soon after closing her eyes. The next day, after she washed up and went downstairs, she heard Aunt Wang say, Comrade Xiao, are you up? The chief had someone prepare popsicles and freeze them in the refrigerator a long time ago. Do you want me to take them out for you to try now? Xiao Yu was in a trance, obviously not awake yet. After a while, she said, It's too cold to eat so early in the morning. It will hurt your stomach. I'll eat it in the afternoon. Well, okay, I made red bean porridge in the morning. Can I bring it to you? Xiao Yu nodded. While eating, Xiao Yu asked about the old man's eating problem. At his level, the food and meat and vegetables are rationed every month, and the guards will deliver fresh ones every morning, but in fact, the food is tight across the country. It is difficult to eat well for the old man who is in such a high position and sets an example. This month's meat has been moved to the days when Xiao Yu is at home. In other words, as soon as she leaves, the old man will have to eat green leafy vegetables every meal. The red bean porridge in Xiao Yu's bowl instantly lost its fragrance. She finished eating quickly, then stood up and said, Aunt Wang, I'll go out for a walk. Well, okay, Comrade Xiao, come back early, and I'll make dumplings for you at noon. Okay. Xiao Yu copied a lot of things, especially food. She accumulated a lot in the past 6 months. Even if she went to the black market to exchange old things in gold, she still had a lot of food left. She went out for a walk, actually wanting to take out bacon, sausages, and fuqiang flour. Mr. Zhang had greeted the military compound, so the guards knew Xiao Yu, but she left empty-handed and came back with things on her back, so it was inevitable to check. Xiao Yu. The guards looked at her several times, as if they didn't expect her to get these good things. After the routine inspection, they let her go. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief and walked inside with the things on her back. Aunt Wang saw that she got so many good things, exclaimed, and said, This, Comrade Xiao. Where did you get it? Xiao Yu chuckled, but there was no response. As if she had guessed something, Aunt Wang did not say anything else. Some things have to be criticized by Grandpa Zhang, a relative. Grandpa Zhang saw the good things in the backpack. His granddaughter was just recognized, and he was worried that if he spoke in a harsh tone, she would turn around and not recognize him. Grandpa Zhang hesitated and paused for a long time before finishing his meal and taking Aunt Wang to the study while she was cleaning up the pots and bowls. Xiao Yu, I know you are a grateful child. Before your life experience was exposed, you took the 2 unrelated children with you when it was so difficult. You came to me to repay me. But those things were sold on the black market, right? Grandpa is a prophet. Our military compound is strictly guarded. You'd better not do this kind of thing in the future. Xiao Yu touched his nose and said dryly, I know. I didn't expect that I would have to undergo routine inspections every time I enter the compound. I won't do it next time. I didn't think about this matter enough. Didn't it affect Grandpa? Grandpa Zhang saw that she was not angry and understood his difficulties. He was so thoughtful. He wanted to tear the foolish couple into pieces. If they didn't deliberately pick up the wrong child, his granddaughter would definitely be his successor. The eldest grandson is too upright, and the second grandson is a scientific researcher who is away from home all year round. Only this granddaughter suits his taste.
No.
It's just once. It's not a big deal. That's good. Grandpa Zhang. Zhang Fu and his wife know that you are in Beijing. Don't leave the compound if you have nothing to do, so you won't run into them. Oh, is Grandma's dowry in the compound?
No.
Xiao Yu smiled. While in Beijing, I can't stay in the compound all the time, right? Besides, they're the ones who did something wrong. Why should I avoid them? Grandpa, I don't want to see them. On the contrary, I want to see how my parents reversed their genes and gave birth to such a smart me. Haha. Old Master Zhang liked her flamboyance and confidence. As soon as old Master Zhang went to work, Xiao Yu strolled around. Grandma's dowry would have to wait until the weekend to be dug up. It was said that it was buried on a certain mountain. She knew that she would inevitably meet Zhang Fu and his wife when she came to Beijing this time, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. Zhang Fu is a university professor and has little free time. He knew that the fundamental reason for the family's current difficult situation lies with his biological daughter, so he discussed with his beloved wife Fu Yujing to persuade the child to come back. With the help of the child, the relationship with Mr. Zhang can be eased. Fu Yujing came to see Xiao Yu without Bauer's knowledge. She was a little reluctant when she came, but when she saw that Xiao Yu's face was 60% like her own and 40% like Zhang Fu, she picked out the good points of the couple, was as beautiful as a flower, and her temperament was not like that of a countryman who had never seen the world. She couldn't help but be moved. Blood relationship is sometimes so wonderful. Before meeting, she was thinking about Bauer, who she had raised for more than 10 years, and the feelings that had grown over time, but after meeting Xiao Yu, she was suddenly filled with anger. Her daughter, who was as beautiful as a flower and born exceptionally outstanding, was actually tortured by that vicious couple in the countryside for more than 10 years. Xiao Yu saw the other party's face changing constantly, and then looked at his age, seemed to have guessed his identity, but pretended not to know, and still pretended to be confused. Comrade? Is there something wrong? You must be Xiao Yu, right? I'm your mother.
Xiaoyu didn't say anything.
Fu Yujing probably thought it was too sentimental. She laughed awkwardly twice to ease the atmosphere, then said, "You came to Beijing to live with your grandfather?
Why?
Do you want to invite me to your house for a visit?" Xiaoyu paused, smiled. "It's not impossible. Lead the way?" Fu Yujing had never seen her strength, and she always felt that something was wrong with things being so easy. But her purpose in looking for her was to recognize her daughter, so things went smoothly, the only time in nearly half a month, so she didn't think much about it and took Xiaoyu back to the compound. The house allocated by the school was not as good as the military compound, and Zhang Fu and his wife lived in a 3-bedroom house. One bedroom was for the couple, one bedroom was for Zhang Bauer, and one was left for Zhang Zhan. Even if the second son Zhang Zhou came back, he would have to share a bedroom with Zhang Zhan. Although the area is not large compared with other families, this independent yard is not bad. Fu Yujing made a cup of malted milk for Xiaoyu and said, "Don't disturb your grandfather. He is old and can't stand the tossing. Move in with us. Let Mom take a good look at you. You haven't even recognized your relatives yet, and you're already acting so arrogantly?" Xiaoyu was sarcastic in her heart. After sitting down, she just said, "I just want to drink boiled water." Fu Yujing was about to say, "Who doesn't like sweet things these days?" But after meeting Xiaoyu's gaze, she covered the enamel pot, poured her a cup of hot water, and said, "You can drink it after it cools down." Xiaoyu said and listened to Fu Yujing's imagination of a better future. This future was planned by Zhang Fu and his wife. She was in it, but she had nothing to do with it. After all, she came here to see this confused couple and how the fake got the audacity to stay in the Zhang family. Oh, and take a look at that cheap brother. The original owner was in pain when she was alive, so she naturally wouldn't let this couple and the fake have it easy. Fu Yujing is just asking for trouble. Xiaoyu looked at the woman's yearning expression and felt infinite sarcasm in his heart. She came to break the beautiful illusion of the Zhang family. The first to come back were Zhang Bauer and her brother. Zhang Bauer has finally been happy these past 2 days. Her boyfriend has regained his usual enthusiasm, and a younger brother suddenly appeared. She didn't like him at first, but as time went by, her dislike gradually faded away when she saw the face that looked a bit like him. Not to mention that after Qiao Yaozu experienced his parents being locked up in a fenced yard, the second-rate guys he played with alienating him, and his sisters avoiding him, his mind became clear and he grew up. He knows that if he wants to live a good life now, he must lower himself and cling to this sister, so he doesn't care about outsiders, but he must be sweet to Zhang Bauer. So, one of them goes along with it, and the other flatters her. Doesn't this create the appearance of a deep sibling relationship? "Sister, this Jingshi looks really grand. This is the first time I've visited such a big mall since I was a child. I've never seen many things there.
But the people in that mall look down on me."
I just touched her a few more times and she yelled, "Isn't this embarrassing for you? Even if I'm dressed shabby, you can tell you're from Jingshi." Hearing this, Zhang Bauer glanced at Qiao Yaozu's shabby outfit, with 2 big patches on his elbows and knees. These were the clothes Qiao Yaozu could afford. Zhang Bauer pouted, "I'll give you my cloth coupons next month." Anyway, she had too many clothes to wear. Where did she get the cloth coupons for someone who didn't have a job? Of course, Fu Yujing gave them to her. Fu Yujing was a housewife, and the cloth coupons in her hand were also Zhang Fu's monthly salary and benefits. From childhood to adulthood, the 2 brothers Zhang Zhan and Zhang Zhou only had 2 sets of clothes to change, but Zhang Bauer was the only one who made new clothes every month. Qiao Yaozu said nice things without asking for money. "I knew you were generous. You are indeed my biological child, better than that son of a witch Qiao Yu." Before he could finish his words, Qiao Yaozu met Fu Yujing's livid face, and that son of a witch who is not easy to mess with. No, why did this ancestor come to Beijing? Qiao Yaozu shuddered all over and subconsciously took a half step back. Fu Yujing said she had to go out today, so she went to pick up Qiaoyu. Qiaoyu glanced at her cowardly cheap brother, and her eyes fell on the fake. As expected of the couple's rascal, he looked a bit like them, barely handsome, but his big face lowered his appearance. He was spoiled in the city, but his skin was not as fair as hers when she was on the island for half a year. The power of genes. Xiao Yu followed up what Xiao Yazu said. Yeah, I was raised by a witch. I don't have much humanity, so naturally I won't treat you better than your own sister. Yaozu, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've lost weight. As she spoke, her eyes fell on the fake. You look exactly like your own sister, a big basin-shaped face. Fu Yujing's face turned pale and blue, and she didn't say a word for a long time. Zhang Baoer gritted her teeth and burst into tears after knowing Xiao Yu's identity. You must be my sister. Don't. Even though I was born a few hours later than you, even if I am older than you, I am not worthy of being called your sister. Look at what a good job your parents have found for you. People are squatting in the fenced yard, and someone has taken over their precious son. Yaozu, congratulations. You don't have to work in the fields in the production team, and when you come to the city as a migrant worker, you can coax people into a trance with a few sweet words and continue to enjoy your life. Your parents made the right decision to replace you with a sister. This body was born with a loud voice, and now it was time to get off work. Her loud voice howled in a weird way, attracting many looks and jokes. Look at this pair of idiots in the Zhang family. They didn't recognize their own child, and raised the son of their enemy for a fake one. Enough. Where has Fu Yujing been watched so much in her life? The initial relief she felt when she saw Xiao Yu's appearance, as well as her satisfaction with the fact that she followed him home obediently, were gone in an instant. Fu Yujing looked at Xiao Yu with a gloomy face and was about to close the gate, but was stopped by the latter. Why are you closing the door? Grandpa is still waiting for me to go back for dinner. Ms. Fu, you and Professor Zhang should continue to support this fake and subsidize the son of your enemy. I won't accompany you anymore. Xiao Yu, you can't leave. Xiao Yu had no feelings for this cheap mother and even disliked her. When she saw her grabbing her arm, she shook her off. Fu Yujing fell to the ground. Zhang Baoer stepped forward quickly. Mom, are you okay? She helped Fu Yujing up. Xiao Yu looked down at the scene of loving mother and filial daughter and sneered. Ms. Fu, I advise you to understand the situation clearly. When you and Professor Zhang asked someone to tell me to let go of the enemy and asked me to live in peace with this fake, the mother-daughter relationship between you and me was severed. You two are aiding and abetting the evil, and you are continuing to stab me in the chest. If it were someone with a weak mind and a little sensitivity, they would have been hurt by your behavior long ago. Fortunately, she was the one who came here. Otherwise, how could the original owner bear such parents? The adoptive parents treated the original owner as an object, and the biological parents blatantly favored the daughter of their enemy. TSK. Xiao Yu continued. So you and Professor Zhang should just pretend that I don't exist and treat this fake girl as your own daughter. Don't fantasize that the fake girl and I can coexist peacefully. It's impossible. Not in this life. It wasn't an accidental mistake. It was her parents who did it on purpose. She wants to enjoy herself and let things go. I will never forgive her parents in this life. Her sister and her brother. Including you. Enough. You keep calling her a fake. What does the mistaken baby have to do with me? I was still a baby, I knew nothing. Zhang Baoer couldn't stand it anymore. Xiao Yu sneered. Of course you are not wrong. You're just enjoying yourself. What's wrong with that? Even Xiao Yaozu, who persecuted me in the past, you can ignore the harm he did to me and worship him because he is your biological brother. Xiao Yu applauded. What a deep sister-brother relationship. I just don't know if you have done the same to your eldest brother Zhang Zhan by giving your biological brother the cloth coupons for next month? Oh, by the way, you are an adult now. You know that you are a fake, or that you were maliciously replaced. Even if you didn't know before, you should feel guilty about me after knowing what your biological parents did, right? How did you become an adult, spineless, and still stay in the Zhang family? And you are trying to sow discord between your eldest brother and your parents? And what identity do you have to question me, the victim? I am a victim who has suffered for more than 10 years, and I didn't cry out that I am innocent. How dare you, who has enjoyed more than 10 years of happiness, say that you are innocent? You are really hypocritical. You are raised under the feet of a wealthy family, but you can't change the mean nature of the Qiao family. as expected of the Qiao family's biological daughter. Xiao Yu was talking to Zhang Bauer, but she was actually observing Fu Yujing's expression, which was pale and blue. She was not only criticizing Zhang Bauer's temper, but also laying a mine for Fu Yujing. As time goes by, this mine will explode sooner or later. Will the mother-daughter relationship still be deep by then? When has Zhang Bauer ever seen such a scene? She was speechless and couldn't find a chance to refute. A heavy stone was pressed down on her heart. She looked at the neighbors again and saw that the way they looked at her had changed, mostly with contempt. Zhang Bauer, who had been raised since she was a child, almost fainted with anger.
Bauer.
Are you okay, Bauer? Seeing Zhang Bauer collapse, Fu Yujing suppressed the unhappiness and suspicion in her heart, and she said anxiously,
Yujing?
Bauer? It was Zhang Fu, who came back. Fu Yujing had the feminine beauty, while this Zhang Fu was elegant. If the couple hadn't done something too stupid and disgusting, just looking at their appearance would still be pleasing to the eye. Looking at it this way, fortunately they are not the Zhang family's biological children, otherwise they would have a big face like Zhang Bauer. Qiao Yu felt that it would be better to commit suicide and reincarnate. Thinking about it this way, this couple is not completely without merit. Fu Yujing saw Zhang Fu as if she had seen the backbone, as if she had been bullied, and her eyes were full of mist. You are finally back. It seemed that the next sentence was, if you don't come back, we mother and daughter will be bullied to death. Puff Qiao Yu laughed out loud. Xiao Yaozu said angrily, what are you laughing at? You don't bully people like this. Even dogs don't recognize it, and they're confused. Zhang Fu frowned, and after guessing Qiao Yu's identity, he thought, such a rude style. I don't know how Dad likes her, and he protects her and doesn't hesitate to see him. As a girl, behave politely and don't embarrass the Zhang family in public. Qiao Yu? That's it? As expected, she is confused and has less than 1% of her fighting power. Qiao Yu outputs crazily. Oh, polite? I am a person who didn't even graduate from primary school, so of course I am not as polite as the fake junior college graduate you raised with great difficulty. As for me, it's the same whether I have biological parents or not. I might as well be two stray dogs on the street as my parents. Oh, Professor Zhang, I forgot to say that my last name is Qiao, and I will never change it back to Zhang in this life.
Why?
Because a little beast raised by an old beast will never be polite in this life, and just likes to complain. Since they like to steal, I will be a member of the Qiao family for life.
They are so disgusting.
I would rather have the last name Qiao than to recognize my ancestry. You can imagine how disgusting your behavior and Ms. Fu are, right? We just met for the first time. We are strangers, and I am not your student, so don't treat me with your teaching and educating attitude. I don't deserve it. It's better to recognize two stray dogs on the street as your parents. Are you saying that they are worse than stray dogs on the street? Zhang Fu only interacted with respectable people, and this compound was planned by the school for the teachers. They all convinced people with reason. When faced with someone like Qiao Yu, who killed 1,000 enemies but lost 800 of her own, never had a good word, and was outspoken, Zhang Fu had no power to resist. Fu Yujing said angrily, we are your biological parents. Qiao Yu sneered. Don't you understand human language? I said, I would rather recognize two stray dogs on the street than recognize you. I really don't know how Grandpa gave birth to his children. It's bad enough that he gave birth to such a stupid one, but he is not strict enough in screening his daughter-in-law. Doesn't he know that a stupid wife will bring disaster to 3 generations? It's a pity that my brother ran into such a mother, and he will suffer more in the future. Fu Yujing was so angry that his chest heaved violently. The veins on Zhang Fu's forehead throbbed, and he shouted harshly, enough. We know your attitude. Since you don't want to recognize the Zhang family, we will just pretend that we don't have a daughter like you in the future. I couldn't ask for more. Qiao Yu took 2 steps and came back, with a sinister smile on Qiao Yaozu. Forget about you, little beast, and enjoy these few days. There are only these few days. These words were put forward. He was just short of saying, I'm going to get you. Qiao Yaozu lost his initial arrogance. What confidence does he have? His parents were sent to the fence courtyard by this man, and he ran to Beijing, but this man is still lingering around. Even the Zhang family can't do anything to her. What can he do? He is nothing. In the past, he relied on his parents and married sisters to bully others, but after the incident, he can only rely on this biological sister he has never gotten along with. This elder sister is now living under someone else's roof and has to please Zhang Fu and his wife, not to mention him. She has no confidence in front of Qiao Yu. If she gets angry, the Zhang family will no longer recognize Zhang Bauer, and he will suffer as well. He stared at Qiao Yu's back angrily, thinking to himself, if he can't be tough in front of her, he can always do bad things behind her back, right? As long as no one knows he is doing bad things. It would be best to consolidate Zhang Bauer's position in the Zhang family so that he can enjoy the good life. How to do it? It's only been half a year since I last saw her, and Qiao Yu has changed a lot. Not only does she have no patches on her body, but her figure and appearance are also imposing, as if she was raised in the city since she was a child, and she doesn't look rustic at all. She looks more like a city person than Zhang Bauer. Comparing Qiao Yu with Zhang Bauer, Qiao Yazu secretly looked at this biological sister and found that she had a big face. Her eyes were not as big and bright as Qiao Yu's. Her nose was collapsed, there were a few pimples on her cheeks, and her lips were thick, slightly dark, and looked dirty. No wonder Fu Yujing changed her attitude after bringing her back. If Qiao Yu had not been so strong and did not give face to Zhang Fu and his wife, he was sure that the couple would be happy to recognize this daughter and even treat her as the apple of their eye. What would Zhang Bauer have to do then? Qiao Yazu thought about it, and Zhang Bauer helped Zhang Fu, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, Zhang Fu opened it unhappily. Okay, we don't need your help. Qiao Yazu looked embarrassed and cursed the two old guys in his heart. Die early and be reborn early. Leave the family fortune to Zhang Bauer. It would be best if Zhang Bauer inherited the job and then let him coax it from Zhang Bauer and become a real Beijinger. If this house also belongs to him, what color does he look at others? A thought popped up in his heart, but it was extinguished by him. Zhang Fu and his wife cannot be touched. After all, Grandpa Zhang is in a high position and has great power. If the couple is gone, Grandpa Zhang will investigate? By then, let alone the job, he will also be in trouble. He still has to help Zhang Bauer first. In this way, Qiao Yu can only be destroyed. How to destroy women? Isn't it just a trivial matter? If someone catches Qiao Yu on the spot, will the Zhang family still recognize Qiao Yu? Can Qiao Yu's marriage go on? The more Qiao Yazu thought about it, the more that was the case, especially since Qiao Yu had said something to him before she left. So, he had to take the initiative. The next day, Zhang Fu pretended to go to school as if nothing had happened, and Fu Yujing also went out to buy groceries, so Zhang Bauer came to see him quietly. Zhang Bauer stammered, Yaozu. What's wrong, sister? Xiao Yaozu smiled sweetly. I have something to tell you. What is it? Seeing that the other party was embarrassed and didn't know how to start, Xiao Yaozu took the initiative to say, It's okay, sister, we are siblings. What difficulties can't we understand? Since I came to Jingshi, you have always taken care of me. If there is a chance, I will definitely die for you. You are my only relative in Jingshi. Hearing what the other party said, Zhang Bauer felt even more guilty and said embarrassedly, Didn't we promise to give you cloth coupons yesterday? Mom and Dad. She paused and said, Mom and Dad plan to save up the cloth coupons to make a set of clothes for my eldest brother. My eldest brother hasn't had a new one for many years. The voice that blamed Zhang Fu and his wife was filled with strong guilt towards Qiao Yaozu. Her parents were really something. Her younger brother was still wearing clothes with such big patches, and they made clothes for her eldest brother first? Her eldest brother usually wore military uniforms and didn't have clothes with patches. Isn't it obvious who is in a more difficult situation? Last night, after her parents had calmed down, she mentioned this matter to them. What did her parents say to her? There was silence for a few seconds, and then Fu Yujing said in embarrassment, Bauer, it's not that Mom doesn't want to, but that Xiao Yaozu is from an outsider family and is someone else's child. How can your own children have fewer clothes? Why don't you make clothes for your own children first? but make clothes for other people's children first. But Xiao Yaozu is her biological brother. Zhang Baoer only dared to say this in her heart. She understood that ever since Xiao Yaozu came to her, her parents decided to support Xiao Yaozu, which made her eldest brother angry, and he moved to the army. He didn't come back often, and her parents' feelings for her faded a lot. She also resented her eldest brother. Yaozu is her biological brother. Her biological parents are in prison, and Yaozu has no relatives. Can she just leave it alone? Her parents are in prison, so shouldn't the past be put to rest? Why are you still holding on to the Zhang family? The other people in the Zhang family didn't make any mistakes. If she really doesn't care about Yaozu, what will happen? After all, her eldest brother has lived with her for many years and can't see her difficulties at all. She even protested to her parents by moving out, which embarrassed her parents and made her feel like a nobody. She didn't understand. Where was her elder brother's filial piety? How could her elder brother be so heartless? After thinking about it all night, she was so angry that she didn't even have breakfast. She sneaked into Yaozu's room and guiltily told him about the cloth coupons. When Xiao Yaozu heard the reason, her face became a little stiff. She quickly adjusted her mood and said, "It's okay, sister. I can wear these clothes. It's not a big deal for me. I just saw your situation now. I was so ignorant. Yesterday, I wanted to slap that witch in the face for talking nonsense. To sow discord between you and Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang." Zhang Baoer was angry all night. Wasn't she aggrieved? Her parents were heartless and didn't understand her. They didn't give her cloth coupons, which made her lose face by not keeping her word in front of her own brother. Her eldest brother was not filial and protested her existence by not going home. Only this biological brother cared about her. No wonder others said that blood relationship was the most important. If the child was not a biological child, would they not love him, her? All the feelings of getting along for so many years were in vain? Once the anger was over, she felt aggrieved and tears came easily. Zhang Baoer, brother, you are still the best. Zhang Baoer threw herself into the other's arms and burst into tears. While patting her on the back, Xiao Yaozu brainwashed Zhang Baoer and spoke well of his biological parents. "In fact, my parents are very good people and love us. Otherwise, they would not have taken the risk to switch you with Xiaoyu. Wasn't it for you to live a good life? Dad and Mom are incompetent and were born in a poor family, but they fought for a good life for you and let you enjoy a good life in the city. They were just confused for a moment." He bet that his parents switched the babies because they didn't expect the truth to be revealed one day. How much do you love Zhang Baoer? His parents treat the other sisters just so. That's because there is an outsider like Xiaoyu as a backup and they can do their best to taunt them. They let the sisters marry well. Wasn't it for him, their son? But the idiot in front of him didn't know that. In order to narrow the distance between him and Zhang Baoer and make Zhang Baoer not disgusted with her parents squatting in the fenced yard, of course he said nice things. Zhang Baoer cried even harder. "It's all my fault. I hurt my parents, and I didn't take good care of you." "Sister, don't cry. Think about why you can't get the cloth coupons. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang even rented the yard for me. It's just a few cloth coupons. They just don't give it to me." Zhang Baoer sobbed and left Xiao Yaozu's arms, her eyes full of tears, and she asked in confusion, "Why? Are you stupid? Isn't it the appearance of Xiaoyu that changed Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang's mind?" Zhang Baoer was so stunned that her crying stopped instantly. Her heart was filled with panic, as if a black hand stretched out from Hades, tightly grasping her heart and making her breathless. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yaozu obviously heard it. Zhang Baoer was raised to be stupid, but she was able to see her own situation clearly and remain vigilant. In this way, the next thing is easier to say. "Sister, have you found a job in Jingshi?" Zhang Baoer bit her lower lip, her face pale. No. Xiao Yaozu pretended to be surprised. "How could you not have? You are a technical secondary school student, better than high school students, and high school students can find a job. Could it be that Grandpa Zhang is suppressing you?" Zhang Baoer's face turned even paler. She wanted to say no, Grandpa didn't, but her throat was choked, and she couldn't say the words. Ever since Grandpa knew her background, He refused to see her. If this isn't dislike, what is it? Xiao Yazu started to use drastic measures. Sister, Grandpa Zhang doesn't like you, and Zhang Zhan has the same attitude. If you lose the care of Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang, can you still stay in Beijing? Can you go to the countryside with your delicate appearance? Sister, the countryside is not a place for ordinary people to stay. Are you willing to live that kind of life? Yaozu, what should I do? I don't want to go to the countryside. I just want to stay in the city. Zhang Bauer panicked. Xiao Yaozu raised his lips. Sis, I'm here. I will definitely not let you end up like that. In fact, this matter is very simple. Think about when did Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang change their attitude towards you? Was it yesterday, when Xiaoyu came back? Yes, the focus is on Xiaoyu. As long as we destroy her, can she still jump around? By then, Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang will only have you as their daughter? Zhang Zhan and Zhang Zhou both have jobs, so Uncle Zhang's future job will not fall on you. You don't have to be afraid of Xiaoyu anymore, and you don't have to act according to Grandpa Zhang's face.
No.
Zhang Bauer still maintained some rationality. This is not okay. If Grandpa knows, he will beat me to death.
Cease. Calm down.
Listen to me. Seeing her shaking her head, he was really worried that her brains would shake out. This sister was not smart to begin with. Xiao Yazu put his arms around her shoulders and said seriously, Sister, I will be the bad guy in this matter, and you just need to reap the rewards. So you don't have to worry about Grandpa finding out. Even if he knows, I won't betray you. No, brother. How can you do such a bad thing? How can I explain to my parents if they get out? Xiao Yaozu, we're siblings after all. For your future, I will fight. No, you can't do this. Although she said so, Zhang Bauer's tone dropped a few degrees, and she was obviously shaken. Xiao Yazu felt a hint of sarcasm in his heart, but his face showed a righteous look of being able to sacrifice himself for his relatives. Sister, let me do this. You just lie down. It costs money to hire someone to do things. No, I can't agree to this. Yazu, you listen to me. We won't do bad things. Do you want to go to the countryside, marry a farmer, and live a mediocre life? Do you know how many children a country person has to have? At least 3. Only in this way can the family be prosperous. If you don't give birth to a son, you have to keep giving birth. Are you willing to give up your partner in Beijing? Are you willing to give up everything in the Zhang family?
Can't bear to.
Zhang Bauer covered her face with tears. But she also knew that if she let the strong Xiaoyu continue, she would have no way to survive. Xiaoyu returned to the military compound, and Grandpa Zhang also got the news. There was an acquaintance of Grandpa Zhang in the compound where Zhang Fu lived. The other party informed Xiaoyu of what she had done by phone in advance. Grandpa Zhang smiled and said, Okay, I'll have someone go to see some other day.
Sorry to bother you this time.
Seeing people will give gifts. The gifts given by Grandpa Zhang are all good goods. Even if this favor is bought out in one go, everyone who lives in the same compound with Zhang Fu knows that Zhang Fu and his wife will definitely not make trouble this time. The other party readily agreed. So, when Xiaoyu entered the door, she was facing Grandpa Zhang's smiling face. Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows. Grandpa knows everything? While Aunt Wang was heating the dishes, Grandpa Zhang said, I know. My granddaughter scolded well. Seeing this, Xiaoyu smiled and repeated the words she scolded on the spot. Not only did she feel comfortable physically and mentally, but Grandpa Zhang also felt the same. Grandpa Zhang, your way of scolding them is the most satisfying. As a father, I can't be ruthless, so you, the younger generation, have to do it. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoyu. As soon as the hot dishes came, Xiaoyu picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks for him and tentatively asked, Grandpa, I plan to deal with them while I'm in Beijing this time. You won't interfere, right? Grandpa Zhang raised his eyebrows. Interfere what? The reason why I drove them out and didn't do anything was because I was waiting for you to come. Only if you do it yourself can you eliminate years of grievances. Zhang Fu is your biological son, right? He is indeed a bit stupid, and he married Fu Yujing, which is even more stupid. Otherwise, I would never have suspected that Zhang Bauer is not from our Zhang family for so many years. Xiaoyu. Omega. Grandpa Zhang coughed twice and said, Fortunately, your eldest brother and second brother are not like them, and you are also well born. As they chatted, they talked about the dowry again. Grandpa Zhang, I've been busy with work lately. Why don't you go and get your grandmother's dowry?
Sure.
She was just worrying about how to put the dowry into the space. If Grandpa Zhang didn't go, wouldn't it be a good idea to save some trouble? Grandpa Zhang smiled. Grandpa believes in your ability. After dinner, Xiao Yu followed him to the study. Grandpa Zhang handed her a bunch of keys, thought about it, opened the locked drawer, and handed her another bunch. Xiao Yu was full of doubts. Grandpa Zhang, I can see that sons and daughters-in-law are useless. If you give them these, they can't keep them. Your two brothers are men and don't need your grandmother's dowry, so Grandpa made the decision and handed it to you. Xiao Yu said happily, then my granddaughter would like to thank Grandpa and Grandma. Grandpa Zhang smiled, as long as you are happy. The next day, Xiao Yu went to the location of the treasure map drawn by Grandpa Zhang. It is located on a mountain somewhere in the suburbs of Beijing, separated from the city center, and close to the production team. Some members of the nearby commune went up the mountain to pick wild vegetables, but no one dared to go deep into the mountains. The dowry was buried in the mountains. Fearing that she would be in danger, Grandpa Zhang gave her hidden pistol. There were only 3 bullets in it. Xiao Yu had space and could not use it at all, so she accepted it to reassure the old man. This gun was issued by the higher-ups and was only allowed to be used by designated people. In order to prevent Grandpa Zhang from having a handle in the future, she decided to return it intact as it came. The road on the mountain is easy to walk, after all. Jing City is in the north and the climate is dry. A few strangers saw her going deep into the mountains and kindly reminded her. Xiao Yu thanked them and continued to move forward. It was not until noon that they arrived at the location. She ate a few meatballs with sweet potato cakes, and after eating, she felt the taste and took out a popsicle to chew. It was a bit icy. She held the remaining half in her mouth and lifted the ordnance shovel to dig. Digging and digging in the small garden, planting small seeds, blooming small flowers. When the shovel felt something hard, she ignored the popsicle and shovel in her mouth, threw them aside, and started digging with her hands. It's a stone. She was so happy for nothing.
Keep digging.
Grandma's dowry was hidden very deep. She dug until dark before she saw the rows of black iron boxes that Grandpa mentioned. Black iron has a high melting point. If it is physically melted, the good things inside will not be preserved. The key is specially designed. People in the 1970s cannot copy the same one, so even if the burial site is discovered, no one can open it to get the treasure. Xiao Yu first took out the prepared bamboo ladder from the space and leaned it against the excavated hole, and then put the box into the space. The moment she put it back, she quickly climbed towards the bamboo ladder. She climbed to the ground at lightning speed and saw that the ground had collapsed. She sighed and felt that no one nearby would hear the noise, but just in case, she walked a little further away before opening the treasure chest. 20 boxes of big goldfish, 10 boxes of gold and silver jewelry, and the remaining 34 boxes were old items, calligraphy and paintings, porcelain, jade ornaments, and so on. Xiao Yu was dazzled by what she saw, and couldn't hide her joy. Everything was put into the space, and the empty boxes were also good things, so they were put in. She hummed a song to find the way down the mountain, and heard the movement of people, and hurriedly hid in the dark. She came out, and the people who followed her did see her go up this mountain. Did you hear a noise just now? I guess it was her who made the noise. Go over there and have a look. Coming for her? She has no acquaintances in Beijing, except the Zhang family. The only people in the Zhang family who have a grudge against her are Zhang Baoer and Xiao Yaozu. As for Zhang Fu and Fu Yujing, the couple wanted to repair her relationship with them, and even if they couldn't repair it, they wouldn't be bad friends. The couple looked stupid, but not bad.
Good guy.
She hasn't started yet, and the other party has already started? Xiao Yu sneered twice. It's not wise to fight with a small number against a large number. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. Retreat. As long as she reacts quickly and runs fast, these people won't be able to catch up with her. As for revenge, Now that she knew who was trying to harm her, she should go back to the military compound and file a complaint first. Then she could take action. Xiaoyu ran all the way. She ran from dusk till dawn. She handed the pass in her arms to the security personnel in a panic and was searched by the female guard. She was allowed to pass only after she found nothing unusual. The moment she stepped into the military compound, Xiaoyu felt relieved. She ignored the sidelong glances at her panic and returned to her grandfather's two-story courtyard with a gloomy face. Aunt Wang was surprised to see her in a panic. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" After a few days of getting along, Xiaoyu and Aunt Wang had a good relationship, so she took the initiative to let Aunt Wang call her Xiaoyu to increase their affection. "I'll take a shower, Aunt Wang, prepare something to eat, and I'll go downstairs after I'm done." "Yeah, okay." Aunt Wang didn't ask any more questions. Xiaoyu washed up and felt much more relaxed. There were a few sets of clothes in the closet that could be changed, and Grandpa Zhang also gave her a lot of fabrics and asked her to go to the tailor shop to make a few sets, but she didn't have time. After wiping the water off her head, she went downstairs and saw the egg fried rice on the table. She lowered her head and ate it. She ate it in a flash and even found time to say halfway, "Annie Wang, give me some more. It's not enough." When Mr. Zhang came back, he didn't have time to eat and was hurriedly dragged into the study by Xiaoyu. She returned the gun and exaggerated what happened this morning. Yes, it happened last night, but she tampered with it to this morning. After all, there are many boxes and people need to transport them. We also have to consider the underground collapse, the time it takes to dig them one by one, and the time it takes to refill the soil. "Xiaoyu, I haven't seen that group of people. I only know the Zhang family in Beijing. Apart from Zhang Bauer and Xiao Yazu, I can't think of anyone else who has a grudge against them." "Grandpa, from their tone, it seems that they're going to." She made a gesture of wiping her neck. Old Master Zhang's cloudy pupils shrank, and he heard Xiaoyu say again, "After all, as long as I die, your son and daughter-in-law will only have Zhang Bauer as a daughter, and no one will conflict with Zhang Bauer, and Xiao Yazu can rest easy. It's also because I'm too high profile." I told Xiao Yazu before leaving the Zhang family. I didn't expect that he would find someone to kill me and silence me. He's worse than pigs and dogs. By the way, Grandpa, his house was robbed before he came to Beijing. His parents were squatting in the fenced yard, and his sisters also stopped communicating with him. He came to Beijing on foot, with little money on him. How could he hire those people? They are obviously martial artists. If it weren't for my sharp ears, I might have died this morning. Grandpa, we have just recognized each other for a short time, and we have to go our separate ways. It was the Qiao Yaozu of the Qiao family who did it. Stop, stop, stop. Xiaoyu spoke very excitedly, raising her voice, and coupled with her sharp and loud voice, old Master Zhang's poor hearing loss was forced to be cured. A medical miracle. The initial anger was all resolved by her exaggerated tone. Xiaoyu looked at her grandfather melancholy. Why did he shout cut? She hadn't acted enough. Grandpa Zhang.
Drink some tea to calm down first.
This kid's voice scared him to death. Okay, I know your situation. Xiaoyu smiled and finally returned to a normal tone. So, what is Grandpa going to do? Grandpa Zhang closed the enamel pot and knocked the table with his fingertips rhythmically. After a while, before his impatient granddaughter spoke, he said, Qiao Yazu came to make trouble before, but Zhang Fu's work was not stopped. It's time to stop it. Zhang Bauer has not found a job, and I have contributed to it. It's strange that she was able to be admitted to a technical secondary school. We were family members before, and I turned a blind eye, covered it up, and gave her benefits. Now I can use her academic qualifications to talk about it. Her academic qualifications are fake, and there are flaws in her files. Can she find a job in Beijing? In the 1960s, not everyone had a file. Only urban workers, officials, and other people in the system had files. For people of Mr. Zhang's level, their family members have files to prevent spies from hanging around the big tiger. So even if Zhang Bauer didn't have a job after graduation, as long as she was registered in the Zhang family, she would have a personal file. She was not a member of the Zhang family because of her fake academic qualifications. With Mr. Zhang's pressure, which place would dare to accept Zhang Bauer? It's not his fault if he suppresses his own family members, or the daughter of his enemy, and it won't affect anything. Xiao Yu applauded. Great, Grandpa. You cut the Gordian knot. Cut off their source of income, and let them be trapped. TSK, without money, it's hard to move in Beijing. Yeah. You reminded me. I'll call Zhang Zhan and Zhang Zhou again and forbid them to support the two fools financially. Xiao Yu gave a thumbs up. Can Grandpa contact Zhang Zhou? We have to try. Come on, Grandpa, I'm rooting for you. The Zhang family has been unlucky recently. Zhang Fu's job was stopped, and the house was confiscated, but he can still live in it. But he can only live on the empty mountain. The school did not notify when to resume work, so I could only wait at home. Then came the bad news that Zhang Bauer had falsified her academic qualifications. Zhang Bauer was able to get into a technical secondary school because she found someone to take the exam for her. Originally, the two were supposed to pay each other in cash, but the person who took the exam for her was much older than Zhang Bauer and started school later. She failed the exams again and finally married a worker. Recently, her husband's family accidentally learned the truth of the year, and together with her family, they came to the Zhang family and asked for an explanation. What explanation do they want? It's such a big fuss. Both parties are wrong. The case was reported to the police station, and the person who took the exam for her is now at home taking care of the children, has no job, and only has a high school degree, so no compensation will be given. As for Zhang Bauer, the matter is serious. The technical secondary school diploma was taken back, and a note was made in the file. Fu Yujing didn't discuss it with Zhang Fu, and took the passbook to use his connections. When Zhang Fu reacted, there were only 300 yuan left in the passbook. He pinched his philtrum and came back from the gates of Hades, panting heavily. Fu Yujing was also frightened by him and hurriedly rubbed his back. Zhang Fu, don't scare me. What will I do if you leave? Zhang Fu's usual elegant image was lost because of her voice, and he pushed Fu Yujing away. Don't touch me. Fu Yujing fell to the ground, and her palm was scratched. She looked at Zhang Fu in disbelief. The latter was also annoyed. After all, they had been married for so many years. Yujing, are you okay? I'll help you up. Fu Yujing pushed him away and was also angry. Don't touch me. Zhang Fu paused and didn't move forward. Seeing this, Fu Yujing became more angry, got up and slammed the door and left. Zhang Fu was holding the passbook in a daze. The family has always been lavish, and the money is almost spent on the adopted daughter. There was not much saved originally, but this time, half of it was lost because of the relationship. After his work was stopped, what did the family eat and drink? Especially after Zhang Bauer's incident broke out, he asked about the situation at school, and the attitude on the other side became even colder. The matter of the adopted daughter affected him to some extent. According to the original words of the principal, if you can't teach your adopted daughter well, how many college students you've taught, Professor Zhang, will have good conduct? How many college students like this will the country dare to use? Zhang Fu was disappointed and called the military compound. Not only the old man, but even the people who used to call him uncle refused to answer the phone. It was still an uncle who couldn't bear it and reminded him, Afu, what do you want me to say about you? What your adopted daughter did at home now. It can be considered to have offended your father. I guess your father doesn't even like you now. He said in front of us old guys that whoever dares to use connections for you will cut off the contact between the two families. Hey, you said you were so smart when you were a child. Why did you become confused when you grew up? Zhang Fu asked Zhang Bauer what she did. The other party. This you should ask it yourself.
Who to ask?
Of course, Zhang Bauer. He can't even see Xiao Yu now. As for how the military compound knew about the bad things Zhang Bauer did, of course, it was Xiao Yu who raised her voice when she complained in the study, so that the neighbors heard it. Then the news spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, until the whole military compound knew that the adopted daughter of the Zhang family had harmed their own daughter. Some people even grumbled in private. No wonder Zhang Bauer doesn't look like the Zhang family. Oh, my son wanted to marry Zhang Bauer, but I stopped him. With that look, How ugly would the grandson be? I don't look at family background. I only pick daughters-in-law who are pleasing to the eye. Zhang Bauer is indeed from that family in the countryside, and her temper is so vicious. Her parents switched the children, and she harmed the girl. I don't know if Zhang Fu and his wife have their heads tied to their belts. They haven't looked down in the past few years, and the brains on the belts have long disappeared. The reputation of Zhang Fu and his wife plummeted to the bottom. Zhang Fu didn't have time to ask about his adopted daughter. He was running around for his own job. What was Fu Yujing doing? She was crying to her caring daughter. Tell me about your dad. He spent a few $100s to make me look like his grandson. Does the family need that little money? He has a salary. Even if he can't go to work for a few months, don't we still have 2 sons? Is it worth it for him to make a fuss? We have been married for decades. Bauer, Mom is feeling so sad. Zhang Bauer hurried to comfort him. Mom, Dad definitely didn't mean it. He is just anxious. He has been teaching all these years and has never been suspended. Fu Yujing stopped crying and sobbed. Then I don't care, Bauer. I will sleep in the same room with you these few days. I don't want to see him. Bauer. What else can Zhang Bauer do? Of course he agreed. The direct cause of the family disharmony is Qiao Yaozu. He knew that no matter how much his parents quarreled, they were prejudiced against Yaozu. In order not to annoy Fu Yujing, Zhang Bauer did not go to Yaozu's place. What is Qiao Yaozu facing recently? Zhang Fu personally found Qiao Yaozu. You have to pay the rent for next month. I have lost my job now, and most of my savings have been spent on Bauer. I don't have the time to take care of you. Not to mention that our Zhang family has no obligation to take care of your accommodation. Qiao Yaozu thought to himself, if you don't take care of me, don't you still have your adopted daughter to take care of me? In order to avoid being in a bad light with the other party and completely cut off the source of support, Qiao Yaozu did not tear his face on the spot, but forced a bitter smile. Okay. I still have to thank Uncle and Aunt for taking care of me these past few months. When Zhang Fu saw Qiao Yaozu's face, he thought of the recent rumors and said unhappily, Don't come on. Do I need to say more about the character of your parents? What kind of good person can you be? You have caused me so much trouble as soon as you came, and I haven't asked you what you instigated Bauer to do to my own daughter. Qiao Yaozu's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't lose his composure in the end, and just said, Uncle, how could you think of me like this? Humph. Zhang Fu was too lazy to argue about these things and left. Dad's comrades in arms were unwilling to work hard, so he could only look for his former college classmates. As soon as Zhang Fu left, Qiao Yaozu panicked. Knowing that Zhang Bauer was tripped by Fu Yujing, he could only look for those people first. Those people were those he met while walking in the city. They have no jobs, no source of income, and their family conditions are not very good. They often walk around the city and act like second-rate people. Of course, they also have a side job, which is to trade things in the black market. Qiao Yaozu used the money he cheated from Zhang Bauer to get into the inner circle. This time, he wanted to insult Xiaoyu, and he also found this group of people. Although it is said to be an insult, in fact, they dare not do anything. When they came to Beijing, they were obedient and exchanged for things or money. When Qiao Yaozu gave them the money, he did not tell them about Xiaoyu's life experience. Otherwise, how would they dare to go against the Zhang family? In Beijing, at most, Xiaoyu would be harassed by second-rate people, ruining his reputation and not being able to do anything. He was also thinking about how to trick Xiaoyu out of Beijing. What he thought was really what he wanted. Xiaoyu left Beijing alone. Although he didn't know why Xiaoyu went to Pianshan, Qiao Yaozu sent people out after getting the news. Unexpectedly, they searched all night and didn't find anyone. Returned empty-handed. I thought I had missed an opportunity, but at least I wasn't discovered. It doesn't matter, I didn't alert the enemy and I can still create a second chance. Who knew? I was exposed. Qiao Yaozu found the place where several people often went and saw that the public security comrades surrounded the place and passers-by gathered together to talk about it. Qiao Yaozu lowered his head and moved closer and heard passers-by say, I heard that the ones arrested were those who had affairs. Now he's finally getting his comeuppance. They weren't good people. Who wouldn't want to have more food in this famine? They had food in their hands, but they just thought about their crotch stuff, mistreating people, and harming many good girls. I heard that this time it was the members of the production team below who reported them to the police, and that's how their mess was exposed. Xiao Yazu lowered his voice and said, "Did the police miss any of them?" No, they're all here. They will definitely not let any of them slip through the net." Xiao Yazu breathed a sigh of relief. It had nothing to do with him. It was just a false alarm. Maybe they were arrested because they did too many bad things. The Zhang family didn't do anything. Xiao Yazu left the crowd. He didn't go anywhere else. He went back to the small room he rented and fell asleep. He was tired from running around for Zhang Bauer these days. He only had $2 left. He would ask Zhang Bauer for it tomorrow. Anyway, she had saved a lot of private money over the years. As soon as he fell asleep, his body was suddenly spun around. His arm was twisted so hard that it hurt. His wrist was awakened by the cold touch. Half of his face was pressed tightly on the bed. Behind him, he heard the official handcuffs and scolding. "Don't move." Such a big commotion startled everyone in the hospital who was not working, especially when they saw the police escorting Xiao Yazu out of the house. Not only the landlord, but even Zhang Bauer's pupils shrank. Zhang Bauer subconsciously stepped forward to plead for her brother, comrade from the Public Security Bureau. "My brother is usually timid, and it is impossible for him to do anything illegal. Did you arrest the wrong person?" Comrade from the Public Security Bureau, no. Xiao Yazu bribed someone to kill Xiao Yu and almost ruin the girl's innocence. Originally, the police arrested several people on the charge of killing Xiao Yu. After being tortured, it was turned into a charge of tarnishing the innocence of a female comrade. With other victims gathered, except for Xiao Yazu, there was no way he could escape. Zhang Bauer's face lost color instantly, and she took 2 steps back in a daze, looking at Xiao Yazu in disbelief. How was she discovered? But in the eyes of others, her reaction seemed like she was unaware and shocked by the truth. Fu Yujing's eyes went dark, and it was only because the neighbor sister-in-law next to her supported her that she did not fall backwards. The landlord also returned the remaining rent to Fu Yujing. "You really hurt me. A prisoner lived in my house. Who dares to rent it? The rent needs to be lowered to see if it can still be rented out." "Fu Yujing, I agreed to rent it because you promised that he was a good person, unlike his parents." Fu Yujing wanted to explain eagerly, but the eyes of people looking at her as an idiot and teasing her fell on her, and her explanation was instantly choked in her throat. How to explain? If they explained, could they cover up the fact that they helped the son of their enemy, and the son of their enemy used their money to continue to harm their own daughter? In addition to hating Xiao Yazu, her feelings for Zhang Bauer, the adopted daughter she had loved for more than 10 years, also faded a lot. She was helped back to the house and took a lot of medicine before her heart stabilized, and then she covered her face and cried. Zhang Bauer also returned home in a daze. Thinking of Adi's solemn promise before, he said that he would not expose her even if he was exposed, right?
He
would hide the fact from her, right? Zhang Bauer didn't care about her adoptive mother. After pacing back and forth in the room, she found her savings of many years in the box, dressed up to cover up, avoided people, and went to the police station. Xiao Yazu was being interrogated, and of course relatives were not allowed to visit in the police station. Not only Zhang Bauer, but also relatives of other second-rate guys were blocked outside the police station. Xiao Yazu gritted his teeth and didn't give Zhang Bauer out. He took all the responsibility. "The Zhang family belongs to my sister. Who is Xiao Yu? How dare she compete with my sister? Yes, I just want to teach Xiao Yu a lesson. As long as her reputation is ruined, Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang will regard her as a shame and treat my sister well from now on. My sister doesn't know. She grew up in the city and is naive. I dare not let her know. I'm afraid that she will not agree, but also stop me. Give money to those second-rate guys? My sister gave it to me before. She was afraid that I wouldn't be able to live and eat in the city." Of course, he couldn't give out the stupid Zhang Bauer. Once Zhang Bauer's selfish intention to harm Xiao Yu is known by Zhang Fu and his wife, will they treat Zhang Bauer well? Once this matter is exposed, he is destined to be imprisoned. If he can protect Zhang Bauer, it is equivalent to holding a handle on Zhang Bauer, and he will not have to worry about Zhang Bauer and not sending things in the future. The only crime he committed was that he took the initiative to pay someone to destroy Xiao Yu's innocence, which was also an attempt. Didn't Xiao Yu do anything? Since the matter is not serious, he will not be sentenced for a long time. It is safest to hide the knowledge from Zhang Bauer. Zhang Bauer, who was outside the game, did not defend for long before he was besieged. I don't know who started the rumor that the truth behind the arrest of this group of second-rate guys was that they provoked the Zhang family in Beijing. If we popularize the relationship between Zhang Bauer, Qiao Yaozu, and Xiao Yu, won't the families of these second-rate guys explode? Originally the only one in the family who earned money and was doing well in the famine, he was put in jail because of this matter. What will happen to the old and young in the family in the future? When they found out that Xiao Yaozu had concealed Xiao Yu's identity, the second-rate guys thought Xiao Yu was just a girl from an ordinary family, so they dared to do evil. Wouldn't they hate her even more? A voice in the crowd revealed Zhang Bauer's identity. Didn't it attract the attention of these second-rate family members? Zhang Bauer was raised in pampering. How could she be a match for this group of people? They pulled her hair and plucked out a lot of it. They spit on her face, stepped on her hands and legs, pinched her chest and buttocks, and slapped her face. Zhang Bauer was beaten and screamed. The miserable appearance was unbearable and passers-by wanted to help. A woman slapped her thigh and cried bitterly. It was this little witch's parents who replaced the daughter of a wealthy family in Beijing and let her enjoy the good life. They made her have evil thoughts and could not tolerate the return of the real daughter. She bribed her brother to ruin the innocence of the real daughter. Her brother did not mention anything, did not mention the daughter's background, and caused my son to offend someone he should not have offended, and was sent to the police station. It was all because of this little witch's viciousness. Instantly, no one dared to step forward. The adopted daughter ruined the innocence of the real daughter. Although the crying woman was not a good person, the one who was beaten was more vicious. Mixing arsenic with delicate flowers? Who dares to praise them? Besides, Zhang Bauer's face was not a delicate flower. So, there were still people who joined in the fun, but no one stepped forward to help, just to watch the fun. Zhang Bauer's coat was stripped off, and she was still wearing a small dress inside. Before the small dress was almost stripped off, the police from the police station finally took action.
What are you looking at?
Everyone go away. You're just watching all day long. You can't even eat enough, yet you're still watching the fun. Why don't you guys get involved when they're watching so enthusiastically? Disperse quickly. Don't disturb our work. Zhang Bauer stood up miserably and was about to seek sympathy from the public security comrade, but the other party obviously knew what kind of person she was, turned his head away, and didn't even look at her. After all, Zhang Bauer was not beautiful, and she was miserable in her own way, and no one would pity her. She was disappointed for a moment, and just as she stood up and was about to leave, she was stopped by the public security comrade. Are you Zhang Bauer, the biological sister of the prisoner Qiao Yaozu? Zhang Bauer looked embarrassed, but still nodded. He wants to see you, come in with me. Upon hearing this, the family members of the second-rate guy immediately made a fuss. Why can she go in but we can't?
Yes.
I want to see my son. Let me in. Comrade public security, you can't make special arrangements. The veins on the forehead of the public security comrade were faintly beating. What are you fussing about? Zhang Bauer is a suspect. In addition to seeing Qiao Yaozu, she will also be interrogated. Are you a suspect? If so, just step in. The crying stopped abruptly. Zhang Bauer became timid and wanted to run, but the police held her shoulders and forced her into the police station. After being interrogated, Zhang Bauer saw Qiao Yaozu. But in just 2 hours, she looked much more haggard. Seeing that Adi was even thinner than herself, Zhang Bauer couldn't help but burst into tears again.
Adi.
Sister, I know you are kind, and you can't bear to hurt that witch. This matter was caused by me. I did it all by myself. You don't know anything and you're innocent. Why did the police arrest you as well? Have you been tortured? Qiao Yaozu played the family card. First, he hinted to the other party that he did not give her up. Second, he asked her why she was in police station. Zhang Bauer looked embarrassed. Adi concealed the truth for her own sake. But she. Why did she come in? She didn't want to admit it herself. She came to hint to Adi not to give her up. She was really too bad. Zhang Bauer's tears flowed down. Adi, I'm sorry. Xiao Yaozu understood when he heard her say that, for fear that she would admit the truth to the police. Both siblings were imprisoned in the yard. The Zhang family confirmed that the adopted daughter harmed their own daughter. What if they gave up this idiot? Although he volunteered to be imprisoned in the yard, he didn't want to be too miserable. Xiao Yaozu's voice was excited, and he took the initiative to make up for her. Sister, I know why you apologized. Do you think I did all these things for you? Sister, you don't have to feel guilty. You are good to me, and shouldn't I be good to you? I know you are kind, so I did all this without telling you. I was just afraid that you would stop me. If something happens, I deserve it.
No.
Brother, I will help you. It's all because of me that you had such evil thoughts. I will go back and beg Mom and Dad to ask them to ask Grandpa to let you go. Forget it, sister. You are in an awkward situation now, and you are not a biological child of the Zhang family. Zhang Bauer paused and cried even louder. Yaozu, what are you going to do in the future, Yaozu? Xiao Yaozu rolled his eyes in his heart. What can I do? I'm still waiting for your help. If you don't care about me, I will give you up sooner or later. Zhang Bauer's eyes were swollen from crying. After handing all the 200 yuan on her body to Xiao Yaozu, she returned to the yard in a mess. Fu Yujing was unhappy because Xiao Yaozu was arrested during the day, and when she saw Zhang Bauer was gone, she guessed that the other party had gone to find Xiao Yaozu. When Zhang Bauer came back, Fu Yujing was about to explode with anger, but when she saw Zhang Bauer's appearance, she was shocked and her anger turned into concern.
Bauer?
Where have you been? Why did you get yourself so embarrassed? You wouldn't be bullied, would you? Zhang Bauer was also shocked by her adoptive mother's words and quickly shook her head. No, Mom, don't guess. Then why do you look like this? Zhang Bauer was worried and said weakly, Mom, treat my wound first, it hurts. Fu Yujing originally wanted to scold her for not coming home, but seeing her adopted daughter showing weakness, she didn't care about anything else, asked her to take off her coat, and treated her scratches. When she saw that her adopted daughter had a bald spot on her head, Fu Yujing gasped. Zhang Bauer originally couldn't see the bald spot, but when she heard Fu Yujing's abnormality, she grabbed the peep show on the dressing table and shone it on her head.
Wow.
Woo. This time, Zhang Bauer cried very sadly. The neighbors heard the crying, but they were not happy with Zhang Bauer and shouted at the air in a sarcasm. Why are you crying? Those who should cry are not crying. Only you are capable, right? The lights were on nearby, and it was obvious that they were dissatisfied. Zhang Fu, who had been hiding in the master bedroom, heard the noise and knocked on Zhang Bauer's door. Yujing, come out for a moment. Zhang Bauer stopped crying abruptly. She was a little scared of her adoptive father now. Her adoptive parents cared less about her, but her adoptive mother was okay, and her adoptive father. Fu Yujing put a coat on Zhang Bauer and said softly, I'll go out and take a look. You have a good rest. Zhang Bauer responded muffledly, and Fu Yujing left the room. Then, the adoptive parents' whispered quarrel came from the living room. Although the volume was lowered a lot, she could still hear some of it vaguely. Mind your own business in the future. She is our daughter. Can you bear it? What I regret most is that I did that. Zhang Bauer buried her head under the pillow, as if by not listening or looking, she could recover the warmth of the past 18 years. Her elegant father, her mother who loved her deeply, her relatively kind grandfather, her eldest brother who was cold but gave her a lot of New Year's money every year, and her second brother who was not at home all year round but cared about her whenever he had news. She couldn't go back. She couldn't even protect herself. How could she save her younger brother? Oh yes, she also had a boyfriend. The boyfriend was the son of the director of the garment factory. How did she agree to date him? The other party didn't fancy her background, nor did he care about her ordinary looks. He just thought she was good-natured and cute. Maybe she could ask for help. Although Meng Jianjun was the son of the director of the garment factory, he was actually his stepson. His mother and the director were a combined family. When his mother first married the director, she was pretty good to him. After his mother and the factory director gave birth to his half-brother, his mother paid less attention to him. Meng Jianjun also wanted to change his surname to his stepfather's, but was rejected by the factory director. The original words his mother brought to him were, "Your uncle has no shortage of pot-breaking people." Meng Jianjun looked embarrassed and could only find a way out by himself. His biological parents were good-looking, otherwise his mother would not have been favored by the director of the garment factory. After his half-brother was born, he knew that he had to rely on himself for everything, so he tried to make money since he was a child, and he actually hooked up with the daughter of a university professor with his eloquence and good looks. After finding out that Zhang Bao's grandfather was a big shot in the military compound, he became more enthusiastic towards Zhang Bao and even asked her to get married after graduating from high school. Zhang Bao declined at the time, saying that her family didn't want him to get married too early. What do you mean by getting married too early? Wasn't it because she was already engaged and was afraid of ruining her reputation, so she secretly dated him? It didn't matter. At the last step she got pregnant, and even if the Zhang family disagreed, they had to compromise. So he went along with Zhang Bao and kept delaying the public disclosure, and also provided Zhang Bao with emotional value in every possible way. When she was unhappy, unreasonable, and violent, he suppressed his disgust and coaxed her unconditionally. He graduated from high school, and he knew he couldn't get into college, so he asked his stepfather to find him a temporary job. The salary of a temporary worker was too low, and his stepfather didn't want to make things too embarrassing, so he didn't kick him out for the time being and planned to find a good marriage for him before kicking him out. After he revealed that his partner was Zhang Bao from the Zhang family, his stepfather thought about it for a few days and told him that he didn't have to worry about living at home, and he didn't have to pay for food. He sneered in his heart, and he saw through his stepfather's face. As long as he can make a living and climb high, wouldn't the high-ranking stepfather have to look at his face and situation? The bad thing is that Zhang Bao's identity was revealed a few months ago. He was almost successful. Fortunately, he didn't succeed, otherwise Zhang Bao would be a piece of sackcloth that couldn't be thrown off. If it weren't for Professor Zhang's good attitude towards Zhang Bao, he would have proposed to break up long ago. Originally, the two of them were dating in secret. No one expected that Zhang Bao would break off the engagement for him, although she didn't betray him. So, he was not in a hurry to break up. After all, a cornered dog will jump over the wall. While coaxing Zhang Bao, he also got to know other girls with backgrounds. He really hooked one. He said that he had a good face. When he was thinking about how to break up with Zhang Bao came to him. From her crying, he pieced together the whole picture. Zhang Bao didn't tell everything either. She concealed the part she knew and tried her best to get herself out of this mud. After listening to her, Meng Jianjun looked at her with a hard word. He was 1.8 meters tall, while Zhang Bao was less than 1.6 meters tall. Looking down from above, he just saw the bald spot. Meng Jianjun couldn't bear to look at it and turned his head away. "Bao, there is something I haven't told you." "What is it?" "Brother Jianjun, the director of the garment factory is nominally my father, but he has no blood relationship with me. I was brought here by my mother's second marriage." Zhang Bao's expression was slightly stiff, and then she heard Meng Jianjun say again, "Sorry, Bao, I can't help you." Zhang Bao forced a smile and tried to be a kind and considerate girl. "No, it's okay, Brother Jianjun. These are not your fault. You don't have to apologize." That's what she said. But a voice in Zhang Bao's mind was laughing at her. Zhang Bao, tell me how stupid you are. The marriage originally arranged by the Zhang family was either rich or noble. As long as you marry, you will have no worries for the rest of your life. But you insisted on finding someone who only knows how to say sweet words. Now, her background has been exposed, her marriage is gone, and she can only humble herself and beg this useless man. The voice continued, "A sweet-talking man will only satisfy your emotions when you are useful, and will go along with you in everything. If you are no longer useful, will he still coax you?" Now, the truth is revealed. Finally, the voice concluded, It is really like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons, but it is still a tasteless sesame. On the way back, Zhang Bao's head was buzzing, and it took her a while to react that the voice was her own. It's just that she was used to pretending to be weak, and the voice in her head was sarcastic and mean. For a while, she couldn't accept that the voice was herself in the dark. The person who followed Zhang Bao reported the news to Xiaoyu. Old Master Zhang provided her with manpower. These people used to be soldiers. Some of them were demobilized, and some were unemployed at home. This person had a disabled hand and had old and young people to support at home. After graduation, he could only work as a night watchman in the factory. The salary was not high, and the money was not enough. This person has the ability to survey and conceal. After investigating the matter between Zhang Bao and Meng Jianjun, he brought the information to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Okay, Zhang Bao, you have a good eye. It just so happens that you are also of marriageable age. As for Meng Jianjun's job,
Keep it.
just a temporary worker, as long as he is not allowed to become a regular employee." Xiaoyu has already planned out the inner blueprint. Xiao Yaozu's behavior has already made Zhang Fu unhappy. Even Fu Yujing, who loves Zhang Bao like her own daughter, is quite disappointed with her adopted daughter. Zhang Fu and his wife married their adopted daughter to avoid rumors. Even if the couple did not expect this, Zhang Bao, who has no one to rely on, would choose to marry. Zhang Bao would bury the man no matter who she marries. Meng Jianjun is just right. When Zhang Bao was in power, Meng Jianjun got a lot of benefits. Is it time to pay him back? They are not good people. Let them fight each other in the future. By the way, Zhang Bao will definitely have to help Xiao Yaozu in the future to shut him up. Zhang Bao is an unemployed vagrant. Where can she get money? Either to Zhang Fu and his wife, or to his lover. Zhang Fu has sobered up a little, and it is impossible for him to help Zhang Bao endlessly. Every time Zhang Bao, who is married, goes back to her parents' home, she wastes her affection with her adoptive parents. So she is smart and can't always take advantage of her parents' home. And Meng Jianjun? There will be a good show to watch. A few days passed.
Fu Yujing finally understood Zhang Fu's anger.
In previous years, the family's money would be squandered after Zhang Fu received a salary at the beginning of the month. The family's food was either supplemented by the old man or Fu Yujing went to the black market to try her luck. When the money in the passbook was spent by 100 in just 7 days, she felt anxious. She didn't get angry with Zhang Fu anymore and went back to the main house at night to ask about work. "Brother Fu, you haven't returned to work yet?" Zhang Fu's shoes cracked from running around to make connections, and he had blisters at the corners of his mouth, and his face looked much more haggard. In the past, he had good food and a good place to live, a lovely wife, and harmonious children, all of whom were outstanding. He felt that his life was perfect. Now that he was in a difficult situation, he suddenly understood and looked at Fu Yujing with more scrutiny. He was in such a state, but when she came in, she didn't ask about his recent situation, but asked about returning to work. It's been a long time since her adopted daughter could get a word of concern from her first time. For him, returning to work is the most important thing? Why will his not returning to work affect her quality of life?
No.
Fu Yujing's eyes were empty for a while, and she couldn't help but say sadly, "What should I do now? You don't have a salary, and you won't have any money next month. Now there are only 200 left in the passbook."
What?
Zhang Fu was shocked. How can it be used up so quickly? It's only been 7 days. In addition to the fact that Fu Yujing didn't say hello to Zhang Bao to guarantee her education and the passbook went down the drain, he didn't want her to keep the passbook, but he had to spend money on daily expenses and he was busy recently, so he couldn't take care of the trivial things in life. Fu Yujing promised again that he would not spend any money except for the usual expenses, and then he handed over the passbook. "I was careless again." Fu Yujing hesitated and did not dare to tell the truth. When people speak, they always like to remove their negative aspects and leave others with a good impression of being innocent and kind. "Fu Yujing, the malted milk in the store has arrived and I need a ticket." Fortunately, I am familiar with the salesperson, and she is willing to give me the internal price and does not need a ticket, but the price is higher. What is the reality? Malted milk is for her and Zhang Bauer to drink, and Zhang Fu has not drunk that stuff since he was in junior high school. The family is obviously in a tight situation, and even if they want to buy, they will buy high-priced grains, not malted milk as a snack. Fu Yujing, we're used to eating fine grains, so this time we went to the black market to buy. Zhang Fu interrupted, I am used to eating coarse grains. Fu Yujing was shocked. Zhang Fu turned on the desk lamp, took out a pen and paper, slapped them on the desk, and said sternly, Come, sit down and write down all the expenses. Brother Fu, you also know that I have a bad memory. How can you have such a bad memory for something that happened in 7 days? Write it down quickly. Don't try to fool me, I will check the accounts. Especially the amount of food, how much is eaten every day, how much is left over, and how much is spent. I know all these. Men usually don't take charge of the family, but they know everything. In the past, when his salary was high, he turned a blind eye to the family expenses and his wife, who was extravagant and didn't save money. Now he has to settle the accounts.
Fu Yujing.
In fact, the high-priced food is the second largest expense. She also bought a few pieces of cloth. Although they are defective, she can accept it without receipts. She can accept it, but Zhang Fu may not. In addition, her daughter and her own vanishing cream are almost used up. She and her daughter are very wasteful when using vanishing cream. How wasteful is it? Those who can afford vanishing cream only apply it on their faces. They also apply it on their hands, feet, necks, and legs. If the vanishing cream was not in such a small bottle, they would not want to leave their whole bodies untouched. In the middle of the night, Fu Yujing's tense nerves were relaxed by fatigue. She yawned and her tone was no longer cautious, but full of her usual coquettishness. Is this all right? Zhang Fu's forehead was throbbing with veins, and he slammed the table. Give me the passbook. Fu Yujing woke up instantly and looked at him tremblingly. Brother Fu. Zhang Fu looked at her with cold eyes. The family was well off, so he naturally enjoyed his wife's behavior. With that soft face, he wanted to praise her to the sky. After he lost his material wealth, he came to his senses. Which of these things she did was done with her brain? Zhang Fu's voice was icy. Dad fought his way up to a high position on the battlefield. He was not with me when I was a child. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, I came home and saw that my grandparents had spoiled me and gave me a military-style education. He said he didn't care if I lived or died unless I changed my temper. He even threatened my grandparents in front of me. If I became useless, he would marry another one. It's not like he can't have children. If I became useless, he would abandon me. I didn't doubt that he was lying. After all, his grandchildren have grown up, and he can put his hopes on them. Do you understand what I mean? Fu Yujing had never seen such a serious husband. They had been married for so long, and every time she gave in, he would coax and deceive her. To put it bluntly, their decades of marriage were like a newlywed. Her mind was empty, and she shook her head. Zhang Fu's veins popped out. Okay, I'll be straight to the point. We can't rely on my dad in the future. If we lose our jobs, we will be kicked out of this compound, and we won't have a place to live. We'll have to live on 200 yuan. How long do you think we can hold on? Fu Yujing thought for a moment and said, Don't we still have Zhang Zhan and Zhang Zhou? Doesn't she still want to rely on her 2 sons? Zhang Fu felt so angry that the bubbles on his mouth were about to burst. I can't contact Zhang Zhou, but Zhang Zhan. He did reply. He said he would not give us money unless we reached retirement age. We are his biological parents. Yes, biological parents. But Zhang Zhan and Zhang Zhou were left alone since they were young, and all their money was spent on Zhang Bauer. How far were the 2 brothers left alone? When they were young, the clothes were worn by the elder brother and then passed on to the younger brother. There were 2 sets of clothes for spring and summer and 2 sets for autumn and winter. On the other hand, Zhang Bauer had a closet full of clothes. The 2 children were not deducted from the meals, otherwise Zhang Zhan and Zhang Zhou would not have grown so tall. But they had no snacks or pocket money since they were young. Zhang Bauer? Malted milk, candy, and chocolate were daily necessities, and she was still drinking milk powder at the age of 18. Not to mention luxury goods such as vanishing cream, hairbands, hairpins, leather shoes, and watches. If it weren't for the intervention of the old man, one would be sent to the army for training, and the other would be sent to the confidentiality department since he was a child. It is estimated that growing up in such a family, it would be a matter of time before they go astray.
All right.
How do you treat them and Zhang Bauer differently? Do I need to go through all the accounts over the years? Be honest when you've had enough trouble.
Stop it.
If Fu Yujing hadn't given birth to his children, the couple's decades of love.
Oh.
Zhang Fu regretted it very much. When he said he wanted to marry Fu Yujing, the old man didn't like her. But he was eyeing her appearance and her weak demeanor, and everything else was secondary. After all, his family background was not weak, and he had also decided to teach at a university after graduation. The old man wanted to introduce him to a comrade in arms daughter, who was a female soldier in the army. He was young and short-sighted at the time, and he just felt that such a girl didn't look like a girl, so he liked to depend on him and follow him. If he had known that marrying Fu Yujing would encounter a great disaster in his life, he would never say anything. Regret it? Definitely regret it. Only when you suffer the pain of being a fool can you open your eyes and see the people around you clearly. The verdict of Qiao Yaozu and others has come down. Those second-rate guys could not escape the fate of eating peanuts, but Qiao Yaozu was sentenced to 5 years in prison. When this incident came out, the second-rate guys' families cried bitterly. Go to the police station to cry? No use. They gathered in the compound where Zhang Fu was and took turns crying day and night. The ghosts and wolves howling disturbed people. Zhang Fu, who used to be full of vigor and vitality, now hides when he sees people and walks with his head down. Professor Zhang, who was so respectable, instantly became the target of weirdness in the yard. Zhang Fu is not having a good time, but Fu Yujing is having an easy time? It's hard to go from extravagance to frugality after being used to a luxurious life. Her father-in-law is powerful and her husband is a university professor. When she goes out, she doesn't even look at people. The salespersons in the shopping malls, she often goes to flatter her. When Qiao Yaozu's incident first came out, she had plenty of money on hand. Even if others looked at her strangely, she didn't care much and continued to spend lavishly. Until Qiao Yaozu was sentenced, she was required to change a bottle of vanishing cream every 3 months, make new clothes once a year, and not go to the tailor shop, but only operate the sewing machine at home. Now she avoids shopping malls. Even if she meets a salesperson selling daily clothes and greets her enthusiastically, she does not respond and leaves without looking back. The salespersons who made plans to watch movies with her on weekends looked at each other in bewilderment. Why is she like this? It was fine before that she looked down on people, but now she doesn't even say hello. Don't you know? That poor relative of the Qiao family has been sentenced. It was almost the end of the year, and she was probably in a hurry to leave, and her body and mind were very anxious. When she got home, she poured herself a cup of hot water and drank it down. Zhang Bauer came out after hearing the noise, with her eyelids half open. Mom? Didn't you go to buy vegetables? You're back so soon? What vegetables are you buying? She was almost embarrassed. She was embarrassed and felt the pain, so she began to examine this adopted daughter. Isn't it this girl who caused the family to be in such a state? The Zhang family is not responsible for Qiao Yaozu. On the contrary, the Zhang and Qiao families have a grudge. It was Zhang Bauer who knelt down crying and said that the family had enough food. If Qiao Yaozu was not taken care of, he would starve to death. Qiao Yaozu looked like a beggar. His face was extremely thin, and he lowered his head uncomfortably. She really thought Qiao Yaozu was an honest and decent person, but she didn't expect that he was the same as his vicious parents. Mom? Why do you look at me like that? Zhang Bauer, who was a little more sober, twisted her neck and avoided Fu Yujing's sight. Fu Yujing, are you still sleeping? Zhang Bauer's heart skipped a beat. For more than 10 years, she slept until noon, waited for dinner, went around in the afternoon, and went home at night. When Qiao Yaozu's verdict came out, She clearly felt that her adoptive mother's attitude towards her had changed a lot. Zhang Bao laughed dryly, walked forward coquettishly, shook the other's arm, and said, I know that it's not easy for my parents now. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and pleaded for my brother. Xiao Yaozu. I grew up under you, my parents, and I have been influenced by you. I have retained your good character, but Xiao Yaozu is different. Zhang Bao paused, probably remembering that Zhang Fu had taught her that girls from good families would not gossip about others behind their backs, so she changed her tone and reflected on herself. Mom, it's all my fault. I expected too much from him. What he did disappointed me so much. Xiao Yaozu insisted that he would not give Zhang Bao out, and the Zhang family suffered an unprovoked disaster. Although Fu Yujing was angry and implicated Zhang Bao, she didn't go too far. After all, they had been friends for so many years. Zhang Bao's statement also needs to be examined. On the surface, she was talking about herself, but in fact she was alluding to the fact that the Zhang family had a good education, and Zhang Fu and Fu Yujing had taught her to turn bad bamboo into good bamboo shoots.
Yes.
Fu Yujing said with a stern face, you are not allowed to have any contact with the Zhang family in the future. Zhang Bao's back stiffened slightly, and she immediately agreed. Okay. They still had to have contact secretly. Otherwise, the other party would betray her. She couldn't imagine it. If she had known this would happen, she would have said everything to stop a D from making mistakes. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fu Yujing thought about it and finally didn't mention the matter of finding a husband for her. It had just been a short time since Xiao Yaozu's incident, and she was in a hurry to marry her adopted daughter off. What would it look like if it got out? Her and Zhang Fu's reputations had been damaged recently. But the more you fear something, the more it will come. Zhang Bao wanted to get money to send to her hard-working Adi. Not to mention pocket money, her family could only put vanishing cream on her face, not her neck. She was frugal everywhere and she ate only 50% full and had no snacks. She used to want to starve herself to have a good figure, but now she can't eat enough. Zhang Bao had to find a partner to help her. Unexpectedly, she saw Meng Jianjun and a strange female comrade leaving the factory together. The two kept a fist's distance and were both shy to say hello to others. It was so ambiguous that even if Zhang Bao was blind, she could see the clues. Zhang Bao changed her humble attitude when she came here, and now her eyes were burning with fire. She avoided people and didn't let Meng Jianjun find her. After the people left, she grabbed someone and asked, "Who is with Meng Jianjun?" The female comrade looked at Zhang Bao in confusion. Seeing the female comrade was about to leave, Zhang Bao also realized that she was being unreasonable and immediately pulled her back and handed her a candy with a smile. "Sorry, my tone was not good just now. I didn't mean any harm. I am Meng Jianjun's cousin. He followed his mother to remarry, but we have agreed that his marriage is decided by our uncles and aunts." Zhang Bao lied so big for the first time, thinking about it, stumbling over her words and blushing, not daring to look at her, but anyone who is older and experienced can see the clues in her. The female comrade was very young and thought that Zhang Bao was worried that she would be angry, so she took the candy and sympathized with her for her sincerity. "I didn't expect Comrade Meng to have this. The one standing with him is his girlfriend, the daughter of the workshop director. How long have they been dating?" "About half a year." Zhang Bao's face turned pale. Half a year. That means that as soon as her background was exposed, Meng Jianjun found a new partner. She was moved that the other party did not want a formal status, because he was afraid that she would be embarrassed in front of her parents. What kind of love? It's all fake. She ran away cowardly. She cried all day when she got home, and her eyes were swollen. In the past, her mother would have knocked on the door to coax her, her father would have bought her things, and her eldest brother would have given her money to make her cry less, and the quarrels were so loud. Now, her eldest brother is not here. Her father is not at home all day, and I don't know what he is busy with. Her mother doesn't even care whether she eats or not. Fu Yujing was worried that the abuse from the second-rate relatives outside the courtyard had seriously affected the neighbors' attitude towards their Zhang family. It was useless to report to the police. No one would help her. Even if she went to the police station to call for help, the police comrades would come with her, but they would have run away. She caught the person in the act, but he was not caught, and the people in the courtyard did not cooperate. What could she do? She didn't understand. It was already a disturbance to the neighbors, and the neighbors also hated the Zhang family. Why didn't these neighbors come out to testify? And the culprit of all this? The adopted daughter could save expensive food by eating one less meal. Zhang Bauer cried even more sadly. The next day, her adoptive mother finally knocked on her door. Before she could be happy, she heard her adoptive mother say, "Bauer, Mom is not feeling well today. Why don't you go buy some groceries?" Zhang Bauer. It's all fake. She opened the door, and Fu Yujing handed her a few dimes. Spend sparingly. Zhang Bauer looked at the dimes in disbelief. Mom, what can this little money buy? Fu Yujing saw her red and swollen eyes, and before she could show concern, she heard the other party's shocked tone, and instantly ignited her anger. There is no money at home now. Buy whatever you want without tickets. If it doesn't work, just eat coarse grains. You can save money on vegetables. Do you think we are still the same as before? Zhang Bauer was yelled at, and her blood turned pale. This was the first time she was treated like this by her adoptive mother. Love is gone. Will family affection also be lost?
She wanted to cry.
But her tears had dried up yesterday, and her expression was a little numb now.
She took the money and said, "Okay."
After saying that, Zhang Bauer ran out. Fu Yujing also realized that her tone was wrong. Just when she was about to say something, she saw the other party's back running out. Fu Yujing thought dissatisfiedly. She didn't feel wronged, but the person who provoked the disaster felt wronged first. As if thinking of something, Fu Yujing couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If she had known earlier, she shouldn't have agreed to help Qiao Yaozu. It's too late to say anything now. Zhang Bauer didn't go to buy vegetables, but went to the soy sauce factory to find Meng Jianjun. During work, Meng Jianjun heard that a cousin named Zhang Bauer was looking for him. He panicked, stopped flirting with the daughter of the workshop director, and pretended to be calm, and went out to meet people. Zhang Bauer said aggrievedly, "Brother Jianjun." Meng Jianjun said impatiently, "Why are you here? Didn't you see I was at work? Don't come to see me in the future." Hearing the other party's cold tone, Zhang Bauer grabbed the hem of her clothes tightly. Meng Jianjun had the same attitude towards her last time, but she was too concerned about Qiao Yaozu's stay and departure, and was afraid that it would affect herself, so she ignored his abnormality. The tempting voice sounded in her ears again. "Since there is no love, you have to get the money back, right? Otherwise, it would be a loss." "Yes, even if there is no love, you have to get the money back, right?" Zhang Bauer looked resentful. "Brother Jianjun, I know you have been dating someone in the factory for half a year." Meng Jianjun's face changed slightly, and after looking around to see no one, he said, "Wait a minute, I'll go ask for leave." If Zhang Bauer is not settled, she will be rumored to have an affair, and she will definitely lose her current temporary job. Meng Jianjun cursed in his heart, but he asked for leave with a gentle look on his face, and took Zhang Bauer to a state-owned restaurant far away. Zhang Bauer had been eating plain food these days. It was not easy for her to see oily food, so she just worked hard. Meng Jianjun looked at her eating and felt a little disgusted. No wonder her behavior was different from that of a wealthy family. It turned out that she had roots in the countryside. After eating, Meng Jianjun took her to a place with fewer people. "Bauer, I know I am sorry for you in this matter. But with your current status, you can understand my situation, right? Living under someone else's roof is not easy. I can only climb up. When I first learned about your background, I was not shaken in my heart. As a man, I must be responsible." But that female comrade was persistent. "Her father is the workshop director and directly manages my work, and I am just a small temporary worker. I can't resist, Bauer. In order not to let you down, I can only hide it from both sides. Can you understand my difficulties?" Zhang Bauer didn't say anything. Meng Jianjun had to say, "Bauer, what do you want?" Zhang Bauer then spoke hoarsely. "I should ask you this question, Brother Jianjun. What do you want?" Only when the other party makes a choice will she come up with the corresponding countermeasures. If he wants her, She doesn't want anything and still believes what he says. If he abandons herself, then his words are false. She won't be polite either. Is it difficult for him? Is it more difficult than her? Meng Jianjun looked at Zhang Bauer, who had changed a little, and smiled suddenly. After going through so many things, Bauer, you have finally grown up and become much smarter. Stop talking nonsense. Meng Jianjun apologized first. I'm sorry, Bauer. Zhang Bauer was cruel in her heart, but she couldn't help but get red in the eyes. She had been crying all day, and it was hard to cry again. Her eyes hurt a lot. Brother Jianjun, you don't want me anymore, right? Meng Jianjun turned his head away and replied, Yeah, it's fake. It's all fake. Zhang Bauer squatted down and burst into tears. There were few people here, but because of Zhang Bauer's crying, many people looked at her sideways. Meng Jianjun was also anxious, squatting down to comfort her. Don't cry, Bauer. I will agree to whatever you want. I was wrong in the first place. Zhang Bauer had cried enough, and when she heard what he said, she took his sleeve and said, Brother Jianjun, I don't want more. These years I spent money on you, just pay me back. Hearing this, Meng Jianjun's face suddenly darkened. Meng Jianjun couldn't hold his face and said, You remember all these accounts for so many years? I have a good memory. Meng Jianjun shook her hand away. I didn't say that. How can you be so powerful, remember all these accounts clearly? Our feelings are all fake? Can it be measured by money? If you say so. Okay, I will pay back the money, and you will have your own single plank bridge in the future, and I will walk my own Yangguan road, and we will be strangers when we meet. Zhang Bauer's head was buzzing again. That harsh voice blew in his ear with ill intentions. Look at the person you found. Your moral character has been completely exposed, right? How can a woman spend money when they are dating? Now you want the money back, and he is blaming you for it? What kind of vision do you have? Since he is like this, you don't have to maintain good manners, just break up. Now, the money is the most important. The money is the most important. Everything else is empty. Yes, love is enough. She and Meng Jianjun have no love, so there is no need to show mercy. In just a few seconds, Zhang Bauer struggled several times in her heart. After struggling, she raised her chin and met his eyes. It was still that handsome face, but she could no longer cause ripples. Meng Jianjun also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't have to look at the bald spot on her head. It was too disgusting. Zhang Bauer, okay. Her eyes were firm.
What?
Meng Jianjun obviously didn't react. They had been dating for a few years. Except for her unstable temperament in the first few years, she was trained by him to behave like a little girl afterwards. He thought he had her under control. Little did he know that without the material life, not only his true colors were exposed, but her nature was almost the same as his. If you pay back the money, we will be strangers from now on. Meng Jianjun was stunned for a moment, and then he was furious. You are so powerful. Zhang Bauer's voice was still weak, but her words were very hurtful. Didn't you quickly find a buyer after seeing that I was of no use? I am powerful, and you are a real villain, Brother Jianjun. Our eldest brother doesn't talk about the second brother. Meng Jianjun's eyes twitched violently, and his fists were itching. But he knew that force could not solve everything. Meng Jianjun, what if I can't pay it back? What are you going to do? Zhang Bauer thought for a while and said, It's not that we can't find a partner. For example, the watch you gave me requires a foreign exchange bill, and there are only a few in Beijing, and you gave me the purchase list. The skirt you asked a tailor to make is also unique in design. You can find it by checking with the tailor shop. She didn't mention the rest, which was enough for Meng Jianjun to consider the pros and cons. All these were done deliberately by Meng Jianjun. At that time, seeing that Zhang Bauer had an extraordinary background and the other party did not want to make herself public, he gave her some traceable things, and when he succeeded, he would find the Zhang family. He had a reasonable basis, so why was he afraid that he could not climb the big tree of the Zhang family? Now these things have become a double-edged sword, and they stab him in the back. Meng Jianjun finally tasted the taste of his own troubles. He gritted his teeth and said, How much is it? I'll give you a small change, and there are still 500 yuan, 50 kilograms of grain coupons, 5 kilograms of meat coupons, and 1 kilogram of sugar coupons. I'll return the money and coupons. Can I return the things I gave you back then? Zhang Bauer nodded. Sure. Anyway, those things have been worn and depreciated. As for the skincare products and snacks, she ate and used them, so there is no way to return them. The relationship between the two is that Meng Jianjun wants to erase the past even more. Before leaving, she looked at Meng Jianjun again. I don't know why I was so confused and fell in love with him. Meng Jianjun has nothing good in other aspects except his face. His grades were average when he was a student, so he didn't even apply to university, and now he's just a temporary worker. He was originally thought to have a father who was a factory manager, but the truth is that he was just a stepfather who is not related by blood. The relatives of that group of second-rate guys gathered at the gate of the compound again, including the old, the weak, and the disabled. When they saw Zhang Bauer, they just looked fierce, but didn't take any action. If he cursed a few times, the Public Security Bureau could still turn a blind eye, but if he took action, it would be a nuisance, and the Public Security Bureau would not just ignore it. The fake is back, which, you're full of bad intentions. Instigating your own brother to harm others. Why should my son be shot, but you and your sister are fine? It's not fair.
God.
Suddenly remembering that feudal superstitions should be cracked down on now, the man immediately changed his tone. You will die a miserable death. Xiao Yu was eating melons silently not far away. After listening to the report from the people behind her, she sneered twice. Still want to settle the score? You must be locked up. Xiao Yu? A voice came from behind. Xiao Yu's scalp tingled, and she was about to leave, but the man quickly stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. I knew that you, child, didn't deny us. You were born just like us and have a soft heart. Let go. Xiao Yu said expressionlessly. After not seeing each other for a few days, Fu Yujing, who was delicate before, now looked tired, which was specifically reflected in her nasolabial folds. Xiao Yu, don't force me to curse your ancestors. Fu Yujing's hand trembled, and she immediately became timid. Xiao Yu stretched her muscles and muttered, I still have to use soap to disinfect, which is troublesome.
Fu Yujing.
Xiao Yu met Fu Yujing's gaze and said coldly, Don't get me wrong, Aunt Fu. I heard that Xiao Yaozu was sentenced, so I came to see what happened to the two idiots who repaid evil with kindness and treated the son of their enemy well. Xiao Yu, how can you call me like that? Why are you so? Fu Yujing looked very hurt. Vicious? Xiao Yu explained for her. She smiled. Her smile did not reach her eyes. If she was not vicious, how could she grow up in the Zhang family? If she did not fight, hate, or care, how would her life experience be exposed? Who knows? Zhang Bauer might still enjoy a lifetime of happiness in the Zhang family.
TSK.
Fortunately, she came. I feel so sorry for the original owner. She was so heartbroken for the original owner. She was a little grass that grew tenaciously in adversity and lived a life of her own. She was about to be happy with her late husband, but it was destroyed by a fire in her late husband's in-law's house. Fortunately, she didn't know her life experience before she died. Otherwise, she would have been so resentful. If it were her, she would die with her eyes wide open, and even turned into a fierce ghost to make these people die a miserable death. Look, life has just begun. Can't you bear it? Compared with the original owner, these people. Still a long way to go. Seeing that she had nothing to say, Xiao Yu turned and left. Fu Yujing looked at her back for a while, walked closer to the compound, heard the annoying scolding again, entered her own room, and saw Zhang Bauer's ordinary face. She turned her head away, didn't look at her again, and didn't ask about the money for buying vegetables. Fu Yujing tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. She disturbed Zhang Fu. Zhang Fu wanted to turn on the desk lamp, but when he thought of the electricity bill and the recent situation at home, he stopped. In the dark room, his voice was tired and helpless. What are you doing?
Brother Fu.
You haven't slept either? Yeah. How is work? Difficult. Fu Yujing was silent for a long time before saying, Today, Xiu came to our compound. Xiao Yu? Zhang Fu frowned. Why did she come?
Tell me more specifically.
Fu Yujing then repeated the situation at that time. Zhang Fu also remained silent for a long time and said, "It seems that this matter was her handiwork, and Dad helped behind the scenes." Fu Yujing's head exploded. You mean? My work and Xiao Yaozu. She doesn't want us to have an easy life. Fu Yujing immediately put aside her reluctance to part with her own flesh and blood and said angrily, "We are her biological parents." So what? How can you treat your biological parents like this? And the old man is also. But after she vented, Zhang Fu sighed. No wonder Dad protected Xiuyu. Xiuyu's style is exactly the same as Dad's when he was young. He has clear likes and dislikes, and is not bound by any secular morality. What a pity. It's a pity that the Qiao couple deliberately took the wrong child and wasted more than 10 years. If she had grown up in the Zhang family since childhood, how could there be so many things now? Zhang Fu thought of his adopted daughter, who was not outstanding in anything and had fake academic qualifications, and said, "Bauer is old enough. It's time to find a husband. Find a better one. Not to mention helping, it would be good enough if they can stop those people who are making trouble outside the hospital." Fu Yujing, I don't know where they get the confidence to make trouble. Those second-rate guys are all evil. Why don't we see them going to the homes of the real victims to make trouble? Zhang Fu's heart sank, and he was more certain that these people were recruited by Qiaoyu, and there was the support of the old man behind him. Zhang Fu pinched his eyebrows, okay? Fu Yujing didn't mutter about those scoundrels anymore, but said, Bauer's reputation is not good now, and he ruined the marriage that was arranged early. It is impossible to find a suitable match. Then look for someone lower down. Fu Yujing, then I'll try, but it costs money to find a matchmaker. In fact, a good girl is sought by hundreds of families. You don't need to pay the matchmaker. The matchmaker will take the initiative to find the girl to find a good marriage. Girls with bad reputations or other aspects who want to find a marriage have to pay money when they go to the matchmaker. How much? I don't know yet, I have to ask. The next day. How much? Fu Yujing stared at her with wide eyes. The matchmaker was famous for her abundant resources in this compound. Seeing Fu Yujing raised her voice, the matchmaker said sarcastically, Yujing, it's not that I won't help you, but who dares to take over your Bauer now? Even if you still have the Qiao family as relatives, you still have to deal with the trouble caused by the families of the second-rate guys. If you have the ability to ignore these families, they will definitely choose higher-ups. Your Bauer has no looks and no job. Fu Yujing took a sip of water, calmed down, and then said, Bauer promised me that he would not contact the Qiao family. Who knows? After all, blood relationship is important. Only Zhang Fu and his wife are so confused that they focus on their adopted daughter who has no blood relationship with them. They are still working hard to arrange a marriage for their adopted daughter, and I don't know why. The matchmaker murmured in her heart. Seeing this, Fu Yujing gritted her teeth and said, Well, we don't want a high betrothal gift. All the betrothal gifts will be taken to Bauer's husband's house, and the dowry will come with the 36 legs. The matchmaker was surprised for a moment, and she despised Fu Yujing even more in her heart. Zhang Fu and his wife are hopeless. The matchmaker smiled and said, Okay, then I will help you arrange it. Zhang Bauer didn't want to go on a blind date. Her relationship with Meng Jianjun had not officially ended, and Meng Jianjun found out. If he turned the tables on her, would she get back the money she had spent? But she didn't want to offend Fu Yujing. Yes, she did. Now she was walking on thin ice in the Zhang family, and she was careful in every way, for fear of upsetting her adoptive parents. After thinking it over again and again, she finally agreed. The blind date would be in the park. The blind date location is usually determined by the man. After all, it is the other party who pays. There is also some consideration here. If the man values the woman enough, the best choice in Beijing is a tea house, followed by a state-owned restaurant, and finally free public places, such as parks. After knowing the time and place of the blind date, Zhang Bauer's face visibly darkened. Fu Yujing also felt humiliated when she learned the location. She didn't break up with the matchmaker on the spot. After all, she still had to rely on the other party to continue introducing her to someone. She said to Zhang Bauer, "Go and take a look. If you don't like her, forget it. Don't force it." Zhang Bauer glanced at her adoptive mother's expression and saw that she was also dissatisfied with the man's attitude. She felt relieved and nodded. Fu Yujing saw that she was so well-behaved and sighed in her heart, "Why is Bauer not her own daughter? That rebellious girl."
Ah.
Fu Yujing comforted her. "Don't worry if you really can't get along. You are still young, don't worry. Just wait and see. I have already told the matchmaker that the dowry will be taken with you to your in-laws' house. Who can afford to say that? So, we will take our time to choose." Zhang Bauer was moved, "Mom. You are still the best to me." She threw herself into Fu Yujing's arms, but what she was thinking about was how much dowry she would get and how much dowry she would give. According to the current conditions of her family, she probably didn't have much to rely on, so she could only hope that the man would think highly of her and give her more dowry. So, even though she had a bad start, Zhang Bauer dressed up before going to the park. She drew on the bald spot on her head with charcoal and tied it up to cover it. She put some cream on her face, applied lipstick, and used her little finger to apply some lipstick on her cheeks, smudged it, and looked more healthy. She left the house early and finally waited for the blind date at the appointed time. She was a little dissatisfied. How could the man arrive last? It seemed like she was rushing to get the man. Looking at the man's appearance again, his hair was oiled and combed back, revealing an ordinary face. The man's face was not ugly, but he was not handsome either, far inferior to Meng Jianjun. Zhang Bauer forced a smile and froze the moment the other party spoke. He had bad breath and yellow teeth. If she married such a man in the future, wouldn't she have to pinch her nose when kissing? No, even if they were standing together and talking, she wanted to cover her nose. As a result, she didn't hear what the other party said clearly. Only the last sentence was heard clearly. "Sorry, Comrade Zhang Bauer. We are not destined to be together." Did she like him? Zhang Bauer restrained her smile, nodded, turned around and left. When she returned home, Fu Yujing asked, "How is it?" It didn't work out. Fu Yujing didn't ask more questions, as if she had expected such a result. Then Fu Yujing went on blind dates as if she was rushing to a place, so that the matter of Meng Jianjun was forgotten. After meeting so many men, Zhang Bauer disliked the man from the beginning, but in the end she thought to herself, is she only worthy of marrying such a man? Not only Zhang Bauer, but Fu Yujing was also annoyed. Moreover, the families of those second-rate men rushed from the courtyard gate to her own door to curse, and she was a little panicked. She went to the matchmaker's house and wanted to pay more money to introduce a good man to Zhang Bauer. After a while of silence, the matchmaker did not tear her face and ruin her reputation. Although Mr. Zhang did not help Zhang Fu and his wife, their 2 sons are outstanding. The eldest son is in the army in Beijing, and the second son was the first in the college entrance examination that year. He went to a famous university and did academic research during college. Although there was no news about Zhang Zhou after graduation, who in the courtyard knew that Zhang Zhou's attainments were no less than Zhang Zhan. These 2 brothers are top resources. If one of the 2 brothers really succeeds, it will be a living signboard when it is spread out in the future. So Fu Yujing must not offend them. The matchmaker said in a harsh tone, "Yujing, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I dare not hide the matter about your Bauer. If they succeed and then blame me, do I still want to stay here? If you want to find a good one who can accept Bauer, she is not good-looking and she is not your biological child, so people will have to be picky too." Fu Yujing hesitated for a moment and said, "Can't you pay more?" The matchmaker thought that the woman was pretty, but her mind was empty. She couldn't help but wake up the other party. "Yujing, your father-in-law doesn't care about you and Zhang Fu now, and Zhang Fu has lost his job. Who will you rely on in the future?
You have been thinking about Bauer.
Can she bear the responsibility of you and Zhang Fu in the future? Don't you still have to look at the 2 sons? Anyway, they are not biological children. The men I chose have no major problems. They are all honest and have jobs. Although your Bauer can't live a luxurious life like before after marrying, it won't be a problem for her to live a down-to-earth life. It can be considered as doing her justice. Now is not the time for you to choose. It's good to have someone take over. Once your Bauer gets married, if she lives well, she can look back and see you two more. If she doesn't live well, do you have to support her for the rest of her life? The matchmaker almost shook the other party's head. She's just an adopted daughter. And an adopted daughter with a bad record. The two sons are your future support. This compound is going crazy. It's said that Fu Yujing is not a normal person's brain. She has never been seen going to the army to see her eldest son. Do you really think that if you give birth to a biological child, then when you are old, people will support you unconditionally? Fu Yujing thought for a while and said, "Okay, I'll go back and talk to Bauer." The matchmaker sent this big Buddha away and drank a sip of water to calm her nerves. The son came in from the backyard and said, "Mom, didn't it work out?" The matchmaker nodded and looked at the youngest son again. This is her son in her old age, and she can't marry someone as muddle-headed as Fu Yujing, who makes the whole family laugh. Fu Yujing turned around and advised Zhang Bauer and not to ask for too much, just get something good enough. Zhang Bauer clenched his hands behind his back into fists, and after a long time, he let out a breath and said, "Okay, Mom, then let's go with a gay man with a flat head." With so many things happening at home recently, Fu Yujing has developed a nagging personality. She began to dig up the past, recounting Zhang Bauer's impulsive behavior. Originally, your family arranged a marriage for you. The man's conditions were so good. His older brothers were all in the army. One of your parents worked under your grandfather, and the other was a military doctor. His first few sisters-in-law were all intellectuals. With such a background, even if they knew you were taken away by mistake, they never thought of canceling the marriage. Even if you didn't have a job after marrying into the family, you would have enjoyed a comfortable life. Who would have thought that you would be so disappointing? Zhang Bauer also regretted it. If she hadn't canceled the marriage, even if her identity was revealed, her future would have been easier. At least she wouldn't have to ask for the money back from her ex-boyfriend. This was too undignified. Zhang Bauer lowered her head. "I won't be so willful in the future, Mom." Fu Yujing let her nag, and her adopted daughter listened obediently without refutation, and the depression accumulated in her chest dissipated a lot. "It's good that you can figure it out. I'll go and give the matchmaker a reply tomorrow. Let's settle it as soon as possible to avoid any more problems."
Okay.
Zhang Bauer went to the soy sauce factory to find Meng Jianjun only after the marriage was settled. "Brother Jianjun." Meng Jianjun rolled his eyes in annoyance. "The cards have been laid bare. Why are you still pretending?" He grabbed the other's arm, forcibly pulled him to a secluded place, and handed him a stack of banknotes in an envelope. "Where are my things?" Zhang Bauer handed over the shoulder bag. Meng Jianjun rushed over, as if he was snatching it. Zhang Bauer said weakly, "Brother Jianjun, I spent a lot of money to buy this bag." Meng Jianjun rolled his eyes again. "I know. I will return it to you. I was afraid of being associated with you." The two were about to part ways. "What are you doing?" An incredulous female voice suddenly came out. Zhang Bauer quickly recognized that the other party was Meng Jianjun's current partner. She didn't want to be associated with Meng Jianjun, so she distanced herself from him and said, "Comrade, you misunderstood. Brother Jianjun and I are relatives." A group of female comrades, wearing dacron, made an appointment to go shopping in the mall. One of the voices said, "Xiaofeng, I know her. She is Meng Jianjun's cousin. She was the one who asked me about you last time." "That's not right. How could Meng Jianjun have a cousin? All the relatives on his father's side are sons. If there was no such one, his mother could remarry with him." Xiaofeng's face turned pale, and her eyes fell on the messenger bag in Meng Jianjun's hand and Zhang Bauer's envelope.
Ah.
"I know this woman. Isn't she the daughter of the Zhang family, who was taken away by mistake? Her brother has been sent to labor camp. Could it be that the two of them had an improper transaction?" Xiaofeng stepped forward. "Meng Jianjun, open the bag." Her strong attitude made Meng Jianjun's scalp numb. Meng Jianjun coaxed, "Xiaofeng, there are outsiders here. I will explain to you later, okay?"
You believe me.
"Open the bag." Xiaofeng was more rational and strong than Zhang Bauer at the beginning. Zhang Bauer looked at Meng Jianjun's humble behavior, which was exactly the same as when he treated her back then. It was really the same old story.
No.
Now is not the time to think about these things. Zhang Bauer clenched the envelope and thought that as long as she ran away now, it would be equivalent to not being caught in the act. If she was questioned later, she would say that there was no envelope. The filter faded, and she really didn't want to have anything to do with Meng Jianjun. Zhang Bauer turned around and ran away. She's going to run. Sisters hold her down. She must be Meng Jianjun's lover. Catch her quickly. Zhang Bauer was completely anxious after being caught. She was afraid of being accused, and she was even more afraid that Meng Jianjun would turn the tables and put all the blame on her. In a hurry, she thought quickly and said, "I'm not Brother Jianjun's lover. I'm his serious girlfriend." Meng Jianjun's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. "You're talking nonsense. Everyone in our soy sauce factory knows that Meng Jianjun's girlfriend is Xiaofeng. Where did you come from? And you're bragging about yourself." "I'm not lying. The things in his bag are the evidence. Those are all the gifts he gave me over the years." Meng Jianjun thought he was doomed. He was just about to imitate Zhang Bauer's behavior, and the best strategy was to run away. The security guards in the factory heard the noise and surrounded him. "Meng Jianjun. This time it's completely over. He can guarantee to break out of the siege of a bunch of female comrades, but these security guards are all veterans with strong physical fitness. Compared with them, he is not good enough." Fu Yujing had just made an agreement with the matchmaker. The flat-headed comrade was not bad. He and his parents had jobs, but he had several younger brothers and sisters. The unemployed sister-in-law would have to take care of the younger brothers and sisters if she got married. The flat-headed comrade also wanted to find a free nanny, so he didn't mind Zhang Bauer's current situation. Just as the agreement was made, a small figure rushed in and said to Fu Yujing, "Aunt Fu, Sister Bauer is in trouble. You should go and see her." Fu Yujing's heart sank, and she forced an awkward smile to the matchmaker. "It shouldn't be a big deal. If we can't settle it, let her eldest brother do it. Someone wants to report her for being an adulterer, and she was caught in the act."
"What?"
Fu Yujing stood up suddenly. The matchmaker couldn't sit still anymore and followed Fu Yujing to see what was going on. The matchmaker was very glad that she hadn't replied to the man yet. Otherwise, her own reputation would definitely be lost. Fu Yujing arrived at the soy sauce factory and found that the matter was not as serious as she had imagined. At least it wasn't an adultery. Zhang Bauer had already been torn. There was a bald spot on the top of her head, and no hair had grown yet. In the past few days, she had relied on charcoal painting to blacken her head and then tied it tightly with a colored rubber band at the back of her head, so there was no clue. She clearly proved that she was not an adulterer and was Meng Jianjun's serious girlfriend, but she was still torn by this group of unreasonable women. The colored rubber band was taken off and disappeared, and a large handful of hair was pulled out again. Looking at the other party's hands, a handful of black hair was hit, and Zhang Bauer burst into tears for no reason. This time, he was even balder. It was useless for her to cry. They still tore him apart. How strong is the fighting power of this group of female comrades? They didn't even let Meng Jianjun go, and they beat a tall male comrade. Even the security guards didn't have a solution, so they had to call the factory director. When the matter got out of hand, the factory director asked Xiaofeng's father to find Zhang Bauer's family. Xiaofeng's father didn't go into the compound where Fu Yujing was, but asked a child to tip off. The father was also annoyed. His daughter was well-behaved, and she looked good and had a good figure, but she had no choice but to run into a scumbag. Only by trampling the couple in the mud, the rumors outside will be beneficial to the daughter, and Xiaofeng's search for a new partner will not be affected. As for Zhang Bauer, if Zhang Bauer is a good person, she would not have swallowed her anger when she first came to the soy sauce factory to inquire about the news. She would not have dealt with Meng Jianjun in private. The purpose of Xiaofeng's father letting the child tip off? Of course, the child's voice is loud, so there is no need to worry about anything. Sure enough, the child's voice was loud when he saw Fu Yujing, and the neighbors heard the noise and hurriedly put a few melon seeds in their pockets to watch the show. The family members of the second-rate guys who came to curse today also followed. The second-rate guys have been shot, but the curse has not ended. These family members saw that Zhang Bauer was not doing well, and they were fine. That long and busy team really attracted many passers-by along the way. What's going on? There's something exciting to watch. What's exciting? Someone is having an affair at the soy sauce factory.
Wow.
So exciting? Let's go. Together. Fu Yujing saw Zhang Bauer with bruises on her face and disheveled hair. Oh, a lot less hair. She didn't want to admit that she had raised this girl since she was a child. Factory director. Are you Zhang Bauer's mother? Fu Yujing stepped forward. Yes, I am Zhang Bauer's mother. May I ask what crime she has committed? The factory director wanted to go into the office to deal with it, but it was lunchtime and many people were watching. He had a good relationship with Xiaofang's father, the workshop director, and the deputy factory director was not there. If he handled it carelessly, he would be accused of favoritism and corruption later, which would be bad for himself. So, he was ready to deal with the problem fairly and openly in front of everyone. Your daughter accepted a large amount of money and notes from Meng Jianjun and inquired about him and Lin Xiaofang. We are worried that she will take improper actions against the two of them. Zhang Bauer hurriedly said, I didn't. That was the money and notes I spent on Meng Jianjun during the period when we were dating. I also rounded off the change for him. There were 500 yuan, 50 kilograms of grain coupons, 5 kilograms of meat coupons, and 1 kilogram of sugar coupons. Fu Yujing was some distance away from Zhang Bauer. As soon as she raised her foot, she was blocked by the idea of covering her adopted daughter's mouth. It's over. She thought to herself. Zhang Fu praised Xiaoyu for her wisdom and courage, but Fu Yujing labeled her biological daughter as vicious and even calculated her biological parents. However, once she saw the power of the fool, she wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. She didn't want to have anything to do with her adopted daughter. How could she show her wealth? No wonder Zhang Fudu admired Xiaoyu and looked down on Bauer's behavior. After listening to the factory director's explanation, she felt relieved and knew that Bauer's marriage did not need a matchmaker to arrange it, and it was set with Meng Jianjun. Since it was set, the man's face must not be refuted. But Zhang Bauer's behavior undoubtedly tore the man's face and rubbed it on the ground. Can Zhang Bauer live a good life after marrying this Meng Jianjun? Fu Yujing thought of what the matchmaker said before. Zhang Bauer will not live well after marriage and will often go back to her parents' home to beg for money. She has to take care of Zhang Bauer for the rest of her life. Just thinking about it makes her scalp numb. Fu Yujing stepped forward again and slapped Zhang Bauer hard. It's all because of us who spoiled you. Return the money. You can do without money, but you have to have face and backbone. Zhang Bauer looked at Fu Yujing in disbelief. Her cheeks were burning, and she felt aggrieved. That voice came again. It said, You see, she doesn't care about you at all. What she cares about is the face of the Zhang family. As long as you embarrass her, what's the point of more than 10 years of relationship? Relatives are still better. They will risk squatting in the yard for you. Your parents are wrong, but they gave you a good environment to grow up in. Your brother is also wrong, but it is also for your better life. It also said, relatives are the ones who are really good to you. Zhang Bauer ignited a small flame. Not big, but it can be covered up. She looked at Fu Yujing sadly, Mom. A voice in the crowd said, Zhang Bauer has a partner who has been dating for several years? Then why don't you make it public? The person who followed from the compound. I know this. The Zhang family arranged a good marriage for Zhang Bauer a long time ago. After her background was exposed, Zhang Bauer insisted on breaking off the engagement. At that time, she said that she was not worthy of that family, which made her adoptive parents heartbroken. Could it be that she had a marriage and a partner since then? After all this time, it turns out that Zhang Bauer and Meng Jianjun are the same. Fu Yujing gritted her teeth, turned around and bowed to the factory director. It's my fault for not educating my daughter well. We won't pursue the matter of money and notes. It's up to the children to think about the matter with Comrade Meng. As for Comrade Lin Xiaofeng, I raised this child. She has been looking for someone recently. She doesn't want to retaliate against Comrade Lin Xiaofeng, as everyone speculates. Comrade Lin Xiaofeng also beat Bauer. Why don't we just forget about this matter? Meng Jianjun gritted his teeth. Of course, he couldn't just let it go. After this incident, how would he survive in the factory in the future? His stepfather had ignored him since he was a child, and his biological mother's attention was on his half-brother, so he could only arrange a marriage by himself. With his reputation ruined, how could he hook up with female comrades? He could only stick to the Zhang family. Originally, he thought that the Zhang family's attitude towards Zhang Bauer would be indifferent, but now it seems that this adoptive mother is willing to lower herself to plead for Zhang Bauer. She is still useful. Meng Jianjun waited in his heart and said, Aunt Fu, I didn't handle the relationship well this time. Please give me a chance. This 500 yuan can be regarded as a gift for marrying Zhang Bauer. Lin Xiaofeng felt mixed emotions watching Meng Jianjun's behavior, and ultimately, she couldn't resist the change in the attitude of her beloved in just a few hours and left in tears. Seeing his daughter like this, Lin's father didn't chase after her, but stayed at the scene, waiting for the result. The factory director nodded, acknowledging Meng Jianjun's responsibility. How are you going to compensate the Lin family for delaying Director Lin's daughter? Meng Jianjun gritted his teeth and said, I will collect 100 yuan as compensation for her dowry. I wish Comrade Lin can find a good man soon. 100 yuan for dowry. Director Lin only had 36 legs as a dowry for his daughter, and with this 100 yuan, his daughter also has a formal job. His daughter was kept in the dark about this matter, and her reputation has not been greatly affected. It will not be difficult for her to find a good partner in the future. Director Lin's acquiescence was regarded as an approval of such compensation. Meng Jianjun said to Zhang Bauer, I'm sorry, Bauer. I have let you down in the past. I will be responsible for you in the future. Zhang Bauer turned her head away. Her filter for him had long been broken. In her opinion, his deep affection was profitable. Thinking of the burning half of her cheek, Zhang Bauer said nothing. Living in the Zhang family is in dire straits. It is better to get married early. Although Meng Jianjun only has one face that is still acceptable, but now she has no choice. Fu Yujing led Zhang Bauer back to the compound tiredly. But in just one afternoon, the whole compound was informed of Zhang Bauer's great achievements. Zhang Bauer found a partner privately while having an engagement. Zhang fell in loves this adopted daughter as before. Alit Fitzapot. Zhang Fu had been running around all day, and when he came back he heard gossip in the compound. He quickly returned home, closed the door, and dragged Zhang Bauer out of the second bedroom. Dad, it hurts, let go. Fu Yujing was still speaking for Zhang Bauer at this moment. Brother Fu, please let go. UV pinched Bauer's arm until it's red. She's suffered today. What crime? The crime of ruining the family tradition and using the family money to support a lover? Fu Yujing smacked her dry lips and said nothing more. Zhang Fu, this is the good girl you taught. You raised her with good food, drink, and clothes, but she's keeping a wild man outside. Zhang Zhan and Zhang Zhou haven't spent as much on my salary as that wild man in all these years. That's his own son. Fu Yujing continued to remain silent, a little dazed, as if recalling the past. Then, he thought that Zhang Bauer was raised by himself, so why should he spend money on a strange man? This is not the way to help the poor. Dad, I know I was wrong. Zhang Bauer burst into tears. Zhang Fu met Fu Yujing's gaze and said, explain what happened today, and don't add fuel to the fire. After Fu Yujing finished explaining the cause and effect of the incident, as well as the results of the handling, Zhang Fu was silent for a long time. He began to look at this adopted daughter. There was a large bald spot on the top of her head, and her face looked whiter with less hair. There were bruises on her face. She was brainless, and it was entirely her own fault that she did such a thing and was exposed. What the gossips in the courtyard said was right. He didn't care much about his own son, and he just covered up for this adopted daughter. What did he want? We will hold the 500 yuan betrothal gift, and your dowry will be 36 legs. He made the decision. Zhang Bauer looked up suddenly and looked at her adoptive father in disbelief. Fu Yujing wanted to plead for her, but after meeting Zhang Fu's gaze last year, she swallowed her words. Fu Yujing also knew that what Zhang Fu said was right, and the decision he made was worthy of Zhang Bauer.
What does Zhang Bauer think? How can people be content? She retreated step by step.
From the introduction of those uneven candidates, it was completely different from the married life she had imagined before. After settling on Meng Jianjun, the betrothal gift was withheld? How could she be willing? That's 500 yuan. Could it be that she was at the mercy of her adoptive parents? Zhang Bauer's heart rang with that voice again. Look, how well can they treat you? A daughter who is married is like water spilled, not to mention that she is not her own child. The voice continued. The betrothal gift is withheld before you get married. What difficulties will you encounter after marriage? Do you still expect them to sacrifice themselves for your benefit like relatives? You have to plan for yourself.
Yes.
She had to plan for herself, even if it hurt her adoptive parents and damaged the Zhang family's reputation. Anyway, so far, she couldn't see any signs that her family would help after marriage, so she might as well throw the jar into the air. Dad, Mom, you raised me up. I know it's my fault. I've brought shame to you.
Bauer.
Fu Yujing's voice choked. Before you get married, please let me contribute to this family. Zhang Fu's heart softened a little, but he was still sober and asked, How do you want to contribute? I know, Dad. You're asking people for help everywhere. I'll go with you. It's also my responsibility that you lost your job. It's because Grandpa doesn't like me. Zhang Fu restrained his soft words. This adopted daughter really is. She doesn't have any acting skills at all, and her calculations are clearly written on her face. Zhang Fu wants to see how far she can go. On the other hand, the person who was keeping an eye on the Zhang family for her entered the military compound under the pretext of delivering eggs, and informed Xiaoyu of Zhang Bauer's behavior of following Zhang Fu to ask for help everywhere. Zhang Zhan didn't have a holiday last weekend, and he finally got a holiday this week, so he bought a lot of good things to visit his sister. The result? His sister's appearance changed so much that he almost couldn't recognize her. She looked more and more like a real member of the Zhang family. These days, Zhang Zhan has been playing chess with Xiaoyu at home. Xiaoyu went from a novice at the beginning to a general fighting on the battlefield, and fought Zhang Zhan on the chessboard for several rounds. Old man Zhang was privately proud of Zhang Zhan and said to Zhang Zhan, What do you think? Is my granddaughter no worse than you? Zhang Zhan glanced at his grandfather, whose beard was almost raised to the sky, and said, That's my sister too. Zhang Zhan knew that the grandfather and granddaughter were messing around with his biological parents and adopted sister, so he chose
To hide. Not to go anywhere.
To avoid his biological father coming to him for help. He and his grandfather Xiaoyu were on the same front. So after hearing the person who delivered eggs come to report the latest situation, he thought about it for a long time. Seeing his dazed expression, Xiaoyu said, Brother, what do you think she wants to do? I don't know. After all, they have lived under the same roof for more than 10 years, and they have no feelings and don't want to believe that the other person is such a person. Do you really not know, or? The old man entered the chess room and said, Okay, Xiaoyu, don't embarrass your brother. Turning his head, the old man began to scold Zhang Zhan again. If she really did something despicable, you must not be confused and soft-hearted when you see her in the future. In your and my position, it's okay for unintelligent family members to hold us back, but they are also vicious. Your tolerance of such people means that your career has come to an end. Do you understand? Zhang Zhan nodded and made a move. I understand, Grandpa. Xiaoyu glanced at the chess game he lost. Zhang Bauer followed Zhang Fu to ask for help. Of course not for help, but to observe whether there are young people of the same age as herself in these families. As long as she does something decisive and does something practical, she won't have to marry Meng Jianjun, that hypocrite, and she can continue to have no worries about food and clothing after marriage. When the time comes, she can occasionally give some alms to her adoptive parents, just as a repayment for their upbringing. Who made them treat her like this? She actually found a man with a good family background, and only one son. The other party was Zhang Fu's college classmate, who was assigned to a government unit. His son was born in his old age, and he loved him very much. Zhang Bauer has been in a favorable environment for more than 10 years. Only when she is materially superior can she think about the spiritual level. With two excellent brothers in front of her, although she is inferior to others in every way, as long as she remains kind and virtuous, she will not make big mistakes in her life and can live a stable life. So the first time she did something bad, her method seemed clumsy, and people with experience could see through it at a glance. But she herself was going through a struggle between her conscience and her conscience. In the end, she was defeated by reality. This family had good character and did not show hostility to drive Zhang Fu away. Instead, they politely invited the two to sit down. The tea was almost finished, and the host should have gone to refill the teapot, but Zhang Bauer stood up and said, "Let me go." Everyone's eyes fell on her, as if they did not understand her behavior. Zhang Bauer also felt that her behavior was abnormal, but she still explained, "We are here to ask for help, uncles. Please treat us well. I feel bad and always want to do something for you uncles." The family wanted to say something, but Zhang Fu's face sank and he said, "Oldly, the child has a good intention, so let the child go." Zhang Bauer heaved a sigh of relief and didn't care about her adoptive father's abnormality and came to the kitchen unimpeded. She didn't have much time, so after putting the medicine, she had to make sure her innocence was destroyed. Her hands were shaking. She was immersed in her own world, as if as long as she did it, she would succeed. She thought she had done it secretly, and the moment she turned around, she met the eyes of several people who were supposed to be chatting on the sofa. Zhang Bauer didn't hold the teapot firmly, and it fell to the ground and broke. Zhang Fu didn't say anything, but stepped forward with heavy steps and slapped him. Zhang Bauer was hit so hard that her head tilted, and then she covered half of her face. She was not as surprised as when she was hit by Fu Yujing just now, and she did not even look up. But she was angry in her heart. Why did he hit her? She was not their biological daughter. How could they treat her like this? "Sorry, I will personally deliver the money for the teapot in a few days." Old Li waved his hand. "It's just a small matter. Don't take it to heart." Zhang Fu didn't say much, but said to Zhang Bauer in a deep voice, "Let's go." Zhang Bauer followed Zhang Fu silently and returned home. Oh no, how could this be her home? It would have been better if they hadn't taken the wrong child back then. Fu Yujing looked at the father and daughter and always felt that the atmosphere was not right. She quickly closed the courtyard door, entered the living room, and closed the door tightly, saying, "What's wrong? Ask the good daughter you raised." Zhang Bauer didn't look up. Zhang Fu's chest was heaving with anger. Seeing this, Fu Yujing quickly found the medicine for him to take. Zhang Fu took a breath and told Fu Yujing what happened today at his university classmate's place. Fu Yujing paused and looked at Zhang Bauer in disbelief. Zhang Fu turned around and asked, "Tell me, what medicine did you put in the teapot?" Zhang Bauer said nothing. Zhang Fu sneered. "You won't tell us, right? The old man won't lend a helping hand to us, but he is very positive about letting us see your character clearly. Even if you don't say it, we can find out." Zhang Bauer knew that she could not hide it anymore, so she took the initiative to look up, tears streaming down her face. But unlike the usual show of weakness, she almost roared. "Why did you hit me? What qualifications do you have to hit me? You are not my biological parents. My parents are willing to build a yard for me. My brother is willing to risk being shot for me. What have you done for me? You said nice things to find a good marriage for me, and those blind dates were all ugly, so I suffered a little and compromised. Then what? You pushed me to Meng Jianjun. Do you know how disgusting he is? He betrayed me. I wanted to cut off ties with him, but you married me to him and withheld my 500 yuan. What kind of parents are you?" The air was frozen at the slightest movement. The Zhang family was in a low mood, like a prelude to an explosion. After a long time, Zhang Fu broke the silence. "This is what you really think, Zhang Bauer." "Oh no, Qiao Bauer." Fu Yujing couldn't calm down, and her throat seemed to be pierced by a red tassel spear. The pain was not only in her throat, but also in her whole body. "Zhang Fu, Since you are so attached to your Qiao family, you will change your surname back to Qiao tomorrow, and you will have nothing to do with our Zhang family anymore. As for the dowry, you should ask your beloved relatives to prepare it." After calming down, Zhang Bauer realized that the dirty voice in her heart affected her, and she didn't care about anything in anger. Especially when the other party said that the dowry would not be prepared for her, she panicked. "Dad. Don't call me Dad." Zhang Fu looked at her with disgust. "Since you don't recognize us who have raised you for more than 10 years from the beginning, then from today on, you will break up with us and wait for your real relatives to find you and do their best for you." Zhang Bauer was deeply hurt at this moment. She was just too angry, and her words were spoken without restraint. So why did her father take it seriously? Did her father want to get rid of her a long time ago, and this incident was just an opportunity? Zhang Bauer looked at Fu Yujing, and she was eager for her adoptive mother to say a fair word for her. Fu Yujing didn't look at her. Afterwards, the surname change was never implemented. If the other parties saw clearly that they had fallen out with Zhang Bauer, he would definitely not marry Zhang Bauer. So, he could only make a statement out of frustration, but he could not execute it. Zhang Bauer ate at home for 3 days and sat on the bench for 3 days. Even if she took the initiative to talk, Zhang Fu and his wife ignored her. Zhang Bauer began to pack up her belongings and make plans for herself. She had always been extravagant and gave all her savings over the years to Qiao Yaozu. She could only sell the things that could not be worn or used. These old things could not be sold in the compound, so she disguised herself and found a place far away where she went out early and came back late. It's not that she didn't think about finding someone to elope. But what does elopement mean? It means that the other party is not even as good as Meng Jianjun and cannot take responsibility. She gave up the idea. If she had known earlier, she shouldn't have listened to the voice in her heart. She was obviously a girl from a good family. After going out early and coming back late for 5 days, she finally sold all the old things she didn't want. But she only got 40.68 yuan. Zhang Bauer's face was livid. If she hadn't been in urgent need of money, the buyer would not have lowered the price calmly when seeing her anxious expression.
Don't think about it.
With the money in her pocket and her luggage packed, she left without looking back the day Meng Jianjun came to her house. Fu Yujing was a little uneasy. After Zhang Bauer left, she went to her room and saw. It was empty, like a swarm of locusts. Nothing was left. She burst into tears. Zhang Fu was on the side and said, "Vacate this room and let the second child live here. There will be no Zhang Bauer in the family from now on." Fu Yujing cried even more sadly. That was the daughter she had raised with great difficulty. The daughter she had raised with great difficulty, almost abandoning her love for her 2 sons. Unfortunately, no one cared about her thoughts, and no one comforted her. The school officially expelled Zhang Fu after Zhang Bauer got married. Just when the latter was at the end of his rope, a temporary job fell on his head. Fu Yujing had no time to feel sad about the autumn and the moon, and followed Zhang Fu to move from the courtyard to the crowded tube building. After all, the courtyard they lived in now was allocated by the school. Fu Yujing, who had just cleaned up her little girl's room. With a capable father above and promising sons below, Zhang Fu, who allowed his wife to spend lavishly without saving a few cents. There was no separate bathroom in the tube building, and the stove was also public. If you wanted to eat anything, you had to go downstairs and queue up with a bunch of people. There was no privacy at all. They lived on the 3rd floor, and clothes and pants were hung everywhere in the corridor, as well as children's diapers. Fu Yujing had just moved in, and an old lady greeted her. "You are the new one, right?" Fu Yujing forced a smile and was about to answer when she saw a little kid wearing open-crotch pants pooping a hot lump in the middle of the corridor, blocking her way. The old lady cursed. "Didn't I tell you to go to the toilet? Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Then she turned around and said to Fu Yujing, "Wait a minute, big sister, I'll be done soon." "Okay, big sister, you step over."
Okay.
After moving the things, Fu Yujing looked around the 1-bedroom apartment. It was very small and backlit, so it was easy for people to live in it and get damp. At night, Fu Yujing thought of what the old lady did during the day, pushed Zhang Fu's arm, and said, "Brother Fu, our family won't be unable to afford toilet paper in the future, right?" She wanted to use corn cobs, and he wouldn't stop her. After decades of marriage, Fu Yujing seemed to understand what Zhang Fu meant. After a few seconds of silence, Fu Yujing asked again, "Brother Fu, how much of your salary is left after paying the rent?" "I've contacted the eldest brother. That rebellious son is finally willing to answer the phone?"
"Yeah."
Zhang Fu paused and said, "He asked someone to find this house, and he also paid the rent. He has paid for 1 year. He will continue to pay after 1 year." "That's it?" Zhang Fu rolled his eyes and said, "We are not old enough to retire yet. It's good enough to be able to pay the rent." Fu Yujing bit his back teeth, obviously dissatisfied. What a rebellious son. "Enough." Zhang Fu interrupted him. "You keep calling me a rebellious son. How have you treated your children differently over the years? Other families value sons over daughters, but you value daughters over sons." Fu Yujing murmured in her heart. Didn't he acquiesce to her doing this? If she wants to blame someone, she can only blame the Qiao family for not doing anything and replacing their own daughter. If she hadn't been replaced. Fu Yujing was in a trance for a moment, thinking of Qiao Yu, who hadn't been replaced and grew up under her lap. Qiao Yu's character was not only appreciated by the old man, but also by Zhang Zhan. Although she was a little vicious, she had skills and was much better than a fool. Besides, a good environment would not cultivate a vicious mind. If she and Xiao Yu had been in love for more than 10 years. Oh, I can't think about it. The more I thought about it, the more I wanted to cut the Qiao family into pieces. Zhang Fu said again, "It's fine to support Zhang Bauer, but you also support a strange man for such a long time. Zhang Zhan and Zhang Zhou didn't spend that much of my salary. Do you think the two brothers would be angry if they knew about it?" Fu Yujing didn't say anything. "Zhang Fu. Zhang Zhan will pay for the rent in the future. When we reach retirement age, he will also give more. As for the rest, don't think about it." Fu Yujing's chest seemed to be clenched tightly. She felt pain. Her biological child was not close to her, and her adopted child was still an ungrateful person. Years of hard work have gone to waste. When he gets old, he probably won't be able to live like a human being. Her nose felt sour and blocked. "We are his biological parents. So what? How many times did you hold him when you were a child?" "Okay, my salary is enough for our daily expenses. If you want to live at the same level as before, forget it. If Zhang Bauer comes back to ask you for money, think about the consequences of giving it to her. Not only will she not remember your efforts, but she will also compare you with her biological parents." As if thinking of the scene at that time, Zhang Fu's chest felt tight. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he said sarcastically, "The little money you paid is not as much as the contribution of her relatives squatting in the fence yard." Doesn't Zhang Fu love Zhang Bauer? Of course he does. He is a little indifferent and strict to his two sons because they are boys and will be the backbone of a family in the future, so he is a little strict. He will show rare kindness to his only daughter. So no matter how differently Fu Yujing treats him, he will turn a blind eye and acquiesce. The deeper the love, the more painful it is when being stabbed in the back. So much so that he didn't recover for several days after Zhang Bauer got married. Go to bed early. Yeah. Fu Yujing also felt depressed. On the other hand, Zhang Bauer had a good time in the first few days after marrying Meng Jianjun. Although Meng Jianjun disliked her baldness, she had a very delicate skin and a good figure, and they had a very enjoyable time in bed. They could find their own points. They had a tacit understanding and were relaxed with each other, so the newlyweds naturally temporarily eliminated their previous grievances. But when it was time to return home, as expected, an accident happened. Meng Jianjun brought a generous gift, followed by Zhang Bauer, who felt guilty. Meng Jianjun knocked on the door with a smile and just shouted, "Father-in-law, son-in-law." "Who are you?" The door opened, and there were unfamiliar faces. The old lady looked a little mean. "Shouldn't we ask you this? Who are you?" The neighbors were waiting for the son-in-law of the Zhang family to return home in 3 days to watch the show. The neighbor explained to Meng Jianjun, "Is it the son-in-law of the Zhang family?" Meng Jianjun then looked at the neighbor and shouted, "Sister-in-law, do you know what happened to my father-in-law's family? Your father-in-law, the school expelled him. Fortunately, he found a temporary job, and his eldest son rented a house for him, so he didn't end up on the street." Find a temporary job? The eldest brother-in-law also rented a house for his father-in-law. Meng Jianjun suddenly had an idea. How hard is it to find a job now? Not to mention that it was a professor who was expelled from the school. It must be that the old man of the Zhang family had some connections. He was right to marry Zhang Bauer. Meng Jianjun smiled. Then, sister-in-law, do you know where my father-in-law's family moved to?
This.
The neighbor's eyes fell on Zhang Bauer. The latter turned his head in an instant and avoided his sight guiltily. Meng Jianjun realized that something was wrong. Why didn't his father-in-law tell Zhang Bauer about his move?
It couldn't be. No.
Definitely not. At that time, he saw with his own eyes that Fu Yujing pleaded for this adopted daughter, even at the cost of her dignity as a lady of a scholar. Their family of high-ranking officials was the most noble, willing to handle the mess for Zhang Bauer, even at the cost of bending over backwards. Didn't she love this adopted daughter to the core? Seeing that Meng Jianjun was still deceiving himself, the neighbors reminded him, "Professor Zhang didn't tell us where he moved to, but at least he would tell his relatives, right? Didn't he inform you in advance?" Meng Jianjun froze. Another strange voice came. "Didn't Professor Zhang have a falling out with Zhang Bauer? Why are you back here, Zhang Bauer?" The beautiful dream was torn apart. Meng Jianjun changed his friendly attitude and had a fierce look on his face. He grabbed the man's arm and asked, "What's going on?" The man was frightened by Meng Jianjun's behavior. He stuttered, This is what I overheard from the corner." He didn't hear the cause, but he heard the result, and Zhang Bauer's remarks that her adoptive parents didn't treat her as well as her biological parents, which led to the breakup of the two sides. The neighbors also ate melons happily. After eating, they looked at Zhang Bauer with a hard word. She is really an ungrateful person.
Contempt.
How the Zhang couple treated Zhang Bauer was obvious to everyone in the compound. What was the result? The couple abandoned their biological daughter and were not close to their biological son. How much did they pay for this adopted daughter? Even though they were in chaos all the way, they still worried about her marriage. But this was the result. Zhang Bauer staggered back half a step. Even though she felt that she was not wrong, she could not bear these gazes. Her face turned pale, and she began to defend herself. "They did not treat me as their own daughter. They wanted to get rid of me as soon as possible and find some ugly girls to make up the number. They withheld the betrothal gift at the beginning and did not even give the dowry in the end. That's why I spoke without restraint." Meng Jianjun's expression changed again and again. It was fine that he was abandoned by the Zhang couple, but he did not even bring 500 yuan. No wonder he said on his wedding night that his salary had not been paid, and he had to compensate Lin Xiaofang with his savings for many years. He hoped that she would take some betrothal gifts to deal with the emergency, but she refused to give it. He thought she minded that he was cheating on her, and he was still thinking about using time to influence her feelings. She and her adoptive parents have already broken up. Meng Jianjun walked out of the yard quickly. Zhang Bauer looked at his back as he left without saying goodbye, and she panicked and hurriedly followed him. "Brother Jianjun, wait for me." There was another good show to watch. The neighbors and the young man who had been eavesdropping quickly followed. At the same time, there were also the families of the second-rate people. Although they didn't like the families of these death row prisoners, they didn't delay to watch the fun together and share resources. "Why are you here again? Didn't we say that Professor Zhang and his wife moved away? Someone in your hospital must know where they moved to. If you ask me, this matter started because of Zhang Bauer. Didn't she get married? Why are you looking for Professor Zhang and his wife? Why don't you go to Zhang Bauer's current husband's house to make trouble?" Then where does she live? Isn't this a coincidence? We were just about to go to her place to watch the fun. What did that witch do again? The neighbors hurriedly explained. Meng Jianjun returned home and began to search through the dowry that Zhang Bauer brought.
No.
Still nothing. There was no 500 yuan and no dowry. All of them were Zhang Bauer's private property. Although these things are worth a few dollars when resold, it is not what he expected. He fell to the ground and stared at the ceiling blankly for a while. Zhang Bauer followed him back and saw that the room was in a mess. She cried, "What are you doing?" Meng Jianjun looked at Zhang Bauer, and a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. "Why are you crying? Do you really think I married you because I have feelings for you? I married the Zhang family behind you."
Idiot.
Some people gathered at the door, and he suppressed the dark thoughts in his heart. Zhang Bauer's eyes widened. "Meng Jianjun, you have no conscience. Do you have a conscience? If you had a conscience, you wouldn't be maintaining your engagement while secretly dating me. How dare you say that I'm sorry for you? Aren't we the same? I'm not as bad as you say. Didn't I cancel the engagement for you? Did you do that for me? You retreated to gain sympathy from the Zhang couple because your identity was revealed, in order to have a better life in the Zhang family. Zhang Bauer, what do you want me to say about you? You had a good hand at the beginning, but you beat it to pieces, leaving nothing behind. If I were you, I would definitely stick to the Zhang family, instead of having a brain attack and falling out with them. And you say that adoptive parents are not as good as family members. Your biological parents are in prison because of their own fault. If your own brother didn't rely on you to survive, would he take risks for you?
You were not taken by mistake.
You have been lying on the ground facing the earth for a long time. You were trained by your biological parents to be a money loser who only knows how to empty your husband's house to supplement your mother's house. Oh no. Even if you didn't grow up in the Qiao family, you're still a fool. At this point, Meng Jianjun and Zhang Bauer began a cold war. Their sweet newlywed life lasted only 3 days. The people who followed to watch the fun explained to Meng Jianjun's neighbors what Zhang Bauer did before she got married. The people living in this tube building are all from the soy sauce factory, and many people are watching Meng Jianjun's fun. I thought Meng Jianjun's family was so good. Huh. Now he has lost both his wife and his army. Meng Jianjun was driven out of the compound by his stepfather after he got married. His stepfather probably saw his short-sightedness and predicted that he would not achieve anything. He treated him as a dog after years of raising him. Meng Jianjun thought that things would change in the future.
Now,
he can't rely on his stepfather. His father-in-law has been offended by a fool, and his ex-girlfriend's father is staring at him in the factory workshop. He can't move an inch. It's not good for your health if you hold the anger in your chest for a long time, so you should vent it on Zhang Bauer, right? The household expenses these days were all borrowed from the factory employees, and now he was in debt. He could only focus on the things Zhang Bauer brought. Zhang Bauer seemed to realize something, hugged the things tightly, and said in a panic, "What are you going to do? These are all mine. You can't touch them." "What do you mean yours and mine? If you marry me, they are all mine." Zhang Bauer was kicked away. With a thud, she felt that one of her ribs was broken. Life seemed to be more difficult than before she got married. She remembered the 2 slaps her adoptive parents gave her. Compared with Meng Jianjun's desperate efforts, those 2 slaps were nothing. Seeing the man pick up her clothes, wrapped her watch, various small items, and even the colorful rubber rings, she felt a little regretful. Meng Jianjun sold Zhang Bauer's pile of things, paid off the debt, and there was still a surplus, which he held in his hands. He was not happy in the factory. Lin Xiaofeng passed the application and was transferred to another workshop. She could not meet in the canteen at noon, and usually her father would take the food home to eat. Lin Xiaofeng's father, Director Lin, was always watching him, waiting for him to make a mistake. As for other people, they just didn't care. What impact would the loss of a temporary worker in the workshop have on them? The employees who lent him money originally saw that he married a wife from a wealthy family and wanted to wait for Meng Jianjun to become rich in the future. Who knew that what happened when he returned home 3 days later would spread throughout the factory in an instant? The employees who lent him money were still worried that they would not get the money back, but they didn't expect to get it back so soon. After getting it back, these employees changed their faces to Meng Jianjun and didn't say a word. Who is responsible for all this? Isn't it the idiot at home? He was so sick that he took the money to maintain the relationship and wanted to find another way. If he couldn't rely on a woman, couldn't he find out something else? As for Zhang Bao's life or death, he only went back at noon, prepared a meal for her, and ran away. So Zhang Bao only had one meal a day, which was only coarse grain rice and a little pickled vegetables, without any meat or fresh vegetables. How could she survive the hunger? Before getting married, she wanted to maintain her figure, so she ate less. Although she was hungry, she was not so hungry that she had stomach acid. There was no other way. Zhang Bao could only drink water to fill her stomach. She thought about lying down, doing nothing, and relying on that meal to avoid starvation. But Meng Jianjun allowed her to eat for free. The house was not cleaned, the clothes were not washed, the housework was not done, and even that meal was not given. Slowly, Zhang Bao became obedient. She was also a cheap bone. The Zhang family had good food and drink, gave her money and tickets, and raised her up. She didn't think the Zhang family was good. But Meng Jianjun gave her one meal a day and tamed her, but she became submissive and felt that marrying a chicken follows the chicken, and marrying a dog follows the dog. Not long after, the big face that used to be filled with meat and looked a bit youthful was so poorly fed and clothed and had to do housework that it quickly became thinner and lost collagen. She became one of the ordinary women in Beijing. How could she still be energetic? Seeing her like this, Meng Jianjun was even more reluctant to go home and fooled around everywhere. He really found a way. On the other side, Zhang Zhan returned to the army, and it was Qiao Yu's turn to play chess with Grandpa Zhang. Hearing the report of the recent situation, Qiao Yu smiled, took the first step, and made a move without regret. It's time to close the net. Grandpa Zhang sighed. If she had been educated by the Zhang family since childhood, why would she marry a second married officer with such a powerful aura? Grandpa Zhang remembered what his eldest grandson said before he left, and now he couldn't help but persuade. Xiaoyu, do you listen to your eldest brother? I will raise the two children Dawei and Xiaoyong, and your eldest brother will introduce you to a better first married officer. Let's talk about it later.
Yeah.
Grandpa Zhang sighed. Xiaoyu thought, marry another officer? You have to give birth to a baby yourself? How painful it would be. Besides, how many men would be more responsible than Lao Zhou? Meng Jianjun frequently went in and out of a fixed casino and wanted to find out more, but he was caught in the act. Meng Jianjun. Let me go. I was wronged. I was just passing by. No one listened. The casino was busted. During the days of detention, Meng Jianjun found out that the people in the gambling den were all vagrants. Because they had been in contact with each other, they all said the same thing. One was to cheat money, and the other was to cheat people like him who wanted to get information. Therefore, the information he had found out about the vacancies of formal workers was all fake. Not only that, he also paid a fine. He wanted to get information and invested a lot of money, but in the end, all the little he had was fined. When he returned to the factory, the bulletin board also expelled him. Who made him get involved in gambling before the storm of playing 2 games was over, and he was detained for a few days. Director Lin applauded and ordered an extra meal in the cafeteria at noon. Then, he was teased by his sister-in-law who was serving food. Old Lin, once he leaves, your daughter can come to the canteen, right? I haven't seen your daughter for a few days, and I miss her a lot. Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. Xiaofang is fine. She has come out of it. Her mother is looking for a new partner for her. Meng Jianjun came to the canteen to get his last meal, and heard his former father-in-law's evaluation of him. His face turned pale and blue. Director Lin turned around and saw Meng Jianjun. He was only surprised for a moment, without much expression, and walked away hurriedly. Meng Jianjun lowered his head, thinking that the surprise in Director Lin's eyes was surprise that he was here, not surprise that he heard what he said. He gave the same money and tickets, but the food he got was less than before. He looked at the canteen lady and said, if you have the guts, go ahead and make a fuss. See if the factory will make a decision for you. Meng Jianjun finished his last meal in the factory and left without looking back. He went to his stepfather's house. His biological mother didn't even open the door. She just said, Jianjun, your uncle has treated you well. I rely on your uncle. How can I help you? Your uncle fought hard to get you that job. If you behave yourself, you can still get by, but you are just like your father, too stubborn. Your father lost his life because of his stubbornness, and you lost your job because of your stubbornness. You should change your temper, Jianjun. After saying so much, she still refused to help him. On his way to leave, he was thinking, who else can help? How can he eat and drink without savings, job, or money? The rent for the house was only paid for 1 month. Someone from the street office came and saw that Meng Jianjun was not at home, so they had to inform Zhang Bauer of the notice. Your wife has lost her job now. If you continue to stay in the city, you will only be treated as a migrant worker. We suggest that you go to the countryside, to Comrade Meng Jianjun's hometown. Of course, if you continue to stay in the city, your household registration will be moved to the countryside. Zhang Bauer's lips trembled. Then, what about me? The staff rolled his eyes. Do you have a job? If not, move with your wife. When Meng Jianjun came back, he saw Zhang Bauer sitting in the living room. He kicked the shoes at his feet. Did you not slack off today? Zhang Bauer turned her head stiffly and met Meng Jianjun's gaze. Someone from the street office is here. Both of us are unemployed, and our household registration will be forcibly moved to your hometown. When did you lose your job? Meng Jianjun froze and took the initiative. When did you lose it? It's all your fault. If I had married Xiaofeng, I would have been a regular employee by now. At worst, if you had maintained a good relationship with the Zhang family, I would not have been desperate and caught, and even lost my temporary job. You are still putting the blame on me? Meng Jianjun, do you have a conscience? Conscience. If you have a conscience, why don't you show gratitude to your adoptive parents? You. As if thinking of something, Meng Jianjun looked at Zhang Bauer. There is only one way now. What way? Seeing his attitude change, he didn't bother to argue. The most important thing now is not to go to the countryside. Bauer, for us not to go to the countryside, not to be old farmers who work hard all their lives and still can't even have a few bites of food. Go and beg your adoptive parents. Zhang Bauer wiped her tears. Why did I marry you? Is this a compromise? Meng Jianjun instantly ignored her figure that was obviously not as good as before she got married, and whispered in her ear. Zhang Bauer blushed and acted like a little girl. Why are you so bad? Women don't love men who are not bad, haha. He hugged her in his arms. After a while of tenderness, Zhang Bauer said, but we don't know where our parents are. That's a problem. Zhang Bauer suddenly had an idea, as if she had thought of something, and said, I have a way. Meng Jianjun raised his eyebrows slightly. What can you do? You're looking down on people. Before I married you, in order to please Dad, I went with him to visit his college classmates. Those who treated us kindly might not tell us the whereabouts of our parents, but those who turned against Dad or even had a bad attitude would definitely tell us. Meng Jianjun lowered his head to hide the flash of gloom. This woman, when she is stupid, she is really stupid, and when she is bad to the core. She is indeed the product of that country girl. But now she has some value again. Meng Jianjun put his arm around her waist and smacked his lips. Our Bauer is still smart. We will set off tomorrow. So soon? There is no money at home, and I have lost my job. My colleagues and stepfather and mother-in-law all dislike me. Not to mention helping them, I can't even see them in person. I will have to go hungry tomorrow. Find out where they are as soon as possible and ask my parents-in-law for help as soon as possible. Zhang Bauer was still uneasy, but I had a falling out with my parents before I got married.
Bauer.
Meng Jianjun combed her sparse hair with his fingers. After all, you have had feelings for them for more than 10 years. How can a few emotional words wipe them out? Especially my mother-in-law, she must be reluctant to let you go. For our future, I will let you bear the injustice and beg my mother-in-law. Okay, I'll try. Their plan was good at first. They also successfully found the current address of Zhang Fu and his wife. But Zhang Bauer's words before she got married really broke Fu Yujing's heart. Now, when she heard Zhang Bauer's voice, she didn't open the door. Mom, I'm back. Please open the door and let us in. Zhang Bauer kept knocking on the door. At first, it was nothing. After a long time, it caused a stir among the neighbors. Before Fu Yujing was hospitalized, the wall could prevent Zhang Bauer from entering the house, but each family in the tube building was separated by only one wall. If she didn't open the door, wouldn't it be disturbing the neighbors? Fu Yujing opened the door with a sullen face. As soon as the door opened, she saw Zhang Bao's face, which had been visibly thinner in just a few days.
She was shocked.
Zhang Bao touched her cheek. Even though her sparse hair was combed up and covered with charcoal, a closer look could still show the abnormality. As for where the money came from, she got 40.68 yuan from selling old things before she got married. Fortunately, she was careful and buried the money on the second day of her wedding so that Meng Jianjun didn't find it. She tried many folk remedies, but they didn't work. The more anxious people are to achieve something, the less likely they are to achieve their goals. So until now, no hair has grown in the bald area. Coupled with the skinny and round face, it looks even more unsightly. Even Fu Yujing forgot her previous unhappiness when she saw it, and murmured, "How did you become like this?" Zhang Bao obviously misunderstood. Thinking that her adoptive mother was concerned about her, she quickly showed weakness. "Mom, Brother Jianjun has lost his job. We have no savings and are about to eat dirt. Please help us." Fu Yujing came to her senses. No matter how confused she was, she understood her and Zhang Fu's current situation. Helping Zhang Bao would mean that the couple would have to suffer. The key point was this help worth it? Not worth it. Zhang Bao hadn't taken her and Zhang Fu's efforts to heart for more than 10 years. Could she change her temper after marriage? What's more, she loved her well-behaved daughter. Not her daughter, who now looked like a ghost and couldn't hide her eyes from scheming against her. "You want money?" Zhang Bao nodded quickly. Fu Yujing turned her head away. "No."
"What?"
Zhang Bao paused, realized that her voice had risen and her attitude was wrong, so she lowered her voice and said, "How could there be no money?" Then, Zhang Bao began to look around. The tube-shaped building has a public toilet and stove, and there is no privacy at all. The house where her adoptive parents live is also small, not as good as the room she lived in before she got married. After a flash of disgust in her heart, she glanced at the furnishings. However, her adoptive mother's previous habit of cultivating sentiments has been retained, and this small house looks different from that of ordinary people. Fu Yujing followed the line of sight of her adopted daughter and did not miss the disgust in her eyes, and her heart was disappointed again. "Mom, just help us. I know my eldest brother and second brother will not ignore you. Brother Jianjun and I have it so hard." Zhang Bao wiped her tears, but she lowered her head for a long time without shedding tears. Fortunately, her adoptive mother couldn't see it. Meng Jianjun had been observing the details of the two, especially Fu Yujing's attitude towards Zhang Bao. The more he observed, the more depressed he felt. Thinking of the grand words this idiot said before marrying him, if it were him, wouldn't he have been beaten up? To be fair, the Zhang family still let Zhang Bao take away the things they had spent on her over the years, which was already the most benevolent thing. If one plan didn't work, the second one had to be implemented. Meng Jianjun stepped in personally. "Mother-in-law, I know Bao has broken your and father-in-law's hearts. If we weren't desperate, we wouldn't have the audacity to come to your house and disturb your lives. How about this, mother-in-law? As long as father-in-law agrees to use his connections to introduce a job to our young couple, we will never come to your house to disturb you in the future. Temporary work is also fine." Fu Yujing looked at Meng Jianjun, who pretended to be pious, and smiled. "Why should we introduce jobs to outsiders? Even if we take a step back, Zhang Bao has no blood relationship with us. We don't have to be responsible for her for the rest of her life, and her household registration has been moved out after she got married. You disturb us? We won't call the police?" Meng Jianjun still thought Fu Yujing was a brainless housewife. After all, he saw with his own eyes that Fu Yujing broke her bones for Zhang Bao. It must be that Zhang Bao hurt these two old guys too deeply. "Mother-in-law." Fu Yujing picked up the broom and swept at the feet of the two. The couple jumped and dodged and retreated out of the house. "Fu Yujing, if you disturb the people again, I will report to the police. Zhang Bao has nothing to do with us. On the contrary, we have done enough for her. She is not motivated and doesn't remember our kindness." Then don't blame us for being ruthless. Fu Yujing slammed the door mercilessly. Meng Jianjun gritted his teeth. Zhang Bauer was dumbfounded. How could Fu Yujing do this to her? How could he do this to her? Didn't Fu Yujing claim to be the one who loved her the most? Wasn't a relationship of more than 10 years fake? Don't parents unconditionally tolerate their children? On the way back, Zhang Bauer was so angry that she kicked the stones on the roadside and pulled out the weeds, muttering, "The Zhang Fu couple are so fake. They treat me well because I am well-behaved and obedient. Once they find out that I have no blood relationship with them, I will not recognize them if I am no longer well-behaved. I have never seen such parents, too cold-blooded. They are not as good as my biological parents and my younger brother." Enough. The veins on Meng Jianjun's forehead were throbbing violently, and his eyes were vicious. "Since you like your relatives so much, go find them. Why are you still staying in Beijing?" Zhang Bauer was speechless instantly. Who would want to go to that place? They are hungry and cold, worse than the vagrants in the city. The vagrants may get something to eat if they hang around. Meng Jianjun returned home and thought of selling the furniture. Although these things are old, they can still be worth some money if they're sold. He will see after a few days. At least the street office has notified, and he can go to the countryside again. There is still room for maneuver. The next day, Meng Jianjun took Zhang Bauer to find Fu Yujing again. This time he did not disturb anyone, and he also saw Zhang Fu, who had taken leave at home. Zhang Fu was sitting in the living room. He didn't raise his head when he heard the noise. "Are you here?" Zhang Bauer was so excited to see her adoptive father waiting for her. Her adoptive mother, who always claimed to love her, actually didn't love her that much. But her adoptive father was different. His words were a bit harsh, but wasn't he waiting for her to come now? Besides, he didn't mention changing his last name after the quarrel before getting married. Zhang Bauer instantly let go of her hands and feet and acted as if she was the same as before. She picked up the thermos, opened the lid of the enamel pot, poured herself a cup of hot water, and complained, "Dad, Brother Jianjun and I were here yesterday, but it was a pity that you were not here. You didn't see Mom's attitude towards me. I was so heartbroken. Fortunately, you, Dad, love me. You're waiting for me to go back to my parents' home today, right? Oh, by the way, I haven't eaten well since I got married. I'm so thin because of hunger. Is there any milk powder at home? I'll make a cup to replenish my body." Meng Jianjun. Anyone can see that something is wrong with Zhang Fu. "Want to drink milk powder?" Zhang Fu looked up and said. Zhang Bauer felt that there was something wrong with her adoptive father's eyes, but when she heard the word milk powder, her stomach acid was already secreted. She swallowed and nodded. Zhang Fu's face changed instantly. "Ask your biological parents to buy it for you." Zhang Fu came back from work yesterday and heard Fu Yujing mention what happened during the day. He knew that she couldn't handle the couple, so he took a special leave today to wait. Zhang Bauer is not to be feared. To deal with a man like Meng Jianjun, empty words will definitely not work. Meng Jianjun is like a dogskin plaster. If they don't protest, Meng Jianjun will stick to them endlessly. "Father-in-law, sit down," Zhang Fu said in a sonorous and powerful voice. Zhang Bauer's scalp numbed. Somehow, the adoptive father, who is usually gentle and easy to talk to, in a trance, actually had some of the shadow of Grandpa Zhang. Meng Jianjun had to sit opposite Zhang Fu. The door was closed by Fu Yujing. After all, the next words were not suitable for ordinary people to hear. "You also know what my eldest brother does, right?" Meng Jianjun nodded, a little bewildered. "Why did he bring this up suddenly?" "Zhang Fu. He also rented this house, which shows that if we are wronged, he will not ignore it." As if he knew what he was going to say. "Zhang Fu. My wife was too soft-hearted yesterday and did not fully express our attitude. We don't have any requirements for you. After all, we are not a family. There are only 2 points. I hope you will abide by them. First, take her to change her surname back to Chiao. Second, don't harass my husband and me again. You lost your job because of your own stupidity, and you can still survive in the city. After provoking us, do you think you and your wife can still stay in the city?" Even if you have to go to the countryside, we will make it difficult for you to move in the countryside. Meng Jianjun pulled Zhang Bauer away. Zhang Bauer didn't even drink a sip of hot water. She was dazed the whole time, allowing Meng Jianjun to dominate her. When she ran home, Zhang Bauer burst into tears.
How could Dad do this?
He used the methods he used to deal with outsiders on me. I'm his daughter. How could he be so cruel? She really cried and couldn't stop her tears. She was shivering all over, and she couldn't stop the panic in her heart. On the eve of her wedding, she could still keep a certain calm, but now, she was abandoned and her confidence was really gone. She realized how serious what she said was. But can she be blamed for this? Who wouldn't say a few impulsive words when they are hot-headed? Why not give her a chance to reform? Meng Jianjun recovered, slapped Zhang Bauer and roared, "Cry, cry, just know how to cry. You've cried away all your blessings. Go to the Public Security Bureau with me tomorrow to change your surname." Zhang Bauer said sharply, "I don't want to." The resistance in her heart temporarily ignored the pain on half of her face. Meng Jianjun sneered, "Why? Don't you think your relatives treat you very well? Shouldn't you be happy to change your surname to the same as theirs?" "Should I be happy? Actually, not really. Instead, I felt very depressed." She didn't know why she was resisting. Was she wrong? No, she wasn't wrong. Her adoptive parents were just hypocritical, and they were also fake to her. So, the surname can be changed. She wanted to let her adoptive parents know the price of losing herself. They would no longer have a caring little cotton-padded jacket like her around them to coax them and act coquettishly to them. They only had Zhang Zhan and Zhang Zhou, the two sons who would forget about them after they got married, and Xiaoyu, the vicious daughter who didn't recognize them. Yes, she was right. She changed her surname, and they had nothing to do with her anymore. It was they who would regret it, not her. Meng Jianjun took Zhang Bauer to change their surnames. The couple still wanted to stay in the city as vagrants, but how could Xiaoyu, who was in the dark, agree? She sent someone to secretly watch them and send a message to the street office at a certain time. The couple got in the car and went to Meng Jianjun's hometown. While Xiaoyu was collecting the chess pieces, he asked casually, "Grandpa, how are you going to treat Zhang Fu and his wife?" As for them, the temporary workers are for their own good. Living too luxuriously will easily give way to suspicion. Xiaoyu glanced at Grandpa Zhang and understood immediately. In a few years, it will be a turbulent era. In fact, there have been signs in the past few years. It's just that everyone's focus is on the famine. They can't even get enough food, so how can they pay attention to other things? Xiaoyu straightened her face and said, "Do you need my help, Grandpa?" Grandpa Zhang also met her gaze. After a moment, he laughed. "Ha ha, you are worthy of being my granddaughter, Zhang Hu." Xiaoyu. After laughing enough, Grandpa Zhang, "No need. How long have you been admitted to the Zhang family? Live your own life well."
Xiaoyu nodded. Okay.
If something really happened to the old man, she would not leave it alone. Grandpa Zhang mentioned again, "The adopted granddaughter has changed back to the Qiao family surname. Did you also?" Xiaoyu changed to Zhangyu? Xiaoyu's eyes twitched and said, "Grandpa, Zhangyu is not as good as Xiaoyu." Old Master Zhang met her gaze. Xiaoyu's eyes were clear and frank, and she allowed him to look at her. Old Master Zhang knew in his heart that the child was not lying, and she really felt that calling Xiaoyu was better than calling Zhangyu. He had just recognized his granddaughter, and he didn't want to suppress her with the attitude of an elder, so he didn't mention the matter again. On the other side, Xiao Yaozu was far away on the farm. After a day's work, he was so tired that he lay on a wooden board and couldn't move. He was sent to a farm in the great northern wilderness. Other members and the construction corps had time to rest, but people like them didn't. They were strictly guarded. They worked more than the full work points, but ate less than dogs. Soon, Xiao Yaozu became depressed. He didn't have time to think about his stupid behavior. He didn't have to do anything, and he could have eaten with Qiao Bauer, but here, he still hadn't given her up. As a result, here he came. He didn't write to Qiao Bauer, and the other parties seemed to forget to write to him. He gritted his teeth, which? Who is Qiao Yaozu? Someone is here to see you.
See him?
Who? He and his parents were not sent down together, so it shouldn't be. He saw a strange face. The other party looked at him and said, "Someone asked me to bring you a message." "What message?" "Your sister is getting married."
Oh.
He didn't care who Qiao Bauer married, as long as the hush money was paid. Marrying an old man didn't matter to him. The man said again, "She married a temporary worker." But the temporary worker got into gambling and lost his job, and the two of them moved their household registration to the production team. Qiao Yaozu's face gradually cracked. He said in a hurried voice, "What about the Zhang family? Didn't the Zhang family care about her?" "The Zhang family broke up with her, and she changed her surname back to Qiao." "How is that possible?" "Qiao Bauer might as well have married an old man. This is her current address, and you can send your letters here in the future." Qiao Yaozu reacted after taking it. He clutched the paper in his hand and looked at the man warily. "Who are you?
Why help me?"
"Qiao Yu sent you." The Zhang family and Qiao Bauer have had a relationship for more than 10 years. After the relationship is torn apart, the Zhang family's upbringing will not add insult to injury. So the only one who wants Qiao Bauer to be unhappy is Qiao Yu. He thought of the note before leaving his hometown. It's terrifying to think about it. He was locked up here, and Qiao Bauer's current fate was all manipulated by Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu wants to take revenge on everyone in the Qiao family. It's ridiculous that he still wants Qiao Bauer, that idiot, to help him. Does Qiao Bauer have the ability now? After Qiao Yu is recognized by the Zhang family, what can their Qiao family use to fight Qiao Yu? You are quite smart. The man left after saying this. Qiao Yaozu sat down on the ground dejectedly. His eyes were blank for a while, and he looked at the sagging skin on his abdomen. That was the evidence that he had been fat since childhood and had not recovered after losing weight in a short period of time. It was really ugly. After Qiao Yu got married, she probably wasn't happy, and she was abandoned by the Zhang family. Could he expect to rely on her in the future? He couldn't wait for the reply to the first letter, and the second letter was sent to the new address. The content of the second letter was nothing more than a quarrel, forcing Qiao Bauer to send more money this time to buy out the future contact. He was afraid that Qiao Bauer would not be able to make money in the future. Qiao Bauer had not moved when she received the first letter, so she dug out her own private money and sent 5 yuan. After coming to Mengjianjun as hometown, she received the second letter from her younger brother again after working in the fields for a month. She wiped her tears, kept only 5 yuan, and sent the rest. Every package and letter on the farm has to go through layers of exploitation before it reaches the recipient. This is something Qiao Yaozu, who has just arrived, doesn't know. After getting familiar with the people, Qiao Yaozu looked at the 1 yuan in his hand. He began to curse in his heart, especially when Qiao Bauer mentioned in the letter that he had sent nearly 30 yuan. Qiao Bauer expressed her grievances and helplessness in the letter, but Qiao Yaozu didn't read it, only looked at the nearly 30 yuan. More capitalist than a capitalist. After dealing with the aftermath of the Qiao siblings, Qiao Yu wandered around various places in Beijing. To be honest, there was nothing much to see. Compared to the high-rise buildings of later times, Beijing had more bicycles than other cities, but few vehicles. However, this situation also saved the traffic jam. The ancient buildings were worth her wandering around. She also brought Grandpa Zhang's Polaroid camera to take pictures everywhere. After playing for 2 months, she set off to return to the island after Lao Zhou sent a telegram. Lao Zhou had to go on a mission.
Alas.
Grandpa Zhang asked someone to buy a sleeper berth for Qiao Yu on the return trip. Seeing that she liked taking pictures and her level of taking pictures was not bad, he also gave her the Polaroid camera. Come back often when you have nothing to do.
Yes.
Will you come during the New Year? Qiao Yu, who was less than a few months away from the New Year, didn't want to talk. Grandpa Zhang also said, "You always say that those children are well-behaved, so why don't you bring them over during the New Year? Let's talk about it later." 5 children. Even if they were well-behaved and obedient, she couldn't take care of them alone, especially during the New Year when there were many human traffickers. If Lao Zhou hadn't been on a mission, she would have accepted it immediately. On the return train, she didn't meet anyone to talk to, so she slept all the way. After getting off the train, she went to the bathroom and came out with a lot of bags. She caught the last bus to the beach, but missed the last boat. She had no choice but to take the letter of introduction to a nearby hotel. Hello, comrade, I want to stay for one night. Letter of introduction. Here. After reading the letter of introduction, she paid the money to check in. Maybe she slept too long on the train, causing her tossing and turning at night, and unable to sleep. She sat with the window open for a while, smelling the long-lost sea breeze, and the familiar faces of several children appeared in her mind one by one, but she felt sleepy instead. She fell asleep with a smile. When she woke up, well, the silence was dried. The hotel room was not big, and the bed was next to the window. The result of her sleeping with the window open was that not only the floor was wet, but also the mattress. Fortunately, she only slept for one night. I don't know if it's the same in other rooms. She had breakfast and left in a hurry. She got on the boat and just landed on the island. She saw a few familiar faces on the boat. Although they came from different ways, it didn't affect the greetings. Sister Qiao is back? Oh, with so many bags, you must have brought a lot of good things, right? The June kids must have missed you. Qiao Yu smiled. Really? I miss them too. At this moment, a weird voice interrupted at an inopportune time. If you really miss the children, would you not come back for 2 months? I think you miss the children, but you just say it. It was Yang Hongxia, Bai Yu's lackey. It was bad luck to run into this person just after landing on the island. Qiao Yu wanted to endure it. After all, she had someone in the old man's place. She could force the Qiao siblings into a desperate situation by playing chess casually. She had to do it herself when she got to the island. It was too degrading to quarrel. It was too undignified. The main reason was that she cursed dirty. When Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva practiced deep prajnaparamita, he saw that the 5 aggregates were empty, and he could overcome all sufferings. If she could tolerate it, she would not be Qiao Yu. She spoke to Yang Hongxia's face. Hey, isn't this Annie Yang? How come you look older after 2 months? Bah, it's my mouth that can't speak. Don't blame me, Auntie. I think Auntie must have worried a lot about you, Long Biao. It must be true, otherwise you wouldn't have aged so fast. In terms of loving children, I'm definitely not as good as you, Auntie Yang. Look how much you love your children. Not only is your face old, but you also have big pores. What are pores? It's just that your face is full of pits and bumps. You only care about your children, right? You don't take care of yourself, right? You are a role model for our generation. Applause. She put Yang Hongxia on a high pedestal. To say that Yang Hongxia loves her children is to say that Yang Hongxia is old. Calling her Auntie again and again made Yang Hongxia's face turn pale and blue. What did you say, little witch? Say it again if you dare. Seeing that the other party was about to pull up her sleeves, she was going to fight if she couldn't win the argument. Qiao Yu also took off the large and small bags on her body, smiling. Auntie, you can't win the argument, so you have to fight, right? Okay, I'll accompany you. Anyway, you were the first to fight when we got to the director, and I fought back in self-defense. My old Zhou will not be affected in any way, but your wife is different. Auntie, you have become stupid from taking care of the children, right? We can talk, why bother with hands? Yang Hongxia was so angry that she was about to smoke. She stomped her feet, stepped onto the boat with deep footprints with each step. There was no fight. Qiao Yu felt it was very boring, picked up the large and small bags, and said goodbye to the other sisters-in-law before leaving. The sisters-in-law in the same compound looked at each other in bewilderment. This Qiao Yu. She's getting worse and worse. She's a bit harsh, so she's easy to get into trouble. What trouble? You know what? I like her personality. Everyone gets into trouble, but she doesn't. When Qiao Yu got home, the children had all gone to school. The house was clean, with a few washed clothes hanging on the clothesline and a not unpleasant smell of soap. The chickens had their wings clipped and were kept in a fence. I guess it was built by Lao Zhou. The house was also swept clean, but the cabinets in the master bedroom had lost a lot of food. After she filled them up, she found 2 more large, compacted jars in the kitchen. She opened the lids and saw that in addition to soybean paste, there were also pickled cabbages. In the 1960s, greenhouse vegetables had not yet started to be grown, and everyone ate pickled vegetables during the winter. Xiao Yu's face was not short of juicy vegetables. If Lao Zhou wasn't around, it would be easy for her to fool the children. There were also 2 more military water bottles on the children's beds. It seems that Lao Zhou took note of her words and did something practical. Not bad, worthy of praise. She changed into clean clothes, threw the clothes full of train smell into the foot basin, and knocked on the door of Wang Zhaodi and Zhou Shaozi with a lot of sweet potatoes with sugar and milk powder, and finally went to the director of the Women's Federation. When the director of the Women's Federation saw her coming with an aluminum lunchbox, she said, "You have been away for 2 months this time, and you have caused a lot of gossip in the family compound." Xiao Yu didn't care. Let them talk if they like, I won't lose 2 pieces of meat. The director of the Women's Federation took 2 bites. Why did it taste exactly the same as last time? She didn't think much, just said, "You haven't fallen behind in your studies? Can you get a high school diploma?" Xiao Yu, "Of course you can." Seeing her like this, the director of the Women's Federation said, "Why don't you try to take the college entrance examination?" Xiao Yu thought, it's only 60 years now, it's still a long way from the turbulent era and getting a college diploma. It's not impossible. In this era, college diplomas are valuable. Job assignments are guaranteed. Xiao Yu instantly became alert. Is there a university on the island that I can go to? Director, you also know that I have many children at home, and I can't leave them alone. Hearing what she said, the director of the Women's Federation couldn't help rolling her eyes. Can't leave them alone. You've been away for 2 months. There is no university on the island, but there is one in the nearby city. If you really want to go to university, it is most convenient to live on campus. Just come back once a week. Anyway, you are not here. I don't see that Xiao Zhou doesn't take care of the children. Zhou Jun takes good care of his younger brothers. Xiao Yu is not ashamed but proud. Fortunately, Jun's child is mine, which saves me a lot of worry. The director of the Women's Federation glanced at her and was speechless. He was too lazy to say anything to her and drove her away. Xiao Yu didn't care much. Women comrades of this era are relatively strong-willed. They take care of both the home and the outside world, serve their husbands and children well, and finally get sick from exhaustion. She is different. When Lao Zhou is here, Lao Zhou is the pillar of the family. When Lao Zhou is not here, Jun's child is the commander who takes care of the children at home. As for her, she gave her children enough food and let them grow up wildly. She was also strong-willed, strong in words and strong in the belief that no one could take advantage of her or cheat her. Thinking about this, she returned home. She scooped a few spoonfuls of coarse grains, washed them and threw them into the pot, cut some vegetables, and threw them in after the coarse grain porridge was cooked. She also put bamboo steamed slices on top and cut 2 bowls of bacon. Old Zhou was a person of this era, and he probably couldn't bear to give his children too good food. She was different. From now on, every time she went home, she would prepare a good meal for the children. Even if she couldn't cook something with a strong smell of oil smoke, she could take out cooked food from the space and put it in an aluminum lunchbox. Wouldn't this prevent the smell of meat from leaking from the kitchen? As Xiao Yu was thinking about this, she heard a noise and shouted to the yard. Are you back? Wash your hands and serve the food. Zhou Jun, who was holding Xiaoyong's hand, paused and then quickly pulled his younger brother to the faucet. Seeing Xiao Yu's back in the kitchen, Zhou Jun shouted, Aunt, you're back? Xiao Yu smiled and turned her head. You're back. Hurry up and eat. Let's talk after we finish eating. One after another, other children also came back. In this day and age, transportation is not convenient, and many of the things children learn are told by adults after they have gone on a long trip. Xiao Yu's mouth is good at talking, and now she tells the children what she has seen and heard in Beijing in the form of a story. The children listen with relish, and even slow down the speed of eating meat. Seeing this, Xiao Yu said, Eat first, and I will continue after you finish eating. Hearing this, The children ate quickly. Xiaoyong, who finished eating last, was stuffed into his mouth by his brothers, one holding a bowl and the other holding a spoon. Xiaoyong had no doubt that if his brothers could control their teeth, they would also have to open and close quickly up and down, and then push it into his throat. After eating, it was Zhou Wen's turn to wash the dishes. Knowing Zhou Wen's speed, the other children quickly joined the array of washing dishes and waited to listen to the story. Xiaoyu smiled and then described the second floor of the old man's house. Terrazzo floor, refrigerator, shower. After that, he mentioned Tiananmen Square, the Great Wall, the Forbidden City. In case the children's imagination was not enough, Xiaoyu finally took out the photos he had taken. Clang clang. Xiaoyu, look, I have taken all the photos and brought them to you. These are the buildings I mentioned. This one is your great-grandfather and uncle. Great-grandfather? Uncle. Relatives from mother/aunt. Are they also their relatives? Xiaoyu, it's a pity that Lao Zhou has to do a mission. Otherwise, it's almost the new year, and I would have to take you with me to your great-grandfather's house to celebrate the new year. TSK, I can use your great-grandfather's refrigerator to make you some cream popsicles, and there is also a shower, so you don't have to boil water to take a shower. It's very convenient. The children were yearning after hearing this. The stack of photos was passed from one person to another, and those who had seen them watched them repeatedly, for fear of missing any details. Zhou Jun suddenly looked up and asked, Aunt, is this a gift for us? Xiaoyu nodded, of course. Your great-grandfather also gave me a lot of money and notes so that we can have good food at home in the future. Oh, by the way, he also gave me a Polaroid. When old Zhou comes back, we will take a family photo. Polaroid? Xiaoyu, it's a camera. The children's faces were all red, and they cheered excitedly. After sharing the photos, the children returned to their rooms and couldn't sleep. The next day, Zhou Wu was the most arrogant in the school. Have you seen Tiananmen Square? Have you seen the Great Wall and the Forbidden City?
I have. Do you want to see them?
So, the photos made Zhou Wu the leader of the gangsters in the school. As for Zhou Jun, he was more reserved. When he heard that a classmate came to inquire about the photos, he nodded and said, You can see them, but I can't lend them to you.
Just stand by my desk and look at them.
Others had no objections. Zhou Wen was silent and silent. He himself hadn't seen enough. He wouldn't let him see them. It was Dawei's turn.
Dawei, next time.
The next time came. Dawei, next time. The next time will never come. Xiaoyu prepared the materials, stayed at home, and started to practice questions, preparing to take the college entrance examination next year after getting a high school diploma. After 6 months of rest, she gained some weight, and after a few months of inactivity, her face and figure finally returned to normal. She used to be a thin beauty, but now she can be called a stunning beauty. It's a pity that stunning beauty can talk. It's a pity that stunning beauty has a loud voice. Her already fair skin color became more radiant and full, so transparent that it seemed unreal. Unknowingly, the new year was approaching, and she had to buy some New Year's goods, so she went out. When she went out, she gave people a sense of unreality just by standing in the wind. Others wearing coats would be too strong if they were fat, and thinner would look thin, but she was like a straight tree in the cold wind, standing upright, and her back alone was very artistic, which made people look at her sideways. Oh, the coat was made in Beijing, and the style and pattern were very new. Not only coats, but also summer clothes, some of which are in the master bedroom closet, and some are put away. Girl, do you want to take a ride? The second half of the sentence stopped abruptly. Xiao Zhao's beating heart also stopped abruptly. Not only that, it almost stopped suddenly. Xiaoyu was surprised to meet Xiao Zhao by chance, and she spoke in a loud voice. Oh, it's Xiao Zhao. Give me a ride. Sorry to bother comrade Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao said expressionlessly, no trouble. Xiaoyu just opened the car door and got in the car and saw 2 more people in the back seat, Yang Hongxia and Baiyu. Enemies meet on a narrow road. The military wife in the passenger seat looked familiar, but they didn't talk for a few words. The car was too quiet. Xiaoyu was feeling stuffy and wanted to open the window to get some fresh air, but she realized something was wrong. She looked along her line of sight and met Baiyu's face that sympathized with her. This by Lian sympathized with her. Is she sick? Xiao Yu. Comrade Bai Yu. What's wrong? Comrade Xiao. Bai Yu quickly restrained his expression and said, Please be normal when you see me next time. Although I have raised 5 children, they are all sensible and do not need your sympathy. Bai Yu. She thought of Xiao Yu's life experience, which was indeed much easier than her own. No more words. She looked out the window and recalled the past. Zhou Tuan in her previous life died after going on a mission at this time. How could she support 3 children alone? In the end, she was deserted by everyone. Although it was immoral not to remind Xiao Yu, who made him live too rampantly and not get along with her. Who knows? She reminded him with good intentions, but he thought she was cursing Zhou Tuan. If you want to blame someone, blame him for being too arrogant and accidentally offending many people. Without Zhou Tuan, Lu Hongjun should have sailed through the wind and waves. In the 1960s, whether in the south or the north, dumplings must be made during the new year. There was some frozen bacon at home, and she bought some seafood to make a special seafood dumpling. When she was picking shrimps, she looked up, and Bai Yu and the other person who was with her were busy with their own things. It was good that there was no one to do something. Anyway, she would beat 1 for each one, and a pair for 2. After picking, she would return without delay. Xiao Yu had just finished chopping the meat filling when she heard a little soldier running over in a hurry. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law Xiao. Here you come. What are you yelling about? Xiao Yuan also rushed to the gate of the courtyard. Almost bumped into someone. The little soldier panted twice and whispered, Sister-in-law. Zhou Tuan is dying. Go and see him. He wants to see you for the last time and tell you about the funeral. Zhou Zan held a high position on the island, and the death notice was kept confidential before it was confirmed, so no matter how anxious the little soldier was, he had to control his emotions and lower his voice. Xiao Yu's heart skipped a beat. No wonder her eyelids have been twitching recently. Lead the way, she said vigorously. She could run as fast as the little soldier. After arriving at the military hospital, armed guards surrounded the inside and outside tightly, especially the door of the ward, which was strictly guarded. The brigade commander came out tiredly, saw Xiao Yu, and said, Are you here? Let us go in together. Xiao Yu nodded heavily. Zhou Zan, lying on the operating table, was barely breathing. The brigade commander said from the side, If the old Chinese doctor in the city was still alive, he wouldn't be like this. Is there any hope? With the current Western medicine technology, Chinese medicine may not be able to help. Well, let me do it. What? I know Chinese medicine, I'll do it. Zhou Zan slowly opened his eyelids. His long eyelashes drooped a little, a sign of extreme fatigue. His eyes were not as energetic as when they first met, but he was still looking at her hard and firmly. Comrade Xiao Yu. I call you Lao Zhou. You should call me Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. What's the matter? She chatted with him while giving him acupuncture. The most taboo during the treatment is for the patient to give up his life, so she had to keep talking to him. If he had something to explain, then he must not finish explaining it now. Send Zhou Jun and the other 3 back. Don't let them drag you down. Xiao Yu focused his eyes on the hand and said, Lao Zhou, your voice is too soft. Speak louder. Old Zhou forced himself to repeat it 3 times before he finished explaining. The strange thing is, his body didn't feel so heavy after he finished speaking. Also, he seemed to see Xiao Yu busying about something. Zhou Zan, who was about to die, only saw Xiao Yu's face, and the rest of the environment, including Xiao Yu's neck and below, was blurry. Xiao Yu, anything else? Apart from Zhou Jun's 3 children, is there anything else you want to explain? Taking advantage of his last breath, Zhou Zan continued, You are a good girl. Fortunately, we didn't get along for long. After I die, you can take the pension. Live a good life, and I wish you happiness. What? What did you say? I can't hear you. Speak louder. Zhou Zan repeated it more than a dozen times. The brigade commander on the side. Xiao Yu, anything else? Any last wishes? She had already opened her chest to remove the bullet. The bullet was close to the heart and could not be removed smoothly due to current medical equipment. Zhou Zhan saw his mother and eldest brother in a trance and returned to his childhood life in the countryside. Take my ashes back to the production team and give them to my mother.
Oh, this.
This is very important. Xiao Yu thought he had to make the other party repeat it at least 100 times so that it would be difficult for him to die. In fact, Xiao Yu did so. The brigade commander, who watched the whole process again. Well, after it was over, Zhou Zhan slowly closed his eyes. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief and patted him on the shoulder. Old Zhou, it's okay. The 3 Junwazi still have a father, and I don't have to take your ashes back to the production team and remarry. Zhou Zhan, The voice of the brigade commander came. Zhan, you have a good rest. If you have any needs, tell the guards. I will come to see you tomorrow. Xiao Yu, well, I'm tired too. I'll go back to cook and see you tomorrow. Zhou Zhan. He opened his eyelids and glanced at the pure white ceiling. So, he is not dead. It was still daytime when he went out, and it was already afternoon when he returned home. He originally thought that the kitchen at home would be waiting for him to clean up, but there were dumplings in the pot. The cute little Yuan Bao, white and chubby, waved at her happily. She picked up the dumplings and put them on the pot cover, preparing to boil water for the dumplings. She saw a piece of paper on the side and read it while the water boiled. Zhou Jun, Aunt, the uncle in the yard said that you have something to do at noon and can't come back, so we will make the dumplings ourselves. We have eaten all of them. You usually eat less. We are afraid that you are not enough, so we have left 12. After 11, she had a satisfied manner. She felt that she had the spring and autumn. Xiao Yu gave a thumbs up. Zhou Jun's shy smile widened, and for the first time, his nervousness faded away, revealing the sharp corners of confidence. Xiao Yu, by the way, can you help your aunt prepare the stuffing tomorrow? Are we still eating pork tomorrow? You can't eat it tomorrow. Your dad is in the hospital and needs to be supplemented. I made it specially for him. Dad is in the hospital? Zhou Wu didn't care about eating and said, Aunt, is Dad injured? Is it serious? Facing the anxious eyes of the children, Xiao Yu smiled and said, It's okay. Maybe he needs to be recuperated at home for a while then. June kid, you have a heavy burden, and your aunt won't let you tire in vain. Save the extra money yourself, and you can spend it however you want. Zhou Jun frowned. Aunt, no need to give more money. I should do my part. Xiao Yu waved her hand. One thing is one thing. Zhou Jun wanted to say something else, but a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Xiao, sister, are you there? Hearing Wang Zhaodi's voice, Xiao Yu went to open the gate of the courtyard personally. Sister-in-law Wang, why are you here? Didn't you ask the people from the market to bring fresh seafood to the island at noon? I saw it and paid for you. Is that so? Thank you, sister-in-law Wang. If it weren't for you, I guess these fresh seafood would have been taken back by the members. Isn't that just a hassle? Sister-in-law Wang, you helped both sides instantly with your money. Xiao Yu said nicely and paid the money back. Wang Zhaodi felt relieved when she heard it, and her smile became more sincere. Her mother-in-law still thought she was meddling in other people's business? Who wouldn't like to talk to such a talkative and knowledgeable person? Wang Zhaodi seemed to have thought of something and asked, Is your old Zhou okay? Did it spread so quickly in the courtyard? That's right. Zhou Zhan is out of danger, so there is no need to hide the news. You knew it so soon? My husband saw your old Zhou being carried back. The news originally only spread in the army. Now that your old Zhou has woken up, there is no need to hide it from us family members. However, there are regulations from above that other people are allowed to visit only after Zhou Tuan has 3 days of rest. Xiao Yu. Okay, it's no big deal.
No.
Retirement? Xiao Yu understood what the other party meant and shook her head. On the other side, after the news of Zhou Tuan's hospitalization became widely known, Bai Yu's eyes were empty, and she fell on the bed. How could it be? How could it be? Shouldn't the news of Zhou Tuan's death spread in the compound in a few days? Shouldn't Zhou Tuan's pension come soon? After so many years, she should have forgotten it long ago. But at this moment, the face of Zhou Zhan when he died re-echoed in her mind clearly. Zhou Zhan explained to her, Oh no, it was a deal before death. If she promised to raise the 3 children of Zhou Jun, Zhou Wen, and Zhou Wu, then she could get all the pension. Otherwise, the bulk would be sent to Zhou Zan's mother, and she could only get a very small part. With the brigade commander watching from the side, she could only make a choice. She didn't want to bring a burden with her, so she could only take a small part of the pension and leave. From then on, the nightmare began. Otherwise, why did she yell for divorce from a regiment commander and also spread the word that Zhou Zan was not good enough? Why did she dare to go against a regiment commander? She knew that this was a dying man. She only needed to grasp the future, high-ranking Lu Hongjun. Nothing else mattered. If Zhou Zan was not dead, would Lu Hongjun still have a chance to rise? How could Zhou Zan not be dead? But Bai Yu knew the rules here. Since the news of Zhou Zan's hospitalization spread, it revealed that he was still alive. It was almost certain that Zhou Zan was really alive. What about Lu Hongjun? What should she do? What she did before was not digging her own grave. What should I do? What should I do? I don't know if it was because I was too anxious or what, but the headache overwhelmed the discomfort in my abdomen. When she reacted, the obvious red marks at the base of her legs burned her eyes. Lu Hongjun had just come back from getting food and was about to go to the bedroom when he heard a clang and hurriedly quickened his pace. When he opened the bedroom door, he saw Bai Yu lying miserably on the ground, tears and sweat blurred, her face pale and frightening. When she saw him coming, she reached out to grab him. "Hongjun, hurry up, take me to the hospital." Lu Hongjun's eyes were red. He picked her up by the waist and sprinted 800 meters out. The people who were about to say hello, after seeing Lu Hongjun's condition and the pregnant woman in his arms, their faces changed slightly, and they kept silent and quickly made way for him. After Lu Hongjun's figure disappeared, some people whispered, "What happened to Bai Yu?" Looking at Captain Lu's reaction, I guess something happened to the child. Bai Yu didn't do good deeds herself, so the retribution is on the child. Keep your voice down, that's feudal superstition. No one said anything. After all, no matter what, Bai Yu is carrying a life in her belly. The next day, Qiao Yu cooked white rice porridge, put it in an aluminum lunchbox, and pushed her bicycle out when she heard something interesting.
Qiao Mei.
She followed her gaze and saw one of the gossipy ants in the yard. "What's the matter, sister-in-law?" "Xiao Mei, did you know that Bai Yu had an accident yesterday?"
This.
"Sister-in-law, I have been thinking about Lao Zhou's affairs all night. I got up early to cook porridge and prepare to send it to Lao Zhou. I really don't know what's going on in other people's families." Bai Yu gave birth prematurely. The baby was only the size of a palm. They said that it couldn't be saved. "Oh, what a pity, it's a boy." Xiao Yu caught the last sentence and said righteously, "Sister-in-law, you can't say that. The great man said that men and women are equal. What male comrades can do, we female comrades can do too. It doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl. Don't bring up the feudal system of favoring boys over girls." Okay. Seeing that she didn't take it seriously and didn't continue to watch the show, Qiao Yu also whispered, "Fortunately, sister-in-law met me today. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I won't spread it everywhere. Let us not talk about it anymore, sister-in-law. I still have to go to the hospital. Otherwise the porridge will get cold and Lao Zhou, a wounded soldier, will feel uncomfortable drinking it." The sister-in-law quickly made way. Watching Qiao Yu's hurried back as she rode away on her bicycle, the military wife sighed inwardly. Although Bai Yu and Qiao Yu had not had any conflicts in the past 6 months, how many eyes were watching them in the compound? Both of them had the character Yu in their names, and they joked in private that Bai Yu was De Yu and Xiao Yu was Xiao Yu. They were ranked by age. They were all looking to see who would have a better life, De Yu or De Yu, who had married Zhou Tuan before and after. To everyone's disappointment, De Yu had a conflict with Xiao Yu when she returned to the army. Now, the conflict is here again. Zhou Tuan was seriously injured, and De Yu gave birth prematurely. The military wife brought the news because she wanted to see Qiao Yu gloating over the misfortune. Unexpectedly, this girl was still calm, with no change on her face, and she actually took advantage of her. The military wife shook her head. No wonder the military compound was saying that Xiaoyu was a thorn in the side, a hard bone to chew, and no one could take advantage of her. Xiaoyu rode her bicycle with great speed. She greeted the person hurriedly, and when she saw that the other party wanted to talk about Baiyu, she quickly ran away, without stopping for a moment. Others. Is Xiaoyu happy? Of course she is happy. She can't stand a bad-hearted person like Baiyu, especially since the other party has sympathized with her. Ha, keep that sympathy for yourself. After Zhou Zan was helped up by the little soldier, he saw Xiaoyu's figure and said, "Why are you here?" Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. "Since you are recovering in our army, I will help you get your daily nutrition quota. You come to deliver meals every day? Is it too troublesome? We are revolutionary comrades. Why are you talking about these? Eat quickly. Is your hand inconvenient? Do you want me to feed you?" Xiaoyu saw that his arm was injured during the operation, and he didn't know whether it was serious or not, and whether it would affect his eating. Convenient. No need, Zhou Zan said in a sonorous and powerful voice. He felt that the two of them were a little awkward getting along. Even the little soldier, who poured the boiled water out, felt it. After a while, the little soldier had a flash of inspiration and realized in his heart, isn't this the attitude of Zhou Tuan towards his superiors? Can this also be used on the wife? Xiaoyu saw him trembling with the spoon and couldn't bear it, so she took it away and said, "Let me do it." The two of them didn't have that kind of sticky energy. Xiaoyu, a social gangster, didn't have that kind of pretentious energy. After the other party swallowed, she immediately offered the second spoonful. Because it was her first time to feed someone, she didn't have the idea of blowing cold food at all. Fortunately, the temperature on the island had dropped. She rode in a hurry, and the aluminum lunchbox also cooled down the temperature of the porridge. But fortunately, it was warm. At the beginning, Zhou Zan controlled the speed of eating, and in the end, it was Xiaoyu who controlled it. She went to the private bathroom to rinse the lunchbox and said, "Old Zhou, you have a good rest. I'll come back at noon." Looking at Xiaoyu, who was rushing in and out, Zhou Zan didn't have time to say a few words. She knew that Baiyu was also in the military hospital. But what did that have to do with her? She rode away in a hurry on her bicycle. When she got home, it was still early, so she read a book for a while before she started to chop the meat. Just after cutting the pieces, there was a knock on the door. It was a strange soldier who brought Zhou Zan's nutritional quota for today. "Sister-in-law, the army has been busy until now. Sorry that the food is only delivered now. I will go early tomorrow." It's okay. Thank you for your hard work, comrade." The soldier's face was red. In fact, he was much older than the sister-in-law. Many comrades said that if the sister-in-law had not married Zhou Tuan early, they would also want to marry her. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also responsible and has a good family background. He sneered at their wishful thinking. Zhou Tuan is of a high rank. What do they have? How dare they covet it? Only then did he stop talking. After all, verbally disrespecting a military wife is also a violation of military discipline and will be punished. Xiaoyu saw that there were a few taels of fresh meat, fine rice. Even millet? Surprised, happy. Put the millet in the black box in the space. There are also a few taels of soybeans. Put in 2. With the extra meat, she prepared to stir-fry some minced meat for the children, throw in some vegetables, and make coarse grain porridge. After the meat was chopped, the children came back. Zhou watched the fire. Xiaoyu cooked for the children, and Zhou Jun was responsible for mixing the stuffing. After the stuffing was mixed, seeing that Xiaoyu was still busy, Zhou Jun started to make dumplings. As soon as the pot was covered, Xiaoyu also started to make dumplings. Seeing that Zhou Jun made better dumplings than she did, she said, "Not bad, Jun. Your skills are better than yours." Zhou Wu leaned over. "Aunt, the dumplings you ate yesterday were all made by my eldest brother. Ours were too ugly, so we made them ourselves." "Xiaoyu, is that so? I'll find you a master someday." "Who knows, Jun, you might become a chef in a state-owned restaurant in the future, and your family will also benefit from it." She said it casually, but Zhou Jun really remembered it. After scooping rice for everyone, Xiaoyu rinsed it in the pot, boiled the water, and then put the dumplings in. She ate the small bowl of fussy rice to fill her stomach, and when the water boiled, she put the dumplings into the pot. When the dumplings floated up, she scooped out the dry ones and walked to the yard. After getting on her bicycle, she called out, "June, look after your brothers after dinner. Auntie is going out to bring food to your father."
Yeah, ok.
"Auntie, be careful on the road." Xiaoyu waved from behind. Zhou Jun bolted the gate and continued to eat. When they arrived at the hospital, Zhou Zan had already sat up. His face was a bit sickly pale, and his voice was weak. "I'm here." Xiaoyu listened and said, "I'll make you some red dates, wolfberries, and brown sugar water in the afternoon to replenish your complexion." "I don't drink it."
Why?
"These are all loved by female comrades." Xiaoyu waved his hand nonchalantly. "I'm the only female comrade in our family. I don't like to drink it. These bought from outside are all fed to Xiaoyong, and occasionally the older brothers also get some." "Will his 3 stepsons drink brown sugar water obediently? Hurry up and eat the dumplings. It will be cold later." Zhou Zan had no time to speak, and a dumpling was stuffed in his mouth. Learning from the experience in the morning, Zhou Zan chewed and swallowed quickly, leaving only a residual shadow of Qiao Yu's arm feeding him. The little soldier at the door. Is he being fed? Why is it different from the scene where other army commanders were fed by their sisters-in-law? Xiao Yu rinsed the lunchbox and left the ward and saw Lu Hongjun paying the bill in the hall. After paying the bill, Lu Hongjun turned around and met Xiao Yu's gaze. He was embarrassed and greeted, "Sister-in-law." Xiao Yu nodded without any emotion, turned around and walked away. If the couple didn't bother her, they would live in peace. After Bai Yu woke up, she didn't ask about the child, nor did she look at Lu Hongjun, but stared out the window blankly, not knowing what she was thinking, as if she had lost her soul. Lu Hongjun came back tiredly and said, "The child is fine. Wife, you take good care of yourself." Bai Yu didn't say a word.
Lu Hongjun, you.
Forget it. Just when he was about to go out to wash the dishes, Bai Yu suddenly said, "Brother Hongjun." He paused. "You are old enough. Can you still move up in rank?" Lu Hongjun said coldly, "This is not something you can ask."
Why?
"Am I not your wife? This is a military secret." Lu Hongjun paused, and then said, "Don't ask around. It's against the rules." Other sisters-in-law in the family compound don't know this either. Bai Yu smiled sarcastically. Even if the military dependents didn't know, wouldn't the leaders above know? Bai Yu didn't take the director of the Women's Federation seriously at first. After all, the current brigade commander would not be as high-ranking as Lu Hongjun in the future. Now it's not certain. She didn't want Lu Hongjun to retire. Premature babies are always in a dangerous period and need to be observed in the hospital. Lu Hongjun used his connections to let Bai Yu stay in the military hospital for another half a month. When she was discharged from the hospital, Lu Hongjun borrowed a bicycle to take her and the obedient child home to the family compound. Coincidentally, Zhou Zan was also discharged from the hospital. Bai Yu was shocked again when she saw Zhou Zan alive.
He was really still alive.
Really? She bit her lower lip tightly. Lu Hongjun saluted Zhou Zan when he saw him. "Captain Zhou." Zhou Zan nodded. Xiao Yu glared at Bai Yu, who had a complicated expression, and then smiled at Lu Hongjun. Our old Zhou doesn't like to be in the limelight, so he didn't say hello to Captain Lu. "We'll leave first and see you later." Lu Hongjun was silent for a while, thinking that this sister-in-law still had several faces. She was very indifferent when they met the first time, but she was like an old acquaintance the second time. She can still carry a grown man. Xiao Yu knew that she had to pay for the gas herself when she drove to and from the hospital. After calculating that the military compound was not far from the military hospital, she decided to take Zhou Zan out of the hospital. Zhou Zan saw that she was not joking, so he let it go and agreed. When they arrived at the gate of the courtyard, Xiao Yu carried one of his arms on her shoulder and helped him back to the bed in the main room. She was sweating from exhaustion, but didn't care much and said, "Look, with our attitude of saving public resources, we should at least be awarded a few red flags, right? Then we can show off to the children at school." Show off to the children? Xiao Yu felt a little hungry. She went back to the living room and poured 2 enamel pots of water with a warm kettle. She handed 1 cup to Zhou Zhan and moistened her throat with the other cup before saying, "Of course, didn't I bring photos back from Beijing last time?" The children took the photos of the division to school to show off. How impressive. Do you know what this is called? Children who have confidence for a long time can cultivate self-confidence in their hearts. Over time, they will naturally be different from ordinary people when they are born into society. Only when you are confident in doing things can you maintain a successful attitude. After talking for a long time, Xiaoyu took a break, drank another sip of water, and looked up to see Zhou Zhan listening attentively. "You read all this from books?" In the living room, Xiaoyu exchanged grain for a bookcase with a member of the market. Now there are many junior high school, and university materials in it. She has been reading relevant university books. Xiaoyu smiled and said, "I don't have this book at home. I read it in the bookstore." "What are the books in the bookcase?" "They are all the books I took for my high school diploma and the books I collected for the college entrance examination. I have been reading relevant university knowledge points." Zhou Zhan nodded. "Are you planning to go to college? What major are you studying?" "Western medicine related." Zhou Zhan was surprised. "But aren't you good at Chinese medicine?" "This is nonsense. If Chinese medicine would not be suppressed in a few years, would she have chosen this major?" The excuse had been thought of long ago. Xiaoyu puffed out her chest and said, "People should dare to innovate, contact new things, change themselves, and break through the limits. Although I am good at Chinese medicine, I also want to achieve something in Western medicine." Okay. Is this his home or a conference hall? Why did he have the illusion that he was still working and listening to his subordinates' reports and summaries? Xiaoyu smiled. Zhou Zhan said, "You taught the children very well." Xiaoyu felt guilty. What did she teach? She didn't teach anything. Xiaoyu, with a military father like you as a role model, their character won't be too bad. Zhou Zhan spoke very little in life. Even when performing tasks, he liked to be concise and to the point. Unexpectedly, he and her chatted back and forth and had a comfortable chat. At first, I thought it would be awkward to get along with her, and there would be long silences. After all, the two of them were 12 years apart and of the same generation. The opposite was true. Seeing that he was so talkative, Xiaoyu talked about the recent situation of the children at home and his grandfather in Beijing, and then talked about the issue of employment after graduation. "If you're interested in this, you can go to the military hospital." "Can I go?" "You can if you get a college diploma." Xiaoyu was surprised. "You don't have to graduate from a military academy?" "There is no such high requirement for the time being. After all, we are short of manpower, especially those with excellent medical skills. The military hospital saves soldiers who defend their country. If they have excellent medical skills, they can make exceptions." "Then why do I feel that the brigade commander means that the old Chinese doctor who was originally in the military hospital was not saved?" "Zhou Zhan, you should have heard from your grandfather." Hearing this, Xiaoyu changed the subject and talked about the rules that the military hospital should pay attention to. I don't know how long they talked. When it was time, Xiaoyu asked about his dietary taboos and went to the kitchen to cook. The meal was still light in the evening. The children and she ate coarse grains, while he ate white rice porridge. During the time Zhou Zhan was in the hospital, she could still eat alone. After he was discharged from the hospital, he could only eat with the children. On the other side, after Baiyu finished her confinement, she took a few taels of brown sugar to see the director of the Women's Federation. The director of the Women's Federation didn't like her very much. After all, it was she who convinced her lover to bring her and Zhou Zhan together. She also saw that she had a good reputation, was a pillar of the Wengong group, and was famous for her gentleness. Zhou Zhan's cold and hard personality had to be wrapped up and warmed up by a gentle female comrade, who knew that he would be wrong sometimes. Fortunately, Zhou Zhan met Xiaoyu again. She felt that the hot-tempered temperament of the little hot pepper was suitable for her. She didn't believe that the little hot pepper couldn't handle the iron block. When others came to her office, she would at least pour a cup of water. When it was Baiyu's turn, she only raised her head, then lowered her head to write. "What are you doing here?"
"Director." she said in a mosquito-like voice. Stop it. Don't treat me with the same attitude as before. If you think highly of me, you wouldn't have such a bad relationship with Xiao Zhou. Where can my wife and I put our faces? Baiyu said aggrievedly, but now we advocate free love. Two people who don't love each other can't be happy together. The director of the Women's Federation rolled her eyes. Oh, you mean my wife, and I forced you to marry Xiao Zhou? No, that's not what I mean. Then what do you mean? You agreed to get married at the beginning, and you made such an ugly scene after the marriage. You haven't come to me to explain the reason for such a long time. I thought Comrade Bai was arrogant and had forgotten about us long ago. Baiyu bit her lower lip. Fortunately, she had prepared a speech before coming. Director, I didn't know that Zhou Tuan and I were not suitable until after marriage. I didn't expect it to be so ugly. Really? You didn't guide him secretly? Xiao Yu didn't dare to meet the director's sharp gaze. She lowered her eyes and pushed the few tails of brown sugar away. Director Zhang, this is what I saved during my confinement period. Will I still have a bad reputation if this gets out? Director. If you have something to say, just say it. The director of the Women's Federation was just about to take a sip of tea, but when she heard that she was still in this attitude, she suddenly knocked the enamel pot on the table. She showed some majesty. Baiyu. Knowing that it was not easy to fool her, she got straight to the point. I want to know about my husband's situation. He is almost of age. Can he get promoted? Does she want to know if she can still be an official's wife? The director of the Women's Federation was confused. Xiao Zhou was higher in rank than Lu Hongjun, wasn't he? Was it worth it for Baiyu to ruin her first marriage and marry Lu Hongjun for the second time? Baiyu knew Lu Hongjun before marriage. Didn't she hear that Lu Hongjun was interested in her at that time? Didn't Baiyu have any interest in him? Why did her attitude change after marriage? Even her lover said that Baiyu's behavior was very evil. The director of the Women's Federation was too lazy to delve into the reasons for her behavior. Even if she dug deep, she wouldn't tell you. The director of the Women's Federation just took her own attitude. This is a military secret, not something you, a family member, can find out. I don't know. How can I tell you the news? Go back to where you came from. Seeing that Baiyu is unwilling to leave, the director of the Women's Federation scolded her for another half an hour. It was not until Baiyu's face became more and more ugly that she stood up and said goodbye. Come back. Baiyu thought that there was a turn for the better, turned around and met the director of the Women's Federation site. Director. Take your brown sugar away. Yes. Baiyu dragged her tired body away. The director of the Women's Federation was chatting with her lover at night, and she told her husband about Baiyu. The brigade commander sneered. This female comrade is really. The director of the Women's Federation asked him, is Captain Liu going to retire in the future? How old is Captain Liu? Wait, there are still 10 years, it's still a long way. But didn't I hear that he had the opportunity to go to military school, but he missed the opportunity because he married Baiyu, and it will be difficult for him to move up in the future? There is this factor. Who can predict the future? Isn't it all about taking one step at a time? Go to sleep quickly. If she harasses you again in the future, I will talk to her man alone. Baiyu really didn't give up. She thought her starting point was good, but the director of the Women's Federation turned her head and whispered in her ear, so the brigade commander talked to Lu Hongjun alone. Originally, Baiyu was asking about the army's secrets, and the brigade commander didn't look for Lu Hongjun entirely out of personal feelings. That night, Lu Hongjun had a quarrel with Baiyu. Lu Hongjun felt very tired. He slept on the floor in the living room, looking at the ceiling, thinking about the scene when he first met Baiyu. She was beautiful and confident, shining on the stage, and was the moonlight of many men in the army. He liked her too, but he sent a letter and never received a reply. He wanted to date her alone, but she refused. After knowing that she and Zhou Tuan had met, he gave up. Later, he heard that they didn't meet. A few days later, the two got married, which caught everyone off guard. Then Zhou Tuan adopted the children of 3 comrades. This is very common in the army. The considerate sisters-in-law don't mind having an extra mouth at home. In this era, they all support each other. Who knew that Zhou Tuan would treat her like that?
The two divorced and she took the initiative to find him. To be honest, the palpitations when she first met at that time were much less, but when she took the initiative to find him, the secret thoughts jumped up again.
Does it mean that,
although he is the same age as Zhou Tuan and his rank is not as high as the other party, he is better than him in women? In order to suppress such thoughts and for the sake of their reputation, they lived apart for a period of time. He originally wanted to wait until Zhou Tuan got over his first marriage before marrying Baiyu, but he didn't expect that Zhou Tuan would soon be tripped by a second married woman in the countryside. After Xiaoyu brought her 2 children to join the army, he also brought up the matter with Baiyu. He had seen Xiaoyu's appearance from a distance. He was dark and thin, and the only thing that was noticeable was that he was very energetic. He couldn't catch up to 1/10 of Baiyu. That secret pleasure came again. He even couldn't wait to marry Baiyu home. He got carried away and lost the qualification to go to military school. The words have been spoken, and he can't go back on his word, right? When his superiors did ideological work on him, he still firmly believed in his inner thoughts. Until now, his thoughts have finally wavered. Or maybe they have been wavering for a long time. When Baiyu came to join the army, Xiaoyu overturned the situation with a few words. After half a year of joining the army, Baiyu gradually became haggard, but Xiaoyu took care of her and made her more delicate than Baiyu, the pillar of the front. Xiaoyu obtained a junior high school diploma through her own efforts and raised 5 children who were not related by blood. The atmosphere of the military compound had changed a long time ago. I don't know if Captain Liu regretted it later. He regretted it. He regretted it a long time ago. He didn't know what Baiyu was going to do. Anyway, he did things that hurt others and benefited himself, and he thought he was extremely smart. He didn't want to bring his mother from the countryside, but there was no one to watch her, so she guessed that she would have to do stupid things. So the next day, the 2 people who were supposed to be in a Cold War were the first to break the silence. I will send a telegram to my mother today, asking her to come to join the army and take care of you and the children. Baiyu thought of the old lady who was jeweled, kind-hearted, and reasonable in the previous life, and nodded. Okay. Lu Hongju nodded and went out. Baiyu didn't care too much about whether he stayed or left. Instead, she went back to her room to take care of the children for a while, thinking about how to pass the time. She had a bad reputation in the army and had a stain on her file. Even if there was a good job arrangement, it would not be her turn. She was asked to go to the kitchen to peel potatoes and wash vegetables. She couldn't do it. How could she do it without a source of income? She planned to submit her article to the newspaper. Although she had no writing skills and didn't know how to polish, there were many TV dramas in the future. Would it be enough to write down the content of any bloody short play to get the manuscript fee? A month passed. She waited until her mother-in-law came to join the army, and the newspaper rejected the manuscript. The newspaper criticized her novel, saying that the whole country was not well fed, and she also used exaggerated writing and plot to exaggerate the so-called love between men and women. Her style was really bold, which did not conform to the freedom of love advocated in China, but more like the love supremacy advocated abroad. After the criticism, the newspaper also reported to her higher authorities about her article, saying that she would conduct a strict investigation of her 3 generations of ancestors to see if they were enemy agents infiltrated from abroad, and asked them not to act rashly. In an instant, Baiyu panicked. Baiyu had indeed changed a lot. Her transformation was still under the watchful eyes of the public, so even if she was taken away and interrogated strictly, she was still Baiyu, and Baiyu was her. Unlike Xiaoyu, who experienced life and death and had a drastic change in temperament, it was all within the triggering situation of a person's personality change. Lu's mother, carrying a lot of bags, met the arrested Baiyu. She was about to ask the person leading the way next to her, who was arrested. The guide, with an attitude of watching a show, shouted, "Aunt, what a coincidence. The person who was just arrested was your daughter-in-law Baiyu. What crime did she commit?" Lu's mother's smile faded. Originally, she came with a happy mood when she learned that she had a grandson, but as soon as she arrived, her daughter-in-law was arrested? After several rounds of strict questioning, Baiyu confessed that there were some foreign books in the high school library, and she had read some of them, so she was corrupted by foreign ideas. It was not yet a turbulent era, so the arrest of foreign books was not so strict, and she saw it in the library, so the situation was not serious. After interrogation, there was no big problem, so she was released. Lu Hongjun had been waiting outside the interrogation room, and only when Baiyu came out did he take her home with a sullen face. When he arrived home, he saw the large and small bags on the ground and Lu's mother sitting in the living room, and his head was suddenly overwhelmed.
Mom, why?
Did you come so soon? Lu's mother pointed at Baiyu behind him. What's wrong with her? Baiyu was dumbfounded. The old lady from the countryside, or an old lady in the famine years, was not only skinny, but also had high cheekbones, which made her face look much more mean, and the black chicken claw was pointing directly at him. Baiyu subconsciously hid behind Lu Hongjun. What do you mean? I saw it all when I came. She was arrested. Did she do something bad? Son, she won't affect you, right? Lu Hongjun glanced at his wife behind him and poured water for Lu's mother. Mom, it's okay. The army just took her for questioning. What did she do? The next day, everyone in the military compound knew about it. Baiyu submitted an article to a newspaper, but the newspaper reported that she had problems with her ideological awareness. In addition, she married an officer, so she was taken to be interrogated and questioned. She deserves it. I see that she is always arrogant and looks down on everyone. It turns out that she has drunk too much foreign knowledge and is different from us native Chinese people. The newspaper's ideological awareness is high, and it caught this bad bug in one go. Hey, do you think that Captain Lu will be affected? Of course he will be. The rear is not ready. Will the superiors allow him to charge? Two people cannot sleep in one bed. What if he betrays in the battle? Stop talking. Seeing that she was getting more and more outrageous, and even escalating to the team, Mrs. Zhou interrupted. Seeing this, they did not continue the topic. They asked Mrs. Zhou about Xiao Yu's situation. It's almost the new year. How many days has Xiao Yu not gone out? What is she doing? Why doesn't she come to see such a big event? If De Yu was my enemy, I would definitely give her a standing ovation. Mrs. Zhou rolled her eyes. Do you think everyone is the same as you? Sister Qiao is not that kind of person. She is busy at home, taking care of Zhou Tuan and studying to get her high school diploma next year and take the college entrance examination. Don't be too confident. It will be embarrassing if you don't get your diploma by then. The one who spoke was Shermu. She was the family that abandoned her granddaughter at the gate of Zhou Tuan's yard and was rejected by Qiao Yu. Mrs. Zhou was confident in Qiao Yu, but she didn't say too much, just said, "We'll see when the time comes." After chatting, they went home to cook. When Mrs. Zhou and Wang Zhaodi came to Qiao Yu's house to sew clothes, they mentioned this. Qiao Yu suddenly realized, oh, why haven't I thought about writing some articles to send to newspapers? After all, there is no such thing as too much money. Do you have enough money? Do you still need to write articles to send to newspapers? She is already a millionaire. During the time that Lao Zhou was recuperating at home, the commendation given by the army before he left last time, plus the commendation for attending this important mission, gave her another 1,200 yuan. She took good care of Lao Zhou and was not stingy in giving money to Zhou Jun, including the children under him, according to the amount of work they did. Zhou Jun got 5 yuan and his 4 younger brothers got a few cents, and some got 1 or 2 yuan. Qiao Yu chuckled. There is no conflict between not being short of money and not complaining about the little money, right? Yes, who complains about the little money? If Qiao Yu's manuscript is approved, there will be excitement in the family compound. One failed to submit his manuscript and was taken to interrogation by the army, and the other successfully submitted his manuscript and got the manuscript fee. If it were 2 people who had nothing to do with each other, it would not be much to watch. This is the famous Xiao Yu and Daiyu in the family compound. It is very interesting. Xiao Yu said to the 2, I want to submit my manuscript. This is first-hand information. You must keep it secret for me. Everything will be discussed after I get the royalties. Otherwise, I will be the one to be embarrassed. Of course, of course. Wang Zhaodi and Zhou Shaozi replied. Qiao Yu did not do much polishing on the manuscript she submitted. As soon as she thought about it, She thought of her life in the countryside half a year ago. There would be another year of famine in 1961, and the whole country would be able to breathe a sigh of relief the next year. She took the famine as the theme, the original owner as the protagonist, and mentioned what she saw and heard in the production team. Everyone lives for themselves. Even if they live in pain, they shoulder the responsibility and move forward with a heavy burden. Fortunately, the original owner had a guiding light on the road. The original owner was reborn from the ashes after she came here, changed her temperament, went crazy together, recovered the money for her deceased husband, and with the help of a group of good members, she found her life again. During the famine, everyone had a hard time, but she was lucky enough to meet good people. She wrote a long and eloquent article, praising the members who followed the footsteps of the party as human beings, not the old-fashioned ones. Only a local tycoon who eats people can help a country girl like her find a bright future. She wrote for 3 days. After finishing writing, she corrected a few typos, moistened her pen, recopied it, and submitted it to a city-level newspaper. She lived a carefree life. The children took care of the housework, and Zhou Jun helped with the cooking. She only had to change the medicine for old Zhou, turn over, and scratch his back. Although she shared a bed with a strange man at night, she just thought of it as a large rag doll and slept soundly. No one could affect her. Baiyu was miserable. The sensible old lady in her memory was unexpectedly difficult to get along with now. How could the old lady come to take care of her? She was clearly here to order her around. The old lady, "You don't have a job now, and you have caused so much trouble for my son, and you still want me to serve you while you lie down? I'm not here to work for you. I'm here to urge you to work. I won't be here for long, and I have to go back to the fields to earn work points in the spring of next year. You better be honest and learn how to take care of your family so that the Red Army can have no worries in the rear. Otherwise, what's the point of him marrying you? How is it useless? So, what if your son is an officer? Doesn't he still have to face demobilization? Without her, a virtuous wife, to take care of things, how can he do that? She knows more about the national trends in the next few decades than he does. Of course, these things can only be thought about in the heart, not spoken out. She still has a sense of propriety in this regard. The army was very lively before the new year. Even if some soldiers were still on missions, the military compound was also very lively, with lights and decorations everywhere. Those who could afford it bought fresh meat, those who couldn't afford it ate bacon, and those who were poorer had to eat only 7/10 of food. Every household shed the grayness of the famine and greeted each other with a smile. Xiao Yu made dumplings. In addition to dumplings, she also made fried meatballs, pickled vegetables and bacon, cured rabbit meat, and various sweets. Sweet potato cakes, taro cakes, and melted milk candy can be made into milk candy popsicles. After the children finished eating the oily mouth, they wandered around with milk candy popsicles in their mouths, set off firecrackers, and rolled bamboo hoops. In the past, they rolled iron hoops, which were made of iron, but after the Great Steel Production Movement, iron products became scarce, and the children's iron hoops became homemade bamboo hoops made by their fathers. The girls played shuttlecock and skipped rope. Xiaoyu was reading in the yard. When he heard the movement in the main house, he poured a glass of water for him. After putting the enamel pot steadily, he was about to return to the yard, and then he heard a cough. Xiaoyu was puzzled. "Do you feel uncomfortable in your throat? I have something to tell you."
Oh.
Xiaoyu pulled a stool and sat down, looking well-behaved and obedient. "Zhou Zhan, I really don't know how to start." After a long while, seeing that she was impatient, he said, "Do you want a child?"
Huh?
Aren't there 5 children in the family? Didn't he promise not to adopt any more children? Why did he go back on his word? Xiaoyu began to question his character. "You want to adopt a child again?"
No.
"What is that?" "Adopt the child but don't transfer the name to your name?" Xiaoyu thought of this possibility and said, "No. Since you have adopted the child, you must transfer the name. Otherwise, it's the same as raising the child in vain."
No.
"What is that?" Seeing her clear eyes without any distracting thoughts, the old man with ripples in his heart lost his temper. The girl either didn't understand or didn't want to be with him. She just wanted to live with him and be a nominal couple. She had been married. How could she not understand? It must be the latter. Zhou Zhan's mouth was bitter. When he first met her, he was willing to marry her, give her a name, and accept 2 strange children. Wasn't he thinking of living together? How come he made sufficient preparations at the beginning, but today, obscurity keeps spreading? He feels that his thoughts at that time were very stupid and naive. Is he reaping the fruits of his own action? It's nothing, let's talk about it after you get into college. Xiaoyu muttered in her heart. You're so nervous. You disturbed her reading. Xiaoyu didn't notice the man's lonely expression and went back to the yard. Well, if she couldn't concentrate on reading, she would just do some exercises. When the children came back, they saw Xiaoyu immersed in doing exercises through the gate from a distance. Not only did the children's voices stop abruptly, but their steps also slowed down a lot. Seeing that she was obsessed with doing exercises, Zhou Jun took Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu to the kitchen quietly and started cooking. Xiaoyu felt hungry in her abdomen, and a fragrance rushed into her nose. Only then did she bear to look up from the test paper. The kitchen door was open. It was New Year's Day, and every household had more or less meat, so there was no need to cover it up. Xiaoyu saw Zhou Jun's busy figure among them. She quickly collected the test papers and shouted, Jun kid, let me help you. Neighbors. An adult helping the child? Food was scarce during the famine, and with the supervision of the adults at home, the children were sensible enough not to go around visiting other people. Even if there were a few ignorant ones in the family, they would keep their children at home for the sake of their son/lover's future. As soon as the new year was over, the newspaper sent a reply to Xiaoyu. The payment was not much, only 5 yuan. After all, it was the first time to submit an article. However, in the eyes of other sisters-in-law in the military compound, it was amazing. That was 5 yuan. Sister Zhou did not hide it. I asked Xiaomei. She spent 3 days to finish it. 3 days. Isn't that more cost-effective than the jobs they found? It takes a scholar with brains to make money by lying at home with a pen. Xiaomei didn't lie down. She was reading books and doing exercises. What is doing exercises? It's just doing the college entrance examination papers in previous years. Oh. She is worthy of being the daughter-in-law that Zhou Tuan has chosen. She is much more capable than the previous one. Who says it's not true? One submitted a manuscript to a newspaper and was taken away for questioning, while the other, who only has a junior high school diploma, had his manuscript accepted and received royalties. Didn't Xiaoyu say that she would get her high school diploma this year? That will have to be in the summer. Xiaoyu is definitely going to get her high school diploma. I know quite a few high school students. It's good if 1 out of 100 people submits an article and it's passed. Is it so difficult? It's not difficult. Haven't everyone seen what happened to you? Mother Lu, who had just landed on the island and was passing by with dried seafood on her back, was embarrassed to hear all this and hurried away from the place of trouble. When she got home, she saw that the door of the master bedroom was open. Baiyu was sitting on the edge of the bed, staring out the window in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking, and the child was lying on the bed crying loudly. Mother Lu quickly picked up the child and scolded Baiyu while cradling him. Look at him. It's his first time submitting an article, and his first article was passed. He's still a junior high school student. Look at you again. If I let you help in the canteen kitchen, you can pick up some food every day and get a salary. It's better than now. You stay at home every day and do nothing. It all depends on my son. Junior high school student? Passed the first time you submitted an article to a newspaper? Old lady, don't brag. Knowing the old lady's character, she can't stand me. Can I stand her? Lu Hongjun is not here. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law find every opportunity to make trouble. Neither of them submits to the other. Lu's mother doesn't know that her son can't even go to military school because of marrying Baiyu. Lu Hongjun also deliberately concealed it. Otherwise, the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law would only explode. For the sake of her precious grandson, Lu's mother was relatively restrained towards Baiyu. Who was bragging? I heard it on the way back. Some of the family members who followed the army called her Xiao Mei, and some called her Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu again. Bai Yu clenched his fists quietly. Why is she everywhere? Marrying Xiao Yu is the variable for Zhou Zhan, Bai Yu said with a stiff back. So what? What does this mean? What does it mean? He makes $5 in 3 days. 30 days a month is $50. This is almost catching up with the salary of a 4th-level clerk. He will have to take the college entrance examination in the future. College. Jobs are guaranteed after graduation. This is impossible. How is it possible that she only has a primary school diploma, grew up in the countryside, and got a junior high school and high school diploma in less than a year? She was even admitted to university. Unless Xiao Yu is the same as herself? Bai Yu figured it out at once. She asked why everything was not going well for her, and it turned out that Xiao Yu was also reborn. So, it was not a coincidence that Xiao Yu revealed her life experience. Bai Yu felt it necessary to test each other. Since both were reborn, both were lucky people favored by God, they could shake hands and make peace, right? They were on different paths. So was it necessary to be against each other everywhere? Bai Yu dressed neatly and dug out a few taels of brown sugar that she had left over from her confinement and had not given away, ready to go out. Where are you going? I'm going out to check the door. Come back. How can I cook if you leave? Take the child with you. Taking the child out. How inconvenient. Bai Yu pretended not to hear and quickened her pace. At noon, Xiao Yu was ready to fool the children and revolutionary comrades again. Before the match was lit, a voice was heard coming from the gate. Xiao. Is Xiao Mei here? Come on. Who is it? She said this in a loud voice with a friendly smile on her face. After seeing Bai Yu, her good mood quickly faded, her smile faded, and she said unhappily, Why are you here? Xiao Mei. Comrade Bai, we are not familiar with each other. Okay, Comrade Xiao. Bai Yu tilted her head and looked in the direction of the living room and said, Is Zhou Tuan at home? Oh. Are you looking for our old Zhou? No, Comrade Xiao, I'm looking for you. I also brought a gift. Xiao Yu glanced at the few taels of brown sugar and saw that the other party's face clearly said, See, am I sincere enough? Xiao Yu rolled her eyes. If you have something to say, just say it. Brown sugar certainly works. Bai Yu spoke bluntly. Can I talk to you for a moment? Can I have a word with you? Xiao Yu raised her eyebrows slightly. Are they colleagues or good friends? Do they need to discuss business or personal matters? None of that. Why should she let me have a word with you? Xiao Yu took a step back, putting some distance between them. I'm talking to you, Sister Bai. Bai Yu's expression was a little cracked. She was already trying to smile, but this person actually called her sister? Is she that old? An uneducated thing. Xiao Yu saw her expression and knew that she was holding something back, so she said rudely, Sister, are we on good terms? So good that you need me to have a word with you? Oh my God. At your age, you haven't forgotten what you wanted to do to frame me when we first met, have you? If I let you have a word with me, who knows if you will frame me again? I look stupid, so why would I give you this opportunity? If you want to say something, say it here. Bai Yu's face turned green for a while, then white for a while, and she forced a smile after a while. I really have something. Are you sure you want to say it here? There are so many people talking. You just need more people, so that there will be witnesses when you frame me. Tell me now or get out. I don't want to listen to your nagging. Bai Yu bit her back teeth, feeling resentful in her heart. She had never met such a difficult person in her 2 lifetimes. After a while, Bai Yu lowered her voice and said, Palace Jade Liquor? Xiao Yu looked at her, without revealing any flaws on his face, but his heart was bursting with joy. Isn't this a classic line from a skit that only appeared in the 1990s? Good boy. It's from the future. No wonder Bai Yu did things unexpectedly, but now it makes sense. So, is the other party reincarnated, traveled through a book, or is she just like herself, a pure soul traveler? According to the records before she joined the army, Bai Yu was doing very well in the army, and she was able to marry a battalion commander for the 2nd time despite her blemish on her reputation. She was more inclined to be reborn. The other party's turning point should be The moment she filed for divorce from Lao Zhou? Lao Zhou also said that when he brought back a child from Zhou Jun, Baiyu strongly opposed it and took the initiative to file for divorce. No one has heard of Baiyu's temperament changing drastically before and after this. Xiaoyu smiled like a kitten who caught the other party's pigtails and succeeded in stealing the fish. What kind of wine is this in the palace? Good boy, it's a new era now, and all feudal remnants must be eliminated. You were interrogated before for reading foreign books and sending inappropriate articles to newspapers. What? Weren't you interrogated enough? She was sure that the other party was here to test her. Would Xiaoyu expose herself? Of course not. Why would she give her own handle to the other party? Did she think that she would burst into tears when she met a fellow villager? Baiyu was frightened and immediately wanted to back out. I was thinking about something else.
Wait.
Seeing that the other party turned around and was about to run, Xiaoyu stopped him. Baiyu didn't turn around. Do you have anything else to say? Xiaoyu smiled. Since you are here, why do you just say a few words and leave? This is just a waste of my time. Leave the few taels of brown sugar in your arms. Although she didn't need that much, who would complain about having too much stuff? Baiyu's scalp tingled, and she finally turned around, trying to awaken Xiaoyu's conscience. Xiao. Please call me Comrade Xiao. But if you insist on making a connection, I don't mind calling you Sister Bai. Baiyu said expressionlessly, Comrade Xiao, this is what I saved from my confinement. I don't care how you came, just tell me whether you want to stay or not. Baiyu saw the obvious threat on the other party's face, as if she didn't agree, she would be interrogated by the organization's Palace Jade Liquor in the next second. Baiyu. She left the few taels of brown sugar and left in a hurry. Xiaoyu whistled. Little guy, you dare to fight with her. Baiyu returned to the building and heard the baby crying and the mother-in-law scolding on the first floor. It was nothing more than that the Lu family married her to bring back a disaster. The sisters-in-law in the corridor saw her and lowered the volume of their discussion. Obviously, the protagonist of their discussion was her. Baiyu walked through the corridor with an expressionless face and returned home, saying, Mom, if you really want to relax, let the Red Army bring food back from the cafeteria. It's true that I gave birth to the child, but I'm really not cut out to take care of children. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to come to the army. You should say less. Saying so much can't change the fact that you cook while taking care of children. Lu's mother cursed again. Oh, I came to the army just to take care of your children. I didn't enjoy the blessing when I was young, and I have to suffer from you when I'm old. That's the grandson of your Lu family. We are Lu family. Listen, is this human language? You are no longer a daughter-in-law of the Lu family just because you marry into our Lu family? I said you are restless. But you were born with a seductive face, and my son forgot his mother after getting a wife. I won't live anymore. Mother Lu didn't cry very sadly, but her voice was loud, attracting the neighbors to look in. Lu Hongjun had just arrived at the bottom of the building, and when he heard the voice, he paused for a moment, and an arm came over his shoulder. Hongjun, let's go. Go home. He glanced at the man who was speaking, and then glanced at the eyes of the people present regardless of gender, age, or status. They all looked at the joke. His eyes suddenly sank. He hurried back home and slammed the door, isolating the onlookers from paying attention. When Mother Lu heard the noise, she knew that her son had returned, and she stopped crying. She weighed the child on one arm, and after bringing the food to the table, she began to complain. Son, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, your mother would have been exhausted to death by this plague-ridden woman. Then, Mother Lu exaggerated what had happened. Lu Hongjun looked at Baiyu. Where's the brown sugar? Baiyu wanted to keep things quiet, so her voice was not as rational and strong as when she was alone with her mother-in-law. She deliberately spoke in a coquettish voice. Hongjun, where's Hongdang? Who did you go to see again? Lu Hongjun didn't buy her tricks at all. When he roared, the blue veins on his neck stood out, frightening Baiyu so much that her face turned pale. Hongjun. Lu Hongjun also realized that his behavior was irrational. After roaring and venting, he forced himself to calm down, pinched his eyebrows, and asked her in a calm tone as possible. Baiyu, Do you still want to live?
Why don't I?
I really didn't do anything, you believe me, Hongjun. Baiyu panicked, her voice was panicked. But she just didn't mention the root cause of the problem, just let Lu Hongjun believe her. She had nothing, and she was causing trouble everywhere, causing inconvenience to him. What was there to believe? Lu Hongjun, stop talking about this, tell me. What did you do when you went to see Zhou Tuan's lover? Lu Hongjun, you have no conscience. I gave birth to children for you. Okay, you don't want to live like this anymore?
Divorce.
The crying stopped abruptly. Even Lu's mother held her breath and looked at her son in disbelief. Baiyu felt like the sky had fallen in an instant. She had no choice but to tell Lu Hongjun what happened. She omitted the part about the palace jade liquor. At the end, her voice was a little pleading. Hongjun, I really wanted to make peace with her, so I took the initiative to go find her. I also brought brown sugar, which I saved from my confinement. Bringing brown sugar to apologize in this famine year is sincere enough. Come with me tomorrow to apologize to my sister-in-law. Baiyu's chest heaved. Hongjun, you still don't believe me. Lu Hongjun didn't even look at her, and said to Lu's mother, Mom, look around the house to see if there is anything else you can show off. There are no good things in the house. They are eaten everywhere. Even Xiaobao eats pueraria powder. Okay, then I will take out half a month's salary in advance and buy some good things for Zhou Tuan and sister-in-law. Mother Lu quickly changed her words. Didn't you make a new quilt of cotton before the new year, and it hasn't been touched yet? Isn't this a generous gift? Lu Hongjun hesitated and nodded. Mother Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Her son had his own ideas since he was young, and his fingers were wide open. If he took action, the gifts would only be more expensive. Thinking of this, Mother Lu glanced at Baiyu with disgust. Her son was smart all his life, but he was confused for a moment. He married such a disaster. Before going to bed at night, Xiaoyu told Zhou Zan what happened today. In the past few months, although the two of them were lying in the same bed, they did not do anything. First, Xiaoyu knew that this man was not good, and every night, she treated him as a close sister in bed. Second, Zhou Zan was not a pushover. Considering her determination to go to college, he thought that getting pregnant during college would be detrimental to her studies. So even if Zhou Zan could move freely, he would take a bath with the children every night, and he would not smell, and he would not dare to overstep his bounds. With a wife, he lived like a monk. He got used to it while sleeping. Zhou Zan, I will talk to Lu Hongjun alone tomorrow. Is it okay? You are not from the same regiment.
Okay.
Xiaoyu yawned. I am too lazy to deal with her. It would be best if you could do it. As he was talking, he fell asleep. In less than a moment, a light snoring sound was heard. Zhou Zan. This wife falls asleep faster than the men in the army. And she snores.
Goo.
Zhou Zan turned sideways and observed her sleeping face in the moonlight before falling asleep. The next day, Lu Hongjun specially came to the door with a quilt of new cotton and the reluctant Baiyu. Along the way, whenever someone asked something, Lu Hongjun would say, My wife is impolite and offended, Sister Chiao. I brought something to apologize. Offended? How did he offend? Many people went to watch out of curiosity, but Zhou Zan closed the gate as soon as Lu Hongjun entered the yard. Well, there's no show to watch. Zhou Zan still admired Lu Hongjun. As a fellow peasant, he was lucky and worked hard, so he climbed higher than Lu Hongjun. Zhou Zan cherished the reputation of his comrades in arms and did not want them to miss more opportunities in vain because of a lack of stability in the rear. For example, the matter of going to military school. If the door is not closed today, Lu Hongjun will have to face a minor punishment. Xiaoyu glanced at Zhou Zan and saw Baiyu's reluctant attitude. She mocked Baiyu in her heart while twisting Zhou Zan's waist hard. Oh, isn't this comrade Baiyu Bai who came to my house yesterday and said something inexplicably about the palace? Oh, the palace jade liquor? Xiaoyu's hand was quite strong. After mocking Baiyu, he glared at Zhou Zan. It was as if he was saying, Look, how thoughtful you are. People came here reluctantly. Is it worth it? Lu Hongjun's face froze. Bai Yu is not honest. She did not explain everything to him. So when she came to apologize this time, the other party brought it up first, and he was still in a state of not knowing the ins and outs, not even the reason and the whole process. Is there any meaning in this apology? He finally had a feeling that if he continued to live with Bai Yu, he would be dragged to death by her. Bai Yu was embarrassed and angry. Didn't I give you the brown sugar? Why are you still bringing it up? Xiao Yu, that's compensation for wasting my time. Do you want to keep your mouth shut? It's too early. How can you go back on your word? Go back on your word? Xiao Yu sneered. Think about it. Did I promise you to keep your mouth shut yesterday? It seems not. Bai Yu felt that she was fooled. Just when she was about to say something, Lu Hongjun scolded and interrupted her thoughts. Enough. Hongjun. Lu Hongjun put the quilt of cotton on his back on the ground and bowed deeply to Zhou Tuan and the others. Zhou Tuan, sister-in-law, it's all my fault for not managing her well. I promise you here that if she comes to harass you again, I will manage her if I can, and divorce you if I can't. Bai Yu lost her voice. Lu Hongjun, apologize. After he stood up, he said sternly. Bai Yu's eyes were a little dazed. It's not like that. Lu Hongjun shouldn't be like this. In his previous life, Lu Hongjun married a countrywoman who was arranged to marry him. That woman was nothing like Xiao Yu. Not only was she uneducated, she couldn't give birth to a son, but Lu Hongjun never gave up on that woman even after he became successful. No matter how embarrassing it was to take that woman out, she was still an official's wife. Is she not as good as that woman? Twice. Lu Hongjun asked her for a divorce. Twice. Bai Yu bit her back teeth and said to Zhou Zhan and the others, I'm sorry. Lu Hongjun, be more sincere. Bai Yu was about to cry. Zhou Tuan's sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Xiao Yu sighed. Captain Lu, this matter is actually not a big deal. There is no need to be so grand. Fortunately, you are sensible, otherwise the water would be so muddy. We have no problem with you, but if a soldier fails to manage the rear, he'll be dragged down easily. Bai Yu is startled, secretly feeling that the other party was mocking him. The most terrifying thing was that Lu Hongjun might take such mockery seriously. Lu Hongjun mentioned divorce twice, and it was not just a casual remark. Bai Yu felt uneasy every time she saw Xiao Yu a woman. Perhaps she was the only change after she was reborn, which made her uneasy. Many times, she lost her mind because of a few words from her. Now calm down. Was Xiao Yu reborn like herself? It's not important. She has to protect her precarious marriage first. As soon as Lu Hongjun and his wife left, Xiao Yu discussed the purpose of the quilt with Zhou Zhan. The children are growing fast, so there is no need to dismantle it. Keep it for them to cover in the future. Zhou Zhan looked at her expression. Xiao Yu was talking excitedly, and when she looked up, she met his gaze and was stunned. What are you doing? Aren't you angry with me? Xiao Yu smiled. Should I be angry with you? Tell me, how did you offend me? Zhou Zhan pondered for a moment and said, shouldn't I close the gate?
Good guy, you did it knowingly.
Well, then what? I want to explain. Go ahead, and I'll listen. Seeing her so frank, Zhou Zhan didn't know what to say. Why don't you say anything? Zhou Zhan admitted his mistake. I was wrong.
Oh.
You are wrong. Xiao Yu repeated and said, what's wrong? Zhou Zhan thought hard and said, can you give me a hint? This is what you said. Xiao Yu spoke in rapid succession. Bai Yu ran up to me and slapped me in the face, but you closed the gate for Lu Hongjun's sake. Lu Hongjun was cunning, but you were sincere. Along the way, how many people did he tell that this bed of cotton was sent as an apology? What does cotton mean these days? It means that the apology is sincere enough? Xiao Yu snorted coldly. Lu Hongjun's apology was sincere enough, but he shouted it out so loud that anyone could know about it. People in the compound are curious about what Bai Yu did to offend our family. He needs to compensate with a bed of cotton? They came to our door, and we had a frank talk, and Bai Yu knew how to restrain himself. Look at Bai Yu's attitude just now. Old Zhou. I'm sure. The fact that you can climb so high in addition to your own strong abilities is more importantly, good luck. Otherwise, for a blockhead like you, if the rear is not in place, you will be demobilized next year. You should be thankful that you married me. You are lucky. Zhou Zhan stared at her closely. If a man with brains was treated like this, he would have quarreled long ago. Does Zhou Zhan think she is too conceited?
No.
He thinks she is arrogant. If it weren't for the conditions of her adoptive parents' home that restricted her growth, how could he be the one to pick up the treasure now? She was glowing and radiant, so arrogant that he couldn't take his eyes off her. His eyes were burning. The whole world was paused. Everything around was blurred, and there was only her in front of him. Well, you're right. Xiaoyu touched the goosebumps on her body. She always felt that Zhou Zhan looking at her like this was weird. Without Baiyu picking on her, Xiaoyu lived a very comfortable life. During Zhou Zhan's recovery, he could also help with housework. She didn't have to worry about anything at home. At most, she had to tidy up the private plot. In the early spring, the sweet potatoes planted in the private plot were ready, and the vegetables in the front yard could be picked. However, there were many children in the family, and the vegetables and sweet potatoes were consumed quickly. Because there was an adult at home, it was not convenient for Xiaoyu to eat alone, so she would hide in the toilet to solve the problem. It just so happened that the stinky smell overwhelmed the aroma of meat. Such an operation requires a strong heart. Xiaoyu had no shortage of a strong heart. She had meat to eat every day, which was much better than many people who could not even eat enough. Zhou Zhan returned to the army, and Xiaoyu's strong heart test was over. Summer soon arrived, and Xiaoyu successfully obtained her high school diploma. When riding a bicycle back to the military compound, many curious people asked, "Xiao, sister, how are you? Did you get your diploma?" Xiaoyu waved her hand. "Here."
Got it.
In less than half a day, the news spread throughout the military compound. It was nothing more than admiring Xiaoyu's ability. The wives of the military wives were impressed by her eloquence, the educated ones were impressed by her reading ability, and even the men in the army were impressed that Zhou Zhan had found a good wife. As soon as she got her diploma, the school actively prepared materials for Xiaoyu and planned her major. Because she was not often in school, but she was always present for all the exams, even crushing many high school students in school, she was very famous in school. People who knew her, were familiar with her, and were unfamiliar with her all greeted her when they saw her. Xiaoyu didn't care about the unfamiliar faces and responded enthusiastically, and even chatted with the classmates she liked. After all, those who could afford to go to high school these days all had good families, especially their class, who could catch the last train before the great turmoil. After being assigned a job, these classmates were a great resource. Among the group of potential classmates she made friends with, there were both men and women, and even a few blind people who wanted to have a romantic love with her openly or secretly.
Hee.
Xiaoyu hurriedly posted his attitude. "I said this little classmate, your thin arms and legs, even I can't even beat, let alone my family. I advise you, eliminate this idea early, otherwise your life is not enough for my family. Don't think that the family can confuse me like this. I don't eat that set. Poetry, how many hairpins can be bought? I have to remind you a few words in the dream. If you want to have a good career in the future, don't provoke me like a husband." Several male students couldn't help scaring. Every time she saw her, she started to go around. Early in the morning, Zhou Jun, "Ciao mom, I'll cook in the morning. You free your hands." Zhou Jun, Zhou Wen, and Zhou Wu couldn't call Xiaoyu mom. The three children discussed and decided that it would be awkward to continue calling her Annie, so they added a surname. Xiaoyu nodded. "Okay, the food you cook is much better than mine." Zhou Wen was thoughtful and prepared things for her. Zhou Wu freed her hands and helped her carry things. Even Dawei and Xiaoyong massaged her shoulders when she was resting. Xiaoyu was served comfortably and said to Zhou Zhan, "Old Zhou, the children we raised are really good and filial. They are still young now, so when we are old, we can enjoy our lives." That's what she said. But Xiaoyu didn't expect them to take care of her in her old age. It was just a compliment as soon as she said it. Praising children more will make them live in a world of positive energy, which is also good for their physical and mental health. When taking exams, Xiaoyu habitually reads the questions first. After a quick glance, she found that the difficulty was not very high. Was she nervous? Of course not. Since she started to practice questions at the end of last year, Xiaoyu knew that the college students in this era were not only of high quality, but also much simpler than those in later generations. It was probably because the 9-year compulsory education had not yet been popularized and not many people were studying, so there were not enough papers, so she came to pick up the leaks. After leaving the examination room, she kept smiling. There was no doubt that she was sure to win. Xiaoyu said with great enthusiasm, "Let's go. I'll treat you today. Let's go to the state-owned restaurant." Zhou Zhan and the children breathed a sigh of relief. The family went to the state-owned restaurant in a grand manner. Xiaoyu was generous, and since it was her treat, she naturally ordered more meat dishes. Zhou Zhan couldn't help but say, "Enough, enough, enough to eat." Xiaoyu looked at him and said with some regret, "Okay, that's all for now." In 1962, the famine was coming to an end, and the country was relieved in various parts of the country. State-owned restaurants had more meat and vegetables, and even the staple food was much more substantial than last year. Xiaoyu thought they would pack up, but she and the children were full, and Zhou Zhan cleaned up the mess. The dishes they ordered today were twice the amount they usually cook. He finished it all? She looked at his flat abdomen. Well, maybe he still had 8-pack abs under his clothes. Compared with the children's belly, her belly looked a little bulging. After a short rest on the way back, Xiaoyu whispered, "Don't you usually eat too much?" Zhou Zhan was startled, and a sentence flashed through his mind. "She cares about me." "No, I'm full." "Really full?"
"Yeah."
As if thinking of something, Zhou Zhan said again, "I was actually a little full at the state-owned restaurant just now." Xiaoyu was a little surprised. This man looks rough, but I didn't expect him to be very attentive. He can observe people and know what she is thinking. Before Xiaoyu could say anything, an acquaintance on the same boat said, "Xiao Mei, you and Zhou Tuan have a very good relationship." Xiaoyu turned around and smiled at the other person. "Of course, Zhou Tuan and I have the most solid revolutionary friendship that cannot be blown away by the wind or shaken by the rain. No external force can shake our feelings." Others. "Why do you feel that it sounds strange?" The person asking the question saw that Zhou Tuan was sitting straight, but the hand on his knee was shaking slightly. "Well, maybe the two of them are really in love. The difference is that Xiaoyu is bold and unrestrained, while Zhou Tuan is introverted and conservative." As soon as the scores came out, Xiaoyu called her natal family and her husband's family one after another. Her scores were among the best in the provincial capital. After receiving the call, Mr. Zhang jumped up from his seat excitedly.
"Good.
She is worthy of being my granddaughter. She is really capable."
Ha ha ha.
When he thought that if the Qiao family had not replaced their granddaughter, how could there be so many things later? And they delayed their granddaughter for so many years. Mr. Zhang's anger reached its peak after Qiaoyu's college entrance examination score was extraordinary. "Grandpa will go to ask for pension money tomorrow. By the way, publicize your story and see how stupid the couple was at the beginning. How shameful. They are university professors and intellectuals. They lost their jobs, picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons." Xiaoyu knew that the reason why Grandpa Zhang acquiesced to Zhang Zhan finding a job for Zhang Fu was to make it easier to get pension money. Grandpa's pension money equals his own pockets are full. Why should she object or refuse? Xiaoyu smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, Grandpa." After exchanging a few words with Grandpa Zhang, Xiaoyu brought the good news to her husband's mother Zhou. Zhou's mother was delighted and felt that her ancestors had accumulated a lot of good karma to marry such a daughter-in-law. Not only was she from a good family and had a good temper, but she could also read. However, after hanging up the phone, Zhou's mother became worried. Her own son was not good enough, and Xiaoyu was still young. Now Xiaoyu was willing to be a widow. What about the future? When she returned home, Zhou's eldest sister-in-law saw that Zhou's mother was frowning and asked, "What's wrong, mother? Did my sister-in-law fail the exam?" Hearing this, Zhou's mother rolled her eyes. Her biological father is a university professor. How bad can she be? Her score is among the top 10 in the provincial capital, and she can't go to university?
What? Top 10 in the provincial capital. Oh my goodness. Mrs. Zhou swallowed her saliva, glanced at her two children, seemed to have thought of something, and said, Mom, since my sister-in-law is so good at studying, why not let her take care of my son? Anzi has 5 children, and he is already under so much pressure. You want to send another child to Anzi? I don't agree. Mrs. Zhou, Mom, none of those 5 children are my second brother's children. After all, my son is his nephew. Get out. I don't allow it. If you continue talking, let's go take care of you. Mrs. Zhou was dissatisfied, but she gave up her plan. Beijing City. The next day, Mr. Zhang dressed up and combed his white hair meticulously. Then he asked the guard to drive to the tube building where Zhang Fu was. It happened to be the weekend, and Zhang Fu and his wife were there. The people in the tube building knew Zhang Fu's background, but they didn't know that Zhang Fu and Mr. Zhang had a bad relationship. Every month, Mr. Zhang came to ask for pension money, and the people in the tube building thought that Zhang Fu and Mr. Zhang were in touch. Under this misunderstanding, the people in the tube building were polite to Zhang Fu. Only Zhang Fu and his wife could understand the bitterness. After closing the door, Fu Yujing quickly made a cup of tea for Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, I came here today in addition to pension money. I have something to tell you. What is it? Mr. Zhang looked at the two confused faces and thought of his granddaughter's achievements and was proud of his decision at the time. Proud? Didn't you deny Xiaoyu at the beginning? You thought that Xiao Bauer was kept by your side, and you had feelings for her. What happened? An ungrateful person. Fu Yujing couldn't help but said, Dad, the reason why we are so upset is that you and Xiaoyu have intervened, right? Afterwards, Zhang Fu analyzed with her the manipulators behind the series of incidents. Now, the main manipulator came to mock her? Fu Yujing couldn't help but vent her resentment when she thought of her plummeting quality of life.
Zhang Fu, Jing.
Fu Yujing also realized what she said and fell silent. Old Master Zhang was not annoyed and said, Since you know that we intervene behind these things, you should understand that we did not participate in the whole process, but only laid the bait. If you don't do bad things, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. If Xiao Bauer had a pure heart, would she have come to this point now? You and Zhang Fu indulged her step by step, but let her get more and more aggressive? What? Blame me for exposing her filial piety to you? Or do you have to wait until you are really in trouble and then let this ungrateful wolf step on you? Will you give up? Zhang Fu said quickly, Of course not. Dad, we have brought this upon ourselves. It's also our fault that we spoiled her in the beginning, and that's why she has this kind of personality. You are wrong. She is a child of the Qiao family, and she is rotten to the core. No matter how you raise her, she will be like this. Old Master Zhang, who hadn't received an answer for a long time, raised his eyebrows. Why, you don't believe it? Zhang Fu. Dad, you are right. Old Master Zhang pulled the corner of his lip and said, Do you know how Xiaoyu is doing now? That child. We owe her. Nonsense. If it's not you who owe her, could it be me, an old man? It took her less than 2 years to get her junior and senior high school diplomas. This is her first time to take the college entrance examination. Zhang Fu's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Grandpa Zhang in disbelief. He seemed to realize what the old man would say next.
Impossible.
If that were the case, then wouldn't that child be smarter than Zhang Zhou? In this way, if that child was raised by him since childhood, wouldn't that be another talent for the motherland? Calculated in this way, the Qiao family has committed a great sin. Grandpa Zhang confirmed Zhang Fu's inner thoughts as soon as he opened his mouth. She ranked in the top 10 in the provincial capital in the college entrance examination, and she is sure to go to university. Unlike Xiao Bauer, who had to find someone to take the exam for her and could only go to a technical secondary school. That's a real university. It's ranked so high in the provincial capital. Zhang Fu's eyes were dull, and Fu Yijing also sat down on the chair woodenly. Seeing the couple's behavior, Grandpa Zhang was satisfied and began to scold again. Tell me about you. What can I say? If the two of them accidentally took the wrong child,
Our Zhang family is big and powerful, and it's not impossible to raise 2 children. But Qiao Baoer's parents deliberately took the wrong child away. That's a crime. They are the enemies of our Zhang family. You are so good. You are spoiling your own daughter. You are spoiling your enemy's daughter, and even your 2 sons. Zhang Fu, oh Zhang Fu, it's not that I'm cruel, it's that you 2 are really outrageous. Zhang Fu wanted to respond, but when he opened his mouth, he found that his mouth was so dry that he couldn't make any sound. As soon as Mr. Zhang left, Zhang Fu asked himself in self-doubt, am I really wrong? Didn't Fu Yujing ask herself the same question? Are they really wrong? When Xiaoyu received the package from Beijing, she thought it was sent by her eldest brother or Mr.
Zhang.
As a result, she saw Zhang Fu's handwriting and words of apology. With a dark face, she stuffed these good things back into the package, planning to go to the island again tomorrow to send it back. Seeing this, Zhou Wu asked curiously, Qiao Mom, who sent it? Why did you put the package back? Oh, a pair of idiots. Xiaoyu said indifferently. Zhou Wu, who? Zhouwen. They should be Qiao Ma's biological parents. When Xiaoyu first arrived on the island, Zhouwen didn't like to talk much, but now he can communicate normally like ordinary people. Xiaoyu gave Zhouwen a thumbs up. When kid is amazing, he can guess this. Zhou Wu didn't understand. Since they sent it, why don't you accept it? Dawei. Brother Wu, you can't just exercise your limbs every day, you have to exercise your brain. Zhou Wu clicked his tongue and asked his brother. What does he mean? Zhouwen. He said you are simple-minded but strong-limbed. Zhou Wu immediately pulled up his sleeves and chased Dawei to beat him. Dawei cried out. It hurts. Brother Wu, be gentle. After the children finished fighting, Zhou Wu asked his brother. Our Qiao Ma is a rascal who would not take advantage of an advantage. Why didn't she accept the package? Zhouwen rolled his eyes. Qiao Ma has to have some backbone. Dawei nodded. This package was given directly by the couple and Mom won't accept it. If it was sent in the name of my great-grandfather, my mother would have definitely accepted it. After Dawei and Xiaoyong arrived on the island, they followed the way people around them addressed Xiaoyu and changed their address to Mom instead of Mom. Zhou Wu. Is there any difference? Zhouwen rolled his eyes. Just accept it. That means forgiving the couple. Dawei nodded. Mom wants something, but she doesn't want to recognize them. Zhou Wu. So that's how it is. What are you talking about? Hurry up and help. One by one. You just know how to chat. This family has to go without me. Xiaoyu's loud voice came from the kitchen, and the children rushed to the source of the sound. After dinner, Xiaoyu returned to her room and counted the days to report to school on her fingers. It's almost time. When the time comes, rent a single room close to the school, hide from others and eat secretly, and don't have to go to the toilet. I just don't know if I can rent it. I heard that the housing supply in the city is tight now, especially near the university town. There were 2 knocks on the master bedroom door. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Come in. It was indeed Lao Zhou. Whenever she was in the master bedroom, Lao Zhou would knock on the door before coming in, paying special attention to privacy. This touched Xiaoyu very much. Who wouldn't be touched to have such a sensible sister living together? Xiaoyu, have you finished your own business? Old Zhou asked back. I heard from the children that the couple in Beijing City sent you something? Xiaoyu nodded, as if she thought of something disgusting. I'll send it back tomorrow and curse them at the same time. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable. After all, it costs postage to send it back. Old Zhou. Okay, I'll go down the island with you. Why are you following me? I have something for you.
Gift?
Can I give it to you now? Not now. It's hidden in the city. Xiaoyu rubbed her hands. Old Zhou, you are still the most caring one at home. Zhou Zayan turned his head away, his voice low, and was a response. Xiaoyu thought his reaction was a bit strange, but she didn't think much about it. She made the bed and then invited him warmly. Come on, lie down and talk. Zhou Zayan had just taken off his shoes and socks when she heard her say again, You are so tall. Standing there, I have to look up to talk, and my neck is uncomfortable. Zhou Zayan. The next day, the children were left on the island, and the couple went off the island. Xiaoyu got up early that day and wrote several pieces of swear words, which were enough to make Zhang Fu and his wife upset before they left. There was a post office on the island, but it was being renovated recently, so it was inconvenient for her to call or send things, and she had to go off the island to send them back. Xiaoyu complained to Lao Zhou along the way. This couple is really busy, sending things and talking about feelings now. What were they doing before? It's because they saw that Xiao Bauer was a waste, and I had a good future and did well in the college entrance examination, so they realized that they were blind. Lao Zhou listened silently, and occasionally responded with affirmative words such as and yes to show that he was listening carefully and not absent-minded. Xiaoyu was thirsty from talking, so Lao Zhou took out the military water bottle from his waist and handed it to him. Xiaoyu took it, unscrewed the lid and drank it. It was still hot. Xiaoyu frowned. It's so hot. Next time you should drink boiled water.
No.
This was the first time that old Zhou rejected her. Well, it's an old problem. It's not a big deal. When you become a doctor in the future, you must first take care of your body. TSK, I didn't expect you to be able to manage others, old Zhou. Xiaoyu looked at him. I didn't expect you to be able to manage others. Others? He was too lazy to manage. Only her. As soon as the things were delivered, Xiaoyu stopped complaining and asked him in a flash. Where's my gift? Where did you hide it? You have to take the bus.
Oh.
After finding the bus stop, Xiaoyu paid for the bus. After all, she was the one who managed the finances at home. After the ticket inspector asked them which stop they should get off, old Zhou reported a stop. Xiaoyu felt that it sounded familiar. After sitting for 2 stops, she realized, is this near the university I applied for? What did you buy? You'll know when I get there.
Oh.
TSK, old Zhou is still keeping people in suspense. Xiaoyu is very curious, but a strong woman never exposes her weaknesses. She suppressed her curiosity. After getting off the bus at the stop, Xiaoyu followed him to the courtyard with many exits next to the university town. When old Zhou saw an old lady, he greeted her. Grandma Wang, I've brought the person with me.
Huh.
What the Hades? Old Zhou sounded like he was going to sell her out. Just when Xiaoyu turned around to run, Grandma Wang sized her up, took out the key, and invited her in.
Come with me.
Xiaoyu hesitated and followed. If she was really sold out by Lao Zhou, then his military career would be over. Grandma Wang opened the door of a single room. It seemed to have been vacant for a long time. There was an obvious musty smell in the air, and fungi were growing in the corners. It was so damp. The room was only a dozen square meters, with only a wooden bed and a table. The window was not high, but there was a wall not far outside, and a ray of sunlight could just shine in through half of the window. It was well concealed and ventilated. Xiaoyu observed and understood Lao Zhou's intention. Xiaoyu, did you find it for me? Lao Zhou nodded. I've asked around. The dormitories of the school you attend are all mixed with more than a dozen people. There is not much privacy. You definitely don't like it. It's not easy to rent a house these days, and you have to find one close to the school. Otherwise, if it's too far, it's no different from going to the island and going home every day. I searched for a long time before I found this single room. The price is a bit expensive, but I guess you will like it. Xiaoyu stood on tiptoe, patted each other on the shoulder, and said with emotion, Old Zhou, I didn't expect that you, a big man, are so thoughtful and considerate. Thank you. I like this gift very much. Xiaoyu happily paid Grandma Wang a year's rent and borrowed tools to clean the hut. Because the space was not large, it was quick to clean, and then there was the problem of the walls. Although the mushrooms were cleaned, some white lime had to be sprinkled on to absorb excess moisture. After all, she might live here for the next 5 years, and she wanted to paint the walls white to make it more comfortable. She also wanted to sell these wooden beds and tables and replace them with new ones. After discussing with Grandma Wang and getting her approval, Xiaoyu and Lao Zhou began to work. The walls were painted white, and the wooden beds and tables were replaced with new ones. Because the weather is hot now, there is no need to consider sleeping on a cotton bed. Xiaoyu and Lao Zhou took the wooden beds and wooden tables to the scrap recycling station to sell them, and then asked the uncle at the recycling station to buy new ones. They also bought a straw mat, and a thick straw mat. They were all handmade by local members. They were not worth much, but the quality was good, but they had to wait a few days to get the goods. However, Xiao Yu bought it with great confidence. She and Lao Zhou packed up and caught the last boat and successfully landed on the island. Beijing City. Zhang Fu received the reply a few days later. The person in the telephone booth in the tube building shouted to Zhang Fu, "Lao Zhang, there's a package for you. Where is it sent from?" "It seems to be from a certain island?" Zhang Fu was shocked, but then he was happy. After having a stern face for several months, he finally smiled.
Thank you,
Zhang Fu said after taking the package. The man saw Zhang Fu smile and also smiled. "Lao Zhang, you look much better when you smile than when you have a stern face."
Really?
Zhang Fu held the package in one hand, touched his cheek with the other hand, and nodded. "Then I will smile more often in the future." Until he took the package home and opened it to see. The things were sent out. She sent it back intact? Zhang Fu's hands trembled slightly when he saw the fallen papers. He didn't dare to look. Fu Yujing had just returned with a pot of cooked coarse grain porridge. The pot was wrapped with thick iron wire, so it was convenient to carry it home, because the things cooked were too hot. The previous iron pot was not suitable here, so they exchanged it for this one that was commonly used in the tube building. Because the previous iron pot was in good condition, the couple even got some extra banknotes. Fu Yujing saw the familiar things on the table and her body froze. "Brother Fu, isn't this the thing we sent to Xiu Yu?" Zhang Fu recovered and squatted down to pick up the letter to read. "What kind of daydreaming are you doing?" And so on. Zhang Fu's chest heaved greatly. He crumpled it into a ball and threw it hard into the corner. Fu Yujing frowned, looked at her lover, picked up the piece of paper, and accidentally tore it a little after unfolding it. It needed to be pieced together before it could be read. One can imagine how much strength the owner of the paper had used to crumple it into a ball. When she finished reading the contents of the letter didn't mention their names at all, but every sentence was full of insults to them. Kindness was taken for granted. Fu Yujing bit her back teeth. "Brother Fu, this girl can't be saved, so let it go." Zhang Fu pinched his eyebrows and said, "I'll call Dad tomorrow and send the things to her in his name. She won't refuse."
Fu Yujing remained silent.
Zhang Fu, Jingjing, we are sorry for that child. We should not have disappointed her from the beginning. Dad is right. Blood relationship is very important. Some people are born bad. We know the truth, but we still mistake fish eyes for jewels. We have made too many mistakes. Okay, I'll listen to you. Grandpa Zhang was a little surprised when he received the call from Zhang Fu. He thought that he had not set any traps for his sons recently. Since he didn't set any traps, shouldn't Zhang Fu ask for help? Could it be that this stupid son has encountered other troubles again? Grandpa Zhang was very upset. If he had known that his only son would become like this, he would say, "Forget it." If he really did this, how would he face his old wife in the underworld after he died? Fortunately, all his grandchildren were outstanding. He hesitated for a long time before answering the phone. "What's the matter?" Zhang Fu told him the whole story. Grandpa Zhang was speechless. "What were you doing before?" There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Grandpa Zhang, "Okay, I'll ask the guard to get the things later. I'm hanging up now if there's nothing else."
Zhang Fu, Dad. Why?
Will Xiao Yu accept it? Don't worry. She doesn't ask where the things come from. As long as it's not sent in the name of you two, she won't refuse. Very smart. Grandpa Zhang's face was dyed with smiles when he thought of his granddaughter. Zhang Fu didn't sleep well these days. He kept thinking about the days when he just contacted Xiao Yu. How did he agree with Fu Yujing's statement? He thought that the two children who followed Xiao Yu were not Xiao Yu's children anyway. Taking them back to Beijing would cause trouble. It would be better. I didn't expect Xiao Yu to be so loyal. I didn't expect Xiao Yu to be so angry. Just when Zhang Fu was lamenting that he should have been unwavering in choosing his daughter, Qiao Bauer came to the door again. At that time, Qiao Bauer made a cruel statement in her heart, thinking that her adoptive parents would definitely regret losing her. After she sent most of her money to Yaozu, she had to bow her head due to the financial difficulties of life. Because they had no money, she and Meng Jianjun lived in a broken thatched house. Meng Jianjun took her to the fields to earn work points every day and tossed her in bed at night. If she didn't earn 8 work points a day, he would beat her. She wanted to run away and go to her adoptive parents' house to beg for money, but Meng Jianjun watched her too strictly. Until she became pregnant, Meng Jianjun became addicted to gambling again. Meng Jianjun thought that she could support a family with 8 work points a day, frugality, and the money he won from time to time. Besides, she was pregnant and thought that she would be devoted to this family, so he relaxed his supervision of her. In fact, as Meng Jianjun expected, Qiao Bauer was subdued by sleep. Even though she was indignant, dissatisfied, and hateful when she was beaten for the first time, when she became pregnant, she regarded Meng Jianjun as the father of her unborn child, her only support and lover. So this time, she went to her adoptive parents' house, not to divorce, but to let her adoptive parent help her. However, as soon as they entered the tube-shaped building, they heard someone say, "I heard that Lao Zheng's daughter was admitted to the university. Is it true? So impressive? After graduation, won't she have to eat government food? I have inquired about the car driven by Lao Zheng's father. It is not something that ordinary leaders can afford. He is from a very prominent family. How bad can Lao Zheng's daughter be? I don't believe you. If Lao Zheng's father is really that impressive, why would he live in this small tube-shaped building?" Qiao Bauer's hand holding her belly froze slightly, and she stepped forward to inquire. "The Lao Zheng you are talking about, his full name is Zhang Fu? You are. You look familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Qiao Bauer is very different from 6 months ago. The bald spot on her head has no more hair, and her skin has become dark and sun-stained because of facing the lus and back to the sky. The family had no money to clean up. Not only was his hair oily, his teeth were yellow, and he also smelled of sweat. His cheeks were sunken because he had not eaten enough for a long time, which made his eye sockets bulge out. His cheekbones were also high, and he looked a bit mean. He looked a bit like a member of the Qiao family. Qiao Bauer quickly explained, "I am Zhang Fu's relative." "Is he a relative who came to ask for money?" "We're talking about Zhang Fu. What are you doing here?" Qiao Bauer, his daughter was admitted to university. "Is his daughter's name Qiaoyu?" "I haven't heard of her name. Doesn't Zhang's daughter take his surname?" "It seems that his daughter and he don't have a good relationship. She got married an officer, and followed the army on the island?" Qiao Bauer was in a trance and drifted away. "It's fake. It must be fake. The old man must have asked someone to take the exam for Qiaoyu. How could someone with an elementary school education get admitted to university in less than 2 years?" Since she was reported and her secondary school graduation status was cancelled then. The truth was revealed. Qiaoyu would not be able to go to college, right? Maybe the old man who manipulated the situation behind the scenes would also be punished. The dark voice in her heart encouraged her. "Who made that old man not be on your side? You are also upholding justice by reporting." "Yes, she is not wrong. She is just advocating justice. The old man deserved it. After so many years of getting along, he is not as good as Qiaoyu, who he met once. What is his fate? He deserved it." When Qiaoyu was found by the investigators, she had just arrived at the rented single room. Also accompanying her was Lao Zhou and the huge and pointed backpack on Lao Zhou's back. She was empty-handed. Qiaoyu, who always felt sorry, helped to carry the backpack to the floor in the house and then said, "I'll go buy 2 bottles of soda. Let's take a break before we start." "No need." Lao Zhou had no time to stop him, and when he looked up, he only saw Qiaoyu's afterimage. The soda was packed in a foam box, with ice water still dripping from the bottle, which was refreshing just by looking at it. She ran back with 2 bottles. When Lao Zhou saw her coming back, he quickly got up to take them. As a result, he saw that she had very good teeth, and she opened a bottle of soda with a pop and handed it to him. "Lao Zhou, here." "Zhou Zhan." After he took it, he hesitated and said, "Next time I'll open it."
"Ah? Why?"
When asking this, she bit open the second bottle cap with a pop, looking at him with a slightly confused expression. Could it be that he thought she was too proactive? Stealing his limelight? Xiao Yu thought for a while and said, I understand. What did you understand? Xiao Yu had an understanding expression. Don't worry. You can do the job of biting the bottle cap in front of outsiders. It sounded like he understood, but why was his tone different from what he thought? Xiao Yu tiptoed and patted his shoulder. I understand you. Although they are sisters, they are men on the outside and still like to maintain their appearance. Xiao Yu, isn't it just that women do men's work and there is no place for you? Inside, we don't distinguish between sisters and brothers. Outside, you are a man and I am a woman.
Got it.
What does don't distinguish between sisters and brothers mean? Zhou Zayan sighed deeply. My wife is still too young and doesn't understand anything. Take it slow, he thought while drinking soda. After drinking the water, Zhou Zayan asked someone to pull the bed and table, as well as the straw mats in the back. Xiao Yu glanced at the empty house, locked the door, went next door, and chatted with the landlord, Grandma Wang. When Zhou Zayan came back, he glanced at the locked door, and then listened to Xiao Yu's hearty laughter next door, mixed with the old lady's cheerful laughter. Zhou Zayan. Before he came, didn't he hear from other people in the courtyard that the old landlady had a weird temper? The old landlady did look difficult to talk to, and she had a stern face towards him the whole time. His little wife, can she chat with anyone? Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu paused while eating melon seeds and said to the old lady, Look at me. I'm busy talking, Grandma Wang. I'm going to open the door for my old Zhou. We'll have plenty of time to chat later. Okay, go. After a pause, Grandma Wang said again, You just came. Don't you have hot water to drink yet? Bring my kettle and enamel pot over, and pour a cup of hot water for the people who help. Xiao Yu smiled. Okay. Thank you, Grandma Wang. Zhou Zayan watched her carry the kettle and enamel pot out. Xiao Yu met his gaze and wondered, Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?
No.
That's good. Let's go and pour a cup of hot water for the brothers. You've made a hard trip. Yeah. The people moving the table and bed were quite surprised. After taking the hot water, they quickly put the things in place, and then left politely. The big backpack she brought back contained a mattress, but it only had a cover and no pad. She didn't bring toiletries, and Xiao Yu was too lazy to move them around, so she planned to buy some at a nearby supply and marketing cooperative. As soon as the bed was made and the window was closed, Xiao Yu went shopping with Zhou Zayan. When they came back, it was time to get off work, and the workers in the yard came back to eat one after another. There were quite a lot of people, and it was quite noisy. Xiao Yu, I will eat in the canteen in the future. I'm too lazy to cook by myself, and I have to buy a stove and charcoal fire, but in winter, I still have to burn something to keep warm in the house, otherwise it will be too humid. As she said that, she sighed. Linhai is humid. It's okay in summer. I just need to ventilate and dry the mattress and clothes. In winter, I have to dry them myself. Well, if it doesn't work, I'll come to help you with the work on the weekend. At the very least, Zhou Jun is that old, and you're his mother, so it's his responsibility to take care of you. Xiao Yu. She's still young, so it's not like she can take care of you, right? She felt that she was not a good stepmother, and the man in front of her was not a good stepfather either. Forget it, I'll do these little things myself. Junwazi has to take care of the family and look after his younger brothers. He's also very tired. He has to shoulder heavy responsibilities at such a young age. Just after she finished her sigh, several figures blocked the way of Xiao Yu and the others. Excuse me, is this Comrade Xiao Yu?
I am. Who are you?
We are from the educational institution. We have received a report that you cheated in your college entrance examination results. We hope that Comrade Xiao will go back with us to actively investigate.
People kept looking at them.
Xiao Yu narrowed her eyes and smiled wider. Really? Can I know who reported it? Zhou Zayan glanced at her, knowing that her expression was a fake smile, and also knowing that she was angry. He could clear the river if he came forward. But she had talked to him privately, and she liked to solve problems by herself. Borrowing the hands of others, is it what women in the new era do? Zhou Zayan understood. Now it is her battlefield. Be courteous, be courteous. Sorry, it's an anonymous report. Xiao Yu interrupted. Anonymous? Just because you're anonymous, you can frame people at will? I'm a family member of a soldier. My man defends our country. As a woman of the new era, I follow my husband's footsteps, work hard to learn knowledge, get into my favorite school, and learn medical knowledge. I will also strive to become a doctor who cures diseases and saves lives in the future. Now, you use the word anonymous. Without finding out who did it, you have labeled me in public. Comrade Xiao, we haven't labeled you, and the matter is still under investigation. The man corrected hurriedly. Xiaoyu was slightly shocked. Oh, there are very few people who can find flaws in her logic and fight back. Then your behavior is too careless. As a family member of a soldier, I suggest that after receiving the anonymous report, you find out the background of the other party before investigating me. Otherwise, I will report your intentions to the organization. After all, I can be sure that the cheating you mentioned has never happened. I have been with the army for a short time and have not made any enemies. So, the one who wants to bring me down is targeting my wife. The other party began to sweat. Xiaoyu was still smiling. Comrade, do you have anything else to say?
No. Nothing?
Then go and investigate that anonymous person. Xiaoyu's voice was sarcastic. As soon as the person left and returned to the educational department, he was robbed by his superiors. I know you want to make a good grade and go to college in 2 years. It's really fake, but you don't even look at who she married. Her husband is in the army, and he's even a regiment commander. How can she lose the big picture for the small? Once the college entrance examination cheating is discovered, not only will her reputation be ruined, but her husband's position will also be coveted. What's more, although Qiaoyu's surname is Qiao, she is from the Zhang family in Beijing. The Zhang family in Beijing. Is it that Zhang family? The man rolled his eyes and said, Okay, you don't have to investigate this matter, just take a good rest. Director, I was wrong, please help me. I originally wanted to promote you to deputy director next year. Li, you should stay in your current position. The teaching researcher slumped in the chair, feeling annoyed. If he hadn't been so aggressive and greedy, he would have hit a wall this time. It would have been all over. After the man left, Xiaoyu put away his smile and said to Zhou Zhan seriously, Old Zhou, help me find out who this anonymous person is. Zhou Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. There is a place where he can be used.
Okay.
A few days later, Xiaoyu laughed angrily after hearing what Zhou Zhan had people find out. It seems that life is too comfortable. What are you going to do? Actually, I want to do it myself, but I'm too lazy to make a special trip for a mouse. Let my grandfather handle it. The next day, Xiaoyu came to the post and telecommunications kiosk to call Grandpa Zhang. The post and telecommunications kiosk on the island is expanding in scale. I heard that a few more telephones will be introduced to facilitate the island soldiers, family members, and relatives to contact each other without queuing. After all, more and more family members come to accompany the army. The day Xiaoyu came, it was almost finished. After the call was connected, Grandpa Zhang from Jing City was smiling at first, but when he heard the end, his smile disappeared, and he said with a stern face, Xiaoyu, I will give you an explanation. Xiaoyu said in a cold voice, Grandpa, she has not suffered real hardship. Before she suffered, she sent someone to tell her that I would go to college smoothly. After she reported me, the investigation results showed that I did not cheat. It was a murderous move. Grandpa Zhang thought about these words, and his face was finally not so tense. He said, Will you come back for the New Year this year? I asked, and Lao Zhou will be stationed here. Okay, I see. Grandpa Zhang could actually get a transfer order to transfer his granddaughter's family to Jing City, but when he thought of the subtle restlessness in Jing City after the famine, he was aware that his granddaughter's family might be safest on the island, so he suppressed his thoughts. Don't worry, Grandpa. When the kids are older, I'll take them to see you. You're just leaving your old Zhou alone on the island? Hey, it's okay. He can stand loneliness. You also know that being alone during the Chinese New Year is lonely. However, this exchange made Grandpa Zhang realize the status of his granddaughter in the family the top, absolutely the top. After hanging up the phone, Grandpa Zhang began to lay out. At the same time, Qiao Bauer realized the purpose of coming to Beijing after reporting it. She returned to the tube building that night. But no matter how she knocked on the door, Zhang Fu and his wife didn't open it. She slept in the corridor for a night. It should be said that labor is the most training. When Xiao Bauer was still Zhang Bauer, she often had major and minor illnesses. She was raised with nobility. Even if she looked ordinary, she had the demeanor of a lady from a rich family.
Now?
Sleeping in the corridor for a night, using the ground as a bed and the sky as a quilt, she can be safe and sound even if she is pregnant. Zhang Fu was going to work. After opening the door, he saw a person lying across the door. After seeing who it was, he walked around expressionlessly and left. Xiao Bauer had just woken up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, looked at her adoptive father's back, and before her adoptive mother closed the door, she quickly grabbed the door sill. Her hand was pinched, and she screamed. Fu Yujing quickly let go of her hand and wanted to squat down to ask about the situation, but when she thought about the fact that they had severed relations with her long ago, and she even changed her surname back to Qiao. What else is there to say? Fu Yujing said coldly. Why are you here?
Mom.
Fu Yujing looked down at her. Xiao Bauer seemed to have thought of something and quickly lifted up her sleeves to show Fu Yujing, trying to awaken the other's maternal love. She felt sorry for herself. Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been involved with Meng Jianjun. I regret it. But we already have a child. Please help us. I haven't had a full meal in a long time, Mom. Are you only regretting getting involved with Meng Jianjun?
I
also regret saying those stupid things and hurting you and Dad. Fu Yujing gritted her teeth. But you have changed your surname to Qiao, and you are no longer a member of our Zhang family. It's just a surname. Is it that important? Mom, your surname is not Zhang either, so are you not a member of the Zhang family? Fu Yujing seemed to be amused by her anger. It has come to this point, and you are still stubborn. Xiao Bauer, you don't think we still have feelings for each other, do you? Mom, I am your daughter, your most beloved Bauer. Yes, Brother Fu and I raised you from childhood, provided you with the best food and clothes, and coaxed and spoiled you, and you just said that we are not as good as your biological parents. Meng Jianjun beat you and didn't give you food, but you still followed him wholeheartedly and gave birth to his children. Xiao Bauer, what can I say about you? You are indeed a SB of the Qiao family. You bully the weak and fear the strong. You are a born lowly SB. The last sentence was said in a hurry, but Fu Yujing found that after saying it, she felt a lot more relieved.
Mom.
Fu Yujing looked at her with disgust. Don't call me Mom. She saw the face that should have belonged to Xiao Bauer and finally repented. How can such a person compare with his own daughter? She is not as good-looking, not as good at learning, and not even as kind and loyal. This is the adopted daughter she has loved for more than 10 years. Remember them, it's because they are in financial difficulties, so they come to ask for benefits. Animals know how to repay their parents, but Xiao Bauer, a rascal who doesn't know how to be grateful. Xiao Bauer looked very hurt. Mom, how can you say that to me? If you don't want to leave on your own initiative, then I can only tell the street office. They will drive you away in the name of blind drifters, and you don't want to embarrass yourself, do you? Mom, do you really want to do this? Get out of here. Xiao Bauer stood up with the help of the wall. When she lowered her head, she seemed to be struggling with something. The malicious voice appeared again. She said, Look, these are the adoptive parents you have come so long to ask for help. The adoptive father turned a blind eye to you, and the adoptive mother called you a rascal. Do you still need to respect them and beg them? She also said, since it has come to this, just break the jar. She continued, Anyway, if you offend this couple, the old things will not do anything to you. Maybe the old things are happy to see this situation. Finally, she persuaded her. Come on, fight back with what you heard and learned in the countryside. Anyway, you are a pregnant woman now, and the old woman in front of you is pretending to be noble. She can't scold you, let alone beat you. Even if she beats you, you have nothing to do with each other now, and you can ask for compensation.
Yes.
People who wear shoes are afraid of those who are barefoot. She has nothing to be afraid of. Why did she come all the way here and be insulted by this fake noblewoman?
Fu Yujing. Huh?
What did you say? Fu Yujing tried to close the door again, but seemed to hear 3 words of disbelief. Xiao Bauer looked up suddenly, with ferocious features and a hearty smile. Fu Yujing, you are so hypocritical. What's so great about you? Has old man Zhang recognized you for so many years? No. Even if you gave birth to 2 sons, that old thing wouldn't recognize you. You are just a nanny married by the Zhang family. You got retribution. The 2 sons don't like you, and the daughter doesn't recognize you. Ha 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 ha, idiot. Why are you pretending to be so noble in front of me? Who doesn't know who after so many years?
You.
Fu Yujing was struck by lightning. She had difficulty breathing, and her chest was pierced by something invisible and sharp. How can I do this to you? Nonsense. We are not related by blood. I begged you so humbly, and you didn't give me anything, but you insulted me? You still expect me to support you. How about being nice to you? The more Xiao Bauer talked, the more comfortable she felt. She had been having a bad time recently, and finally, she had an outlet to vent. Xiao Bauer, I'm telling you the truth, Fu Yujing. I've been fed up with you for a long time. Being the good girl that you and Zhang Fu talked about.
Bah.
It's because you think Zhang Zhan and Zhang Zhou are hard to control, so you want to have a private property that you can do whatever you want. Now, I've moved from the military compound to the staff compound, and then to this tube-shaped building of more than a dozen square meters. It's retribution. Ha ha ha.
Ha ha.
Her smile stopped abruptly. Zhang Fu came back and looked at her with a deep and terrifying look. Zhang Fu had a stern face and supported Fu Yujing, who was about to faint. Fu Yujing's face was pale, and her body was shaking.
Brother Fu.
Zhang Fu silently picked up Fu Yujing by the waist. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Fu Yujing's trembling voice. Close the door. Close the door. Zhang Fu turned around and saw Xiao Bauer coming to her senses at this moment, sneaking towards the house. After he put her down, he turned around and slammed the door. Xiao Bauer pouted and could only see the backs of Zhang Fu and his wife leaving. Zhang Fu sent Fu Yujing to the hospital. The doctor only said that Fu Yujing had a bad heart, was stimulated, and needed to rest. After the doctor left, Zhang Fu used the hospital phone to ask for half a day off. When he came back, he heard Fu Yujing crying. I was wrong, Brother Fu, I was wrong. Why did I keep her and disgrace our own daughter? Why did it turn out like this? How much he loved Xiao Bauer in the past. That soft and sweet love turned into a sharp blade, cutting her flesh and blood, cutting open her heart, leaving her to bleed to death in the cold snow. Zhang Fu couldn't say any words of comfort. After all, he was also an accomplice in the beginning. It was really one wrong step, and then all the wrong steps. I'll call Dad and explain the situation, Zhang Fu said after Fu Yujing had cried enough. Fu Yujing paused and cried even harder. No wonder the old man looked down on her. She doesn't look down on herself now either. Xiao Bauer wanted to stay in Beijing for a few days, so she went for a walk with her belly bulging. But who did she see? Second brother. Second brother. It's me.
Bauer.
The man in the car was looking at the blueprints, and when he heard the noise, he looked at the dark pregnant woman, frowned, raised his glasses, and said, It's too noisy. Too ugly. I don't recognize her. Upon seeing this, the driver stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Xiao Bauer ran closer, but could only eat a mouthful of dust. She stared at the back of the car fiercely, with a fragrant smell in her mouth. She cursed the Zhang family for 18 generations. Once a person's desire is turned on, he does not need to be hinted by the inexplicable voice in his heart to actively expose his nature. The bewitching voice in Xiao Bauer's heart completely disappeared because she completely became that voice. Zhang Zhou returned to the military compound after reading the drawings. As soon as he got off the car, he heard his grandfather's vigorous abuse. When he got closer, he realized that the fire was directed at his parents. He saw Aunt Wang cleaning the house and asked, What's going on? Aunt Wang was startled. Zhang Zhou walked silently. After the shock, there was surprise. Xiao Zhou? You are finally back. It's been 3 years. Your grandfather missed you. A lot of things happened at home. Zhang Zhou listened to Aunt Wang's words silently, and thought about finding a secluded place to look at the blueprints on the way back. As a result, a dark figure seemed to say that she was Bauer. Could it be that the dark pregnant woman was really Xiao Bauer? What does my sister look like? The photo is hanging on the wall. Xiaoyu is worthy of being a member of the Zhang family. Not only is she polite, but she is also very beautiful. Zhang Zhou's breath was choked when he approached. He was shocked. Is this his sister? His sister is so beautiful. After the shock, he was moved. When he was a child, he thought his parents were blind to love such an ugly thing. The cousins from the distant branches of the Zhang family were prettier than Xiao Bauer.
Now,
the case is solved. It turns out that this is his sister. His eyebrows and eyes relaxed, and he walked towards the study. Grandpa Zhang called Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing when he heard Xiao Bauer scolding Fu Yujing. Is it true? She was so angry that she was sent to the hospital. It's really heartbreaking being stabbed in the back by the person you raised yourself. Old Master Zhang snorted twice. Now the couple should give up completely. That's not bad. It's convenient for me to do it. Xiaoyu. Grandpa is awesome. After chatting for a few more sentences, Xiaoyu hung up the phone. After leaving the post office, she saw Zhou Zhan's back like a pine tree, so she jumped up and patted his shoulder. The moment he turned his head, she rushed over like a monkey, avoiding his sight, and patted his other shoulder again. He always had a stern face, and even his standing posture was meticulous and towering there. People who came and went and wanted to say hello hesitated because of his rigidity and dared not come forward. Only when Xiaoyu came, his shoulders relaxed and fluctuated like a tight straight line, and his eyebrows were no longer rigid, revealing helplessness and pampering. She didn't look like a wife, but like a playful child, always letting go. But then again, Zhou Zhan didn't have this attitude towards the bad boys at home. He trained his children at home as strictly as the soldiers in the army. Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Have you been waiting for a long time? How was the chat with Grandpa? What do you think?" Look at her smiling face like a peach blossom, long eyelashes like wings, curled like a barb, hooking his heart. Zhou Zhan turned his head away and said, "Grandpa is suppressing him in Beijing. I'm here. You will be fine." Xiaoyu followed him. What can happen to me? I am an upright person. I am not afraid of the jealousy of certain people. Dare to play dirty. I will make them pay for it. What ambition. Xiaoyu thought for a while and said, "School will start soon. I remember there is one more thing."
Huh?
What is it? It's the matter of raising children that you mentioned before. I don't disagree with your spirit, but raising children, you can't just pay and then there will be no trace in the end, right? At least you have invested time and energy. Old Joe, if you really want to raise children, you can transfer the other party to your own household registration. With an adoption relationship, we will be at the top of the food chain in the future. Well, easy to handle. Aren't all 5 children registered in our household registration? Didn't you test me before and wanted to adopt another one? Zhou Zhan thought for a long time before he remembered what was going on. How could he adopt a child? He wanted a child. Zhou Zhan looked at her innocent little face and finally sighed. She was still a child herself. No, you're thinking wrong. I mentioned before we got the marriage certificate that I would not adopt another child. Xiaoyu thought about it, and it seemed that this was the point, so she didn't dwell on it anymore. She rested at home for a few days, and before school started, she packed her bags and left the island. The director of the Women's Federation, Wang Zhaodi, Mrs. Zhou, and the children all came to see her off. Old Zhou had recovered from his injuries long ago and went on a temporary mission. The director of the Women's Federation patted her on the shoulder as if it was an honor. Study hard in college. Knowledge changes your destiny. Mrs. Zhou also smiled and said, "Xiaoyu, you are amazing." Before, the director encouraged the sisters-in-law in the compound to go to literacy classes, but they were all tripped up by family matters as an excuse, and no one listened to the director. When you came, not only did you get your junior high and high school diplomas, but you also had a fixed monthly income by contributing to newspapers, which made the sisters-in-law who followed the army in the compound jealous. You have become a role model for the army compound. Wang Xiaodi laughed. Not only that, the mothers-in-law in the compound all use you as a benchmark and often criticize their own daughters-in-law, asking them to learn more from you.
Ah?
I still have this effect. Sister-in-law Wang, sister-in-law Zhou, you haven't been affected, have you? Xiao Yu said worriedly. My own mother didn't lead me astray, so how could my half-baked mother-in-law succeed? Every time she says that, I ask her to compare Chen Chunxing with Zhou Tuan. Ha ha ha, and then she was speechless. Chen Chunxing is Wang Xiaodi's lover. Wang Xiaodi was born in a family that favors boys over girls. At first, her mother-in-law refused to let her son marry her. But she proved that she is a thoughtful new age comrade, and it is impossible for her to unconditionally side with her natal family. Wang Xiaodi originally planned to look for someone else when she saw that Chen Chunxing's mother was against it, but in the end, Chen Chunxing forced the marriage. Facts have proved that after marriage, she had the favoritism of the man and her own reason. After joining the army, she broke off ties with her natal family, which led to the good life she is now. Xiao Yu and Wang Xiaodi have a lot of fun, and they also think that each other is precious. It's nothing great to have been traveling in Qingqi since childhood. After all, who knows what the true temperament of a greenhouse flower that has not been tested is like? Representative figure. Qiao Bauer. Wang Xiaodi is untainted by the mud, which is precious. Wang Xiaodi knows what she wants, has clear goals, and is not bound by any PUA techniques. What a good comrade. Xiao Yu gave a thumbs up. Sister-in-law Wang is still amazing. After all, those who are jealous, after listening to the mother-in-law's words, would have transferred their jealousy to her instead of refuting her on the spot. What goes with what? Mrs. Zhou gave a thumbs up. I'll do the same next time. The director teased. Dare your mother-in-law to say that to you? Mrs. Zhou smiled. That's true. Mrs. Zhou's in-laws are obviously much easier to deal with than Wang Xiaodi's. After chatting with the director and the others, Xiao Yu looked at the 5 children. She looked at the eldest Zhou Jun. Your dad has a lot of tasks. When he is busy, take good care of the younger ones. In a few years, Zhou Wen, Zhou Wu and Dawei will be grown up, and you will be relieved then. Zhou Jun nodded. Xiao Mom, you can go to school without worry. There will be no trouble at home. Xiao Yu was moved. I will try to come back once a week. I can also sneak some meat to nourish the children.
So Yun, okay.
Don't forget the malted milk and milk powder. If there is anything urgent, just call directly. Do you know the school's number? Yes, I know. You are the oldest. You must carry money with you. Don't bear it if you have no money. Since you call me Mom, I have to take responsibility, and it is my duty to give you money. After talking for a long time, when the boat's horn sounded, Xiao Yu got on board with large bags.
Mom.
It was Xiaoyong. Xiaoyong was young and didn't know how to hide his emotions. He had the deepest feelings for Xiao Yu. Seeing Xiao Yu's back, he thought it was the final farewell. He pushed his brother away, cried, and stumbled to chase after her. Wang Xiaodi was quick to stop her. Fortunately, she was stopped. The boat had already started. Xiao Yu put the large bags at her feet, stood on the deck, and waved at Xiaoyong. Go back. Xiaoyong cried bitterly in Wang Xiaodi's arms. Mom doesn't want me anymore, woo. Originally, the parting scene was quite warm, but now that he was made trouble by Xiaoyong, several brothers came to comfort him. Zhou Jun, don't cry, Xiaoyong. Zhou Wu, Mother Qiao just went to study. Zhou Wen, Mother Qiao will come back. Dawei, Mom wants us. Xiaoyong didn't hear a word the previous brothers said. He sniffed his nose, his eyes red, and looked at his brothers. Really? Mom wants us? Dawei seemed to know why his younger brother was like this. When his father just passed away, although the younger brother was too hungry to react, he could also feel his emotions. The worries and fears he had once had were transferred to the younger brother. He took the younger brother from Aunt Wang's arms and said, Mom will not abandon us unless we do something bad. The younger brother was puzzled and asked, what bad things? Breaking the law? What is breaking the law? The boat went farther and farther away until the island became the size of an ant in the field of vision. Only then did Xiao Yu calm down, carry the large and small bags in her small body, and go to the boat to rest. After the boat docked, Xiao Yu got off the boat neatly with her luggage, walked all the way to the bus stop, got off the bus, and walked to the rented single room. Thanks to the people from the educational department last time, almost everyone in the rented place knew that she had just been admitted to the university town, and she was admitted with her amazing grades less than 10 or 2 years ago. Everyone had a good impression of her. They greeted her, and she responded enthusiastically. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, the older ones called them big brother or big sister, and the slightly older ones were uncle or aunt. Those who were similar to herself or younger were called big sister or comrade. Why did she call those who were similar to herself big sister? Of course, she was not taking advantage. She was married, had 5 children, and had so much social experience, so naturally she had to call these people younger. The landlady even wanted to help her carry her luggage. Xiao Yu groaned, "No, Grandma Wang. You should take a rest. I'll do it myself. I'm young, and this little bit of work is no problem for me. But you, if you get hurt, it must be very painful." Grandma Wang was stunned. In the past, when she wanted to help the younger generation she liked, they would directly say that they couldn't afford the medical expenses. Although the tone was joking, but Grandma Wang had never heard any younger generation say to her that it would hurt if they bumped into something. She knew it would hurt. But these younger generations had different surnames from her, and they were just outsiders. Looking at Xiao Yu's busy back, Grandma Wang left silently. When she came back, Xiao Yu had just finished his work. "Grandma Wang, come to my house for dinner?" Xiao Yu waved her hand quickly. "No need, Grandma Wang. I brought some pancakes, and I'll go to the state-owned restaurant to get some soup. Come to my house for dinner." Seeing that the old lady was stubborn, Xiao Yu did not refuse, and smiled and replied, "Okay." Xiao Yu could not go to someone else's house empty-handed. Although the famine was over, food was still in short supply, and this situation would continue until the reform and opening up. She thought about it and took the pancakes. The pancakes had no filling, but a lot of fujiang flour was mixed in them, which was a very solid gift for the visit. She came with a smile, but when she saw that there was another woman in Grandma Wang's house with 2 children, especially when the 2 children were particularly noisy, her smile froze. The last time she chatted with Grandma Wang, she also learned about her situation from the old lady. Grandma Wang had a miserable life. Her parents died when she was young. She finally married a lover who loved her, but he also died on the battlefield. The child was a posthumous child. When he grew up, he was very stubborn and could not be persuaded. He joined the army and never came back. She has a house and a considerable pension every month, but she has no children. But the old lady didn't say that she would help outsiders. Xiao Yu handed over the pancake. "Grandma Wang, who is this?" Grandma Wang introduced her. Her name is Sun Fengling, and she is also a poor person. Xiao Yu had a blank expression after hearing it. Poor. Really poor. Sun Fengling is also a widow, but the difference is that she has 2 sons and a mother-in-law above her. Even if Grandma Wang didn't tell the whole story, Xiao Yu guessed it. Sun Fengling often comes to ask for money, and she asks for money from Grandma Wang, who is not related to her by blood. It's no different from eating up the whole family. TSK. How shameless. As for why Grandma Wang would let such a person go, it's hard to say. Isn't it said that this old landlady has a weird temper? Xiao Yu's patience reached its peak when she grabbed a piece of the pancake that Grandma Wang had cut into pieces and wolfed it down by the naughty child. She threw the chopsticks in her hand and jumped up. "Can we eat this meal?"